Chapter 91, Double Happiness. Until the music concluded, Miao Anjuan gracefully descended from the stage. Yet the online debates continued to rage. Some asserted that the latter part of the song was a misstep, while others contended that it was the very essence of elevation. In any case, the cacophony of opinions rendered the audience powerless to sway one another. However, they unanimously agreed that this was a rare gem of a song, particularly the first half, which showcased both music and lyrics of exceptional quality. Furthermore, the background music of this song employed Western elements to their utmost potential, prompting many connoisseurs of Western music to extol Wu fans' expertise. Regardless of the audience's reactions, the competition persisted. The stage lights had completely dimmed, and amidst a solitary spotlight, Xia Xiao glided onto the stage with elegant steps. Under the illumination, her expression starkly contrasted with her attire. Although she donned a joyous bridal gown, her visage conveyed an emptiness and profound sorrow. Particularly, her usually shimmering almond eyes now gazed vacantly ahead. On that dimly lit stage, she stood in tranquil silence. It was eerie. An indescribable sense of unease surged from the depths of the audience's hearts. Without music or prelude, the spectators held their breath in collective stillness. On the large screen behind, the title of the song slowly ascended, Double Happiness, performed by Xia Xiao, with lyrics and composition by Xingyi. Upon seeing this title, both the online viewers and the audience below were engulfed in bewilderment. Is this truly the character for Double Happiness? How could they suddenly fail to recognize it? It was not that they did not know the character, but rather that they could scarcely believe the title Double Happiness had emerged at this moment. Only Xingyi, observing Xia Xiao on stage, inhaled deeply. Her current expression was exceedingly apt, sending chills down his spine. The original version of Double Happiness by Gu Dongxi had once ignited fervent discussions across the internet, becoming a source of trepidation for countless listeners. Now, Xia Xiao embodied the song's atmosphere with remarkable clarity. At that moment, the music commenced, causing the audience's eyes to widen in astonishment. Even the mentors on stage displayed expressions of surprise. Was that the eru? The pipa? The eru played in sorrow, while the pipa conveyed emotion. As the melody unfolded, both sentiments intertwined. All eyes were riveted on Xia Xiao on stage. Yet they remained perplexed as to why a song titled Double Happiness began with such melancholy. Soon after, the guqin joined, followed by the rapid beat of the wooden clappers. Xia Xiao's vacant gaze lifted, her eyes shifting towards the audience below, and the song began. On the 18th of the first month, an auspicious day, the sorghum is raised. Dressed in red, a foot of grief, hastily cut. Cutting away my beloved, why does he not return, feigning joy? The clappers of red sandalwood sound lively, yet are truly enigmatic. This is delightful. It truly is delightful. But has the operatic style been woven into pop music? Moreover, the 18th of the first month, an auspicious day, a foot of grief, feign joy. The audience felt a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, goosebumps prickling their skin. This double happiness. It is the ancient custom of ghost marriages in Huagua. Every line devoid of explicit sorrow, every word lacking in terror. Yet, the subtext resonates with profound grief and fear. This is a terror understood uniquely by the people of Huagua. The folk music intertwined with cultural traditions, combined with the theme of ghost marriage, was enough to send shivers down the spine. The live stream chat erupted, for they differed from the audience on site, who could only stifle their reactions while they could express themselves freely. Oh my goodness! The moment the song began, I felt the cabinet behind me move. In the dead of night. No, please. This is the true terror deep within the hearts of the Huagua people. I am now hiding under my covers listening. Whoa! I silently withdrew my foot from outside the covers. What a fright. Are you directly summoning the underworld? Can we still enjoy ourselves? The song is beautiful, but whether the person is virtuous, I cannot ascertain. This revelation sends shivers down my spine, leaving my entire being numb, my legs weak, my joints aching, my scalp prickling, and my vision darkening. To articulate such an affliction with such refreshing eloquence, you, my friend, are quite remarkable. It sounds delightful, yet instills fear. What should I do? Xia Xiao was oblivious to the reactions in the live stream. At that moment, she was fully immersed in the song, slowly raising her hand, delicately forming an orchid gesture, secretly sorrowful, while still remembering Gu Xingyi's words. One must not blink. In the next instant, the music shifted, the sound of the grand drum surged, and the tempo quickened dramatically. Xia Xiao abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixed upon the audience, her voice rising in urgency. Listen to the hoofbeats rising from 3 miles away at the hour of the hare. The rhythmic sound cleaves through sorrow as that gentleman chuckles. All the audience members could not help but swallow hard, seized by fright. Even Gu Xingyi could not suppress a shiver. He had never anticipated that this song, sung by Xia Xiao, would evoke such profound emotion, as if she had experienced it firsthand. Terrifying. The sound of the pipa resounded once more. As Xia Xiao's expression turned mournful and melodic, she seemed to reminisce, or perhaps to recount slowly. That gentleman pondered for a long while, only managing to hum a tune of parting sorrow. The singing quickened again. This time, she could not find the words to respond. She laughed through her tears. Can you guess how she smiled through her tears? She cried, look at how she cried and laughed. She laughed. In the next moment, the sound of the suona erupted. The jubilant and effervescent music exploded in everyone's ears, harmonizing with the wedding chapel lyrics in the background, leaving every heart profoundly shaken. Upon the sound of the suona, a fortune of gold, it was either ascendance to the heavens or a wedding ceremony. In that instant, Wu Fan could scarcely believe his eyes, wide with disbelief. Gu Xingyi, how dare he? Such a rogue instrument. What right does he have to employ such a brazen instrument? Wu Fan panicked, completely alarmed. It is well known that no soul can resist the eru, nor can any spirit escape the suona. This song featured both the eru and the suona. No Western instrument could ever replicate the sound of the suona. It was over. Wu Fan's nails dug deep into his flesh. This song not only boasted exquisite lyrics and unparalleled composition, but also seamlessly integrated various folk elements. Complemented by opera vocals intertwined with pop music, it was utterly explosive. The song titled Joy is, in fact, a lament, while the lyrics embody a deeply terrifying essence. Not only was Wu Fan unsettled, but so too were all the viewers in the live stream. Hey, Xia Xiao, please blink. I beg you. Haha, she doesn't even need to blink. The one above has gone mad. I'm nearing that point too. Gu Xingyi, you rascal. Artistry can possess spirit, but it must not resemble a funeral parlor. No, wait, is this a wedding hall? The beauty penetrates to the very marrow, yet why does it feel somewhat eerie? Look at my arm hair, standing straighter than steel needles. Oh my, Xia Xiao, why won't you blink? I implore you, I beseech you do, not make me suspect you are here for promotional purposes from below. Suddenly, I no longer envy Gu Xingyi. Boy, here I am, alone, at 10:30 at night. Lights off, cocooned in my blanket. Can you understand, brothers? Yet, regardless of the audience's pleas in the live stream, Xia Xiao's singing persisted. The sound of her voice seemed to weave through their blankets and into their ears, as if the entire room was filled with Xia Xiao's melody. At this moment, Xia Xiao had forgotten her fear. She had truly immersed herself in the song. He spoke words from the depths of his heart. Without fulfilling a promise, how could one be carefree? The 18th day of the first lunar month, this auspicious occasion. Chapter 92, The Most Beautiful Ghost Bride. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, a day deemed auspicious. The melodious voice of Xiaozhou, it gradually came to a close, the resounding notes of the suona fading into the ether. The jubilant music seemed to emanate from the heavens. Yet the audience was acutely aware that this was no cause for celebration. A profound silence enveloped the spectators, an undercurrent of melancholy swelling within their hearts. If the initial notes of the suona had instilled a sense of trepidation, the concluding strains, accompanied by festive melodies, evoked a sense of tragic despair. It was a lament for the ignorance of ancient customs, a living soul wed to the deceased, all while she was still in the bloom of youth. Particularly poignant was the subtle expression on Xiao's face, her slightly furrowed brows, the aura of helplessness that clung to her, and those unblinking eyes that betrayed no emotion. This sensory experience transported the audience into the hall itself, bearing witness to this horrific tragedy. The barrage of comments in the live stream dwindled as the music played on, with only a few expressing their sentiments. The most beautiful ghost bride, indeed, was encapsulated in this moment. Every frown and smile resonated with sorrow. Every sigh and lament echoed the cycle of life. This was the true essence of a remarkable song, immersing listeners in its depths and leaving them yearning for more. The moment the suona emerged, I knew this song was extraordinary. Xiaoziao was simply magnificent. She delivered this piece with breathtaking artistry, covering my ears. I was swept away by the haunting melody. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, the bride weds, as friends and family weep inconsolably. Clad in a paper wedding gown, never to see her beloved again. The auspicious day had arrived, bidding farewell to the bride as she exited. Are you devils? It's the dead of night, and I am all alone at home. The ethereal music faded completely, the lights dimmed, and Xiaozhou, clad in red, vanished into the darkness, retreating slowly. This grand feast had left everyone spellbound. Director Rin Chao sighed, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. This ancient culture of Huiguo was best understood by his generation, a sorrowful reality they could not escape. Backstage, Miao Inyun appeared somewhat dazed, entranced as she watched Xiaoziao in her flowing red attire approach. In that moment, Xiaoziao seemed yet to fully emerge from the music, her melancholic aura sending a shiver through Miao Inyun. She was confident in her own beauty, yet now, Xiaozhou's ethereal presence eclipsed her own, a testament to the soul a truly great song imbues within its singer. For a pure vocalist, this was the highest honor. Miao Inyun managed a wry smile, acknowledging her defeat, not only in song but in emotional investment. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, clenching her fists. It was this very version of Xiaoziao that inspired her to strive with all her might. She believed in her own abilities and was certain she could sing even better. At that moment, Xiaoziao had reached Miao Inyun's side, their eyes meeting briefly, and Miao Inyun gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Xiaozhou momentarily lost her focus, blinking rapidly as she emerged from the song's influence. Yes, my eyes feel a bit dry. She then returned Miao Inyun's gesture with a gentle smile. You sang beautifully too. Miao Inyun was taken aback, then broke into a smile. Xiaoziao's personality was even more amiable than she had imagined. That man, Xingyi, was truly fortunate. In stark contrast to the harmony between the two singers backstage, Wu Fan appeared utterly deflated, slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. He knew he had lost, even before the voting began. As a renowned lyricist and composer, he could gauge the reactions of the mentors and the audience. His own song's atmosphere had been utterly eclipsed by the vibe of She. Who could even recall his song now? Even Wu Fan himself found his mind echoing with the haunting suona and jubilant sounds. Among countless instruments, the suona reigned supreme, either ascending to the heavens or joining in matrimony. 1,000-year-old pipa or a 10,000-year-old zheng, a single erhu playing a lifetime. This song, damn it, had monopolized the spotlight. How could he compete? Wu Fan shrank deeper into his chair, feeling both frustrated and suffocated at being bested in his area of expertise. The frustration stemmed from the realization that he was truly no match for Xingyi, while the suffocation arose from his belief that Xingyi was cheating. Using the suona was cheating. At that moment, the stage lights blazed back to life, pulling everyone from the dreamlike wedding back to reality. Host Chen Shuer, adorned in a white gown, gracefully took the stage. Holding a microphone, she surveyed the still-dazed audience, paused for a moment, and then spoke loudly. I never anticipated hearing such two distinct songs on this stage. The dazzling sparks ignited by the collision of Western and traditional music, two disparate melodies presenting a similar essence. Let us welcome our two contestants with applause, shall we? The audience, as if awakening from a deep slumber, reacted with enthusiastic applause. It was magnificent, truly heart-stirring. They had anticipated an exciting finale, yet never imagined it would be this spectacular. At that moment, they felt their tickets had been well worth the price. As Xiaoziao and Miao Inyun awaited backstage, they stepped onto the stage amidst the applause as the host's words lingered in the air. Standing side by side, they dazzled the audience, who marveled at the sight of such exquisite sisterly beauty. Even Chen Shuer felt a tinge of pressure standing alongside them. Next was the mentor voting segment. Let us invite the mentors to provide their critiques and cast their votes. Chen Shuer spoke rapidly, drawing the audience's attention to the mentors, the camera reluctantly shifting its focus. The finals of Xingyi were far more formal than previous competitions, now featuring a critique segment, requiring each mentor to comment before voting. The camera landed on Gao Yu, who looked at Xiaoziao and Miao Inyun with a conflicted expression. To be honest, voting in the finals is exceedingly difficult. Both contestants have performed exceptionally well. Alas, this is a competition, were it not, I would undoubtedly vote for both of you. Allow me to share my personal thoughts. Firstly, Miao Inyun, you sang wonderfully. Both your vocal skills and stage presence are top-notch. Now, regarding your song, Many may struggle to comprehend it towards the end, but from a professional standpoint, the latter music elevates the piece, perfectly embodying the psyche of one tormented by illness. Next, I must address Xia Zhou. Her rendition can only be described as flawless. Her vocal prowess is impeccable. Her stage performance is outstanding, drawing listeners into the song's essence, leaving them wanting more, especially during the moment when the suona and her voice intertwined. I was awash with goosebumps. I am genuinely curious about Gu Xingyi. What kind of genius he must be to pen such a song. Therefore, my vote goes to Xia Zhou. As for Miao Inyan, I can only say it is not your fault. The songs inherently differ. One resonates with the masses, while the other is appreciated primarily by professionals, which creates an inherent disparity. Gao Yu provided a professional critique of both performances and cast his vote for Xia Zhou. The stage erupted in applause, clearly in agreement with Gao Yu's assessment. While both Xia Zhou and Miao Inyan maintained their composure, bowing in gratitude. Below, Wu Fan's expression was somewhat despondent. As a professional lyricist, he understood all too well. This round, he had lost. Chapter 93, Not Returning Tonight. The following three mentors echoed Gao Yu's remarks, particularly after the recent incident in the current finals. Even friendship votes were absent. Consequently, the final tally stood at 4-0. Wu Fan's complexion had turned pale. He no longer required the audience's final vote, for the outcome had already been sealed. A dismal defeat. The song he had once taken pride in was utterly vanquished in this pivotal competition. The results of the audience's votes were then displayed on the large screen, making Wu Fan's already despondent state even more unbearable. A staggering 88% of the audience had cast their votes for the song She, whereas his own composition garnered a mere 12% support. To add insult to injury, this felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back, leaving Wu Fan in a state of disorientation. He regretted his impulsive provocation of the monstrous Gu Xingyi. Now, in Wu Fan's eyes, Gu Xingyi was nothing short of superhuman. What kind of ordinary person possesses such versatility? Love songs? Children's songs? He seemed to conjure even the most unconventional tunes with effortless ease. Was this not the epitome of the extraordinary? Wu Fan still could not fathom why. If Gu Xingyi was indeed so exceptional, he had chosen to remain low-key for so long. Was it merely a game of feigning weakness? On stage, the host was announcing the keywords for the next song. However, Wu Fan was oblivious, staggering to his feet and walking away. He understood that he was no longer the music godfather. The upcoming competition held no relevance for him. Thus, the first round of the finals came to a close. While the competition had ended, discussions online were just beginning to heat up. A week later, the audience was once again treated to a splendid song. Their faces lit with joy. As usual, clips of Xia Zhou singing had soared to the top of Douyin's trending searches. Yet, unlike before, this time there seemed to be a consensus. The trending titles all hailed her as the most beautiful ghost bride. Clicking on a random video revealed an array of fervent real-time comments. I must attend the live performance next time. Xia Zhou is so stunning. Best viewed from under the covers. The experience is unparalleled. We had no fate. All thanks to an old six saying you don't blink. I just want to ask, are your eyes dry? Upstairs, is it really a matter of dryness now? The most beautiful ghost bride. One of a kind. Only Xia Zhou will do. I just want to know, does Gu Xingyi not fear sleeping next to Xia Zhou at night? Who dares disturb my resolve? In stark contrast to the harmony on Douyin, Weibo was abuzz with even more fervor and heated rhetoric. Countless viewers tagged Wu Fan, pouring salt into his wounds. Where are you? Where are you? Weren't you the one boasting earlier? Gu Xingyi, music godfather? Is this it? This time, I stand with Gu Xingyi. I represent folk music. Wu Fan, godfather. Stop playing dead and come out to play. Ha. Are you all unwell? Isn't Wu Fan's music good? Anyone who brings us good songs deserves respect. No one said his songs were bad. It was he who threw down the gauntlet, initiating the conflict. Why is it only permissible for Wu Fan to diss others while we are silenced? Admit your mistakes. Stand tall when you're hit. A loss is a loss. Amid the chorus of condemnation online, Wu Fan finally updated his Weibo with a simple yet poignant statement. Inferior to others, I concede gracefully. I relinquish the title of music godfather and extend my apologies to Xia Zhou. I am sorry for my previous short-sightedness. Upon the release of this Weibo post, many ceased their vitriol against him. Since he had acknowledged his faults, there was little reason to continue berating him. It must be said that Wu Fan displayed remarkable acumen in this regard. Had he remained obstinate, a far worse outcome awaited him. Under the luminous moonlight, as Xia Zhou emerged from backstage, she spotted Gu Xingyi waiting quietly by the roadside, phone in hand. Upon witnessing this, her friend Tao Lele stifled a laugh and discreetly excused herself. Gu Xingyi, engrossed in his phone, was unaware of Xia Zhou's approach until she stood directly behind him. What are you looking at? The sudden voice interrupted Gu Xingyi's thoughts, and he turned to find Xiao playfully standing behind him, hands clasped behind her back. Her demeanor a stark contrast to the sorrow she had displayed on stage. I was checking the online comments. They're now calling you the most beautiful ghost bride. Gu Xingyi chuckled, waving his phone. Xiao scoffed, her cheeks tinged with pink. The moniker made it seem as if she had transformed into a ghost. Honestly, it's what they say, but I think it's quite fitting. Gu Xingyi, sensing her skepticism, eagerly presented his phone for her to see, only to elicit an eye roll from her. Not fitting. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, genuinely believing it was quite apt. Xiao, growing weary of this naivete, turned towards the parking lot. Gu Xingyi hurriedly followed suit, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 paces behind her. After a brief walk, Xiao suddenly stomped her foot. Her cheeks puffed in irritation and turned to face Gu Xingyi. What is wrong now? The enigma of a woman's heart left Gu Xingyi feeling perplexed. He could not decipher her intentions. Observing his bewildered expression, Xiao bit her lip and muttered softly, "Nincompoop." In her mind, Gu Xingyi was becoming increasingly foolish. Gu Xingyi, unable to catch her words, was taken by surprise when Xiao, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, approached and wrapped her arms around his. The soft sensation on his arm left Gu Xingyi momentarily frozen. "You should be linking your arm with mine." Xiao's face flushed as she whispered, then sidled up, looping her arm through his. Gu Xingyi mechanically nodded and stepped forward, though his movements felt somewhat unnatural, resembling a robot. Sensing Gu Xingyi's tension, Xiao could not help but chuckle. Typically, it was perfectly normal for a couple to walk arm in arm, yet for some reason, Xiao felt that in Gu Xingyi's case, it appeared rather awkward. It was as if she were the robber and he the unwilling hostage. A sight both comical and endearing. Gu Xingyi was currently experiencing a bittersweet ordeal. The joy of the moment was overshadowed by his inability to act. Xiao's previous gesture of wrapping her arms around him was quite a jolt for someone like Gu Xingyi, who had spent decades as a confirmed bachelor. Had they not previously shared some intimacy, he might have thought to flee in panic. The duo arrived at the parking lot, only to find no sign of Tao Lele. After making a phone call, Xiao learned that Tao Lele had taken a taxi home on her own. Moreover, Tao Lele discreetly inquired over the phone whether Xiao would be returning to the apartment that night. Xiao's face flushed crimson as she glanced at Gu Xingyi, who sat in the passenger seat, looking as daft as ever, and replied softly to Tao Lele, "I want to be going back tonight." Chapter 94, The Greatest Arrangement by Heaven. Unlike last time, Gu Xingyi's hotel this time was in close proximity to Xiao's apartment, even without a car. A short walk would suffice. The car proceeded directly to the hotel parking lot, leaving Gu Xingyi puzzled. Why did she not simply drive to the artist's apartment building? He had specifically chosen this hotel for convenience, to spare Xiao the trouble of driving him home late at night, as he would worry about her being alone. Noticing the car showed no signs of turning, Gu Xingyi turned to Xiao. "Shouldn't we head directly to the apartment? I can walk over." Xiao's cheeks were flushed as she gazed ahead, not responding to Gu Xingyi's query. It was only when the car came to a gentle stop in the parking space that Gu Xingyi finally heard Xiao's voice, soft as a whisper, as if it could be carried away by the wind. "I forgot my apartment key." "You forgot your key? Aren't Xingyi and Tao Lele also staying at the apartment?" As Gu Xingyi remained in a state of confusion, he observed Xiao opening the car door and stepping out first. With her head bowed, her expression was obscured by the night. Gu Xingyi hurriedly followed suit, intending to say something further, but Xiao was already striding towards the hotel. 5 minutes later, the two entered the hotel room together. Xiao merely glanced at the room's decor before sitting on the bed. The room was sparsely furnished, a rather ordinary double room. "Aren't you going to call Xingyi and the others?" Gu Xingyi closed the door, still muttering to himself. Sitting on the bed, Xiao's complexion suddenly turned a soft shade of red. She quickly lowered her head, and her gentle voice reached Gu Xingyi's ears. "They're all asleep. I don't want to disturb them." Gu Xingyi responded with an "oh," but then the realization struck him. Did that mean it would just be the two of them in this room tonight? No Nainai? Gu Xingyi instinctively shivered, glancing at Xiao on the bed. She did not continue speaking, keeping her head down, her fingers intertwined, her almond-shaped eyes daring not to meet his gaze. The room fell silent, and an awkward atmosphere settled between them. Although they were married, they had seldom found themselves alone together in a room like this. Moreover, Gu Xingyi, with only a modicum of theoretical knowledge, was essentially a novice in matters of romance. While they had shared a few fleeting moments of intimacy before, they had always been tentative. Given the current situation, he felt utterly flustered. "Ahem, I'll go take a shower," Gu Xingyi said, unable to endure the tension any longer. Xiao simply nodded, feeling equally anxious. On the way here, she had thought herself prepared, but upon arrival, her mind was a chaotic mess. Until the sound of the bathroom door closing echoed, followed by the gentle patter of water. Xiaozhou blinked her lashes softly, her almond eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. No one could fathom her thoughts at that moment. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Gu Xingyi was equally unsettled, repeatedly washing his body with water. A shower that should have taken only 5 minutes extended into 10. After drying himself off and tightening the towel around his waist, he took a deep breath, pushed open the bathroom door, and stepped out. As the steam billowed from the bathroom, obscuring his view, Gu Xingyi suddenly froze in place. He beheld Xiaozhou, still seated on the bed, her head bowed, her shoulders trembling slightly, crystalline tears cascading from her face to the floor. Has she been crying? Gu Xingyi's previously restless heart instantaneously calmed, replaced by waves of tenderness. He approached Xiaozhou, crouched down, and gently cupped her small face, lifting it to meet his gaze with warmth in his eyes and an even softer tone. Why are you crying? As her delicate face rested in his hands, Xiaozhou's almond eyes shimmered with unshed tears, droplets trickling down like a broken string of pearls, warm against Gu Xingyi's palm. She began, her voice thick with emotion, but could utter nothing more. Yet, the guilt and hope concealed within her eyes were unmistakably clear to Gu Xingyi, who paused in surprise. What is it, my dear wife? He tenderly wiped away the tear stains on her face, only for new tears to immediately trace fresh paths down her fair cheeks. Xiaozhou suddenly found herself unable to meet Gu Xingyi's gentle gaze. She wished to lower her head, yet his hands firmly held her face. I feel unworthy of you, she exclaimed, her voice cracking with sobs, closing her eyes to avoid his pure, earnest black eyes, the tears flowing even more freely. I know, I understand. You are not at fault, but I still harbor selfish feelings. I have fallen for you, and I yearn to keep you close. The closer I get, the more frightened I become. I have tried my utmost. Why? With her eyes still closed, she poured out the secrets of her heart, tears falling onto Gu Xingyi's hands, the soft, rain-soaked visage in his palm, making his heart ache. He gently caressed Xiaozhou's face and softly interrupted her. My dear wife, you are mistaken. I know, and you know, and I am honored to be chosen by someone as magnificent as you. You may not realize this, but throughout my life, I have never been so resolutely chosen by anyone. Like you, I have been a rather insecure person. Perhaps it is a common affliction of orphans. I have never felt a spark for anyone, nor has anyone ever felt it for me. Gu Xingyi's gentle voice echoed in her ears. Xiaozhou slowly opened her eyes, gazing blankly at his face so close to hers, the warmth in his eyes seeming to melt her. It was only upon meeting you that I discovered I could truly feel for someone. Hearing you say these words brings me immense joy, for it confirms that Xiaozhou has feelings for me. I have always believed in the truth of what you said before. Some encounters and affections are destined. The heavens have guided me to your side, and this is a divine arrangement. Gu Xingyi declared. There is no escaping the will of destiny. Is it really true? Xiaozhou's dazed eyes blinked, quietly studying Gu Xingyi's handsome face, listening to his words. Seeing him pause, she spoke softly, her voice still tinged with emotion. Gu Xingyi gently stroked her face once more, exaggerating slightly. Of course it is. Just think about it. It is the arrangement of the heavens. Isn't that grand enough? He continued. In truth, no one is unworthy of anyone else. I feel nervous too when I'm with you, my beautiful bride. I am just an ordinary person. And you are so wonderful. I must strive to be worthy of you. As for why I adore you, I believe it is due not only to the heavens' design, but also to the myriad moments shared with you. The love I have always longed for is never loud or grand. It is the gentle, tranquil love embodied by you. As Gu Xingyi spoke, a smile adorned his face, and he locked eyes with Xiaozhou. She gazed at the tender smile before her, bit her lip, and suddenly wrapped her arms around Gu Xingyi's neck. The soft sensation washed over them both, and in that moment, they comprehended each other's feelings completely. It was indeed a beautiful moment, destined to share the rest of their lives together. Chapter 95, Good Night. The passionate and romantic kiss nearly rendered Xiaozhou breathless. Eventually, she pushed against Gu Xingyi's chest, and they parted. Covering her face, she felt as if she were ablaze. Otherwise, how could her cheeks be so hot? Even Gu Xingyi's gaze shifted from warmth to fervor, causing her to lower her head, unable to meet his eyes. Gu Xingyi, observing Xiaozhou's flustered state, exhaled softly, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. My dear wife's kiss is truly overwhelming. Xiaozhou's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She bit her lip, feeling that Gu Xingyi, at that moment, was insufferably charming, a typical case of someone who takes advantage of a situation. Move aside, she declared. Gu Xingyi, crouched on the ground, made no move to comply. Xiaozhou lifted her face, glaring at him with her almond-shaped eyes, her lips pursed, resembling a wronged little rabbit. I need to take a shower. My legs are numb. Gu Xingyi smiled wryly. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he had been squatting for too long, causing his legs to go numb. Xiaozhou burst into laughter, blinking playfully at him. Oh, he's not insufferable. He's just a bit foolish. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. Feeling his stamina had been severely questioned, he plopped down on the ground, then quickly got up and shifted to the side. He truly could not comprehend why. Despite his daily exercise, his legs would become numb after merely squatting for a short while. Was his training insufficient? As Xiaozhou went to take a shower, Gu Xingyi seized the opportunity to shed the towel wrapped around him, having forgotten to bring his pajamas. He pondered for a moment before slipping into bed clad only in his underwear. Half an hour passed, and Gu Xingyi found himself stifling yawns as he waited. He could not fathom why girls took so long in the shower. Such an interval was ample time for him to wash himself 10 times over. He grabbed his phone to set an alarm, as he had to return to Jiangcheng the following morning. The school year was approaching, and the kindergarten's welcoming ceremony was imminent. After waiting a bit longer, Gu Xingyi began to feel drowsy, just as the bathroom door finally creaked open. Xiaozhou emerged, taking delicate steps. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the steam or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. As she towel-dried her hair, she cautiously glanced at Gu Xingyi, and their eyes met. His gaze sharpened with clarity, while she instinctively tightened her grip on the towel around her. You're still awake? She stammered. Listen, is that even a proper question? Gu Xingyi replied, somewhat exasperated yet maintaining a serious facade. I was worried that my dear wife might have fainted in the steam. Xiaozhou caught the twinkle of amusement in his eyes and pursed her lips. His wolfish intentions were nearly transparent, yet he feigned seriousness so convincingly. She stood frozen for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. What are you dawdling for? Go to sleep. Gu Xingyi thought it amusing watching Xiaozhou's flustered demeanor. She replied, feigning composure as she settled at the edge of the bed. The next moment, with a click, the room was plunged into darkness as she turned off the light. Gu Xingyi had yet to register the change when the blanket was suddenly lifted, and a delicate, soft form nestled itself into his embrace. Feeling the warmth and smoothness against him, Gu Xingyi froze in place. Both of them were devoid of clothing, their bodies intimately pressed together. In the darkness, he could hear her slightly hurried breaths. Their bodies were so close that they both felt a bit stiff. Hug me. Xiaozhou's muffled voice emerged from within the covers after a long pause. Oh, Gu Xingyi swallowed hard, forcing himself to steady his breathing as he wrapped his arms around her. Xiaozhou reciprocated by encircling his neck, peeking her head out from the blanket. In that instant, Gu Xingyi truly sensed the reality of their closeness. The feeling from before had not deceived him. She was indeed quite ample. Fool, she gently teased, noticing him as stiff as a robot, merely following commands. What? He inquired, his voice barely above a whisper, not quite catching her words. I said you're a silly goose. In the dim light, their eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. Xiaozhou's cheeks were flushed, yet she bravely tilted her head back to meet Gu Xingyi's gaze, which was mere inches away. Lowering his head, he found her sparkling, almond-shaped eyes glimmering in the shadows. Even if I am a fool, you are the fool's wife. With Xiaozhou's words, Gu Xingyi finally relaxed, a smile gracing his features as he embraced her a little tighter. Seeing the mirth in his eyes, Xiaozhou pouted thoughtfully before swiftly leaning in to plant a quick kiss on his lips, then retreated. Gu Xingyi, I was actually quite frightened tonight, she confessed. I have been afraid of the dark since childhood, and ghosts terrify me. While singing tonight, I felt so frightened. But just thinking of you down below made me feel safer. I thought that even if it were a ghost bride, she would still belong to you. And that thought brought me some joy. But afterward, when we returned, I became scared again. Xiaozhou rambled on, and Gu Xingyi listened quietly. Once she finished, she looked up at him again, as if unwilling to let her gaze stray from his. So you really are a dimwit. Gu Xingyi chuckled, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Well, a dimwit paired with a fool is still more than sufficient. All right then, fear not. I shall devote my life to proving that I will always be by your side. So good night. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's good night, and seeing the warmth in his eyes, Xiaozhou found herself momentarily speechless, teetering on the brink of tears. Gu Xingyi's warmth was a constant presence beside her. She nestled her face into the crook of his neck, reluctant to emerge. Good night. This was the last phrase Gu Xingyi heard from Xiaozhou that night, and it brought him the utmost comfort. So much had transpired that night, from the competition to the hotel room. Xiaozhou had remained in a state of tension throughout. She had barely closed her eyes when slumber swiftly claimed her. This left Gu Xingyi in quite a predicament. The heat of her delicate form against him rendered him utterly sleepless. Yet, he did not regret refraining from any actions. Some matters must be approached at the most opportune moment. Xiaozhou's emotional state was evidently not right. Her readiness was not genuine. Thus, Gu Xingyi endured the torment until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting off to sleep around 3. The next morning, Gu Xingyi's biological clock malfunctioned in a most unusual manner. He woke to the sound of the alarm. Groggily, he turned it off, and as he retracted his hand from the warmth of the blanket, he felt something soft within his grasp. Moreover, one hand was simply insufficient to encompass it. Instinctively, he squeezed, then jolted awake. Opening his eyes, he found Xiao's face flushed a bright red, her watery almond eyes gazing up at him. Heavens above, this was truly unintentional. Gu Xingyi felt utterly incapable of explaining himself. Chapter 96, The Key. Do you believe me when I say it was not intentional? Gu Xingyi blinked innocently at Xiao, who wore a rosy expression. Why you should let go? Xiao's eyes shimmered with embarrassment, her voice soft and delicate. Gu Xingyi awkwardly withdrew his hand, feeling a pang of regret. The sensation was simply too delightful. Shall we get up? The thought of rising brought a reluctance to Gu Xingyi. The warmth of her form made him wish to linger in bed forever. Spring nights are fleeting. One must rise as the sun ascends, lest the emperor neglects his court. Now he finally grasped the meaning of this poetic line. With such a beauty in his arms, even an emperor would kneel. You go first. At that moment, Xiao was so bashful that she buried her head beneath the covers, her muffled voice emerging from within, having exhausted all her courage from the previous night. Oh! Gu Xingyi scratched his head, finally emerging from the warmth of the blanket, darting swiftly to the bathroom. To be honest, he felt shy as well, having revealed his true self for the first time. Once Gu Xingyi entered the bathroom, Xiao cautiously peeked out, her smile quickly fading as her cheeks flushed crimson. She suddenly remembered that her clothes were still in the bathroom. Gu Xingyi soon emerged, fully clothed, carrying neatly folded garments, and approached the bedside. Here, I brought your clothes. I'll go wash up now. Wait. Just as Gu Xingyi was about to rise, Xiao's soft voice called out, followed by her delicate arm reaching from under the covers to grasp him. Gu Xingyi was met with a close-up of her fair skin, and then her lips brushed against his in a swift peck before she retreated. A reward. Xiao's muffled voice echoed from within the blanket once more. Gu Xingyi licked his lips, a wry smile gracing his face. Did Xiao truly remain oblivious to her own allure? To tempt him so brazenly at such an early hour, was she not afraid of awakening his primal instincts? Well, it appeared he was thoroughly ensnared at present. He would bide his time. There would come a day when she would be in for a surprise. Gu Xingyi thought fiercely as he turned back toward the bathroom to take a cold shower. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the hotel and drove to the artist's apartment. Upon arrival, Gu Xingyi watched as Xiao retrieved the apartment key from her bag and unlocked the door. Seemingly unfazed, she stepped inside, only to turn and find Gu Xingyi lingering at the threshold, regarding her with an odd expression. What are you daydreaming about? Xiao blinked, puzzled. The key? A smile danced on Gu Xingyi's lips as he raised an eyebrow. He recalled a humorous anecdote he had encountered in his previous life, that before marriage, one could easily become inebriated, yet afterward, one could drink endlessly without feeling a thing. Was it truly the case? Xiao glanced down at the key in her hand, and in the next moment, realization struck her like lightning. A flush crept rapidly across her cheeks, rendering the atmosphere momentarily awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, Tao Lele emerged from a room with Nainai in tow. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi and Xiao, a teasing smile blossomed on Tao Lele's face. Good morning, Sister Xiao. Hee. Little Nainai wriggled free from Tao Lele's embrace and dashed to Xiao, wrapping her tiny arms around her leg and gazing up with a pitiful expression. The little one had not seen her parents all night, and it had taken Tao Lele a great deal of coaxing to lull her to sleep. Where did Mommy and Daddy go? Their presence dispelled the earlier awkwardness, and Xiao quickly scooped up Nainai. We're not going anywhere. See? Mommy and Daddy are right here. She gently pinched the little one's nose, doing her best to soothe her. Auntie Lele said you and Daddy went off to your own little world and forgot about Nainai. Boo-hoo. Xiao froze momentarily, then shot a glare filled with mock menace at Tao Lele, who quickly laughed it off, her gaze evasive. Ah, Sister Xiao, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I've already prepared it. Let me bring it over. With that, Tao Lele hastily exited, sensing that lingering would result in her immediate demise at the hands of Xiao. Moments later, a delectable spread was laid out on the table. As they gathered around, Gu Xingyi fed Nainai with a spoon while Xiao surveyed the room and turned to Tao Lele, inquiring, Where's Sister Yun? I haven't seen her. It's already 9 o'clock. She must have gone to the company early, as she handles all the matters there, Tao Lele replied. Xiao felt a warmth in her heart. Since joining Enhai Entertainment, both Tao Lele and Sister Yun had tirelessly supported her, managing her affairs with remarkable efficiency. In truth, both women felt a profound sense of happiness in their roles as Xiao's manager and assistant. Unlike other artists who often burden their managers and assistants with tasks ranging from securing jobs to negotiating business deals, Xiao's situation was markedly different, as she had the ever-popular Gu Xingyi backing her. Furthermore, her revenue sharing was significantly more generous than that of others, leading them to rejoice in their association with such a star. After breakfast, with Nainai in her arms and Gu Xingyi at the wheel, the family set off on their journey home. Tomorrow marked Nainai's first day at school, an occasion Xiao was determined not to miss. Thus, what began as a trip for two transformed into a family outing. Thankfully, Gu Xingyi had signed the most favorable contract, allowing him the freedom to pursue his desires without constraint, unlike many other stars. As Gu Xingyi's family happily drove along the road back to Jiangqing, a weary-looking woman stepped through the gates of a detention center. Lu Qian gazed at the desolate suburban street, her expression clouded by despair. She had endured a full 15 days of detention due to her previous misdeeds. Now, emerging into a world devoid of any familiar faces, she found herself utterly alone. Her company had terminated her contract, leaving her with nothing. Standing by the roadside, she retrieved her phone from the file bag, pressing the power button with urgency. She was desperate to ascertain whether Gu Xingyi and Xiao had quarreled over the recent incident. She believed that if they fell apart, Xiao would struggle to make waves in the entertainment industry without Gu Xingyi's support. If her own career had met its end, she would ensure Xiao faced the same fate. Chapter 97. The first day of kindergarten. The following morning, Gu Xingyi and Xiao rose early, experiencing the familiar chaos that befalls first-time parents sending their child off to school. "Oh, my dear wife, don't overload the princess's backpack. Nainai won't be able to carry it. Just a few essentials, it's light," Xiao countered. "Nainai will be back from school this afternoon. There is no need for so many snacks. Are these for her classmates? All right then." Yesterday, the couple had specially prepared a small cartoon backpack for little Nainai, which Xiao had stuffed to the brim, yet still appeared unsatisfied, furrowing her brow as she surveyed the items on the table. Gu Xingyi stood nearby, feeling slightly overwhelmed. He sensed that Xiao was perhaps overreacting. Nainai was going to school, not embarking on a grand holiday. After a flurry of activity, they finally roused the still sleeping Nainai for breakfast. The little one, her eyes barely open, passively allowed Gu Xingyi to brush her teeth, while Xiao tidied her hair. By the time they seated her at the dining table, Nainai's head bobbed sleepily. After breakfast, Gu Xingyi and Xiao donned appropriate attire, each taking hold of Nainai and her little backpack, and hurriedly exited their home. The clock read 7:40. They had to arrive at the kindergarten by 8. Once Gu Xingyi parked near the kindergarten, the trio disembarked to find the scene transformed since his last visit. Under the morning sun, the kindergarten buzzed with life. Parents flocked to escort their children, and the grounds were festooned with colorful banners, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Gu Xingyi felt a moment of disorientation. Having traversed from July to this September 1st, in less than 2 months, he had seemingly integrated into this community and embraced the role of a father. At that moment, Nainai was wide awake, nestled in Xiao's arms, curiously observing the children at the entrance who were wailing and fussing. In her mind, those children her age were far from well-behaved. After all, Daddy had said that only children who didn't cry at kindergarten were good kids. Gu Xingyi and Xiao paused only briefly before continuing to embrace Nainai as they joined the throngs of parents entering the kindergarten. Inside, the teachers were welcoming parents and children with bright smiles. Gu Xingyi had not walked far when he spotted Su Ling and Lu Dan, who were warmly greeting other parents. Su Ling was engaged in conversation with a parent when she turned and noticed Gu Xingyi and Xiao approaching with Nainai. After speaking briefly with Lu Dan, who continued conversing with the other parents, Su Ling hurried over. "Mr. Xingyi, Mrs. Zhou, you're here. Come this way." Once all the parents and children arrive, we'll head to the classroom. This time, Su Ling's address had shifted. She now referred to Gu Xingyi as Daddy Xingyi and Xiao as Mommy Zhou, signifying that Nainai was officially becoming a member of this kindergarten. Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement, following Su Ling into the parent group of Class 3. Nearby parents greeted the two of them warmly, while some others displayed a flicker of surprise upon recognizing them, which soon transformed into delight, clearly having identified the duo. After all, they were classmates of the celebrity offspring, the much-discussed Gu Xingyi and Xiao, whose return would surely provide ample conversation fodder among friends and family. Before long, all the parents had gathered with their children, with Su Ling and Lu Dan leading the way. The group made their way towards the classroom of Class 3, a lively procession filled with anticipation. Upon entering the classroom, the children were seated on small benches while the parents were directed to sit at the back. Su Ling and Lu Dan stood at the front, beaming as they introduced themselves. Hello, little ones. I am Su Ling, and I shall be your teacher in kindergarten. You may call me Teacher Su. Hello, children. I am Lu Dan. You can call me Teacher Lu. The children on the small benches, however, appeared to be less than attentive, fidgeting in their seats, with some even standing up to rush into their mother's arms, only to be awkwardly returned to their benches by their parents. Ziona, on the other hand, sat quietly on her bench, swinging her little legs, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at the two teachers on stage. Then, Gu Xingyi noticed a chubby little boy sitting next to Ziona suddenly turned to her. I've seen you before. You came out of a phone, didn't you? Ziona's face lit up with pride at this remark. Yes, my daddy is amazing. He can put me into the phone. The chubby boy pouted, casting a dissatisfied glance at his father, seemingly upset that his own father couldn't do the same. Yet, he quickly turned back, puffing out his chest. My daddy is amazing too. He makes delicious food, and he can eat a lot. My daddy can eat an entire pig. The two little ones inexplicably erupted into a playful debate on this topic, capturing the interest of Gu Xingyi and even some other parents. Their amusement peaked when the chubby boy exclaimed, my daddy can eat poop. In the parent group, a plump man's jovial expression abruptly stiffened, while a beautiful woman beside him stifled a laugh. Gu Xingyi's heart raced with apprehension, fearing that Ziona might follow with an even more shocking statement. Fortunately, Ziona did not, tilting her head thoughtfully before expressing, wow, your daddy is really amazing. Mine can't do that. Gu Xingyi released a long breath. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he smiled contentedly, recognizing Ziona's endearing nature, a true source of warmth. Xiaozhao couldn't help but chuckle quietly, having noticed how Gu Xingyi had tensed up, nearly on the verge of standing up. Su Ling and Lu Dan continued to engage with the children until the welcome ceremony finally commenced, at which point they both exhaled in relief. This time of year was undoubtedly their most exhausting. The welcome ceremony at Jianghua Kindergarten was a special event held to welcome each new cohort of children, taking place on the verdant artificial grass of the kindergarten grounds. Parents typically observed throughout, while the teachers led the children in various games to help them become familiar with one another. Interspersed were performances of nursery rhymes by each class. When teachers Su Ling and Lu Dan swiftly led the children in singing Two Tigers, teachers from other classes were still struggling to teach their own children the songs. Many teachers cast envious glances towards Class 3, captivated by their harmonious singing, wishing they too could teach their children such simple and catchy nursery rhymes. Xiaozhao stood beside Gu Xingyi, watching Ziona sing joyfully with her classmates, a bright smile blossoming on her face. She then turned to admire the profile of Gu Xingyi. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 98, Cautiously. As the welcome event at Jianghua Kindergarten concluded, the children returned to the classroom with their teachers, marking the moment for parents to part from their little ones. Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou hid behind a window, gazing at their daughter Ziona, their hearts heavy with emotion. Ziona, once brimming with curiosity and joy, now sat quietly on her small bench, hugging her legs, her long eyelashes fluttering, her big eyes glistening with unshed tears, her little mouth forming a pout of distress. Unlike the other children who cried out loudly, she sat there silently, tears trickling down like golden droplets. This sight tugged at Gu Xingyi's heartstrings, igniting an overwhelming urge to rush in and bring Ziona home. What was the point of this kindergarten? Beside him, Xiaozhou gently tugged at his sleeve. He turned to find her gazing down, her soft voice laced with an undercurrent of strength. Let us go. Every child must experience this moment. After a moment of silence, Gu Xingyi nodded, casting one last look at Ziona in the classroom. He then took Xiaozhao's hand, leading her towards the kindergarten entrance. The sun shone brightly, yet Gu Xingyi's mood was anything but cheerful. It pained him to witness Ziona's distress, but more importantly, he felt as though he had traversed through time, glimpsing the shadow of Xiaozhou's childhood in Ziona. Xiaozhou must have felt even more sorrowful as a child, didn't she? Alone and without family, a tiny figure sitting quietly on a small bench, unable to express her sadness, only able to pout silently, with nowhere to turn. Ziona not only resembled Xiaozhou in her eyes, but also mirrored her personality in some ways. What saddened Gu Xingyi the most was this realization. Xiaozhou's childhood demeanor would have been even more obedient than Ziona's, rather than merely being obedient. She had learned to read people's expressions, striving to please others, which had molded her into the gentle and timid woman she was today, seeming to acquiesce to everything. Just as before, even her love for him was cautious, almost as if she wished to offer her very being as a testament to her affection. At this moment, Gu Xingyi felt an acute pang of sorrow. He didn't want to see her like this. He wished for her to live more freely, to cry when she felt the need, to express her frustrations, and to voice her thoughts without hesitation. Yet, Gu Xingyi was at a loss as to how to effect this change. He could only hold her hand as they made their way home. Upon returning home, both of their spirits were noticeably low. Gu Xingyi turned on the television, randomly selecting an entertainment program in an attempt to lighten the mood, while Xia Zhao nestled beside him, engrossed in her phone, seemingly messaging someone. The program was rather mundane. Gu Xingyi lost interest after a few glances. He turned to Xia Zhao, finding her far more captivating than the television. After nearly 2 months of nurturing since his arrival, Xia Zhao appeared to have gained some weight, looking healthier than when he first came. He stared at her in a floral sundress and couldn't resist lifting her small legs onto his lap, playfully pinching the flesh on her calves. Quite nice. The texture is delightful. Xia Zhao gasped in surprise at his sudden action, sitting up straight, looking at him with a hint of panic. What are you doing? I'm your husband. What is there to fear? I merely wanted to see if you've gained a bit of weight, and I'm quite pleased. Indeed, you have. Gu Xingyi replied with mock seriousness. Xia Zhao eyed him suspiciously, wondering if he couldn't tell without touching her. However, lying with her legs draped over his felt surprisingly comfortable. After a moment of cautious observation, she realized he seemed to harbor no ulterior motives and returned her focus to her phone. Gu Xingyi observed her delicate, fair feet fidgeting restlessly, a clear indication that she was still somewhat anxious at that moment. Maintaining an air of propriety, he continued to gently knead her calves. The sensation was so pleasurable that Xia Zhao found it difficult to concentrate on her phone. Her eyelashes fluttered rapidly as she feigned calmness, fiddling with the device. In stark contrast, Gu Xingyi was thoroughly enjoying himself. The texture of Xia Zhao's calves was simply exquisite, truly a splendid treat. Unfortunately, such a delightful moment could not last long, as it was soon time to prepare lunch. I'll go make lunch now, Gu Xingyi said with a hint of regret as he retracted his hand, placing Xia Zhao's calves back on the sofa before rising and heading towards the kitchen. Xia Zhao lifted her gaze to watch him depart, her eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance. With thoughts of lunch came memories of Nainai. She wondered if Nainai was adjusting well to the food at kindergarten, especially since Gu Xingyi's cooking was truly delectable. She had prepared all the little one's clothing and personal items, while the water cups, utensils, and bedding were provided uniformly by the kindergarten. As Xia Zhao pondered over Nainai, her phone suddenly rang, snapping her back to reality. It was a call from Sister Yin. Just moments ago, they had been discussing company matters over WeChat. Why was she calling now? Hello? Sister Yin, what's the matter? Is there something urgent? Xia Zhao answered the call, aware that Sister Yin typically reserved such calls for important matters. Hello, Zhao. I need to ask you something. The second round of the finals is in a few days, and we need to invite a guest performer. The company wants to know if you have any particular guest in mind. If not, they will arrange for one of their seasoned artists to perform with you. After a brief silence, Xia Zhao unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothing with her left hand. Sister Yin, as you know, the theme this time is duet love songs. And I do have someone in mind. You mean Gu Xingyi, right? Sister Yun's voice carried a hint of fatigue through the receiver, while Xia bit her lip, remaining silent. Zhao, have you thought this through? You know that Gu Xingyi is not a professional singer. Compared to those seasoned artists, he lacks any advantage in vocal skill and stage presence. Have you discussed this with him? Has he agreed? Listening to Sister Yun, Xia Zhao glanced towards the kitchen where Gu Xingyi was busy at work. Sister Yun, you know, she paused, leaving her thoughts unspoken, confident that Sister Yun understood her implication. You always make me worry so much. How wonderful it would be if you could change this trait of yours. All right, I'll decline for the company on your behalf. As for Gu Xingyi, I won't meddle in your affairs as a couple. I just hope you find happiness, Sister Yun said with a hint of indulgence. Xia Zhao curled her legs on the sofa, rubbing her calves that Gu Xingyi had just massaged. Casting another glance at the busy figure in the kitchen, she softly murmured, I will. After hanging up, Xia Zhao felt a bit dazed, for there was something she hadn't voiced, namely, that she was already very happy. Chapter 99, Husband. Gu Xingyi was intently preparing vegetables when a delicate hand suddenly snatched the greens from him. It was Xia Zhao, who silently joined him at his side, diligently sorting through the vegetables without glancing at him. Inhaling the familiar fragrance emanating from her, and noticing her cheeks flushed for reasons unknown, Gu Xingyi smiled, slightly shifting to the side to allow for a more comfortable proximity. Husband, do you have any inspiration for the song? As Gu Xingyi's hand trembled while cutting, he nearly nicked his finger. He couldn't believe his ears and turned to look at Xia Zhao, whose face was now as red as if it might bleed. What did you just call me? Hearing Gu Xingyi's question, Xia Zhao was so embarrassed that she felt like burying her face in the vegetable bowl, her hands growing a bit flustered as she tore the leaves into uneven pieces. She suddenly thought Gu Xingyi was being mischievous. He had clearly heard her, yet wanted her to repeat it. Husband. Xia Zhao squeezed the vegetable leaf in her hand, as if it were Gu Xingyi. mustering the courage to say it again. The word husband sounded like a celestial melody to Gu Xingyi, causing him to feel as though his body had melted in an instant. His face broke into a radiant smile, even his voice taking on a dreamy quality. Why did you suddenly bring up the song? Just asking. Let me think. Gu Xingyi glanced at the disheveled vegetables that Xiao had torn apart, suddenly realizing the motivation behind her actions. Once he understood, his gaze flickered, and his expression became somewhat complex. While he was elated that Xiao could call him husband, just like that time in the hotel, he also yearned for such surprises. However, this felt different. Though she was willingly expressing affection, the intention was not the same. She was attempting to curry favor with him. Gu Xingyi felt a sudden urge to cry. This silly girl always expressed her love in such a tentative manner, like a stray cat that had just been rescued, making his heart ache, yet he felt uncertain about how to respond. After a moment's pause, Xiao, sensing Gu Xingyi's silence, grew anxious. She wanted to look up at him, but hesitated. A little while later, she felt Gu Xingyi move beside her, and the next moment, he enveloped her in a warm embrace, whispering tenderly in her ear. I've thought of a song. After we finish eating, I'll write it down for you, all right? Gu Xingyi's warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Xiao's body to stiffen momentarily before quickly softening. Such intimacy made her legs feel weak. Okay. At that moment, she had entirely forgotten what she was supposed to say. Gu Xingyi merely held her gently for a moment before releasing her, as he feared that this soft, endearing Xiao would be too tempting and might provoke him to act inappropriately. Lunch took a full hour to complete. At the dining table, Xiao was somewhat sullen. Taking small bites of her food, her cheeks puffed up. She had so much to say in the kitchen, but Gu Xingyi's sudden actions had disrupted her train of thought. That infuriating Gu Dunzi was still sitting across from her, smiling. After the meal, Xiao voluntarily took on the task of cleaning up, while Gu Xingyi retreated to the study. He seemed to have devised a plan. Although it might leave Xiao feeling somewhat wronged, he believed that afterward, she would naturally call him husband without any hesitation. Once Xiao finished washing the dishes, she nestled on the sofa, staring blankly in the direction of the study, her gaze a mix of hope and trepidation. Finally, she bit her lip, her eyes filled with tender affection. She waited for what felt like an eternity until after 4 in the afternoon, when Gu Xingyi emerged from the study with 2 sheets of paper in hand. Observing the sudden sparkle in Xiao's eyes, he instinctively tightened his grip on the manuscript paper, moved by her cautious affection that made his heart ache with both tenderness and helplessness. Gu Xingyi forced a smile as he sat beside her. Take a look. It's a duet love song. I'm familiar with the theme. Xiao accepted the manuscript from Gu Xingyi, now accustomed to his creative abilities. Devoid of the surprise she once felt, she quickly skimmed the lyrics and score, immediately recognizing that the song was, as always, exceptional. Gu Xingyi had never disappointed in his lyrical compositions. His words and melodies always captivated the listener. Yet at this moment, Xiao's mind was far from such thoughts. Her gaze lingered on the heartfelt love song in her hand, fixated on Gu Xingyi, unable to divert her attention. The anticipation glimmering in her eyes was unmistakable. However, Gu Xingyi seemed oblivious to her yearning. He merely stretched languidly, his gaze drifting into the distance. Xiao bit her lip, her hopeful expression transforming into one of disappointment. She cast another glance at the lyrics in her hand, feeling a twinge of grievance. She longed to sing this song alongside Gu Daisy. The final round required guest performances. Xiao raised her head, gripping the sheet music tightly, her voice barely a whisper. Husband, I don't have a guest singer. Gu Xingyi's body quivered slightly, his heart racing at the soft utterance of husband laced with her underlying sorrow. He fought to lift his head, avoiding her gaze, fearful that he might succumb to her tenderness. It's nothing. The entertainment company will surely handle it, he said, attempting to mask his emotions with a nonchalant tone. Xiao bit her lip with greater intensity, lowering her head, not daring to let Gu Xingyi see the tears forming in her eyes. A silence enveloped the room, both of them lost in their thoughts. Gu Xingyi waited, hoping Xiao would speak, but time passed, and she remained silent. I'll go pick up Nainai, he said, taking a deep breath and glancing at the time, still avoiding Xiao's gaze as he rose and walked towards the door. Xiao watched Gu Xingyi's silhouette fade away, and when the door closed, she sat quietly on the sofa, reminiscent of Nainai in the classroom, pouting and shedding silent tears. A child who does not cry will never get candy. Gu Xingyi suddenly recalled this phrase, leaning against the doorframe, his dark eyes betraying a hint of sadness. Upon arriving at Jianghua Kindergarten, Gu Xingyi did not wait long before the school bell rang. A line of children, led by their teachers, joyfully made their way to the parents' waiting area, and Gu Xingyi successfully picked up Nainai. Compared to the morning, Nainai's mood had significantly improved. A smile graced her little face, evidently having been cheered up by Su Ling and Lu Dan. Those kindergarten teachers certainly knew how to charm children. When Naina spotted her father, she dashed over with her short legs. Gu Xingyi effortlessly lifted her and planted a kiss on her cheek. Naina glanced around, her big eyes blinking in confusion as she looked up at her father. Why didn't T-Daddy and Mommy come to pick Naina up? Gu Xingyi was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he say that Mommy was at home crying because Daddy had bullied her? Upon returning home, Xiaoziao had already prepared dinner. Now that Naina was in kindergarten, she had to wake up early in the morning and could no longer stay up late like before. Gu Xingyi continued to avoid Xiaoziao's gaze, fearing that a mere glance into her watery eyes would cause his heart to soften. The dining table was unusually quiet. Even Naina refrained from her usual playful antics. The little one seemed sensitive to the emotions between her parents, glancing occasionally at her mother, who was quietly eating, and then at her father, who was silently brooding. She pouted her little lips and subtly inched closer to Xiaoziao. Daddy is bad. He must have bullied Mommy again. After dinner, Gu Xingyi spent a considerable amount of time coaxing Naina, quietly assuring her that he had not mistreated Xiaoziao, which finally led to Naina obediently going to bed. Of course, bedtime would not be complete without Gu Xingyi's customary bedtime story. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Casting a discreet glance at Xiaoziao, lying on the other side before clearing his throat and animatedly beginning the tale. Once upon a time, there was a very obedient little white rabbit who had a wonderful friend, a little gray rabbit. However, the little gray rabbit was quite lazy. During the autumn harvest, the little white rabbit diligently gathered 5 carrots. One day, when she went to visit the little gray rabbit, she found him staring at her with a pitiful expression, clearly hungry. Seeing her beloved friend in such distress, the little white rabbit unhesitatingly offered him one of her carrots. The little gray rabbit, delighted, exclaimed, "You re so kind." Hearing this, the little white rabbit felt a surge of happiness. From then on, she would visit the little gray rabbit every few days, bringing him a carrot. Eventually, the little white rabbit found herself left with only 1 carrot. On that day, she visited the little gray rabbit once more, looking at the last carrot in her hand. Then glancing at her dear friend, she realized that if she gave away this final carrot, she would go hungry. Gu Xingyi paused, glancing at the still quiet Xiaoziao, before gently tapping Naina's nose. Naina, if you were this kind little white rabbit, would you be afraid of losing your best friend and give your last carrot to the little gray rabbit? Naina, with her big round eyes, listened intently to the story. Upon hearing her father's question, she scrunched her little nose, contemplating for a while before responding in her innocent voice. Can we split it in half? That way, both the little white rabbit and the little gray rabbit won't go hungry. Gu Xingyi chuckled, tooling Naina's hair. Of course, what a smart girl. But Daddy wants to tell you that the little white rabbit's action was misguided. She should have communicated her feelings to her friend rather than fear losing him and giving away her most cherished possession. Naina looked up at her father, bewildered, thinking how kind and lovely the little white rabbit was. Xiaoziao felt a slight tremor, biting her lip as a hint of grievance shimmered in her eyes. She too believed the little white rabbit was not at fault. Gu Xingyi kissed Naina's cheek again. The little white rabbit is wonderful, but she forgot about herself. She only thought about the little gray rabbit, never considering her own needs. All right, Naina should sleep now, or she won't be able to wake up tomorrow, and the teacher might spank her. Gu Xingyi turned off the bedside lamp, gently coaxing Naina to sleep, and soon enough, the little one was peacefully dozing off. In the quiet room, only the soft sounds of 3 breaths could be heard. Yet, Gu Xingyi did not lie down. He remained quietly propped against the headboard, eyes wide open, silently gazing into the dark night, waiting for Xiaoziao to reach out to him. Xiaoziao was also troubled, her mind replaying the story Gu Xingyi had just told. She understood that it was meant for her. However, she couldn't fathom why Gu Xingyi would choose this route. He clearly understood her intentions, so why couldn't he simply agree? Time passed slowly. Gu Xingyi heard Xiaoziao rise from the bed, her soft footsteps breaking the silence. In the darkness, his eyes glimmered with anticipation. Gu Daisy, a soft, melodious voice pulled Gu Xingyi from his reverie as he saw Xiaoziao standing by his bedside, her small hands gripping his arm. My dear wife, do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Gu Xingyi's voice was slightly hoarse, the tension in his heart finally easing. It was truly wonderful that Xiaoziao had taken the initiative. Xiaoziao remained silent, merely pursing her lips. Gu Xingyi climbed out of bed, gently leading Xiaoziao to the living room, careful not to wake Naina. The neon lights from the city outside streamed through the curtain gaps, illuminating Xiaoziao's eyes, which were filled with moisture, revealing her grievances and disappointments. Gu Xingyi felt a heaviness in his throat as he looked at his cautious and delicate wife, softly inquiring, My dear wife, what is it you wish to say? Xiaoziao gazed blankly at Gu Xingyi, who was seated on the sofa. Finally, She bit her lip and spoke in a softer, more mellifluous tone. I would like you to be my duet partner. I want you to accompany me in singing that song. Why didn't the esteemed lady express this earlier? Xiaozao fell silent, lowering her head again, while Gu Xingyi continued speaking. Were you afraid I would refuse? No. This time, Xiaozao replied with unwavering conviction. For she knew Gu Xingyi would never deny her. Then what is it? Do you believe that you must sacrifice something for my happiness? Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xiaozao bit her lip and gently shook her head twice, striving to suppress the tears threatening to spill. That is not it. That is not how I think. I understand. I know that you have always been this way, silently bearing your sorrows alone, even when faced with the unbearable, always treading carefully, even towards me. Gu Xingyi's voice grew somber, his heart heavy. He placed his hands on Xiaozao's shoulders, locking eyes with her. But my dear, I am your husband. You once had no one to confide in, enduring grievances in solitude, yet now I am here. If you continue to endure everything alone as you did before, what purpose do I serve? As he spoke, Gu Xingyi's voice trembled. Xiaozao could no longer hold back her tears. But when she caught sight of the grief in Gu Xingyi's eyes, her heart raced in turmoil. She had never seen such sorrow reflected in his gaze, nor had she ever imagined that he could shed tears. Forgetting her own tear-streaked face, she hurriedly reached out to wipe the corners of his eyes. I want to sing that song with you, and I do, but there is another song I wish to sing for you. I hope that in the future, you will express whatever you wish to say and do whatever you desire. I will be here to listen, to accompany you. And even if you wish to cry and sulk, I would find joy in that. Gu Xingyi merely watched her flustered demeanor, feeling a profound ache in his heart. So this is what it feels like to care for someone. This is what it means to love someone, to wish for her well-being. Chapter 101, Just Once. After wiping Gu Xingyi's tear-streaked face, Xiaozao hurriedly attempted to erase her own tears, fearing he might find her incessant weeping off-putting. But then she heard Gu Xingyi's trembling voice utter those heartfelt words. In that instant, she could no longer contain her tears. She sniffled and cautiously glanced at him. She had never known that she could cry and express herself so freely in front of another. Would Gu Xingyi find her bothersome? Yet, he demonstrated through his actions that he would not. He pulled her into his embrace, forcing a smile onto his face. Look, isn't this wonderful? And I will only love you more. Xiaozao lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears as she stared into his. He remained the same gentle fool. Good days. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Xiaozao buried her face in Gu Xingyi's chest and sobbed freely. Gu Xingyi gently patted her back, leaning down to whisper in her ear. I have a song I want to sing for Xiaozao, one that I will sing only for her. Xiaozao grasped the hem of Gu Xingyi's pajama top, pouting, her face nestled in his embrace, rubbing against him, yet her head instinctively nodded in agreement. Gu Xingyi chuckled softly, tooling her hair, his gaze tender as he began to sing. I want to see you smile, to tease you, to hold you in my embrace. One moment we're blushing in a quarrel, the next we can easily reconcile. I'm unafraid of your tears, unafraid of your shouts, for you are my pride. My eyes chase after you as you run about. My heart has long been ready. Gu Xingyi's gentle voice reverberated in her ears, and Xiaozao lifted her face, gazing at him with dreamy, reddened eyes. So, she too was cherished by someone? Xiaozao sniffled again, her grip on Gu Xingyi's clothing tightening. She could now cry and act out like everyone else, for Gu Days was conveying to her that he would always be by her side, unwavering and steadfast. Gu Xingyi lowered his head, gazing into Xiaozao's misty-eyed orbs, and gently placed a kiss at the corner of her eye. He paused. Xiaozao, feeling somewhat displeased, pouted. She realized the song was not yet finished. Gu Days continued. She poked Gu Xingyi's stomach with her finger. This was his song for her, one that belonged solely to her, and she wanted to hear it all. Gu Xingyi smiled, playfully pinching Xiaozao's cute nose. In truth, he realized that letting Xiaozao feel hurt before she understood was his most helpless act. Yet he had no better way. He believed that over the long years ahead, he could gradually change Xiaozao, but she would still endure many grievances and harbor countless secrets. He could no longer bear to see her quietly digesting her sorrows alone. Gu Xingyi gazed at Xiaozao with deep affection, feeling her grip on his shirt grow tighter, and softly saying, just once. I will take you to see the end of the world, to laugh heartily on a sunlit day, to quarrel joyfully in the carefree air. Do you know? You are my only desire. Xiaozao's gaze toward Gu Xingyi became more infatuated, her grip on his clothing loosening as she embraced his waist, leaning her entire being against him. Listening to the song, she envisioned their future together, quarreling, laughing heartily. This was a life Xiaozao had never dared to imagine before, not because she didn't want to, but because she had never had the courage to dream. Yet now, he held her close, granting her the sudden bravery to envision it. The world is still small. I will accompany you to the ends of the earth. In corners devoid of worries, we shall cease our searching. In carefree times, we will grow old together. Do you know? My every heartbeat resonates with yours. She clumsily expressed her affection, even wishing to offer herself to please him, while he continuously resolved her uncertainties with sincerity, this time using a song to convey his feelings. As the song concluded, Xingyi exhaled gently, feeling the delicate figure in his arms squeezing him tighter, and softly said, by singing this song, I want Xiaozao to know that I will always be by her side, her unwavering support. No matter what, I will not leave. You need not bottle up your grievances within your heart. To me, my dear wife is even more important than myself. I hope you will no longer tread so cautiously. Love is a mutual journey, and my affection for you will only deepen. Xiaozao buried her head against Gu Xingyi's chest, listening intently. After a while, she finally lifted her face, pouting gently, and spoke softly. Gu Days, you are so annoying. Gu Xingyi pretended to look hurt. How am I annoying? You know I want you to join me in the competition, yet you still tease me. Oh, is that why you deliberately called me husband? Upon uttering those words, Xiaozao's face turned beet red. She shot Gu Xingyi a fierce glare with her still watery eyes before furiously pushing him onto the sofa and covering his mouth. No more talking. Gu Xingyi's eyes sparkled with amusement. He feigned a struggle, nodding vigorously to signal he would remain silent. Only then did Xiaozao release him, though the blush in her eyes remained unabated as she sat atop him, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. So, my dear wife, you still possess quite the temper, don't you? Witnessing this side of you brings me joy. In the future, I hope you can assert yourself with the same confidence. Gu Xingyi found himself reclining on the sofa, a gentle smile gracing his features as he beheld the charming visage of Xiaozao. The sight filled him with joy. Life is fleeting, and thus, my dear wife must prioritize her own well-being before extending her care to others. You are you, and I am I. It is our union that defines us, not merely the individual selves. If you solely focus on me, how could you ever truly be your authentic self? Moreover, it would cause me heartache. Xiaozao gazed at Gu Xingyi, her head nodding vigorously as her hands, propped upon his chest, cradled his face. Her lips pursed, on the verge of tears. How could she be so fond of this infuriating fool? As she caressed his face, her cheeks flushed. She suddenly covered his eyes with her hand and leaned down to kiss him. Was she kissing him forcefully? Gu Xingyi was taken aback, realizing that his tactic had elicited an unexpected and delightful response. The night was enchanting, and Xiaozao appeared even more alluring. Their prolonged French kiss left Gu Xingyi slightly dazed, his hands unknowingly slipping beneath her loose nightgown. It was only when they approached a crescendo that Xiaozao became aware of what was transpiring. She lifted her head, a glimmer of bewilderment in her eyes, fixated on the large hand that had ventured into her clothing. As the soft sensation of his lips departed, Gu Xingyi opened his eyes, only to find his own hand in a mischievous predicament. The next moment, he felt a rush of embarrassment. Ahem. Could it be that this hand possesses a mind of its own? Chapter 102. Even the gentlest of women possess this skill. Xiaozao's cheeks turned crimson as she shifted from an active role to a passive one, huffing softly, pressing her entire form against Gu Xingyi to halt his roving hand. Gu Xingyi stifled a chuckle, swearing to the heavens that he had no intention of misbehaving. He merely sought to extricate his hand. Alas, it was now ensnared within Xiaozao's garments. In this predicament, he could only embrace her with one arm, gently patting her back. All right, how about you get up? I promise to remain still. Xiaozao showed no signs of budging, remaining atop him, her muffled voice emanating from his chest. You have yet to agree to accompany me to the competition. So, is that your reason for not getting up? As he observed the stubborn Xiaozao clinging to him, Gu Xingyi felt an urge to laugh. Silly Xiaozao, is this a reward or a form of coercion? Even if my dear wife does not voice it, I would accompany you to the competition regardless. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xiaozao abruptly raised her head from his chest, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. So, you did this on purpose? Indeed, Gu Xingyi replied, reluctantly withdrawing his hand and raising his palms in mock innocence. You foolish girl. The next moment, a small hand pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch, be gentle. You'll wake Nainai. Gu Xingyi winced, harboring doubts about his life choices. It appeared that even the gentlest of women possessed this skill. He had seen countless men on Duyan experiencing similar situations. Initially skeptical, he was now a believer. You rogue. Xiaozao glared at him, her voice lowered. This scoundrel only knew how to bully her. If not for this, how could she possibly act as she did now? He did not wish to witness a perpetually timid and cautious wife in the long years ahead. Xiaozao pouted, tenderly caressing the soft flesh at Gu Xingyi's waist. Despite her words, the fact remained that he was indeed bullying her. Gu Xingyi wrapped both arms around Xiaozhou, pulling her close, their bodies pressed together. However, now that Nainai was attending kindergarten, if he were to accompany her to the competition, they would need someone to look after Nainai temporarily. Xiaozhou listened to his heartbeat, her gaze softening. After a moment of contemplation, she replied softly, "Let us trouble Lele to come and care for Nainai. It's only for a few days, and we should practice singing together. It would be better to go to the company's recording studio." After a brief pause, she gently called out to Gu Xingyi, "Good days." He responded, "Now that Nainai is in kindergarten, shouldn't she have her own little room?" Xiaozhou buried her head, her ears tinged with red. Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement. "Once we return, I will tidy up the side room and create a little princess room for Nainai. When the time comes, I'll leave the task of coaxing her to you." Xiaozhou merely nudged Gu Xingyi's chest with her head, remaining silent. Gu Xingyi pondered for a moment before continuing, "And about the car. We've been talking about buying one, but haven't found the time. I'll contact that salesperson tomorrow and get another one. It'll be convenient for picking up and dropping off Nainai from school. As for the house, we need to find a larger one. But that will have to wait until my dear wife earns some money to make it happen, as I'm a full-time stay-at-home dad." While he claimed to be a full-time dad, Gu Xingyi was genuinely busy. He had been diligently writing an anime-themed project, and in 10 days, the first season would conclude. He was also the one composing the songs, and now he was set to participate in the competition as a guest singer. Gu Xingyi chuckled at the thought. Yet he truly believed it was time for a change in their living situation, as their current home only had 2 rooms, with the side room still serving as his study. With Lele arriving tomorrow, he needed to tidy up the side room first. Xiaozhou quietly acknowledged him with a soft then quickly raised her head to plant a swift kiss on Gu Xingyi's lips. "Thank you, good days." She had long wished to express her gratitude, and now, she finally uttered the words. "Really? Then how about calling me husband so I can hear it?" Gu Xingyi watched as Xiaozhou withdrew, a smile dancing in his eyes, filled with anticipation. This made Xiaozhou blush anew, and she hurriedly scrambled off Gu Xingyi. Her pace quickened as she rushed toward the bedroom. Gu Xingyi only caught a faint whisper in his ear. "It's time for bed." "All right," Gu Xingyi chuckled. Having completed his mission for the night, and pleasantly surprised by the unexpected joy he had experienced. Rising, he stepped into the bedroom. Once back in bed, he pulled Xiaozhou into his embrace once more, leaving little Nainai unceremoniously abandoned to the side. In the darkness, Gu Xingyi contentedly closed his eyes, preparing to sleep, only to hear his beloved wife softly call out, "Husband." That night, there were no regrets. The following morning, when Xiaozhou opened her eyes, Gu Xingyi had already left the bed. She gently pulled back the covers, discovering her disheveled nightgown. "What a silly fool." Xiaozhou wrinkled her lovely nose, her cheeks flushed. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already 7:30. Looking at the still sleeping Nainai, she decisively lifted her up. It was going to be another day of forced duty for the little one. The habits she had formed would now require gradual adjustment. Gu Xingyi set breakfast on the dining table, just as Xiaozhou emerged from the bedroom, carrying Nainai. He beamed at her, now properly dressed in her nightgown. "Quickly wash up and eat." Xiaozhou shot him a glance, huffed in reply, and took Nainai to wash up. The gentle Xiaozhou, now adorably childlike, possessed a unique charm. After breakfast, Gu Xingyi took Nainai to school, while Xiaozhou contacted Lele, each fulfilling their respective roles. Lele readily agreed to help, enthusiastically volunteering to care for little Nainai, eager to embrace the adorable child every day. By the time Gu Xingyi returned, Lele had already departed for the bus station. Showcasing her impressive efficiency, Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou then busied themselves with tidying the side room, coordinating with the salesperson, and addressing various matters. Gu Xingyi harbored no extravagant desires for automobiles. As long as it could function adequately, he was content. With no business meetings to attend, he simply instructed the sales representatives at the dealership to recommend a vehicle of their choosing, stipulating only that it be readily available for pickup the following day. Time passed swiftly, and after Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou had tidied their living space, they found that midday had swiftly arrived. Xiaozhou received a call from Tao Lele, who had already arrived at the Jiangqing train station. Chapter 103. The Dynamics of the Entertainment Industry. With their domestic affairs in order, the couple set off towards the bustling metropolis of Mo. Due upon their return to the city, it was just the two of them, Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou. Gu Xingyi felt a twinge of nostalgia, reflecting on how, in his previous life as a solitary bachelor, he had never been this busy. Unexpectedly, in this life, embracing the role of a full-time father had led him to venture out more frequently. Earlier that morning, Xiaozhou had sent the competition song to Sister Yun, who, as usual, took the track to the company's recording team to produce the background music and secure copyright. Upon their arrival in Mo, the couple took a brief respite at their apartment before once again embarking on their journey to the Nainai entertainment building. They ascended to the 11th floor with ease, where Sister Yun awaited their arrival. From a distance, she spotted the couple's hands entwined, a smile gracing her face. Upon closer inspection of Xiao's beautiful visage, she felt an inexplicable sense of change. Despite only being apart for 3 days, Xiao seemed transformed, radiating a brightness that had never before characterized her demeanor. Witnessing this change filled Sister Yun with warmth, knowing how long she had cared for the young woman, understanding her cautious nature towards others. It was surprising that the catalyst for Xiao's transformation was none other than the man she had initially overlooked, Gu Xingyi. How wonderful! Yunjia. Both Xiao and Gu Xingyi called out in unison as they approached her. Sister Yun nodded, her gaze soft as she regarded the couple, reminiscent of celestial beings in their affection. You're back. Shall we dive right into vocal practice? Yes, the pressure is immense. After all, I am not a professional singer and must practice diligently to ensure I don't perform poorly in the competition, Xiao replied, a hint of bashfulness evident in her tone. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he was confident in his vocal abilities, having achieved fame with A Life With You due to his singing, he acknowledged that his proficiency paled in comparison to that of a professional. He feared he might hinder Xiao during the competition. I believe that regardless of how you sing, we'll be delighted. So isn't her happiness the most important thing? Sister Yun reassured her. Upon hearing this, Xiao felt her cheeks flush and tightened her grip on Gu Xingyi's hand. Gu Xingyi smiled, agreeing with the sentiment. As the trio conversed, they entered the recording studio. Xiao retrieved the sheet music from her bag and placed it on the music stand. While both she and Gu Xingyi dedicated themselves to the task of studying the song, they approached the material with utmost seriousness, a trait they both shared. This was their first duet of a love song, and Xiao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she sang with Gu Xingyi. The experience felt exquisite. Observing the lyrics on the sheet, she felt a twinge of nervousness, as the words echoed the sentiments she longed to express to Gu Xingyi. In the ocean of life, you are my everything. The song was titled For the Rest of Our Lives. Thanks to Gu Xingyi's familiarity with the song, he initially demonstrated greater proficiency during their practice sessions, even guiding Xiao in certain areas. However, as they progressed, he found himself thoroughly impressed. After only a few rehearsals, Xiao's vocal performance had improved remarkably, particularly in her breath control and melodic interpretation, surpassing his own capabilities. Eventually, it was Xiao who began to instruct Gu Xingyi. The afternoon melted away as they immersed themselves in the world of music. Under Xiao's tutelage, Gu Xingyi noticeably improved from their initial session. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling of exhaustion that accompanied their vocal practice. From 1 o'clock to 5, he felt as though his throat might ignite. And after singing his favorite song repeatedly, he experienced a sense of auditory fatigue. He cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao, realizing the immense effort she had invested to reach such a level of proficiency. It is often said that a moment on stage requires 10 years of hard work behind the scenes, and this was no exaggeration. Eventually, it was Xiao who recognized the fatigue etched on Gu Xingyi's face and decided to conclude their practice for the day. Gu Xingyi sighed in relief, suddenly perceiving his role as a full-time father to be remarkably effortless. As they exited the recording studio alongside Xiao and Sister Yun, Gu Xingyi held her hand and quietly murmured in her ear, "Wife, you've worked so hard." Xiao blinked, not responding. She didn't feel particularly burdened, recalling that her past experiences with singing had been far more strenuous. Yet, hearing these words from Gu Xingyi filled her heart with sweetness. At that moment, they encountered another individual emerging from the recording studio, crossing paths with the trio. Gu Xingyi looked up to see a woman clad in a cape, exuding an air of elegance, accompanied by a small assistant who kept her head bowed and wore glasses. The woman merely cast a fleeting glance at them, then huffed dismissively as she turned away, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. What is her problem? Gu Xingyi thought, bewildered, as he felt they had done nothing to provoke her. The woman seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. Her demeanor left him feeling perplexed. He turned to Sister Yun and inquired, "Who is she? Does she have an issue with Xiao?" Sister Yun shook her head, offering a wry smile as she watched the woman vanish toward the elevator. There's no conflict. Her name is Lena, a top singer at the company. You two have been so engrossed in your affection that you've paid little attention to the dynamics of the entertainment industry. The industry is limited in its resources, and with you two monopolizing the spotlight, others inevitably feel resentment. Lena, in particular, has harbored disdain since Tho joined the company, and now it seems to have morphed into jealousy. Upon hearing Sister Yun's explanation, Gu Xingyi recollected where he had seen Lena before. It was during a television advertisement that frequently aired. He realized the need for vigilance. The entertainment industry's opportunities were finite, and their success could lead to others feeling envious. However, Gu Xingyi was not one to cower in the face of such adversity. His choice of Nainai Entertainment was deliberate, given its strong commitment to cultivating talent and its prowess in shaping stars. In contrast, Xingyi Entertainment, one of the three major companies, focused more on the film industry, showcasing prominent actors, while TMEI Entertainment, also among the trio, had a less favorable reputation. Xia Xiao was a pure singer, making Nainai Entertainment the most suitable environment for her. But even if it had been unwelcoming, Gu Xingyi had alternative options, such as the more obscure Weishuo development. Chapter 104, The Eve of the Finals. As the second round of the Xingyi Hui Finals approached, public interest in the competition grew increasingly fervent. The last piece by Xia Xiao, titled Double Happiness, continues to dominate the trending charts across major platforms. Not merely due to its high click-through rates, but also thanks to the fervent covers by numerous internet celebrities, particularly within various audio streaming channels. Double Happiness has seemingly become a benchmark for assessing a host's vocal prowess. Yet, despite the multitude of renditions by internet personalities, netizens unanimously believe that the most enchanting ghost bride is none other than Xia Xiao. No one can surpass her in Double Happiness. Some have even drawn comparisons between the songs performed at this year's Star Song Festival and those from previous editions, concluding that there is simply no point of comparison. This year's festival features not only Xia Xiao's performances, which have significantly elevated the standard compared to prior years, but even the other singers have presented songs far superior to their previous offerings to avoid a dismal showing. Consequently, a new post emerged online, counting the hidden gems created by Gu Xingyi. The era of mediocre pop songs in the entertainment industry will come to an end. This post meticulously detailed the records shattered by songs like A Lifetime with You, The Wind Rises, and ultimately Double Happiness. Although these songs have yet to be officially released on the Huiyin platform, their streaming and click counts are undeniably impressive. The post concluded with a prophetic statement. Once Xia Xiao's debut album is released, every song is destined to ascend the Huiyin New Song chart, with even the Golden Melody Awards not being out of reach. This post garnered an overwhelming number of positive reviews, heightening everyone's anticipation for the second finals. What kind of song will Gu Xingyi compose for Xia Xiao next? It is worth noting that this competition allows the invitation of guest singers, and many are speculating whom Xia Xiao might choose. The prevailing sentiment is that Xia Xiao will likely invite a seasoned artist, given the stakes of this championship match. As Gu Xingyi is not a singer and cannot be compared to veteran performers in the entertainment industry, those in the know understand that it can be murky. Even the most perfect of couples may set aside their ideals for profit. However, there are also those, especially fans of Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiao, who secretly hope that Xia Xiao will invite Gu Xingyi, considering how both have consistently supported one another since their emergence in the public eye. They yearn for a couple within the entertainment realm who defies the norm, creating a sanctuary amid the industry's chaos. Unbeknownst to the outside world, Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiao have been diligently practicing their songs, arriving early and leaving late each day. Thanks to Xia Xiao's guidance, Gu Xingyi's singing skills have been improving at an astonishing rate. On September 7th, the second round of the Star Song Festival Finals officially commenced. Even now, the audience remains in the dark regarding the guest singers invited by Xia Xiao and Miao and Jun, as the production team has withheld any information to maintain suspense. At the competition venue, the crowd outside the Shanghai Sports Arena has swelled to unprecedented numbers, with an influx of reporters from various companies exceeding any previous event. The second round of the Star Song Festival Finals is likely to determine the champion, given this episode's focus on love duets. The speculation surrounding the guest singers has reached a fever pitch online, with many wondering whether these two entertainment giants will showcase their company's top artists. Historically, winning the Star Song Festival is akin to securing a ticket to the forefront of the music industry. To preserve an air of mystery, Ren Xiao had arranged a dedicated interview area for reporters outside the arena, while the guest singers had quietly slipped backstage as per the production team's arrangements. The only known contestants present for interviews were Xia Xiao and Miao and Jun. At 7 o'clock, accompanied by Yunjie, Xia Xiao made her entrance, instantly drawing cheers from the audience. Shortly thereafter, Miao and Jun, along with her assistant, also appeared to a similar uproar. This marked Xia Xiao's first formal interview since her return, and the reporters' eyes gleamed with anticipation as they crowded around, eager for exclusive insights. Ms. Xia Xiao, can you reveal the identity of your guest singer for this event? You will find out during the performance. Xia Xiao playfully replied, shaking her head, fully aware that such disclosures were strictly prohibited by the production team. Ms. Xiaoziao, could you share what your daily life with Gu Xingyi is like? This I can share, Xiaoziao said, a smile gracing her lips. It's no different from other couples. The reporter who had posed this question was momentarily taken aback. This answer was essentially no answer at all. He quickly redirected the microphone to Miao and Jun. Ms. Miao and Jun, having lost in the previous competition, do you feel confident about reclaiming victory this time? Miao and Jun glanced at Xiaoziao and smiled. I will do my best. Xiaoziao is a formidable opponent, and competing against her has been incredibly enlightening. The reporter was left speechless once more, concluding that they had collectively mastered the art of diplomatic speaking. It seemed that these two responses were effectively the same as saying nothing at all. At that moment, another reporter chimed in. Ms. Xiaoziao, what are your thoughts on the trending topic regarding Gu Xingyi's elevation of the entire Chinese music scene? Xiaoziao blinked, and in her heart, she believed Gu Xingyi to be the finest. I cannot speak for others, but in my heart, Gu Xingyi is the best composer and lyricist. The reporter who posed this question broke into a grin. This statement would undoubtedly attract significant attention. Although she qualified her statement with "in my heart," she had nonetheless proclaimed to everyone that Gu Xingyi is indeed the finest composer. Following a few more questions, Xiaoziao and Miao and Jun deemed it was time and casually wrapped up the interview before heading into the arena. The reporters quickly dispersed as they entered, leaving them both satisfied and regretful. They had gathered substantial content, but remained in the dark regarding the identities of the guest singers. Meanwhile, the audience began to queue and enter the venue, and soon the arena was filled to capacity. As the doors closed, a dazzling galaxy of stars illuminated the space above, with shimmering lights cascading onto the stage. The opening song of the Star Song Festival resounded throughout the venue, officially marking the commencement of the second round of finals. Chapter 105. We have aged, yet we are not dead. In stark contrast to the audience's palpable tension and excitement, the backstage atmosphere was tranquil. Xiaoziao and Miao and Jun, two stunning women, were engaged in a quiet conversation akin to close friends, their gazes occasionally drifting toward Gu Xingyi, both wearing smiles. Gu Xingyi, meanwhile, was conversing with a man in his 40s, a figure even Gu Xingyi, who was not particularly familiar with the entertainment industry, recognized, the legendary superstar Lu Tianwang. Upon encountering this titan, Gu Xingyi felt a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. This was his first competition, and he was facing an imposing presence. Although Lu Tianwang may not be at the peak of his career, he was once one of the four heavenly kings, and his strength and influence were evident, particularly in terms of fan engagement. Lu Tianwang, for his part, held a favorable impression of Gu Xingyi. He had come to know of Gu Xingyi when he composed A Lifetime with You, which had become Lu Tianwang's favorite among all his songs. The melody and lyrics resonated with him, evoking a sense that it was a song only someone from his generation could create. In truth, this song was crafted by the young and talented Gu Xingyi. Reflecting on this, Lu Tianwang couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Gazing at the refined and gentle Gu Xingyi before him, he remarked with a smile, I never anticipated that such a prodigy would emerge from the younger generation. To be frank, the current entertainment industry is truly perplexing. After the curtain falls on us older singers, I find it difficult to connect with the new wave of talent. It was only upon listening to your song A Lifetime with You that I realized there are still extraordinary talents among the youth. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, recognizing that this esteemed king of pop possessed an exceptionally amiable temperament, devoid of the arrogance he had often encountered in other celebrities. Your words are too flattering, senior. There is still much for me to learn, Gu Xingyi humbly responded, demonstrating the respect he held for the legendary singer. Lu Tianwang chuckled, young Gu. Excessive modesty is not advisable. Talent speaks for itself. When I was your age, I was still struggling in obscurity. His laughter caught the attention of the two leading ladies nearby. Miao and Jun's gaze flickered. It was her first collaboration with Lu Tianwang, and she felt a tinge of shyness while conversing with him. Yet, the man across from her was engaging in light-hearted banter with the king of pop, showcasing the power of both talent and charisma, a remarkable feat for someone of his age. Miao and Jun redirected her gaze to her companion, Xiaoziao, who was watching Gu Xingyi with eyes full of warmth. At that moment, Miao and Jun felt a pang of envy. Meanwhile, on stage, Chen Shuier had already taken her position, introducing the two contestants, Xiaoziao and Miao and Jun, before inviting the judges to take their seats. Next came the moment everyone had been eagerly awaiting, the contestants' performances. At the staff signal, Miao and Jun and Xiaoziao walked onto the stage, illuminated by the bright lights. Both wore exquisite long dresses designed by the production team, with Xiaoziao in white adorned with a delicate golden rose, while Miao and Jun donned a golden gown embellished with a small white rose. One exuded the charm of a neighborly girl, simple yet enchanting, while the other radiated the elegance of a royal princess, stately and poised. Together, they created a unique aesthetic, and upon their entrance, they were met with a wave of applause. Chun Schweder stood with the two contestants, feeling a mix of admiration and pressure. These two were truly formidable competitors. Let us welcome our contestants to the stage, and now, let's give a warm round of applause for today's guest performer, Lu Tianwang. The competition would commence with Miao Anjun's performance, unveiling the mystery of her guest performer, Lu Tianwang. As for Xia Xiao's guest, that remained a secret until her turn to sing, prompting the audience to jokingly criticize the production team for being so elusive. However, this did not diminish their enthusiasm for the event. When Chun Schweder announced that Miao Anjun's guest performer was Lu Tianwang, the audience erupted in shock. He was their idol from youth. Excitement surged through the crowd as many pulled out their phones to share the news with friends and family. Look at the Star Song gathering. Lu Tianwang is here. This influx of interest drew in even those who had previously overlooked the event, resulting in a flurry of comments flooding the live stream. The middle-aged army is here. Lu Tianwang is invincible. Tears of joy. I can't believe Lu Tianwang is here. How can Miao and Jun possibly lose? To be fair, I don't know who Lu Tianwang is. Who's that? Look at the comments. Clearly, some are underage. They don't even know Lu Tianwang. I don't know him either. Is he really that famous? I only know Xia Xiao and Gu Xingyi. Come on, he's called the king. How could he not be famous? We're just getting older and less active online. We're not dead. Support Lu Tianwang. Support Miao and Jun. Invincible. Such is the influence of a king, though many of his fans had settled into the routines of life. The appearance of Lu Tianwang rekindled their youthful memories. As the stage transitioned, Xia Xiao and the host retreated to the background, leaving the spotlight for Miao and Jun. Under the dazzling lights, Lu Tianwang gracefully stepped onto the stage, enthusiastically waving to the audience. Despite being in his 40s, he remained remarkably well-preserved, exuding a mature charm that drove the audience wild as they waved their glow sticks in fervent welcome. The music began to play, and as soft melodies filled the air, twinkling stars descended from the darkened stage above, creating a celestial ambience. On the large screen behind him, the title of the song they were about to perform appeared, Embracing You Under the Starlight. As the starry backdrop unfolded, Lu Tianwang, clad in a sleek black suit, began to sing softly. His voice carried a touch of nostalgia, yet it was imbued with a unique allure that captivated all who listened. The audience closed their eyes, engrossed in the performance. At the conclusion of a verse, Lu Tianwang turned his gaze towards Miao and Jun. In harmony with the flowing music, Miao and Jun met his eyes, took up the microphone, and began to sing, her voice crystalline and pure, resonating like silver bells in the ears of everyone present. The enchanting melody immediately ensnared the audience's attention, as their duet transported them into a realm of starlit romance. Above them, heart-shaped patterns formed from shimmering stars emerged, perfectly synchronized with the music, evoking memories of tender embraces with loved ones. Both the live audience and those watching online found themselves lost in the ocean of love. Even Gu Xingyi backstage shut his eyes, savoring the song. It was evident that Lu Tianwang had fully captured the essence of the piece, in terms of vocal prowess. Gu Xingyi felt a sense of inferiority. Yet, he was not intimidated. He believed that his own songs held merit as well. Xia Xiao shared a similar sentiment. As long as Gu Xingyi was by her side, she would fear no one, not even the king. Chapter 106, The Rest of Our Lives. Miao Anjun and Lu Tianwang's rendition of Embracing You Under the Starlight thoroughly awakened the audience's romantic spirits. Couples in the audience embraced beneath the heart-shaped star patterns, while the single attendees could only watch enviously, seeking solace in the company of friends beside them. This was no mere duet competition. It felt like a gathering of heartbreak. Only when the shimmering stars faded and the music drew to a close did Lu Tianwang and Miao Anjun bow deeply to the audience before gradually disappearing into the darkness of the stage. Even after their exit, the glow sticks in the audience continued to wave in unison. Gu Xingyi watched as Lu Tianwang approached, his heart swelling with admiration. This was the power of a king. The impact of his presence was undeniable. When he first arrived in this world, he thought the music scene was as mundane as it seemed, but now he realized that the perspective of the original owner had been too limited. The music industry of the previous generation was worlds apart from the present. Just as many of the middle-aged fans had expressed, they had merely aged, not departed from life. After the elder generation of artists retreated from the limelight, they busied themselves with the mundane aspects of life. Yet, when these venerable figures re-emerge, a legion of fans inevitably follows. These seasoned artists truly deserve our admiration. The barrage of comments in the live stream is now fervently flooding the screen, as the appearance of King Lu brings tears to many eyes. His effortless mastery of the song exemplifies the prowess of a true monarch of music. Tears fill my eyes. It has been a long time, King Lu. Farewell, King Lu. After hearing this song, I must once again confront the challenges of life. Have you all noticed how Xingyi resembles the older generation of artists? The songs they create are simply magnificent. This is what we call legacy. In Hogyuo, it is always the case that during the bleakest moments in every field, someone rises to the occasion. Xingyi is such an individual. Indeed, as a middle-aged person, I recall the music of the entertainment industry being rather uninspiring until Xingyi came along, reigniting my passion for song. I just wish I knew who the guest singer for Xiaozhao would be. It's disheartening. I truly hope it's Xingyi. That seems improbable. In the entertainment circle, those who understand know the truth. Miao and Jun has invited the king. So Xiaozhao, surely one T be lacking either. Why is it impossible? I sincerely believe Xiaozhao and Xingyi are truly different from others. What is there to argue about? We'll know soon enough. A bunch of contrarians. Shoo. It's starting. While intense discussions raged online, Xiaozhao graced the stage, clad in a white dress adorned with a golden flower at her chest, her face radiating a blissful smile that left the audience in a daze. Such a look of happiness was something they had not witnessed on Miao and Jun's face moments ago. This is the expression that only genuine love can evoke. Though Miao and Jun and King Lu sang beautifully together, they lacked the romantic glances that couples share, as they were not truly a couple and thus could not convey that natural chemistry. In contrast, Xiaozhao's gaze now unmistakably reflected that of a love-struck woman. Seeing Xiaozhao in this light, many in the audience felt a slight tremor in their hearts. Could it be? Is it truly him? On stage, the lighting shifted, and warm beams illuminated the space, as delicate pink rose petals cascaded from above. Following this, the title of the song appeared on the big screen, The Rest of Our Lives. The lyrics, composition, and arrangement were once again by Xingyi. However, when the audience saw the name of the performer, their hearts skipped a beat, filled with overwhelming satisfaction. The barrage of comments in the live stream, which had momentarily paused, erupted once more. I told you, they are extraordinary, truly worthy of my admiration. Open your eyes and behold. Performing, Xingyi. Xiaozhao, a refreshing current in the entertainment industry. My friends, I am in awe. Just the name has left me astounded. This is Xiaozhao. They say the entertainment industry is murky. Sorry, that is simply untrue. A duet of love songs requires a couple after all. Xia and Gu, they have not disappointed me. How dare she? Isn't she afraid of losing? Do you look down on my Xingyi? Although he has made mistakes, he has genuinely changed. And he is quite famous. Regardless of the audience's reactions, at this moment, Xiaozhao gazes at the backstage entrance with tender eyes, where a familiar figure slowly emerges. Soft music begins to play, and under the warm lights, Xingyi, dressed in a sleek black suit with a golden rose pinned to his chest, approaches Xiaozhao with deep affection. The audience, both present and watching the live stream, gasped in astonishment. It was the first time they had seen Xingyi in such formal attire, and the clarity of the moment was striking. This man, dressed impeccably, truly looks quite dashing. As the prelude drew to a close, amidst the shower of rose petals, Xingyi took the microphone and began to sing softly, in a windless place. I seek the sun. Where you are cold, I will be your warmth. Amidst the chaos of the world, you are always too naive for the rest of our lives. I only want you. As he sang these lines, Xingyi stepped closer to Xiaozhao, lowered the microphone, and gazed at her with tenderness. He gently tapped her nose with his finger. The single crowd was utterly mesmerized. This was a gathering of heartstrings, each time more profound than the last. Those in the audience with girlfriends or wives beamed with joy, turning to their partners and mimicking Xingyi's gesture, causing both to share a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the single men could only gaze at their burly friends, tears of helplessness welling in their eyes. This gesture was simply beyond their capabilities. Xiaozhou's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked up at him, her eyes filled with adoration. She raised her microphone once more, her gentle voice resonating through the air. For the rest of our lives, the wind and snow are you. The mundane is you. The humble is you. The glory is you. The tenderness in my heart is you. Wherever I gaze, it is you. A cascade of lights illuminated the scene, and amidst the pink rose rain, starlight began to sparkle once more. Dots of starlight danced upon Xiaozhao, casting a soft glow on her collarbone, twinkling enchantingly, making Xingyi's gaze dissolve into the utmost tenderness. The moment Xiaozhao's pure and gentle voice filled the air, the audience was utterly entranced by her song. Not only the audience, but even the mentors, including Miao and Jun and King Lu backstage, exchanged glances filled with warmth and delight. Professionals excel in their craft. While people were captivated by the tenderness in Xingyi's eyes and the atmosphere of the stage during his performance, the moment Xiaozhao began to sing, Everyone was instantly drawn into her melodic embrace. The audience felt as though waves of electric currents coursed through them, immersing them in the beauty of the rest of our lives. If King Lu and Miao Enjun sang of love in the present, then Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao sang of love in the future. Both the present and the future embody perfect love, intoxicating to behold. Chapter 107. Wherever I look, it is all you. On stage, the two of them, in formal attire and a flowing gown, held each other's hands amidst the shower of petals and starlight. Facing the audience below, at that moment, every viewer held their breath, gazing dreamily at the couple on stage, resembling celestial beings in love. Such love is truly beautiful. They too yearned for it. As the music played on, Xiaozhou lifted her microphone once more, taking the lead in this segment. Her eyes sparkled like water, filled with joy as she glanced at Gu Xingyi beside her, her lips parting gently. I wish to take you to see the vast blue skies. I want to shout out that I am enchanted by you. In the fleeting past, you will always be moved. For the rest of our lives, I only want you. Gu Xingyi took Xiaozhou's hand and stepped forward, and in the audience's astonishment, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace, smiling as he gently kissed her forehead. Xiaozhou's mouth fell slightly open, her expression adorably innocent. She had not anticipated Gu Xingyi would act so spontaneously. For Gu Xingyi, this song resonated deeply. Every time he heard it, he imagined what the person who would accompany him through life would be like. Now he realized that person is Xiaozhou. Immersed in the melody, Gu Xingyi felt as though he could envision the future he would share with her. He took the microphone, as if tenderly confiding in Xiaozhou. For the rest of our lives, the wind and snow are you. The blossoms of spring are you. The summer rain is you. The golden hues of autumn are you. The changing seasons are you. Wherever I gaze, it is you. At this moment, all the viewers watching the Star Song gathering were no longer concerned with how Gu Xingyi sang or whether he surpassed King Lu. Such considerations had become irrelevant. It is of paramount importance that they have all been completely immersed in the ethereal spectacle upon the stage, lost in the beautiful declarations of love that will resonate throughout their lives. As far as the eye can see, everything is you. For the remainder of my days, I desire only you. Time flows like water, perpetually silent. As long as you are present, it is always a sunny day. In the judges' panel, several mentors were visibly moved. People often speak of vocal prowess, yet no matter how exceptional the singing may be, it ultimately serves to enable the audience to resonate profoundly with the song. Although Gu Xingyi's vocal abilities may be somewhat lacking, he succeeded in achieving that resonance. In the broadcasting room, Rin Chao clutched his chest, no longer focused on the skyrocketing data displayed on the monitor. Rather, he was deeply touched to witness such a duo in the current entertainment industry atmosphere. Though he was already aware that Xiaozhou had invited Gu Xingyi as a guest performer, the exhilaration and shock of seeing them on stage together was a sentiment that no hastily assembled pair could ever evoke. This was a feeling that emanated from within, utterly enchanting. Meanwhile, in various live streaming rooms, the barrage of comments read, "For the remainder of my days, it is all you." Many couples secretly resolved that when they wed, they would undoubtedly sing this song at their wedding. This is the allure of a duet. Backstage, King Lu watched the pair on stage, embracing each other like a prince and princess, a smile gracing his face. With his eyes slightly misty, he suddenly felt that this journey was worth it. The entertainment industry has promising successors, and it will no longer be subjected to criticism. On stage, Gu Xingyi wrapped one arm around Xiaozhou's waist, while the other gently twirled her around before they stood side by side once more, facing the audience. Together, they raised the microphone, gazing into each other's eyes. Filled with affection, the duet commenced. For the remainder of my days, the storms and snows are you. The mundane is you. The simplicity is you. The glory is you. The tenderness within my heart is you. Wherever I gaze, it is you. Wherever I gaze, it is you. As the music faded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Moved and envious, for such a pair is truly rare. "Kiss her," someone shouted from the crowd. In the next moment, all the audience members joined in a chorus of cheers. "Kiss her, kiss her." Xiaozhou's face flushed deeper, overwhelmed by the presence of so many spectators. Gu Xingyi turned to the audience, microphone in hand, and playfully queried, "A kiss?" The crowd immediately erupted in excitement, their cheers reaching a fever pitch. However, ever the clever one, Gu Xingyi wore a mischievous smile and added, "Dream on. If we're to kiss, it'll have to wait until we get home." Hushed murmurs of discontent swept through the audience, escalating the lively atmosphere. Even the viewers in the live stream began to chuckle, transforming into keyboard warriors as the comments flooded the screen. "Oh, Gu Xingyi, just wait and see. Cut it out. Who wants to watch you flaunt your love? If you're not going to kiss, then why act tough? Hey, Gu Xingyi, can you even handle this? Seriously, if you can't, just say so, and let me take your place." From above, someone shouted, "I can hear your scheming from 1,000 miles away." Gu Xingyi sighed. Once, an incredible opportunity lay before me. But I did not cherish it. Only after it was gone did I realize that if heaven were to grant me another chance, I would definitely, absolutely, go for that kiss. But alas, my friends, he said he'd kiss her at home, and I'm just swooning. Gu Xingyi chose to ignore the audience's uproar. Gazing tenderly at the bashful Xiaoxiao, after a moment's thought, he removed the golden rose adorning his chest and placed it in her hair. With this embellishment, Xiaozhou appeared even more beautiful, resembling the bride of his dreams, intensifying the joy in his eyes. The audience below was once again inundated with love, their cheers growing more exuberant. Fortunately, host Qin Shuer quickly took the stage, striving to calm the excited crowd, stabilizing their fervor. Subsequently, Miao Anjun and King Lu were also invited onto the stage, the four of them standing side by side, facing the judges' panel. It was time for the mentors to provide their critiques and cast their votes. First to comment was Gao Yu. He looked at the four individuals on stage, suddenly feeling at a loss for words. After much contemplation, he finally managed a wry smile and began, "Judging this performance is more challenging than death itself." As soon as the words left his lips, the audience erupted in laughter. Fully understanding the gravity of the combination on stage, a king and the most renowned lyricist of the moment, anyone would feel daunted. However, as a professional judge, I must express my thoughts. Firstly, Lu Tianwang and Miao Anjun, your duet left me in awe. Lu Tianwang is undoubtedly a seasoned veteran, his prowess unquestionable, but Miao Anjun, you surprised me greatly today. Your performance was exceptional, and you held your own alongside the king, which is commendable. Secondly, Gu Xingyi and Xiaoxiao, I find myself at a loss for words, as I too was swept away into the happiness you envisioned through your song, and the stage presence was simply flawless. If an uninformed viewer were to witness this, they would surely think it was a wedding ceremony. Gao Yu paused momentarily, a pained smile crossing his face. For the audience, this competition was a feast, but for him, it was truly a hellish trial. He still had not decided whom to vote for. At that moment, all eyes in the audience were fixed on Gao Yu, who slumped slightly, finally reaching a decision. I cast my vote for Miao Anjun, as I am a professional mentor. And from a performance perspective, Miao Anjun and Lu Tianwang are clearly superior. After casting his vote, Gao Yu felt an immense sense of relief, leaning back in his chair. This voting process had truly exhausted him, more so than hosting a concert. Heaven knows how long he had wrestled internally. Chapter 108, The Tug of War of Voting. The voting segment is always the most tense moment of the event. The four individuals on stage maintained their composure, while the audience below held their breaths, seemingly more anxious than the participants themselves, as they each supported their chosen contestant. It wasn't until Gao Yu cast his vote that a murmur of noise rippled through the audience. To the professional judges, Gao Yu's vote was justifiable, yet for the audience, they resonated more with Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao's rendition of For the Remainder of My Days. Many felt a sense of disappointment, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Gao Yu's critique was indeed valid. Despite Gu Xingyi's diligent practice over the past few days, his expertise fell short when compared to Lu Tianwang. The second judge to vote was Xue Xiaoqian, who wore a troubled expression, pondering for a long while. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and addressed the four individuals on stage. My perspective may differ from that of Mentor Gao. I believe that songs serve as a means for people to express their emotions, and within them, individuals find their own points of resonance. The reason professional singers can elevate the audience's atmosphere is that their performances resonate with the people, and tonight, Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou have undoubtedly excelled in this regard. Therefore, my vote will also go to Xiaozhou. When a song strikes a chord with the heart, in my eyes, Xiaozhou and Gu Xingyi have already won. Xue Xiaoqian concluded his thoughts with a sigh of relief. 1,000 readers have 1,000 interpretations, and naturally, 1,000 listeners possess 1,000 feelings. When faced with two hard-earned, beautiful songs, Xue Xiaoqian chose to follow his heart. The score was once again tied at 1-1, causing the audience to hold their breath, uncertain of the outcome of the evening. At this moment, the four individuals on stage appear to be the most at ease. They each harbor the sentiment that, regardless of the outcome, they have exerted their utmost effort, and such endeavor is the finest answer one can provide oneself. There is a saying that goes, "You need only to strive, and leave the rest to fate." This reflects the mindset of the four on stage. When it was the turn of the third mentor, Eason Chan, to cast his vote, he refrained from offering commentary initially. Instead, he rose to his feet and bowed to the four performers before expressing his heartfelt sentiments. To speak candidly, I have not paid attention to the Mandarin music scene for many years, but today I realized my error. It is not as desolate as I had imagined. Here I stand, witnessing the emergence of two exquisite love ballads and the sparks ignited by the collision of new and old generations. If I were to judge solely based on the performances and songs of the two contestants, my vote would go to Xiaoziao. However, considering the contributions of the accompanying guest singers, I must ultimately choose Miao Inyun and King Lu. I concur with Gao Yu's perspective. As a professional vocalist, I naturally lean towards the more technically proficient ensemble. Thus, my vote is cast for Miao Inyun. As Eason Chan concluded his statement, Gu Xingyi on stage offered a resigned smile. Indeed, it was he who hindered Xiaoziao's chances in terms of professional singing ability. He could not compare to King Lu. With this vote, the tally reached 21, and all eyes turned to Lu Ruying as the director zoomed in for a close-up. When the camera focused, everyone was momentarily taken aback, for they noticed Lu Ruying secretly wiping away tears. As a former queen of love songs, she felt deeply moved by the beautiful love portrayed by Xiaoziao and Gu Xingyi. Upon realizing the camera was on her, she quickly composed herself, wiping her eyes and forcing a smile. Apologies for my lapse in composure. This vote goes to Xiaoziao. I have no profound critiques to offer. I merely wish to express that your song touched me deeply. Observing Lu Ruying's genuine emotion, both Xiaoziao and Gu Xingyi bowed in respect, particularly for Gu Xingyi. Seeing the familiar face at the mentor's table evoked a profound nostalgia. The Lu Ruying of this world seemed little different from the one he remembered. Yet she had a signature song that had yet to be revealed, leaving him uncertain whether it would ever surface in this reality. A sense of melancholy settled in Gu Xingyi's heart, as he felt that if that song never came to light, it would be a significant loss for this world. With the mentor's votes concluded, the tally stood at 2-2. It was now time for the audience to express their opinions. The large screen lit up as real-time voting commenced. The audience members eagerly pulled out their phones, anxiously casting their votes for their favored contestants. In that moment, even the barrage of comments in various live streaming rooms ceased, as everyone following Star Song Gathering rushed to click the voting button. Voting was restricted to real names. One vote per person, making each vote critical to the outcome of the competition. For the audience, this was a unique battle. The fate of their beloved contestants hung entirely in their hands, prompting many to rally friends and family, actively campaigning for their chosen stars. The familial group, for Xiaoziao, Gu Xingyi, and Gu Xingyi had transformed from a small chat into 5 large groups. The previously reclusive group leader, Xiao Hong, suddenly emerged, fervently urging group members to notify their friends and relatives to vote for Xiaoziao. Concurrently, various long-dormant accounts surfaced online, representing middle-aged individuals grappling with life as challenges, now rallying for King Lu. This was a clash between the fans of the new generation and the old, a competition between the new king and the old king. On the large screen, the real-time support rates for both sides remained high, fiercely competitive and ever-increasing, surpassing the intensity of any previous match. The audience's voting had devolved into a tug-of-war, each side vying for dominance. At this moment, even numerous media outlets gazed in disbelief at the support rates displayed on the screen. They had never anticipated that Gu Xingyi's influence would rival that of King Lu. Despite the latter's age, he was still a king. They had initially presumed Xiaoziao's choice of Gu Xingyi as a guest singer would be a misstep. However, the current situation had decisively proven them wrong. When did Gu Xingyi begin to amass such popularity? Upon reflection, they suddenly realized that the recent chart-topping songs in the Mandarin music scene were all penned by Gu Xingyi. This young man had quietly secured half of the Mandarin music industry. Although Gu Xingyi's name had dominated the trending searches lately, most discussions revolved around personal controversies, such as domestic disputes and competitive challenges, overshadowing the brilliance of his songwriting. It was only now that they recalled, setting aside these matters, they had been consistently listening to Gu Xingyi's music. Frightening. The media, upon recognizing this, swallowed hard, suddenly aware that the Mandarin music scene might be on the brink of transformation. If the songs created by Gu Xingyi were to be compiled into an album and released on Hualien, the charts would be unimaginable. Could one individual possess the power to dominate the charts? With this thought, their gaze instinctively returned to the large screen above the Star Song Gathering stage. They understood that if Xiaoziao emerged victorious, it would signify a true turning point in the entertainment industry from that moment onward. Chapter 109, Reactions from All Sides. This edition of Star Song Gathering is the most popular in history, captivating not only the audience, but also the entire entertainment industry. Major entertainment companies such as Xingyi Entertainment, Yanhai Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment, and various other firms have gathered their executives in conference rooms across their offices. The media had sensed the shift. And how could the industry leaders be oblivious? They had convened a meeting previously, but at that time, few believed Gu Xingyi possessed the capability to alter the landscape of the entertainment industry. However, the situation had changed. On the Star Song Gathering stage, Gu Xingyi's staggering popularity was unequivocally signaling that he was approaching the stature of a king. Although his experience was lacking, his popularity had begun to coalesce. Compared to the kings of old, he might only be a single opportunity away. Since the gradual retreat of the four heavenly kings, no one in the Chinese entertainment industry had garnered such widespread popularity. Gu Xingyi was the first. Ironically, he couldn't even be considered a legitimate member of the industry. A figure who had always lingered on the fringes of the entertainment world, yet commanded such influence. This was the most formidable aspect. In the conference room of Nainai Entertainment, executives were intently watching the live broadcast of Star Song Gathering. The director's camera shifted to Gu Xingyi, and even Yang Xian's previously serene expression betrayed a hint of disturbance. He recalled how not long ago, Gu Xingyi had boldly approached him in the magical city, requesting what seemed an impossible top-tier contract. At that time, Yang Xian had regarded Gu Xingyi as a talented, courageous, and capable young man. Little did he anticipate that merely 2 months later, the trending searches would be as accessible as his backyard, with the Mandarin music scene now dominated by this man. Yang Xian took a deep breath, uncertain whether to feel joy or apprehension. Such prominence invites scrutiny, and after this incident, the lives of Xia Zhou and Gu Xingyi would likely become tumultuous. With even differing voices emerging within his own company, the cake is merely this large. If you wish to consume it entirely, what shall become of others? Yang Xian's gaze flickered as he stared at the large screen, his fingers unconsciously drumming upon the table. In the conference room, the one whose emotions were even more intricate than Yang Xian's was none other than Yang Chailin, seated below. The once commanding woman appeared somewhat gone upon their reunion. She cast her eyes towards Gu Xingyi on the screen, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Since their last phone call, Yang Chailin had refrained from reaching out to him, for she, astute as she was, had discerned the deliberate distance in Gu Xingyi's tone. During this time, she had come to grasp her own feelings, admitting to a certain admiration for Gu Xingyi. Perhaps it had begun the moment he first answered her call. Or perhaps it blossomed when he serenaded as long as it is ordinary in the office. At some indefinable moment, Gu Xingyi had captivated her heart. Indeed, a man so talented and amiable is hard to overlook. She, too, was not immune to his allure. Yet she understood that Gu Xingyi belonged to Xiaozhou, and thus, she chose not to intrude upon his life, deliberately avoiding any news of him. Now, seeing Gu Xingyi once again, he shone even more brilliantly than before, drawing the gazes of many, with his bond with Xiaozhou evidently deepening. Lowering her head with a bitter smile, Yang Chailin found herself unable to look further. She could not fathom why she had developed feelings for a married man. It could only be said that love knows no origin and runs profound. At this moment, Xingyi Entertainment, akin to Nainai Entertainment, had all its senior executives gathered in the conference room, presided over by the chairman, Tian Xingyi. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of Nainai Entertainment's meeting, Xingyi Entertainment emanated a distinctly relaxed vibe. Even the plumpness of Tian Xingyi's face jiggled with his hearty laughter. He chuckled while adjusting the gold-rimmed round glasses perched upon his nose. Now this is entertaining. The arrival of Gu Xingyi stirs the once stagnant waters of the music industry. Splendid. After all, our focus is not solely on music. Film is the cornerstone of our company's success. Ha! The senior executives in the room erupted in laughter at this remark. A director seated to Tian Xingyi's left promptly extolled. Chairman Tian's methods are indeed commendable. By inviting a superstar, we can showcase Gu Xingyi's prowess for all to see. Even if he falters, it is no loss to us, while other companies will be left in dismay. Should he succeed, it is our Mia and Jun who triumphs, and naturally, we shall rejoice. Ha! Winning is joyous for all, and losing is merely a minor setback. Brilliant strategy. Tian Xingyi blinked his shrewd eyes, casting an appreciative glance towards the director beside him. Flattery, after all, is a language that never falters, and Tian Xingyi felt immensely gratified. You may profit, Gu Xingyi. But I, Tian Xingyi, shall never incur a loss. At that moment, the most distressed were the executives of Nainai Entertainment. With their 2 dark horses eliminated from this year's Xingyi, they had assumed they were out of the running. Yet now, calamity struck from the heavens. One Gu Xingyi had thrown everyone into disarray. The thought that future chart-topping songs might all be pinned by him filled them with a sense of foreboding. In Nainai Entertainment's conference room, a palpable gloom hung in the air, and Chairman Lu Gao wore a particularly sullen expression. Can someone enlighten me about Lu Qian's situation? Where did Gu Xingyi spring from? An already married woman, who had retreated from the industry for 2 years, suddenly elevated by him? Lu Gao felt utterly drained. Having spent recent weeks abroad negotiating projects, he had scarcely monitored domestic affairs, never anticipating that in his brief absence, his home would be plundered. The executives exchanged glances, bewildered. They had no inkling of this monstrous figure's emergence. All they knew was that those few songs were undeniably melodious. Observing the silent leaders around him, Lu Gao's anger flared. You incompetent fools. All of you have become so intoxicated by indulgence that you've lost all sense of urgency. Now, immediately, investigate the origins of this situation. No one leaves until we uncover the truth. Furthermore, contact the trolls, regardless of the cost. We must ensure that Mia Anjun and King Lu emerge victorious. We cannot allow Gu Xingyi to solidify his reputation as a contender for the next king, minimizing his influence. Moreover, send someone out tomorrow to reach out to Gu Xingyi to gauge his reaction under the guise of arranging a songwriting collaboration. Lu Gao concluded, casting his gaze once more to the large screen, where Gu Xingyi's smiling face appeared increasingly irksome. Aside from these three giants, various small to medium-sized entertainment companies were swiftly mobilizing. Some chose to court favor with Gu Xingyi, extending gestures of goodwill, while others, like Yinhai Entertainment, opted to extinguish his burgeoning flame before it fully ignited. In a flash, the entire entertainment industry was rife with undercurrents. While the atmosphere at the Xingyi venue remained remarkably tranquil, the venue was enveloped in silence. All eyes fixated on the live support ratings displayed on the large screen, none daring to breathe a word. For on the screen, the support rates for both contenders astonishingly remained equal. How utterly absurd. Chapter 110, a unique moment in entertainment history. All spectators, including mentors and contestants, widened their eyes in disbelief at the screen. Equalized? How is this even possible? The support votes for both sides had reached identical figures, a phenomenon never witnessed in the annals of Xingyi history. Given the vast audience base, such a scenario was virtually inconceivable. As time ticked away, the vote counts appeared frozen, neither side seeming to garner any further votes. The countdown to the voting period's conclusion drew near, and the audience instinctively swallowed hard. Could it be? Would this competition conclude in such a manner? Just as the crowd resigned themselves to this outcome, suddenly, the support votes for Xiaozhou flickered momentarily. After nearly 5 minutes of parody, with only a minute remaining, Xiaozhou unexpectedly gained one vote. A gasp rippled through the audience, their hearts racing as if on a roller coaster, tension reaching a fever pitch. Could it be? Was Xiaozhou truly on the cusp of victory? On the screen, the countdown had commenced, 605958. At this moment, both the live audience and those watching from home found themselves synchronized in counting down the numbers alongside the timer. Tension, excitement. Could it be that today, Gu Xingyi would triumph over the seasoned King Lu in this competition? This kind of reversal was a cherished fantasy for many. At this juncture, the contest seemed to have little bearing on Xiaozhou and Mia Anjun. Rather, the audience was eager to discern who between Gu Xingyi and King Lu commanded greater popularity. Just as the crowd reached a fervor, counting down to 40, suddenly, Mia Anjun's support votes flickered as well. Another round of gasps erupted in the venue. Had the scores equalized once more? Yet reality surpassed all expectations. After a brief pause, Mia Anjun's votes surged. 1, 2, rapidly accumulating at a visible pace. This anomalous scene caused brows to furrow throughout the audience. The disciplined nature of these votes was reminiscent of a well-oiled machine, far beyond what mere fans could orchestrate. The professional nature of this voting spike felt unsettling. While the audience remained puzzled, the mentors and contestants on stage, along with Ren Xiao, who was observing from backstage, understood all too well. Someone had enlisted the services of trolls. Ren Xiao clenched his fists. This was the second occurrence of such interference on his program, and he remained utterly powerless to prevent it. Unprecedented vulnerabilities have manifested in this year's Stellar Song Conference. During the invitation of participants, agreements were established with their respective companies to prohibit vote manipulation. Yet now, blatant ballot rigging has occurred. Ren Xiao is acutely aware that this could not possibly be the doing of Xingyi Entertainment. The penalties for breach of contract far outweigh the benefits of Miao Anjun winning the championship, especially since this is merely the second round of the finals, and the ultimate victor remains uncertain. It is equally implausible that Yinhai Entertainment is involved, as Xiaozhou is one of their contestants. The only entities left are TMEI Entertainment and various small to medium-sized companies. Ren Xiao suddenly comprehends their intentions. Some individuals are determined to prevent Gu Xingyi from ascending. Although he grasps the situation, he feels powerless. He is merely a director and cannot contend with these corporations. Even the company backing him cannot stand against such a multitude of vested interests. This is the entertainment industry. This damned entertainment industry is truly beyond redemption. Ren Xiao slammed his fist onto the table before him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. After some time, he closed his eyes and began to take deep breaths. Once he managed to calm his emotions, his gaze became serene, as if he had made a significant decision. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed the company. On the stage, the real-time voting results have emerged. Miao Anjun has triumphed, leading by several thousand votes. Yet neither she nor Lu Tianwang displays any signs of joy. To win in such a manner is an affront to their identities as artists. The previously tense atmosphere has now experienced an unusual lull, leaving the audience in stunned silence. If a few votes, or even a dozen, had swung the results, it would not have been surprising. There are always latecomers. However, this widespread, synchronized vote manipulation is exceedingly peculiar. Within the livestream, individuals have begun to voice their suspicions, as viewers are not easily deceived. What is happening? My heart was in my throat, and suddenly, this occurs? Is this another dark undercurrent? It shouldn't be. Miao Anjun had a fair chance of winning. There are still several seconds left. I trust Lu Tianwang's integrity. The production team wouldn't be foolish enough to let this happen. It's likely that someone is meddling. Perhaps hired votes. How should this be counted? What can be done? A loss is a loss. We can still enjoy another round. Those upstairs, you can't say that. This voting is clearly abnormal. Does that mean Xia Zhao deserves to lose? Enough. Let us wait for the results. Let us see what the production team will say. The results have been announced. Regardless, as the host, Chen Shuier must make the announcement. With a hint of resignation, she picked up the microphone, ready to speak. When she noticed director Rin Chao hurriedly approaching from backstage. Upon reaching, Rin Chao whispered something to Chen Shuier, who, upon hearing, appeared relieved and passed the microphone to him. He accepted the microphone, slightly nodding to the four individuals on stage before turning to face the audience. Hello everyone, it's good to see you again. I am Rin Chao, the director of the production team. I will be hosting the remainder of the event. The results of the competition have been revealed. Although there were some tumultuous moments during the voting period, the outcome is as it is. Rin Chao gazed at the audience with a serious tone, and the director timely shifted the camera to him, creating a tranquil atmosphere as everyone awaited his next move. I believe many of you understand the circumstances surrounding the additional votes. This situation reflects a mistake on our part as a production team, as well as a failure of the entertainment industry. As the director, I regret that we did not witness contestant Xiaozhou claim victory today. However, I am also pleased that contestant Miao Anjun succeeded, as I believe both of their performances deserve to be recognized in this competition. As for the result, Miao Anjun is still the winner. In my heart, they are both champions. After delivering these words, the audience responded with a mix of murmurings, yet the noise dissipated quickly. Although they were dissatisfied with the vote count, they still recognized the talents of Miao Anjun and Lu Tianwang. Once the venue fell silent again, Rin Chao continued, Now, I must announce that this year's Stellar Song Conference is concluded. I apologize for not providing an optimal viewing experience. We will ensure to improve the competition's framework. The next Stellar Song Conference will not encounter any issues. Although this competition did not yield a champion, I firmly believe that the true champion resides in each of your hearts. After solemnly stating this, Rin Chao bowed deeply to the astonished audience before casting an apologetic glance at the four on stage. The four smiled warmly at him, admiring his courage to make such a decision. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to act in such a manner. Thus, the Stellar Song Conference concluded abruptly, without a champion. And even before the program had fully aired, a situation unprecedented in the annals of entertainment history, it stands as both the most failed and the most successful program. For it has introduced the majority to the remarkable Xingyi, and featured numerous songs capable of dominating the charts. Though the viewers feel regret, the champion in their hearts has already been established. Chapter 111. After the competition. Backstage at the Magic City Sports Arena, the staff busily tidies up the venue. Xingyi and her three companions stand alongside Rin Chao, observing the scene before them with a sense of wistfulness. A splendid program has concluded in such a manner. The grandeur of the past days vividly lingers in their minds, and they never anticipated this would be the final outcome, especially for Rin Chao, who now appears somewhat dejected. This program was his labor of love, and now it has vanished in an instant, likely never to witness such an exhilarating competition again. At that moment, the four mentors approached, having completed their own tasks. Shui Xiaoqian, seemingly more familiar with Rin Chao, patted him on the shoulder. Director Rin, don't be too hard on yourself. It has come to this, but let us pay more attention moving forward and improve the rules. Rin Chao managed a wry smile, shaking his head. It's not that simple. Because I forced the competition to end, the breach of contract will wipe out all the earnings from this event. Whether I can retain my position as director is now in question. It's that serious? Shui Xiaoqian was taken aback, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Rin Chao waved his hand, seemingly reluctant to delve into it further. Although he might lose his job over this, he does not regret his actions. The others present exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Xingyi, holding Xia Zhou's hand, gazed at the middle-aged Rin Xiao with increasing admiration for his courage and integrity. Such a choice is difficult for most to make. Rin Xiao noticed the awkward atmosphere he had inadvertently created and quickly smiled, saying, "Hey, you all talk about whatever you like, don't mind me. My situation is still undecided, after all." With Rin Xiao's reassurance, the group began to shake off the uncomfortable tension. The elder Lu Tianwang was the first to break the silence, turning to Gu Xingyi with a smile. "The biggest surprise for me this time was you. I can already foresee that you will certainly hold a prominent place in the future of the Chinese music scene." Lu Tianwang's eyes brimmed with admiration, causing Gu Xingyi to feel somewhat bashful. He believed he possessed no extraordinary qualities. All credit belonged to the predecessors of the original world. Before Gu Xingyi could respond, Xue Xiaoqian chimed in, "Indeed, Lu Tianwang speaks the truth. Gu Xingyi, you are so remarkable. I wonder if I will have the honor of inviting you to collaborate in the future?" The others present were intrigued by Xue Xiaoqian's words, their eyes lighting up as they turned to Gu Xingyi. As seasoned vocalists, they naturally yearn for a song that truly belongs to them. While they are not lacking in songs, they indeed crave masterpieces. They are well aware of Gu Xingyi's remarkable talent. His songs are predominantly exquisite. Upon noticing the eager gazes of his peers, he quickly waved his hands in a gesture of modesty. "Please, esteemed seniors, do not overwhelm me. Should the need arise in the future, I would be more than willing to give it a try. Then it's settled," he added, winking at Xia Xiao, who must not feel jealous. It was then that Gu Xingyi realized that Xue Xiaoqian was quite the extrovert. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xue Xiaoqian, with a smile, included Xia Xiao in the conversation, drawing them closer together. Xia Zhou's cheeks flushed slightly. Her hand was still clasped in Gu Xingyi's. And upon hearing Xue Xiaoqian's words, she quickly shook her head. "Not at all. Gu Xingyi has always had his own ideas when it comes to songwriting." Initially, Xue Xiaoqian had merely been jesting, but seeing Xia Xiao's earnest response startled him, prompting laughter from the group. It was surprising to discover that the radiant Xia Xiao on stage was, in reality, such a gentle and endearing individual. The group continued to share light-hearted banter for a while, and before parting ways, several mentors, including Rin Xiao and even King Lu, added Gu Xingyi on WeChat. Meanwhile, Miao Anjun did not seek to add Gu Xingyi, yet she had already exchanged contact details with Xia Zhou, having grown quite familiar with her through the two competitions. As they exited the sports hall, they went their separate ways. Traditionally, after the conclusion of the program, everyone would gather for a celebratory drink to commemorate the successful end of the show. However, due to the unforeseen events of this season, the celebratory gathering was naturally cancelled. As Miao Anjun settled into the company's van, she chanced upon the sight of Xia Zhou, engaged in conversation with Gu Xingyi, both boarding a vehicle, which then departed the parking lot ahead of her. Watching their vehicle disappear from sight, Miao Anjun felt a flicker of envy. She admired Xia Xiao, recognizing her strength, amiable nature, and beauty. Most importantly, she had a wonderful partner. During their conversation, amidst the illustrious array of veteran singers, including a superstar, their discussions consistently revolved around Gu Xingyi. Though both she and Xia Zhou were competitors, it was evident that their statuses diverged greatly. Primarily because Xia Zhou had Gu Xingyi by her side, whereas she herself was backed solely by a company focused on the film industry. Everyone possesses their own struggles, and Miao Anjun was no exception. With the unexpected conclusion of the Star Song Conference, she would return to her arduous existence as a third-tier singer. Following the competition, Xia Xiao found herself busier than ever. Upon their return to the apartment, Sister Yun approached, burdened with a stack of documents, encompassing a myriad of tasks, producing albums, attending events, promoting albums, and fan meet and greets, a veritable avalanche of responsibilities. The days of leisure seemed to be slipping further from her grasp. Upon witnessing the substantial pile of documents, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but massage his temples in sympathy. Xia Xiao and Sister Yun sat on the couch, quietly perusing the pages, while Gu Xingyi refrained from interrupting, opting instead to retreat to the kitchen. This was her career, and as long as she was content, that was what mattered. "Sister Yun, please help me push these advertisements. The other two can be accepted, but we must verify the authenticity of the products. Moreover, I will only have time to shoot after the album is released." As she read through, Xia Zhao frowned and extracted a few advertising invitations, discarding those with even the slightest flaws. Sister Yun picked up the rejected invitations, scrutinizing them with a hint of concern. "Have you really turned them all down? Two of these advertisers are major partners of the company. If we refuse, I fear some within the company may voice their discontent." "Sister Yun, there's no need to overthink it. Just decline. The contract is unequivocal, and there are no issues. Furthermore, let us not forget that the album's copyright must remain with us. Everything should proceed according to the contract. They at Yinhai cannot afford to lose out." Before Xiaozhou could speak, Gu Xingyi, wielding a spatula, leaned against the kitchen doorframe and interjected. His relationship with Yinhai Entertainment was merely a collaborative one. He had not signed away his autonomy, so why should he concern himself with their opinions? Hearing his words, both Sister Yun and Xiaozhou looked up simultaneously. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi's confident demeanor, Sister Yun nodded in agreement. Since both of them wished to decline, she would not argue further. Xiaozhou, feeling a warm glow in her heart, reassured herself that with Gu Xingyi by her side, there was little to fear. Chapter 112. The script is completed. The following day, the weekend. With matters in the magical city concluded, Gu Xingyi returned to Jiangqing. As Xiaozhou's commitments began to multiply, he was eager to replace Tao Lele, the temporary nanny. As a member of Xiaozhou's elite team, Gu Xingyi could not allow her to become a mere slave to the demands of motherhood. Upon arriving home, he found Tao Lele lounging on the sofa, cradling little Nainai, both engrossed in an animated show, laughter illuminating their faces, with a plethora of snacks scattered across the table. This sight caused Gu Xingyi to furrow his brow in exasperation. Upon hearing the door open, the duo turned their heads in unison. The moment Nainai spotted Gu Xingyi, she beamed with joy, leaping from Tao Lele's embrace and darting into Gu Xingyi's arms. He instinctively lifted her, feeling as though she had gained a bit of weight since their last encounter. Tao Lele stood up, her expression one of pride, as if to say, "See, I've taken excellent care of both Sister Zhao and little Nainai." Gu Xingyi, at a loss for words, could only speak earnestly. "You are the true hero. It's time to head back. Your Sister Zhao needs you." At Gu Xingyi's words, Tao Lele promptly placed her hands on her hips, brimming with self-importance. Reveling in her achievements, she swiftly packed her belongings, strutting confidently past the still-stunned Gu Xingyi, leaving behind an indelible impression. Departing with grace? Concealing one's accomplishments? What a farce. Aren't you going to see me off? Gu Xingyi's lips twitched slightly as he observed Tao Lele's retreating figure, almost hearing a song resonating in the ether. How lonely it is to be invincible. Ultimately, Gu Xingyi cradled Nainai and chased after Tao Lele, driving her to the bus station. For the next month and a half, Gu Xingyi finally found some leisure. During this time, apart from ferrying Nainai to school each day, he devoted his hours to studying the script for under one person, transforming completely into a devoted homemaker. Meanwhile, Xiaozhou became increasingly occupied. Her days were filled with recording sessions at the company and promotional events, leaving her with little time to spare. Consequently, she could only call Gu Xingyi via video chat every night before bed, where they would recount the myriad events of their day. Notably, due to the controversy surrounding Xiaozhou's high-profile contract, some individuals at Yinhai Entertainment expressed discontent, particularly following her refusal of certain commercial activities, which generated even more gossip. However, fortunately, these whispers were subdued by the recent buzz surrounding Xiaozhou, and the company's chairman, Yang Xian, had explicitly prohibited any idle chatter, stating that everything should adhere to the contract. September was destined to be an extraordinary month. Xiaozhou's publicity efforts bore fruit. The internet was flooded with news regarding her new album. The album included songs such as The Wind Rises, Courage, and Sea of Flowers, all previously showcased at the Star Song Conference, alongside a new track that the audience had yet to hear, creating immense anticipation among fans. Additionally, Xiaozhou's social media updates announced that the album would officially launch on the Huiyin platform at 8 o'clock on October 1st. Due to the overwhelming popularity of Xiaozhou, many other artists who originally planned to release new songs on October 1st found themselves compelled to alter their schedules. They lamented, "There's nothing we can do. It's simply impossible to compete." The emergence of Xiaozhou has disrupted the equilibrium of the Chinese music scene, and while the reasons are well known, no one seems capable of countering her influence at present. Behind her, in addition to Yinhai Entertainment, stands a formidable man. Gu Xingyi received a multitude of song invitation messages from various companies the day after his return, including from TMEI Entertainment, which offered an enticing price. However, Gu Xingyi chose to disregard these offers, for Xiaozhou's album was on the verge of release, and only a fool would assist others in writing songs at such a crucial time. Regardless of the tumultuous currents swirling within the entertainment industry, Gu Xingyi's life remained remarkably tranquil. On September 20th, Gu Xingyi finally completed the script for the first season of Renji Xia. The madman had previously called to inquire about the progress, and now he was ready to present a complete script. The following morning, after dropping Nainai off at school, Gu Xingyi contacted Chen Feng and drove to the studio where he had once worked. Although still located in Jiangqing, Chen Feng's studio was a fair distance from his home, and it took Gu Xingyi over 40 minutes to arrive at the familiar commercial building once more. On the 6th floor, Chen Feng was already waiting in the office. When Gu Xingyi entered, carrying a thick folder, He was taken aback by the transformation before him. Was this truly the same dilapidated studio he had visited before, the last time he was here? The place had been littered with beer cans and exuded an air of desolation, but now, vibrant green plants adorned the windowsills, pristine desks were neatly arranged, and over 20 staff members busily attended to their tasks. With a beaming smile, Chen Feng draped his arm over the stunned Gu Xingyi's shoulder. "Brother, how is it going? Isn't it impressive?" Gu Xingyi turned his head, gazing intently at Chen Feng before suddenly asking, "Did you empty your family's coffers?" Chen Feng scratched his head sheepishly, a goofy smile on his face as he pulled Gu Xingyi further into the office. "Shoo, keep it down. It's impossible to completely deplete my resources. It's just that things are tough. What you see here is merely the surface work. In reality, once animation production begins, I may not even have enough funds." Gu Xingyi frowned, perplexed. "Madman, you're not trying to put on a facade, are you? Fine, you're already quite hefty. So maintaining appearances is unnecessary. Now, how much have you actually prepared?" 5 million. What? Gu Xingyi thought he had misheard, his voice rising in volume, prompting the staff in the room to glance in his direction. Fortunately, he wore a mask, and it seemed no one recognized him. "Keep your voice down. I know this amount is insufficient, but my parents have issued an ultimatum. This 5 million is my last chance. Old Gu, the success or failure hinges on this one endeavor. My future rests upon your shoulders." Gu Xingyi's mouth twitched as he regarded Chen Feng with a doubtful expression. 5 million? And you think that's too little? Is there a possibility it won't be enough? Madman, are you about to tell me that if this fails, you'll have to return to inherit your family's national chain supermarket worth over 100 million? How did you know? I know your uncle. Chapter 113. Chen Feng's masterstroke. Gu Xingyi felt he must have been out of his mind previously to think of Chen Feng as pitiable. As they stepped into the office, Gu Xingyi settled into a chair, casting a mournful glance at Chen Feng. "I'm not trying to criticize you, madman. But how can a second-generation wealthy heir let himself be bullied by two little nobodies?" Hearing this, Chen Feng grew serious. While pouring hot water for Gu Xingyi, he replied, "I was deceived. That's my own issue and has nothing to do with my family's wealth. And although I berated Wang Jun as a useless individual, he actually possesses quite a bit of talent, and his family background isn't bad either." After taking a sip of water, Chen Feng let out a bitter laugh. "Old Gu, you know that when insulting someone, one tends to focus solely on diminishing the other's worth. In truth, he is not as useless as I've claimed." Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement. Chen Feng's perspective resonated with him. It's essential to rise from where one has fallen, and he supported Chen Feng's viewpoint wholeheartedly. "So, what is the situation with the 5 million you mentioned not being enough?" During this time, Gu Xingyi had focused solely on how to write an anime script and was not well versed in the intricate details of anime production. Observing Gu Xingyi's earnest demeanor, Chen Feng grew serious as well and began to explain. "Old Gu, you lack understanding of the anime industry. It's an incredibly costly venture. A typical anime production costs around 10 million. The creation of an anime is far from the simplistic notion people often imagine. It requires extensive planning, scripts, artistic design, scene layout, character design, and various other specialized talents." "Wait," Gu Xingyi interrupted, feeling overwhelmed at the mere mention of 10 million. He understood that producing anime was expensive, but he had not anticipated such exorbitant costs. With Chen Feng now throwing so many technical details at him, he felt utterly lost. While he might be a time traveler, he lacked the essential system that would grant him omniscience. "Madman, please, simplify it for me. I can't follow all this technical jargon." Essentially, it's about selecting the right script that meets the requirements and standards set by the company and television networks. The reason domestic anime lags behind is due to the stringent regulations. Chen Feng scratched his head and opted to explain in a more comprehensible manner. "Once the script passes review, we must then consider audience and market demands, creating a corresponding anime. During production, we first need to finalize character designs, costumes, personalities, and voices. Then produce music that aligns with the anime's aesthetics and atmosphere. Only after these steps can we officially commence the more complex aspects of anime creation. Every minute spent on production incurs costs, and once the anime is completed, there are substantial promotional expenses. Therefore, do not underestimate a seemingly minor anime. Every frame is consuming funds." Hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Gu Xingyi fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head. "Madman, you mentioned that a typical anime costs around 10 million. What are your plans for the subsequent expenses?" Chen Feng waved his hands dismissively, feigning innocence. "We'll take it one step at a time, and besides, we'll save on several costs. First, we want to spend a dime on the script. The original work is entirely in our hands. No need for profit sharing. Second, when it comes time to promote the anime, I'll need you and my celebrity sister-in-law to assist. I know your current popularity is soaring. By then, if you two casually cosplay characters from the anime, the traffic will surely skyrocket. Chun Feng chuckled, while Gu Xingyi merely rolled his eyes at the chubby man's grand vision. All right, since you have it all figured out, I'll give you the script. How you choose to produce it is your business, but I have one requirement. Do not tarnish this anime. This was a work he had painstakingly crafted word by word, a gem from the original world. Were it not for Gu Xingyi's deep trust in Chun Feng, he would never have handed it over. Chun Feng accepted the folder from Gu Xingyi, opened it, and began to read intently. As he delved into the various twists and turns of the plot, he found himself completely captivated. From a professional standpoint, he recognized that Gu Xingyi had perfectly portrayed every scene, character, and nuance. Even the dialogues between the characters are portrayed from a professional anime perspective by Gu Xingyi, whose smile grows ever more radiant as Chun Feng reads the script. With this anime script in hand, he feels assured of his impending success. An hour later, Chun Feng abruptly rises, locking his gaze onto Gu Xingyi. Old Gu, rest assured, with your script and my expertise, it will surely not go unnoticed. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingyi exhales in relief. Having crafted the script entirely through self-study in accordance with online guidelines, receiving Chun Feng's approval signifies that he has indeed done it right. He smiles and stands up, giving Chun Feng's shoulder a hearty pat. All right, you said it. I believe in you. By entrusting the script of Yirenji Xia to Chun Feng, Gu Xingyi alleviates a burden from his heart. He glances at the time and continues, it's almost noon. Come, let's have lunch together. This time, I shall treat you generously, you wealthy dog. Eat, feast at will. However, before we dine, you must sign this. Chun Feng chuckles heartily, cheerfully engaging Gu Xingyi in conversation while retrieving a document from his desk drawer and presenting it to him. Gu Xingyi, perplexed by Chun Feng's antics, takes the document and glances at it. The title that greets his eyes reads prominently, Equity Transfer Agreement. Gu Xingyi's brows furrow instantly, and he lifts his gaze to Chun Feng, displeasure evident on his face. What do you mean by this, madman? Yet, Chun Feng's expression is earnest as he gazes at Gu Xingyi and solemnly states, Old Gu, don't misunderstand. I mentioned before that if you join me, I would share half of the company's shares with you. Now that you've provided this script and reignited my hope of producing the anime, it is only right that you receive half of the shares. Stop rambling, madman. The reason I gave you the script was to prevent my brother from being bullied and losing his dreams. If you don't want it, give it back. I will take it away myself. Gu Xingyi rolls his eyes and tosses the equity agreement back to Chun Feng, fully aware of his good intentions but unable to accept them. I don't care. You must sign it today. Whether you like it or not, you will sign. Otherwise, I want tea leave. Just look at the company's name on it. If you don't want it, consider it a gift for Nainai. Nainai is growing up, and as her uncle, I have yet to give her a present. Observing Chun Feng, who has sat on the ground, clutching his pants and wailing, Gu Xingyi's lips twitch involuntarily, and his brows twitch in disbelief. I've seen people cry while begging for money, but I've never seen someone cry while begging to give away money. And this rascal, when did he learn this tactic? Even if Nainai were here, she would surely concede. In Chapter 114, the foundation of the anime company begins to take shape, as Chun Feng sits on the ground like a child. Pulling at Gu Xingyi's pants in a display of stubbornness, Gu Xingyi rubs his temples, taken aback by Chun Feng's unexpected tactic. Sitting on the floor, Chun Feng glances at Gu Xingyi from the corner of his eye, chuckling quietly when he thinks he isn't being watched. When Gu Xingyi's gaze shifts toward him, he quickly adopts a pitiful demeanor. Gu Xingyi sighs, you little rascal, I am truly at my wit's end with you. Get up. Everything can be discussed amicably. If you remain on the floor, I might just leave. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Chun Feng looks up, realizing he is serious. He quickly scrambles to his feet, grinning as he shoves the agreement back into Gu Xingyi's hands. Old Gu, don't be hasty. Take another look. I'm serious. The script is yours, and we will need your help in later promotions. Even if you don't think of yourself, consider me. How could I feel at ease otherwise? As he speaks, Chun Feng grabs a pen from the desk and presents it to Gu Xingyi, his eyes wide with anticipation. Gu Xingyi, noticing the earnestness in Chun Feng's eyes, understands he must take some action. He cannot simply accept the shares as they are, but he can devise a more mutually beneficial arrangement. After some contemplation, he picks up the equity transfer agreement and examines it, noting Chun Feng's signature and the company's seal, indicating 50% of the shares. What catches his attention even more is the company's name, Zingo Animation. With a glance at Chun Feng, he realizes this fellow had already planned everything. He must have been waiting for this moment. Madman, I can sign for the name. However, there's one condition. I want to inject capital as well. Aren't you short on funds? In that case, I will contribute 5 million. If we are to do this, Let us do it to the best of our abilities. As Gu Xingyi speaks, he scratches his head, and before Chen Feng can respond, he continues, however, I don't have that much money at the moment. I'll need some time, at most, next month. For now, we can utilize your funds. Unable to evade the situation any longer, Gu Xingyi resolves to invest. While he currently lacks the necessary funds, his wife will have money next month. Once the album sales come in, the funds will flow in quite pleasantly. Chen Feng hesitates, wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. As long as Gu Xingyi signs, he is satisfied. After signing, Chen Feng carefully places the agreement into a file, knowing he just needs to find the time to update the company registration. With this matter settled, he beams with joy, slinging an arm around Gu Xingyi's shoulder as they head toward the office exit. Hey, old Gu, let us go? I must treat you to a lavish meal today, and I'll introduce you to some of the company's key personnel. Consider this our gathering before the official launch of the company's projects. Gu Xingyi nods, acknowledging that he is now part of the company and that it would be beneficial to meet its members. Yet, he cannot shake the feeling that he is drifting further away from his dream of being a full-time stay-at-home dad. He sighs internally, having hoped to lead a leisurely life, only to find himself unable to do so. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Stepping out of Chen Feng's office, the staff outside remain busily engaged in their tasks. Chen Feng stands in the hallway, clapping his hands loudly to capture everyone's attention. As they set aside their work, 5 individuals emerge from other offices, drawn to the commotion. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi's face, many appear momentarily taken aback, their eyes lighting up with recognition. Once all are gathered, Chen Feng, beaming with delight, announces loudly, everyone, please put aside your tasks for a moment. I would like to introduce a new colleague. Many of you have been curious about why my company is named Zingo Animation. Now you should understand. This gentleman beside me is none other than the renowned lyricist and composer currently trending online, Gu Xingyi. Like me, he is also the largest shareholder of our company. And here is another piece of good news. We've secured our anime script. The script I hold in my hands is what we will be producing, and starting today. We all need to put in more effort. I want to express my gratitude in advance for your hard work. Today's lunch is on me. So let us enjoy a feast. As soon as Chen Feng finishes speaking, the employees erupt into cheers. Having only recently joined the company, they had been worried about its future, especially since there had been little in terms of tangible work lately, despite satisfactory salaries. They had genuinely feared that the company might fold, but now they have finally awaited their first script, brought in by none other than the hottest topic online, Gu Xingyi. Suddenly, they feel a renewed sense of optimism about the company's prospects. Chen Feng organizes for the employees to book a restaurant, and then leads Gu Xingyi toward the 5 individuals who have just exited the office. Among them are 3 men and 2 women, 4 of whom appear quite youthful, likely in their 20s, while one is in his early 30s. Moreover, these 2 young ladies were adorned in a vibrant, 2-dimensional style. Their appearance is sweet and charming, and they were indeed a pair of twins. Gu Xingyi cast a discreet glance at Chen Feng, wondering if this fellow was once again up to mischief. Previously, Ruanqing's similar 2-dimensional attire had instilled in Gu Xingyi an unfavorable impression rooted in preconception. At that moment, Chen Feng began his introductions, first pulling Gu Xingyi alongside him as he addressed the group. This is Gu Xingyi, my best buddy, he exclaimed, before sequentially introducing the others. These 2 lovely ladies are Chu Xian and Chu Simon, sisters. One serves as the art supervisor while the other oversees artistic direction. They are responsible for the style, character design, and background of our comic. The next 2 are Tao Jing and Duan Heping, whom I managed to recruit from the university town. They handle photography and music. And this is Hengwei, Fu Hengwei, an old friend of mine, in charge of production, responsible for sketching storyboards with simplistic lines and directing the characterization and settings. After Chen Feng concluded his introductions, Gu Xingyi smiled and shook hands with each of them. Chu Xian and Chu Simon's eyes sparkled as they eagerly exclaimed, Gu Xingyi. Although we belong to the anime industry, we are all fans of Xiaoziao. We listened to every one of her songs. Indeed, it was the name of this company that lured us in. Tao Jing and Duan Heping exchanged bashful smiles. They, too, were fans of Gu Xingyi and had joined the company after being persuaded by Chen Feng, who was genuinely earnest and offered them satisfactory salaries. The group chatted amiably as they made their way outside, quickly growing familiar with one another, as is the nature of youth. The 2 young ladies surrounded Gu Xingyi, bombarding him with questions, predominantly regarding Xiaoziao. Gu Xingyi, taken aback, had initially set out simply to deliver a script, only to find himself transformed into a shareholder. And now, during what was meant to be a casual meal, into a fan meeting. He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Feng, who was grinning foolishly, feeling a sudden urge to send him to the morning market. This rascal, it turns out, has been collecting fans under his own banner. Chapter 115, A Call from Lin Qiudong. This was the first full staff dinner since the establishment of Xingyi Animation Company, and Chun Feng was evidently overjoyed, as this marked the closest he had ever been to realizing his dream of animation. The atmosphere at the dinner table was consistently pleasant. Under the curious urging of the others, Chun Feng finally produced the script, and the group gathered around, intrigued to see its contents. The cover bore the prominent title, Yi Ren Ji Xia. Upon seeing the title, everyone began to speculate. A domestic animation titled Yi Ren Ji Xia could only be an action-packed series. Everyone was aware that creating domestic animations was no small feat. Even slightly flawed scripts could lead to excessive pitfalls, and with the added challenge of it being an action series, the task became even more daunting due to strict reviews that forbade excessive violence, while still needing to captivate the audience's attention, resulting in significant limitations. The fact that their company was embarking on such a project left many feeling skeptical. At that moment, Chun Feng turned the page, encouraging them to continue reading. The group at the table fell silent, regardless of their doubts. Since they had joined the company, they were all committed to seeing the production through. The first page opened with a scene, a drunken man muttering to himself as he wandered through a dense, eerie forest, unknowingly approaching a graveyard, where he intended to rest upon a tombstone. Suddenly, the sound of a shovel digging caught the drunken man's attention, sending chills down his spine as he screamed, "There's a ghost." Gu Xingyi's description was vivid, and as the group read on, they found themselves unable to resist the allure of the narrative, particularly enjoying the characters' dialogue, which was steeped in regional dialect, providing a refreshing experience. Soon after, the slightly quirky protagonist Zhang Hulan appeared, alongside the mysterious girl Feng Bauer, and the protagonist's world began to shift dramatically, first with the theft of his grandfather's corpse, followed by an onslaught of zombies. As Chun Feng flipped through the script, the story unfolded seamlessly, captivating the onlookers, who grew increasingly excited. The script was exceptionally well written and comprehensive, even with just a cursory glance. Vivid images of the characters and their atmospheric backgrounds materialized in their minds. There was the adorably naive Bauer, speaking in a charming Sichuan Chongqing accent, and Zhang Hulan, who appeared laid-back and easygoing but was, in fact, quite astute. Then there was the gradually unveiled mysterious world of otherworldly beings. The more they read, the more entranced they became, realizing that once this animation was produced, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the traditional framework of domestic animations, which had largely remained stagnant in outdated conventions. This new world of otherworldly beings presented an entirely novel power system for combat. Gu Xingyi continued to savor his meal. Having previously been too engrossed in conversation to eat much, he held great confidence in Yi Ren Ji Xia. Just then, his phone, resting on the table, began to ring. Gu Xingyi glanced up at the group still engrossed in the script and stepped outside to answer the call. It was Lin Qiudong on the line. They had exchanged numbers back when they were both at Huiyan, but he was uncertain why the elder Lin was reaching out now. Upon stepping outside, Gu Xingyi answered the call, offering a greeting. "Good afternoon, Elder Lin." "Haha. Good afternoon, Xiao Gu. You've been making quite a stir lately. I hear news about you every day at Huiyan." Gu Xingyi modestly dismissed the compliment. "Oh, it's just a bit of splash here and there." "Nonsense. Was that just a bit? All right, I won't tease you any further. Here's the thing. You know that Huiyan is a department under Huiyang, currently. The television station is planning a new program, an inspirational one aimed at encouraging contemporary youth not to give up and to bravely pursue their dreams." Lin Qiudong paused momentarily. Gu Xingyi quickly picked up on the underlying message in Lin's tone and interjected, "Elder Lin, are you perhaps looking for a song for this program?" "Haha. You're quite astute." "Yes, the songs crafted by the lyricists and composers in the department Haven T quite met the television station's expectations, which is why I thought of you." Lin Qiudong chuckled heartily, explaining the situation. "I initially intended to contact you directly, but you were busy performing as a guest singer, and I didn't want to intrude on your time with your wife. Now the television station is pressing for it, so I had to check in with you. So, how about it? Do you think you can create a theme song for this program?" Listening to Lin Qiudong's words, Gu Xingyi's mind raced with ideas. Inspirational, courageous, persistence, and the pursuit of dreams. These keywords rang a bell, and within moments, a song he could even hum at that very moment came to mind. Wait, isn't this the song Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart that I used to listen to every day back in my previous world? The essence of Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart was all about striving, pushing forward, and pursuing one's dreams. It was a widely popular song, and GLA had garnered numerous awards with it, becoming an anthem among the youth. "Elder Lin, I think I have some inspiration. It should be fine." "That is splendid. You never cease to amaze, Xiao Gu. How about this? Are you free tomorrow? Come to Kyoto. I'll be waiting for you at Huiyang Television. When you arrive, I'll take you over, and if the song fits, Huiyang will certainly reward you handsomely. Old Master Lin Qiudong directly inquired, believing in Gu Xingyi's newfound inspiration. Confident that the songs he would produce would undoubtedly be exceptional, particularly given his employment at Huiyan, which afforded him insight into the quality of Gu Xingyi's recent compositions. To the headquarters of Huiyang in Kyoto, Gu Xingyi felt a flicker of intrigue. After all, this was the Huiyang headquarters, a far cry from the former Huiyan branch in Modu. Yet, he hesitated, as he needed to care for Nana, who was currently attending school. His free time was solely during Nana's school hours. However, with Old Master Lin reaching out to him and the opportunity to write songs for Huiyang, it would be discourteous to decline. After some contemplation, Gu Xingyi replied, Old Master Lin, I truly cannot go to Kyoto at the moment, as I am at home tending to my child, who cannot be left alone. How about this? I will write down the sheet music and lyrics tonight, and send you a demo for your consideration. Would that suffice? That will do. The child comes first. I await your message tonight. After finalizing the arrangement with Old Master Lin and hanging up the phone, Gu Xingyi scratched his head, realizing that he had yet to complete the anime project, and now he was tasked with crafting an entire song. Indeed, the dream of being a full-time father seemed to drift further away. Yet, such was the nature of life, a chain of interconnected events. A consequence of his initial step into Modu that had set this course in motion. Putting aside these distractions, he turned and entered the private room. Chapter 116. The Forbidden Topic in Front of Girls. Upon returning to the room, Gu Xingyi was astonished to find a palpable shift in the energy of the group. They had completed reading the script and were now gazing at him with eyes alight with enthusiasm. The elder Fu Hongwei was the first to speak. Xingyi, your anime is simply phenomenal. After years in this industry, I have never encountered such an outstanding piece of domestic animation. I have a strong feeling that once this anime is released, it will create a sensation in the animation world. The other four nodded vigorously in agreement, fully endorsing Hongwei's sentiments. Gu Xingyi, feeling a bit bashful from the praise, modestly touched his nose. After all, it was the brilliance of the original creator from the other world, Mi-Er, that was deserving of such accolades, not his own. While writing the script for Xingyi Xia, he had familiarized himself with the animation landscape of this world, particularly the domestic offerings, which were still mired in outdated production standards. Even the recent entries leaned heavily toward the style of Japanese anime. Gu Xingyi had intentionally merged the originally brief first and second seasons into a cohesive first season. The distinction of Xingyi Xia lay in its backdrop, woven into the historical tapestry of Huoguo and incorporating elements from various traditional sections. For instance, the popular phrase from the original world, Liu Dang Wang Yi, I greet the Grandmaster. A simple line encapsulating the traditional mountain greetings of Huoguo, reflecting the gravitas of two sections. Thus, it was no surprise that the script garnered such admiration. It would have been remarkable had it not, as long as the audience appreciated it. He felt he had contributed to the realm of domestic animation. Returning to his seat, Gu Xingyi responded with a smile. Chen Feng, noticing the group's satisfaction, stood up and insisted that Gu Xingyi share a few more words of encouragement. As a close friend and the company's chief director, Chen Feng was undoubtedly elated by Gu Xingyi's success. Observing Chen Feng's prideful demeanor, Gu Xingyi rose once more, pondering briefly before casting a glance at Chen Feng. A smile gracing his lips. Shall I proceed? Ahem. You may not be aware, but your esteemed boss, Chen Feng, has traversed many trials on this path. He stopped right there. Realizing Gu Xingyi was about to divulge his secrets, Chen Feng promptly shouted, lunging to cover Gu Xingyi's mouth. I wanted him to say something encouraging. Not this. The group became even more intrigued, unaware of the trials their boss had faced, sensing a juicy revelation was imminent. Gu Xingyi blinked innocently at Chen Feng, clearly indicating that it was his suggestion. He genuinely believed nothing could inspire those present more than this revelation. Alas, Gu Xingyi ultimately could not voice it. As Chen Feng vigilantly maintained his guard, his eyes fixed on Gu Xingyi like a hawk. After a sumptuous meal, the energized group returned to the company. Chen Feng had to visit the television station to handle script approvals and related matters. Gu Xingyi intended to take a back seat, but was pulled along by Chen Feng, who insisted that he accompany him to the media university to scout for voice actors and other positions. Given that the script for Xingyi Xia was entirely Gu Xingyi's creation, no one understood the character's vocal traits better than he did. After a moment's thought, Gu Xingyi agreed, recognizing that no one could encapsulate the essence of the characters better than someone who had immersed himself in the anime. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi returned home, reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed, meticulously recalling the melody of Chasing Dreams with a passion and the instruments used in the accompaniment, along with its distinctive rock music fervor. Since this was a request from Huiyang, He was determined to perfect the music, ensuring no flaws remained. He could not afford to let old Master Lin down. After considerable reflection, Gu Xingyi began to take out pen and paper, diligently transcribing the lyrics and melody of the song, marking even the specific instruments to be used at each juncture. It was not until after 4 o'clock that he finally put down his pen, storing the completed song before hastily heading out to pick up his child from school. Arriving at the entrance of Jianghua Kindergarten, Gu Xingyi soon spotted little Nana in the line, but something was evidently amiss today. Unlike her usual bouncy self, she emerged with a pouted lip, her expression one of palpable grievance. This sight tugged at Gu Xingyi's heartstrings, prompting him to rush forward and scoop her up. "Oh, my little princess, what happened? Did someone bully you?" In his arms, Nana appeared even more distressed, tears welling in her eyes. "We've you would, Daddy." Fang Xiaoxiao said, "I have gained weight and am about to turn into a little pig." Ah, so she had been teased by a classmate, Fang Xiaoxiao, the same child who once claimed her father could eat excrement. Ironically, she was the one who was truly overweight. Gu Xingyi weighed the little one in his arms, contemplating that she indeed felt heavier. This was likely due to the previous indulgence from Tao Lele, coupled with her newfound love for snacks, resulting in a noticeable increase in weight, her cheeks now adorably round. "Did you not retort? Fang Xiaoxiao is even chubbier than you." As he reassured the child while walking toward the car, Nana's lips drooped even further. "I did say something, but he said I would soon be just like him. And I don't want to be like him." All right, you won't be like him. But Nana must listen to Daddy and eat fewer snacks each day, okay? We won't follow Annie Lele's example. She's just a little chub." If Tao Lele were present, she would undoubtedly leap up and punch Gu Xingyi, insisting she was merely baby-faced, not fat. "Okay." Nana nodded earnestly, firmly placing Annie Lele and Chips on her personal blacklist. Seeing the little one like this, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, regardless of age, women cannot abide being called fat. Even 3-year-old Nana was no exception. Gu Xingyi recalled a post he had seen, asserting that the quickest way to anger a woman was to comment on her weight. At the time, he had been skeptical, but now he was convinced. Upon returning home, even during dinner, Nana ate less than usual. Gu Xingyi then accompanied her in watching a few episodes of an animated series before gently coaxing her to sleep. Since enrolling in kindergarten, little Nana has taken to sleeping around 8 o'clock in the evening. Once the little one has drifted off into slumber, Gu Xingyi stealthily rises and makes his way to the living room, where he meticulously reviews the lyrics and melody once more. After confirming that everything is in order, he promptly sends it to the esteemed Lin Qiudong. It is evident that the old gentleman has been eagerly awaiting his message, for shortly after it is dispatched, his phone rings. "Xiao Gu, you are simply remarkable. These lyrics, this melody, I can assure you, this song will undoubtedly be selected." Lin Logong's excited voice resonates through the receiver, prompting Gu Xingyi to hold the phone slightly away from his ear. That's wonderful. As long as you believe it's good, Lin Logong." "Good? It's more than just good. Xiao Gu, your only flaw is your excessive humility. Compared to your song, those previous compositions are truly lackluster. You are a musical prodigy." Hearing Lin Logong's praise, Gu Xingyi finds himself at a loss for words, managing only a couple of awkward chuckles. A musical prodigy? He is merely a nondescript time traveler. The acclaim for the best rock song of the year is something that is well understood by those in the know. Chapter 117. The turbulence of the entertainment industry. Gu Xingyi silently acknowledges the brilliance of the original artist, while Lin Logong's voice continues to flow through the phone. "Xiao Gu, rest assured, once this song is selected, your treatment will certainly be favorable. The heart of a dreamer. I truly admire such sincerity. Then, I shall express my gratitude to Lin Logong in advance." Gu Xingyi replied with a smile, anticipating a nice sum of money to come his way from Huiyang. "Xiao Gu, we should be the ones thanking you. You are commendable in every aspect, yet far too modest. Talented individuals should not be so humble. You must learn to embrace your gifts." Lin Qiudong's words resonated deeply with Gu Xingyi this time. In his former world, he had merely been a minor lyricist and composer, and now, having arrived at this realm, his mindset had yet to fully adapt, hence his continued humility. However, Lin Logong's remarks sparked a profound realization within him. To others in this world, he is perceived as a genius capable of breathing life into the stagnant entertainment industry. Does such genius require excessive humility? Certainly not. While arrogance is unwarranted, so too is undue modesty. Lin Qiudong's words jolted Gu Xingyi from his reverie, and he sincerely thanked him over the phone. This simple expression of gratitude left Lin Qiudong momentarily stunned, before he realized that the young man must have come to understand the magnitude of his own talent. Good. As long as you can grasp this. Tomorrow, there will be news regarding Huiyang's specific promotional program, and I will inform you then. I will send the contract and other details to you via email for your signature. Understood. Gu Xingyi agreed, and as Lin Qiudong prepared to retire for the night, they concluded their call. According to Lin Logong, the matter of pursuing dreams with a sincere heart was all but settled. Gu Xingyi, seated on the sofa, did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, he gently tapped his fingers on the sheet music laid out on the coffee table, lost in contemplation. The night passed without incident. In the ensuing days, Lin Qiudong swiftly relayed news that Huiyang had officially decided to adopt the song. The contract had been sent, stipulating a licensing fee of 400,000. In post-broadcast, the song would be uploaded to Huiyin and major music platforms. However, the song would not be monetized. Rather, it would be free for all to enjoy in its entirety, with only the revenue from streaming accruing to Gu Xingyi. Naturally, all financial matters would be settled only after the airing of Huiyang's program, which was scheduled for the end of the month. This timeline was remarkably swift. Less than a week remained, and this was expedited by Huiyang's prior preparations for the program's materials. Now that the song was secured, they merely awaited the selection of performers and the arrangement of accompanying visuals. Gu Xingyi readily signed the contract, recognizing that the compensation offered by Huiyang was indeed fair, and simply having his name featured on their program was a source of pride. Meanwhile, on Xinfeng's end, the script for the Zingo animation successfully passed the television station's review. He was busier than ever, barely able to catch his breath. As the company was finally on a steady path of growth, flourishing in every aspect, he was exhausted yet elated. Though Gu Xingyi's life continued at a steady pace, the entertainment industry was in a state of upheaval. The pressure from Xiaoziao was mounting, and currently, among the trending topics online, 8 out of 10 were focused on her impending new release, with the remaining 2 referencing the voting scandal that had transpired during the finals of the Xingyi competition. Amid dwindling popularity and waning traffic, an ominous shadow loomed over all, and the murmurs of discontent within the industry grew louder. The first to feel the repercussions was TMEI Entertainment, which had previously extended an olive branch to Gu Xingyi, but had yet to receive any response. In the headquarters of TMEI Entertainment, an executive meeting was convened once more. Lu Gao's expression was grim as he surveyed the board members surrounding him, now fully cognizant of the unfolding events. One individual has managed to revitalize this stagnant entertainment sector. I am at a loss as to whether to label you all as incompetent or to commend his prowess. When Xiaoziao first began to gain traction, what were you doing? At that moment, a mere adjustment of the vote count could have stifled her rise. As the chairman's ire mounted, the company executives remained silent, fear gripping them. One board member, seated beside Lu Gao, nervously cleared his throat and ventured to speak. Chairman, we cannot entirely place the blame on everyone. After all, none of us anticipated her rapid ascent, leaving us unable to react in time. The pressing concern now is how we should proceed. Upon hearing this, Lu Gao's frustration intensified. He slammed his hand on the table, unable to react. The very first song Gu Xingyi provided to Xiaozhou dominated the trending topics. And you dare tell me you were unprepared? The inaugural song, The Wind Rises. Did you even listen to it? Is such a song truly possible in today's entertainment landscape? Moreover, before this song was released, what about As Long as It's Ordinary? Are your ears deaf? A song that was personally selected by Huiyin. How could you not have communicated with or suppressed the creator sooner? And now you stand there claiming ignorance? Lu Gao's agitation grew, feeling as though he were nurturing a cadre of inept individuals. Calm down, calm down. Wasn't Yinhai Entertainment safeguarding her? We couldn't act unilaterally. Now that the situation has unfolded, we must strategize. The same board member, wiping the sweat from his brow, continued to plead. He had no desire to speak up at this moment, but with the largest shareholdings after Lu Gao, he felt compelled to maintain a good rapport. Lu Gao merely sought to rattle them, now that his frustrations had been voiced. It was time to address the meeting's agenda. Let us proceed with a ban. Issue a notice to all companies under our umbrella to cease any financial dealings with Yinhai Entertainment. They have encroached upon our territory, and we shall not hesitate to retaliate. Additionally, inform all media partners, including advertisers and collaborators, that should anyone engage in a partnership with Xiaoziao, we will terminate all contracts following this current agreement. Expedite the implementation of this decision, and also reach out to Xingyi Entertainment to inform them of this development. Tian Xingyi, that rustic fellow, will surely comprehend my intentions. As Lu Gao concluded his statement, a concerned board member hesitantly interjected. Chairman Lu, isn't this a bit excessive? This effectively declares war against Yinhai Entertainment. Our losses could be substantial. At this, Lu Gao waved his hand dismissively, wearing a confident expression. He, Yang Xian, is not a fool. Our losses are substantial, but his are even greater. He comprehends our intentions and will not steadfastly protect Xiaoziao. Upon the utterance of these words, The director fell into contemplation before eventually nodding in agreement. Shortly thereafter, an astonishing piece of news reverberated throughout the entertainment industry. Reaching the ears of various companies, Tianmei Entertainment has decided to blacklist Xiaoziao. Chapter 118, A Storm is Brewing. Blacklist Xiaoziao? All entertainment companies, large and small, were left in shock. Tianmei Entertainment was about to embark on a monumental endeavor. If it were a matter of blacklisting a singer with no backing or popularity, they could understand, as that was a practice they had all engaged in at some point. However, to unjustly blacklist a top-tier singer with an impeccable reputation was a perilous gamble, one that only the three major conglomerates would dare to attempt. Moreover, even among the three giants, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. The last incident of this nature involved a prominent director from Tianmei Entertainment who attempted to exploit a star, only to be publicly ridiculed by that very star on social media. Subsequently, that star faded from the industry, effectively blacklisted. Yet this time, the situation was markedly different. The previous star was an insider at Tianmei Entertainment, lacking any significant backing. But Xiaoziao? She is an employee of the formidable Yinhai Entertainment. Moreover, she stands behind a formidable husband, a veritable titan, who produces divine songs every few days, dominating the entertainment realm. Has Tianmei Entertainment lost its senses? All the smaller companies exchanged bewildered glances, some reluctant to believe the news while others secretly hoped it was true, for if they successfully blacklisted Xiaoziao, their own profits would undoubtedly soar. In that moment, these smaller companies refrained from taking immediate action, opting instead to adopt a unified stance of observation. Though modest in size, they could not withstand the tempestuous upheaval that such a situation would bring. They were intently watching to see how Yinhai Entertainment would react, what moves Xingyi Entertainment would make, how the capital firms would choose to align, and where the media would ultimately stand. In an instant, the entire entertainment industry was rife with undercurrents. On the surface, all appeared tranquil, yet beneath, a tempest was brewing. At Xingyi Entertainment, Xingyi convened yet another meeting, marking the second assembly of several major entertainment companies over a single individual. Inside the conference room, chaos reigned as voices clashed. Nearly everyone held a distinct opinion. Some argued that this matter was a potential disaster waiting to unfold and that Xingyi Entertainment should not involve itself, while others contended that Xiaoziao's presence was detrimental to their own interests and thus warranted support for Tianmei. Xingyi merely squinted his beady eyes, resting in silence, until half a day later, when the attendees finally noticed the chairman had not spoken, prompting them to quiet down. Once the room fell silent, Xingyi adjusted his gold-rimmed round spectacles and smiled. Why the silence? Wasn't the atmosphere just lively? The attendees exchanged awkward smiles, despite his outwardly amiable demeanor. This man had risen from humble beginnings to establish a colossal entertainment empire. It was clear he was not as benign as he appeared. It was widely acknowledged that within the entertainment industry, the three giants served as benchmarks and were intertwined in their mutual interests. Over the years, they had all been acutely aware that, although their primary focus was not within the music industry, they could not afford to allow such a potential threat to exist. However, they could not allow the cunning Lu Gao to benefit from this situation without consequence. Hadn't they dispatched someone to contact us? In that case, we happen to have a new project competing with Tianmei. Let him bear the repercussions while we remain unencumbered. Xingyi spoke with an air of calmness, causing the eyes of the attendees to light up. The same director from before immediately chimed in. Brilliant. Truly, Chairman Tian, this plan is simply exquisite. It appears you had already devised this strategy during the Star Song conference vote. Thus, you sent a superstar to compete. Chairman Tian, your foresight is remarkable. Xingyi chuckled. The more he observed this director named Mao Yang, the more he found him agreeable. Meanwhile, Yinhai Entertainment was also convening a meeting, and the atmosphere in their conference room was equally tumultuous, with Yang Xinlin and Zhang Chao engaged in a rare, heated argument. The two had witnessed Gu Xingyi rise from obscurity to his current stature, and only they understood the depth of his formidable nature. Yang Xian, however, remained composed, arms crossed, withholding his opinion. Yang Xinlin, frustrated by her father's demeanor, felt compelled to speak up, though she was Yang Xian's daughter, in a public setting. She was merely a deputy minister. Chairman Yang, can you not offer us some clarity? What is your decision? While others might have hesitated to challenge Yang Xian, Yang Xinlin did not hold back, her expression stern as she confronted her father. Initially, the contract stipulated 2 years of premier resources and absolute freedom. Should we breach it, Gu Xingyi could take her without incurring any losses on our part. So let's conceal Xiaoziao and retract all resources. Meeting adjourned. Yang Xian calmly articulated his stance. Yang Xinlin, incensed, couldn't fathom why her father was becoming increasingly timid in the face of a giant corporation. Did they not possess their own strength? Why should they cower before such threats? Of course, some within the meeting room were pleased. Their own artists were currently without opportunities, harboring their own frustrations. Upon hearing Yang Xian's words, the higher-ups from other companies dispersed, while Yang Xinlin remained steadfast in the conference room. Dad, I need you to provide me with a definitive answer. Unfazed by her father's presence, Yang Xinlin glared at him. Yang Xian, however, suddenly chuckled, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he approached his visibly upset daughter, attempting to soothe her. Shaolin, please sit down. Allow me to explain my reasoning. In front of outsiders, the aloof Yang Xinlin appeared as a fierce figure, yet before her father, she resembled a petulant child, pouting as she took her seat. Turning her face away in defiance, Yang Xian sighed. Only those with daughters could comprehend that no matter how formidable one might be in public, they were but a doting parent when faced with their offspring. Shaolin, have you ever considered why Gu Xingyi entrusted Xiaodio to us at Yinhai and signed such a contract? The premier resources and absolute freedom are one thing. But the stipulation that within 2 years, should we fail to fulfill our obligations, he could take Xiaodio at any time without any penalty is quite telling. I must admit, Gu Xingyi is the most astute young man I have ever encountered. He has also granted us the power of choice. Within 2 years, if we adhere to the contract, all will be well. If we fail, it seemingly results in a mutual retreat, with no losses on either side, yet in reality, he secures invaluable time and developmental advantages for himself. As Yang Xian concluded his explanation, memories of Gu Xingyi seated in this very conference room, radiating both confidence and poise, flooded his mind. It was clear he had long since plotted his escape route. Yang Xinlin, taken aback, stared wide-eyed at Yang Xian, her expression one of disbelief. Dad, are you implying that Gu Xingyi had already prepared an exit strategy for himself? Chapter 119, Bringing Her Home. Seeing his daughter still in disbelief, Yang Xian could only nod. Placing his hands on Yang Xinlin's shoulders, speaking earnestly, I do not wish to let Xiaodo go. But engaging in a direct confrontation with TMEI Entertainment will only lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, we have Xingyi Entertainment watching, along with numerous other companies. They are all observing us closely. The company's interests take precedence above all. We must release her. After we do so, do you believe Gu Xingyi will be without options? The two of them are no longer the obscure entities they once were. Had they initially chosen to establish an entertainment company and develop independently, the most favorable outcome would merely have been Gu Xingyi and Xiaodo furtively cultivating their careers, cautiously evading the watchful eyes of the major entertainment firms. It certainly would not have been akin to their current situation, comfortably sheltered under our auspices, as we at Yinhai owe them nothing. We provided them with a platform for their initial rise to fame. Yang Xian expressed this in one breath, casting a glance at the still-dazed Yang Qilan, silently sighing in his heart. If only his daughter possessed a backing as formidable as Gu Xingyi's, he wouldn't need to explain so much today. Xia Xiao, truly a fortunate woman. Regardless of the tumultuous currents within the entertainment industry, the image presented to the public remains one of tranquility. Enthusiastic netizens continue to speculate eagerly about what the new songs in Xia Xiao's album will be, and what program she will partake in following the album's release. This series of topics seems to know no bounds. The insatiable ears of the online community, even now enduring the subpar audio quality of her previous songs, are already eagerly anticipating Gu Xingyi's new music. At this moment, Xia Xiao had just completed recording the final song for her album and was resting in her exclusive lounge. Tao Lele leaned over the table, meticulously organizing Xia Xiao's upcoming schedule. The past few days had been exhausting for them, filled with incessant recording and promotional activities, leaving their itinerary densely packed with engagements. Xia Xiao massaged her shoulders, retrieved her phone, and opened WeChat, where her conversation with Gu Xingyi was still frozen in time from the previous night. A gentle smile graced her lips as she gazed at their chat history. It seemed that Nainai had kicked off her blanket last night. She wondered what time Gu Xingyi had fallen asleep. The thought brought a flush to Xia Xiao's cheeks. Nainai, always restless, even in sleep. At that moment, the door to the lounge swung open abruptly, and both Xia Xiao and Tao Lele looked up simultaneously to see Yunjie returning, though her expression appeared rather grim. Yunjie, what has happened? Xia Xiao inquired, setting her phone down and lifting her gaze. Xiao, something has gone awry. The company has canceled all your upcoming schedules. Moreover, they will no longer provide any resources. I just received word that someone has initiated a ban against you. A ban? Why? Upon hearing this, Tao Lele sprang up, her eyes widening in disbelief. On what grounds can they ban Sister Xiao? She hasn't done anything wrong. Xia Xiao furrowed her brow, equally at a loss regarding the situation. Yunjie took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. She had just had a heated argument with the management at the company, particularly with Lena's agent, whose mocking expression had been infuriating. This must be due to Xia Zhao's current popularity, which has encroached upon others' interests. Such actions are typically only undertaken by the three major companies. It could be Tianqing applying pressure, or Xingyi. It's possible they are collaborating on this. Having been an agent for many years, Yunjie was quite attuned to the dynamics of the entertainment industry. She had previously feared that Xia Zhao's growing prominence would attract unwelcome attention. Now, that fear had materialized, and not merely as suppression, but as outright banishment. What shall we do now? Is the company planning to put Sister Zhao on ice? Tao Lele said anxiously, her expression laden with concern as she looked at Xia Zhao. Yunjie turned her gaze to Xia Zhao as well. Zhao, you must notify Gu Xingyi. He is the only one who can assist now. I've reviewed the contract. If Yinhai Entertainment breaches it, we can leave at any time. Yes, inform Gu Xingyi. Sister Zhao, quickly call your man and tell him you've been wronged. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's name, Tao Lele's eyes instantly brightened. Indeed, there's that monster Gu Xingyi. We needn't fear anything. Xia Zhao hesitated only briefly before nodding. She understood that this was not the time for hesitation, and her relationship with Gu Xingyi had evolved since then. Previously, when trouble arose, she refrained from informing Gu Xingyi due to lingering doubts, but now, those doubts had dissipated. It was Saturday, and Gu Xingyi was currently shopping at the mall with Nainai, selecting new clothes for her. As a devoted father, it was only natural for him to adorn his daughter beautifully. A sales associate was in the fitting room, helping little Nainai try on new outfits, while Gu Xingyi sat alone on a nearby sofa, waiting, when his phone rang. Gu Xingyi glanced at the caller ID, and his brows involuntarily lifted. Hello? What prompts you to call me at noon today? I've been banned. The simplicity of her statement caused Gu Xingyi's expression to shift dramatically, his demeanor now serious. Banned? That's quite a bold move. What does Yinhai Entertainment say? All my upcoming schedules have been cancelled, and resources have ceased. They're playing a dangerous game. Gu Xingyi contemplated the situation briefly and understood Yinhai's intentions when he initially sent Xia Zhao to the company. It was with the thought of seeking shelter under a sturdy tree. Who would have anticipated that this very tree would become unreliable? All right, I understand. Wait for me. I'm coming over right now. Xia Zhao responded softly, her tone revealing a hint of happiness. I'll hang up now. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. After ending the call, the sales associate approached, cradling Nainai in her newly fitted attire. Dressed in her new clothes, Nainai resembled a princess from a fairy tale, her little bows bobbing with her bright smile. Gu Xingyi took Nainai from the sales associate, gathered the old clothes, paid the bill, and headed towards the exit. Cradling the little one. Shall we go lie down with mommy, Nainai? Gu Xingyi said, chuckling while pinching the chubby cheeks of little Nainai. Hearing mommy, Nainai's eyes sparkled, curving into a crescent moon with delight. Okay, Nainai misses mommy too. Great, then let us set off. Hee, Daddy, does mommy miss little Nainai? Indeed, and this time, we're bringing mommy home. Their figures, one large and one small, made their way towards the parking lot, their joyous laughter echoing beneath the bright sky. Chapter 120, Divergence. At 3 in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi arrived at the Yinhai Entertainment building. After parking, he picked up little Nainai and strode inside. Along the way, many who spotted him holding a child exchanged furtive glances, aware of the unfolding situation, their eyes darting as they covertly observed Gu Xingyi as he entered the elevator. They understood that Xia Zhao's most formidable ally had arrived, and they were curious how this man, who had rapidly risen to fame in the entertainment industry, would address the current crisis. Navigating unobstructed to the 12th floor, he pushed open the door to Xia Zhao's lounge. Inside, Xia Zhao, Yunjie, and Tao Lele were seated on the sofa discussing the situation, their expressions laden with worry, for the predicament was indeed complex, and thus far, no one had successfully overturned a ban imposed by the giant companies. Upon hearing the door open, they looked up, a glimmer of joy appearing on their faces at the sight of him. Gu Xingyi, you have finally arrived. Hello there, lovely ladies. Why does everyone look so glum? Gu Xingyi greeted them with a smile, his demeanor relaxed, which eased the tension among the three. Mommy, hug, Nainai exclaimed joyfully. Daddy said he's bringing you home today. Upon seeing her daughter's radiant smile, Xia Zhao rose and effortlessly took Nainai from Gu Xingyi's arms, and in that instant, all her worries vanished. She affectionately kissed the little one's face and feigned surprise. Who is this little chubby darling? Is it still my Nainai? Upon hearing Xia Zhao's words, Gu Xingyi immediately sensed impending trouble. Indeed, upon grasping her mother's sentiments, little Nainai's mouth promptly pouted, and the joyous smile that had previously adorned her face vanished. Her wide eyes filled with a plaintive gaze directed at her mother. Mommy has changed. She is no longer the wonderful mother she used to be. A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd, amused by the child's swift shift in demeanor. Tao Lele hopped over, eager to amuse the little one. Yet Naina disdainfully turned her face away. She distinctly recalled her father mentioning that it was this plump auntie who had led her to indulge in snacks, resulting in her current plumpness. Gu Xingyi chuckled softly, finding the familial atmosphere quite comforting. He stepped forward, took Xia Zhao's hand, and smiled brightly. Darling, wait for me a moment. Since we are leaving, we ought to bid farewell to others. Once we've done that, I shall escort you home so we can indulge in our own leisurely growth. All right. The warmth of Gu Xingyi's hand made Xia Zhao's cheeks flush slightly, her heart swelling with sweetness. She merely responded with a soft harboring unwavering faith in his every decision, regardless of what he might do. After speaking, Gu Xingyi raised his head to glance at Sister Yun and Tao Lele, nodding in acknowledgement. The worries that lingered in Sister Yun and Tao Lele's hearts were alleviated by Gu Xingyi's jovial demeanor, and they both smiled back. As they made their way to Yang Qilin's office, Gu Xingyi felt a pang of nostalgia. The scene from his last visit lingered in his mind. Little did he expect that this return would signify their parting. Without further contemplation, Gu Xingyi knocked on the door, and Yang Qilin's familiar voice beckoned him to enter. Deputy Minister Yang, it has been a while. Engaged in her work, Yang Qilin stiffened momentarily upon hearing his voice. She looked up to see Gu Xingyi's gentle smile. Reminiscent of the day she welcomed him at the bus station. Such a refined gentleman, as if he were indeed the epitome of grace. Alas, fate had never favored her, meeting the wrong person at the wrong time, leaving only a bittersweet smile in its wake. Yang Qilin smiled faintly, meeting the gaze of the man seated before her. I anticipated you would arrive promptly, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Indeed, it has been a long time, Mr. Gu. Gu Xingyi shrugged, a look of helplessness gracing his features. My wife has matters to attend to, and as her husband, I must be diligent. Let us get to the point. You are aware of my purpose for coming. Given that you have breached the contract, I must take Xia Zhao with me. I could only find you in the Human Resources Department. My apologies for the inconvenience regarding the contract. Yang Qilin set aside the documents on her desk and nodded in acknowledgement. No problem. I was the one who introduced you to the company, so it is only right that I assist with your departure. However, my father wishes to meet you. Would that be acceptable? Of course. It would be an honor to meet Chairman Yang. Shall we go now? We need to pack our belongings and head home this afternoon. Gu Xingyi agreed without hesitation. His impression of Yinhai Entertainment remaining favorable. He understood the company's decisions. After all, no business would risk confrontation with another for a single employee. Very well. Let us proceed. Yang Qilin wasted no time, rising and leading the way to the door, with Gu Xingyi following closely behind. As they walked, their interactions felt more distant than when they had first met, a palpable awkwardness lingering between them. Upon reaching the chairman's office, Yang Xian appeared to have been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi, he showed no surprise. Instead, he poured a cup of tea and placed it before him. Oh, young Gu has arrived. Please, enjoy some tea. Gu Xingyi settled into a chair, taking a sip of the tea, a smile gracing his face. Chairman Yang, you are too kind. I must express my gratitude for the care you and your team provided to my wife during her time here. Truly, thank you. Yang Xian smiled, observing Gu Xingyi, who appeared much as he had on their first encounter. I graciously accept your thanks. I hadn't anticipated our parting would come so swiftly. It seems we lack the means to retain Xia Zhao. Yet, I assume your objectives have been fulfilled? Exchanging glances, Gu Xingyi and Yang Xian shared a knowing smile, akin to that of two astute foxes. Chairman Yang, you misunderstand my intentions. I genuinely wished for Xia Zhao to join your company without ulterior motives, Gu Xingyi confessed. Initially, he had hoped for her to thrive under the shelter of a formidable organization, yet he had overlooked the inherent value of the original world, which rendered him both talented and threatening in others' eyes. Following a conversation with Old Master Lin, he realized that if Yinhai Entertainment could not shield her from the original world's depth, what then? Fortunately, he had devised a strategy. Recalling Old Master Lin's words, those with talent should not be excessively modest. Yang Xian merely chuckled at Gu Xingyi's words, choosing not to comment further. He withdrew Xia Zhao's contract, placing it on the table. Here is the contract. From this moment, Xia Zhao is no longer affiliated with our company. The copyrights for her songs are entirely in her hands, which means Yinhai Entertainment has essentially offered you free labor this time. You, my young friend, have gained considerably. Yang Xian returned the contract to Gu Xingyi, shaking his head with a semblance of resignation. Gu Xingyi, contemplating Yang Xian's demeanor, extended a hand. 5 songs. I will compose 5 songs for Yinhai Entertainment free of charge. Chairman Yang, you may contact whomever you wish regarding this. This gesture serves as a token of gratitude to Yinhai Entertainment for their care of Xia Zhao, a demonstration of goodwill. Throughout Xia Zhao's tenure, Yanhai Entertainment had never once requested a song from Gu Xingyi, showcasing their sincerity. Gu Xingyi's offer of 5 songs was a gesture of appreciation and goodwill toward Yanhai Entertainment. 5 songs. Yang Xian pondered, realizing this aligned closely with his expectations. After all, how many songs had Gu Xingyi released thus far? They had merely provided a platform for Xia Zhao, yet had gained 5 songs in return, an ample exchange. All right, young Gu, you've made a promise. Should the need arise in the future, I shall not hesitate to call upon you. Yang Xian chuckled, rising to shake Gu Xingyi's hand. Standing to the side, Yang Qilan observed the interplay between the two shrewd individuals, realizing she had much to learn. She had only now grasped that matters could be negotiated in such a manner. Neither party explicitly stated their intentions, yet an unspoken understanding passed between them. After engaging in further conversation with Yang Xian, Gu Xingyi stood to take his leave. His objectives had been fulfilled, and there was no reason to linger. Upon returning to the 16th floor, in Xia Zhao's dedicated lounge, her companions had already packed their belongings. They understood that, since Gu Xingyi had declared his intention to take Xia Zhao home, he had undoubtedly prepared for the subsequent arrangements. Yet, before departing, the 3 of them glanced wistfully at the luxurious lounge before them. When they had first arrived, they had adored this space, and now, they realized they had spent so little time within its confines before their departure. Noticing the reluctance in their expressions, Gu Xingyi scratched his head, opting not to say much. Rather than painting grandiose visions now, he preferred to demonstrate his intentions through actions in the future. He believed wholeheartedly that he would provide them with even better accommodations. Leaving Yanhai Entertainment and arriving at the artist's apartment, their numerous bags filled 2 vehicles to the brim. After finalizing all arrangements with Yang Qilan, they set off toward Jiangxing. This journey to the magical city seemed like a dream to Xia Zhao and her companions. The scene of their previous arrival, filled with enthusiasm, felt as if it had occurred only yesterday, and now, in the blink of an eye, they were preparing to depart once more. As Tao Lele gazed out at the fleeting landscapes through the car window, she felt a twinge of nostalgia. Turning her attention back to Yunjie, who was behind the wheel, she inquired, "What do you think Gu Xingyi will do next?" Yunjie shook her head, yet a smile graced her lips. "I don't know, but I believe he will certainly find a way, just as he did when he came to the hospital to see me. There is a confidence in him that is unlike anyone else." Tao Lele nodded, half understanding, and continued to look out the window, realizing that the once despised Gu Xingyi had now become the backbone of their group. By the time they arrived in Jiangxing, dusk had already settled. Tao Lele would be staying at Yunjie's home for the night, and after arranging to meet at Gu Xingyi's house the following day, the group parted ways. Upon returning home, Xia Zhao found that her daughter, Nainai, still brimmed with energy despite the late hour. The little one, now over 7 in the evening, refused to leave her mother's embrace. Ever since she started kindergarten, she had developed good habits. And this was usually the time when Gu Xingyi would read her fairy tales to coax her to sleep. However, tomorrow was Sunday, a day off. And Gu Xingyi did not impose too many restrictions on her. The family of 3 shared a simple dinner. After the meal, at the insistence of the little one, Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao found themselves nestled on the cloud-shaped sofa, watching cartoons. Xia Zhao and Nainai snuggled into Gu Xingyi's arms, imparting a sense of familial warmth that brought a beaming smile to Gu Xingyi's face. Indeed, there was nothing quite like the feeling of family togetherness. With only Nainai around, he often felt as if something was missing in his life. In the cozy glow of the lights, the small living room echoed with the joyous laughter of Nainai, intermingled with the sounds of animated effects from the television, creating a thick atmosphere of happiness within their home. After watching 2 episodes, Nainai, still yearning for more animation, was reluctantly taken away by Xia Zhao for her evening routine. Gu Xingyi chuckled, stretching comfortably and turning off the television. Once Xia Zhao and Nainai returned to the bedroom after washing up, he took a shower himself and, feeling quite content, climbed into bed to regale the 2 with fairy tales. Nainai quickly succumbed to sleep amidst the stories. Gu Xingyi carefully turned off the light and lay down, preparing for slumber, only to find a warm, delicate figure slipping past Nainai and into his embrace. Suddenly wide awake, Gu Xingyi looked down and gently pinched Xia Zhao's soft cheek. It feels even better than before. In the darkness, he could hear her slightly hurried breaths and heartbeat. In an instant, he closed his eyes and sought her lips for a kiss. Xia Zhao let out a soft hum, her body initially tensing before relaxing into him. The brief separation had heightened their yearning for one another, and they became lost in the moment. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, and Xia Zhao, propping herself up on Gu Xingyi, breathed a bit heavily but playfully pushed away his wandering hands, whispering, "Not now, you might wake Nainai." Gu Xingyi felt a similar discomfort, his throat dry as he swallowed hard, suppressing the tumult within him. I understand. I'll take a shower. With that, he took a deep breath and carefully rolled out of bed, making a hasty exit. He feared that lingering any longer would lead him to lose control. Xiao's allure was simply irresistible. Clearly, arranging a separate room for Xiao Nainai had become an urgent necessity. After a refreshing cold shower, Gu Xingyi felt devoid of desire. The late September weather had turned notably cooler, particularly in the evening. Returning to bed, he embraced Xiao, and this time, neither made any further moves. Outside, the night was thick, while within their cozy sanctuary, they slowly drifted into a deep slumber, without any further interruptions for the remainder of the night. The following day, not only Yunjie and Tao Lele arrived at Gu Xingyi's home, but even Chen Feng was invited over. This marked the first formal meeting between Chen Feng and the others. However, the atmosphere was far from the peaceful encounter Gu Xingyi had envisioned. At that moment, Tao Lele and Chen Feng were locked in a fierce stare-down, their animosity palpable, while the innocent Xiao Nainai blinked her large eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend why the uncle and aunt before her were at odds. I arrived first. Nainai should be with me. Though shorter in stature than Chen Feng, Tao Lele stood her ground, gripping one of Xiao Nainai's small hands and glaring at him defiantly. What does it matter if you came first? Nainai clearly prefers my gift. Look, she is still holding the toy I gave her. What do you have? Chen Feng looked down at Tao Lele with an air of superiority, his expression smug, which made her want to leap up and punch him. Enough already. I didn't bring you here to bicker, and Nainai is not yours. She is mine. Gu Xingyi, exasperated, rubbed his temples and scooped Xiao Nainai into his arms. At this, both turned to glare at Gu Xingyi, who had snatched the little one away. This guy is truly infuriating. Ignoring their resentful expressions, Gu Xingyi settled onto the sofa with Xiao Nainai. In a huff, Tao Lele dashed over to Xiao, shaking her arm vigorously, clearly indicating that she wanted her to rein in her husband, who was being a bully. Chen Feng, equally displeased, recounted how he had barely gotten a chance to hold the little one before Tao Lele swooped in, and now Gu Xingyi was complicating matters further. Old Gu, you called me here just to irritate me, didn't you? Gu Xingyi, however, chose not to entertain this line of conversation and waved his hand dismissively. I called you here to discuss something important. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi's serious demeanor, the others ceased their playful antics and listened intently. Feng, I am considering establishing an entertainment company. Let us call it Zingo Entertainment. If you have some free time, could you help me find a suitable venue? It doesn't need to be large at first, as we currently lack manpower. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's proposal, a wave of excitement washed over everyone, particularly Yunjie and Tao Lele. The thought of creating their own company was exhilarating. They would no longer have to bow to the whims of others. Though the idea seemed somewhat far-fetched, Gu Xingyi's words carried a weight that inspired confidence. Chen Feng, however, was not surprised. He had already heard about Xiao's ban from the industry during his journey here. Thus, Gu Xingyi's plan to establish an entertainment company made perfect sense. After pondering briefly, Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached Gu Xingyi, a smile spreading across his face. Old Gu, the commercial building where our company is currently located has a floor available for rent that hasn't been taken yet. I think it would be ideal. Plus, we could integrate both companies, Zingo Animation as a subsidiary of Zingo Entertainment. It would be very convenient. Is it the multi-story commercial building in the center of Jiangxing? Indeed. It is a splendid location, conveniently situated for the initial establishment of a company. It is undoubtedly suitable. Once the business flourishes, we can seek a different venue. That madman. Shall you initiate discussions? If feasible, we can formally proceed to sign the contract in a week's time. Gu Xingyi pondered momentarily before arriving at a prudent decision. Why a week later? Chen Feng inquired, somewhat perplexed, as delaying to a week would compel him to find a way to postpone the rental agreement. Gu Xingyi, exasperated, retorted, what do you think? I simply do not possess sufficient funds at present. Moreover, certain matters remain unresolved, necessitating a waiting period. Now is not the opportune moment. I need to let the bullets fly for a while. Gu Xingyi observed the puzzled expressions of his companions, chuckling softly before concluding his statement. Time swiftly passed. September was drawing to a close, marking a week since Xiao's return to Jiangxing. Meanwhile, the multitude of netizens eagerly awaiting her latest album gradually began to notice something amiss. At an indeterminate point, updates regarding Xiao's recent activities abruptly ceased. It was an unexpected silence. They were utterly unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Naturally, they remained oblivious to the fact that the smaller entertainment companies, after a few days of observation, recognized Gu Xingyi's lack of action, prompting them to mobilize. After all, as one of the three entertainment giants, Formidable capital is not something a single individual can contend with. With a sense of relief, various companies commenced their activities, resulting in the current state of affairs online. The media ceased reporting on any topics related to Xia Ziao, and the absence of her influence allowed numerous stars and influencers to flourish. Even the marketing accounts gradually stopped disseminating any content pertaining to her. This entire predicament was orchestrated by capital forces, with even the netizens' posts being manipulated to control their popularity. It felt as though time had been halted. All discussions concerning Xia Zhou seemed to have abruptly frozen a week prior. As the realization dawned upon the netizens, they congregated beneath Xia Zhao's Weibo and Gu Xingyi's Douyin, engaged in fervent discussions. Especially upon witnessing the chaotic trending topics, their nostalgia for Xia Zhao and Gu Xingyi intensified. Consequently, many netizens began inquiring about the reasons beneath their posts. The latest entry on Xia Zhao's Weibo was still the announcement of her album release on October 1st, which had garnered over 10 million comments and exceeded 100 million views. Is she still alive? What is happening? Why the sudden silence? Come out and say something. It's disheartening. I feel like crying. Another day without news. Brothers, help me elevate this post, will you? Damn it. My post has garnered so many likes and shares. Why isn't it trending? Exactly. It feels off. You don't need to feel it. It is indeed off. This situation reminds me of a certain star from the past. Are you suggesting it's the one who was blacklisted? As time progressed, the netizens increasingly sensed the anomaly, particularly when they suddenly noticed that Xia Zhou's Weibo tag, which previously bore the insignia of Yinhai Entertainment, had vanished. Had Xia Zhao been blacklisted? Or had she withdrawn from the industry once more? In an instant, anxiety gripped the hearts of all netizens, having just discovered a few delightful songs. They could not bear to revert to the mediocrity of other artists. Their ears had become accustomed to quality. You can't just vanish like that. The netizens transitioned from initial confusion to investigation, and subsequently to fury, inundating Xia Zhao's Weibo and Gu Xingyi's Douyin with their outrage. The agitated netizens, akin to headless flies, flailed about, their frustration palpable. They hadn't even had the chance to listen to the album, and now she was gone. Meanwhile, within the TMEI Entertainment building, Lu Gao's secretary was wiping her forehead, reporting on the situation. She had not anticipated that Xia Zhao's disappearance would provoke such a significant reaction from the netizens. Chairman, should we not intervene? The online sentiment is fervent, and the companies are struggling. The origin of this incident lay with TMEI Entertainment. Should things go awry, the blame would inevitably fall upon them. Lu Gao, however, appeared unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself. They are merely a rabble. After their initial uproar, they will disperse. Everyone has to make a living, and no one is foolish enough to cling to this matter indefinitely. Before Lu Gao could finish speaking, the office door swung open abruptly. The head of the operations department burst in, drenched in sweat. Before Lu Gao could frown or speak, he interjected, Chairman, Gu Xingyi. He posted on Weibo. Lu Gao furrowed his brow, displaying impatience. So what if he posted? Why the fuss? Just continue suppressing his Weibo's popularity. But no one dares to suppress it. The operations department head's voice trembled, laced with despair. He released a song. The title is Counterattack. But that is not the most crucial part. The important thing is, Huiyang liked and shared it. Chapter 123, Counterattack. A significant event. Gu Xingyi has finally posted on Weibo. Initially, due to the suppression of its popularity, only a minority of netizens were aware, but now, this post soared to the top of the trending list. Why, you ask? Because Yunyang Ma shared and liked it. Joyous exclamations filled the air. At that moment, it was as though everyone had found a beacon of light in the darkness. After enduring prolonged frustration, they eagerly clicked on the Weibo post shared by Yunyang Ma. Within the Weibo, a video accompanied a lengthy explanation. Hello everyone, long time no see. Today's Weibo update is to clarify the recent situation regarding Xia Zhao. As you may have observed, Xia Zhao has terminated her contract with Yinhai Entertainment, and of course, our separation was amicable. Please do not panic. Fame brings many troubles. The entertainment industry is a challenging realm. Some individuals, wishing to hinder our progress, have unjustly imposed a ban on Xia Zhao. I believe you can all guess who that might be. Suffice it to say, it is certainly not Yinhai Entertainment. Now, we must forge our own path. Here, I wish to convey a message to those who believe they reign supreme in the entertainment industry. You shall not obscure the truth. A new era in entertainment will be ushered in by us. The following song is titled Counterattack, dedicated to you and to the vast community of netizens. Thank you for your unwavering support and concern during this time. We shall combat injustice to the very end. Let us rise and fight. Upon reading these words, the netizens erupted with excitement. Indeed, their suspicions had proven accurate. It was yet again capital exerting its oppressive force upon the entertainment industry. What manner of world had the Huayu become? They dared to suppress talent. At long last, a treasure of a singer emerged. At last, a celestial lyricist arose. And yet they sought to silence her. In that moment, the flames of fury ignited within the netizens, without a second thought. They knew that if it wasn't Yinhai Entertainment, then only the two giants could orchestrate such a thing. They scarcely paid heed to what Huayang had said when sharing. Nor did they click on the video. The comments section erupted. Damn, there's no need to elaborate. It's either Timei or Xingyi. Do they truly consider us netizens to be lifeless? This is no longer a challenge to our limits. This is a blatant affront. For the past few days, my eyes and ears have been sullied. Brothers, what say you? Is this not worth charging at? Do they think they are above us? Today, I shall ensure that the heavens can no longer shield my eyes. Let this keyboard become the sword that cleaves the heavens. Charge. Be rational, brothers. Your visit now merely serves to amplify their prominence. In the future, whenever these two companies unveil their creations, we shall simply protest. Indeed, the upstairs commentary is spot on. Let us first observe what the Central Mother has to say, and then watch the video. Moreover, did Gu Xingyi not declare his intent to fight to the bitter end? Our support suffices. Yes, indeed. First, let us view the video. After the fervent outcry from netizens, they resumed watching the Weibo post, only to find that Huayang had shared the content with a bold proclamation. The song is fantastic. If the entertainment industry cannot sustain itself, come to Huayang. Additionally, Huayang's new program, Chasing Dreams with a Passionate Heart, is set to premiere tomorrow night at 8 o'clock on the Huayang channel, with the theme song simultaneously uploaded to Huayang. A little trivia, the theme song is exclusively composed by Gu Xingyi. We warmly welcome everyone to tune in. What does it mean to say that if the entertainment industry falters, one can turn to Huayang? We, the vast community of netizens, vehemently disagree. They are acutely aware that should Gu Xingyi join Huayang, his subsequent musical releases would undoubtedly dwindle. He cannot simply churn out songs at will. How can this be acceptable? Fortunately, Gu Xingyi promptly responded to Huayang, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, but I shall not join Huayang. This interaction, this response, deeply satisfied the netizens. In that moment, those who read this could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, Gu Xingyi belongs solely in the entertainment industry. He cannot go elsewhere. As for his popularity, they shall safeguard it. Following this, the netizens, filled with excitement, clicked on the video, eager to hear this new song. It had been far too long. Upon opening the video, they saw Gu Xingyi clad in a denim jacket, eyes closed, microphone held aloft, his face radiating determination. The next instant, the music erupted. The rapid melody from the electric guitar, combined with an electronic synthesized battlefield score, compelled everyone to sway their heads in rhythm. Suddenly, Gu Xingyi opened his eyes wide, microphone in hand, as his voice soared. On this tumultuous battlefield, the young musical warrior emerged. Amidst the roaring flames of victory, he filled the world with his exuberance. The smoke signals of war surged forth, heralding the advent of a new entertainment era, with passions rising defiantly. The war chariot blazed on. The valiant could not be halted. Yeah, the beat dropped suddenly, and Gu Xingyi sprang into motion, raising his hands high before bringing them down with force. All those who heard this were involuntarily swaying their bodies, some even cooking, wielding spatulas in unrestrained exuberance. The song continued. Come on, reverse battle. The wildness of the ace is upon us. Conquer the universe and set the world right. Oh, reverse battle. Wildness unleashed. Combat is our defiant origin. I will command my strengths. Flaunt my momentum. Witness this dragon battle in the wilderness. This battlefield, filled with countless valiant warriors, racing forward. Warriors who shake the world. Fighting, let us decide once more. What defines a battle song? This is a battle song. Absolutely exhilarating. Gu Xingyi, this prodigy. His songwriting remains remarkably steady. The netizens, enraptured by the melody, erupted in fervor. They hastily tapped their screens, each wishing to become keyboard deities in that moment. Reverse battle. Reverse battle. Wildness. The ace must unleash. Were you not attempting to silence us? Come on. Fight. Whoever hesitates shall be deemed cowardly. A battle song. It has been ages since we heard such an anthem in the entertainment industry. What a delight. Ha. Brothers, allow me to share a joke. I just saw a media outlet publish news about Xiaoziao. Truly ridiculous. The Central Mother is stepping down, and they can no longer hold their ground. I'm dying of laughter. I saw that too. Even marketing accounts are surfacing now. Censorship? Gu Xingyi, I implore you to censor me. Central Mother, censor whom? Ha. With a single Weibo post from Gu Xingyi and a song like Reverse Battle, the previously restless netizens found solace. That man is still here. He has shattered the entrenched dynamics of the entertainment industry with an almost invincible demeanor, showcasing his talent in a bold manner, heralding the arrival of a new era in the entertainment realm. At this moment, the most distressed were the media and those self-proclaimed marketing accounts, all lamenting in silence. Previously pressured by capital, they had observed for 2 days before yielding, as they always had. Little did they expect Gu Xingyi, the cunning one, had been waiting for them. Huiyang had even liked and shared the post. Could they, as Huiyang's subordinates, afford to lag behind? It was indeed a challenging situation. As the new year approached, with Gu Xingyi's Weibo post gaining traction, an increasing number of netizens flocked to it, eagerly clicking on this long-anticipated update, their faces alight with joy. Indeed, it must be Gu Xingyi. Only the songs of this prodigy could enthrall them so deeply. Furthermore, not only today's reverse battle, but tomorrow Huiyang would unveil Chasing Dreams with a passionate heart, and the day after, Xiao's album would launch, featuring earlier songs from the Star Song Festival, along with a mysterious new track. Love it, love it. In an instant, the netizens felt an overwhelming surge of happiness. It truly felt like the new year. The online fervor reached a boiling point as various media outlets and marketing accounts joined the fray. Not only Weibo, but also headlines, Douyin, and even UC's shock department became involved. In no time, Gu Xingyi's Weibo post and Huiyang's shared post simultaneously topped the trending charts across all platforms, while the previous number 1 was relegated to a shivering 3rd place. In TMEI Entertainment, Lu Gao gazed at the wildly popular Weibo post, his expression darkening to an extreme. He had never anticipated Huiyang would step forward to endorse him. In the past, which of those star singers was not a mere pawn of capital? Even when Gu Xingyi and Xiaoziao were at their peak, he had not taken them seriously. For popularity always fades and can be suppressed. Once it wanes, everything returns to silence. Capital is eternally unconquerable, for no one can refuse the allure of profit. But now, one Gu Xingyi has shattered this rule, and why? Because the central mother has emerged. No matter how powerful capital may be, it dares not act recklessly before her. Lu Gao calmly set down his phone. It was only at this moment that he acknowledged Gu Xingyi's potential to be a true rival. He attempted to censor him. Yet Gu Xingyi turned that censorship into a mere joke. The most challenging aspect was that Huiyang had proactively spoken on his behalf. One can only imagine how formidable he truly is. Notify all. Cease all actions regarding Xiaoziao. Since Gu Xingyi wishes to battle, let it be as he desires. I shall see how he alone contends against capital. Simultaneously, in Xingyi Entertainment, Tian Xingyi squinted his beady eyes, quietly observing the unfolding events on Weibo. Moments later, he suddenly chuckled, murmuring to himself, how intriguing. This is genuinely interesting. Meanwhile, at Yinhai Entertainment, Yang Xian maintained a serene demeanor as he watched the Weibo posts. His expression content. Yang Shenlin sat beside him, her eyes wide with astonishment. He truly has a way. He has remarkably resolved this situation. I always said he is no ordinary person. He wouldn't undertake anything without confidence. My daughter, do you see? My judgment surpasses yours just a tad. Yang Xian chuckled, lifting his teacup to sip. Yang Shenlin shot a glance at her proud father, unable to suppress a mumble. Both foxes are, after all, not virtuous beings. Hearing this, Yang Xian nearly spat out his tea. What does it mean to say they are not virtuous? Criticizing Gu Xingyi is one thing. But how dare she include her own father? Gu Xingyi, what manner of brilliance is this? Truly remarkable. The terror-stricken screams of Tao Lele made Gu Xingyi want to cover his ears. He hurriedly intervened. Calm down. Calm down. Look at you, with that naive expression. A smile graced Gu Xingyi's face, though he himself was taken aback by Huiyang's decision to share his Weibo post. His initial intent was merely to publish a post, anticipating that once Huiyang's program aired, his song would naturally gain traction, and at that point, the so-called capital would be unable to suppress his rising popularity. The disparity between the two was merely one of proactivity versus passivity. He truly did not expect Huiyang to voice her support so directly. Now he owed a monumental favor. However, owing a favor to Yang Ma seemed rather delightful. What does it mean to be inexperienced? Just look at Sister Xiao. She too appeared quite astonished. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Tao Lele pouted in dissatisfaction, tilting her head to indicate that her sister Vo was hardly in a better state. Gu Xingyi turned to glance over, only to find Xiao on the sofa, staring blankly at him with a flushed face. He rubbed his forehead, realizing that she was not merely shocked. Rather, she was still reeling from the playful mischief he had indulged in that morning while the little one was yet asleep. Well then, let her be astonished at her own pace. I must take my leave. I have an appointment with a madman at the Media University to recruit some voice actors. Gu Xingyi checked the time on his phone, stood up, and turned back to the still-dazed Xiaoziao. Wife, I'm heading out. Huh. Oh, okay. Xiaoziao's mind was a whirlwind, and in response to Gu Xingyi's words, she hazily lifted her head, completely oblivious to what he had said. Gu Xingyi scratched his nose, offering an awkward smile, and hurriedly slipped out the door under Tao Leilei's curious gaze. Heavens above, he had been a single man for so long. Encountering such a situation that morning had been irresistible, resulting in Xiaozhou ending up in her current state. Nevertheless, he chuckled inwardly. If given another chance, he would still be unable to resist. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jiangxing Media University, Gu Xingyi donned the mask and cap he had prepared beforehand and exited the vehicle. His burgeoning popularity online necessitated these accessories as essential items whenever he ventured out. A few students ambled past the university entrance, and as Gu Xingyi approached the main gate, he spotted Chen Feng waiting for him. Gu Xingyi was not particularly knowledgeable about recruitment, having come solely at Chen Feng's behest. "Old Gu, over here," Chen Feng called out before Gu Xingyi could draw near. Indeed, masks and caps were utterly ineffective in concealing one's identity from acquaintances. Gu Xingyi hurried over, glanced into the school grounds, and inquired, "So, what's the plan for recruitment?" "Come on, I've already contacted the younger students inside. They've organized quite a number of candidates, all waiting for us," Chen Feng replied enthusiastically. Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement and entered the university alongside him. It was not until the small recruitment fair commenced that Gu Xingyi realized his primary role was that of a mascot. Watching the eager and hungry gazes of the young students, he instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a surge of frustration towards Chen Feng. This rascal who had orchestrated such a chaotic endeavor. No wonder what should have been a simple recruitment had transformed into a mini-job fair. It appeared that Chen Feng had informed the students of his presence in advance. He felt numb, not from the recruitment itself, but from the incessant signing of autographs. Although the objective of hiring was ultimately achieved, Gu Xingyi now wished to send the grinning, foolish Chen Feng to the market. Oh wait, to the morning market. He craved some pork. Chapter 125, A Chance Encounter with Two Brothers. Finally managing to extricate himself from the throng of students, Gu Xingyi exhaled in relief, experiencing for the first time the burdensome weight of fame. Fortunately, these students maintained a sense of professionalism, refraining from excessive publicity. Otherwise, he could hardly bear to imagine the potential chaos. As they exited the school, Chen Feng chuckled, "Old Gu, look, ever since you arrived, the quality of our voice actors has improved, and with you overseeing things, I feel much more at ease." Gu Xingyi shot him a sidelong glance, non-committal in his response. While there was truth in his words, why did the sight of him make Gu Xingyi want to punch him? Now that the voice acting crew was assembled, the professional aspects were up to Chen Feng. "So, madman, do you have confidence?" Gu Xingyi shifted the topic. Chen Feng paused momentarily. Then a confident smile spread across his face. He nodded earnestly, declaring, "Absolutely. Old Gu, while I may be a bit clueless in matters of the heart, I am a professional in this area. Just wait and see." Chen Feng mused, calculating the timing. Determined to complete the production of the anime in sync with Wang Jun's airing. He was not one to hold grudges without taking action. Gu Xingyi smiled but remained silent, trusting that Chen Feng would manage the ensuing details. As they walked side by side towards the parking lot, Gu Xingyi suddenly halted, gazing ahead at a gathering of students not far away. A crowd had formed, and melodic strains wafted through the air. The music was all too familiar. It was none other than his debut song, "A Lifetime with You." "Let us go. Take a look." Gu Xingyi's eyes brightened. It was his first time hearing his own song performed live on the street, and curiosity piqued his interest. Chen Feng nodded, and the two hastened towards the crowd, weaving through until they reached the center where two young men were performing. One cradled a guitar, passionately singing "A Lifetime with You," while the other engaged with the audience. Clearly, they were not students of the university. They appeared slightly older, their looks unremarkable, and their clothes bore the marks of wear, yet they were neatly presented, their belongings piled on a nearby patch of ground. Gu Xingyi closed his eyes to listen intently. The young man sang exceptionally well, even infusing a flavor into the performance that surpassed his own, leaving Gu Xingyi pleasantly surprised. What a promising talent. Indeed, in any world, there are always gifted singers overshadowed by circumstance. Not everyone has the privilege of being a creative artist, and many remain undiscovered, relegated to street corners and bars, yearning for a talent scout's attention. As the young man concluded his song, they made minor adjustments to their equipment and launched into another tune, harmonizing beautifully. This rap, unfamiliar to Gu Xingyi, featured one performer rapping at lightning speed while the other joined in during the climactic moments, their synergy electrifying the atmosphere. Students around them waved their hands, swaying to the rhythm, cheers and whistles erupting from the crowd. The vibrancy of youth was on full display, and Gu Xingyi found himself unconsciously nodding along. Though the rap was merely average, it was certainly a far cry from the impromptu performances he had heard earlier. Moreover, it was evident that these two had honed their craft, likely accustomed to performing in front of crowds, their stage presence remarkably engaging, which piqued Gu Xingyi's interest. He intended to launch an entertainment company, and he was in dire need of talent. As the next song concluded, Gu Xingyi contemplated briefly before decisively stepping forward. Hello. I apologize for the interruption, but would you two be interested in joining an entertainment company? Without hesitation, Gu Xingyi directly posed the question. The two individuals were momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly morphing into sheer astonishment, with one even trembling slightly as he gripped the microphone. You're a talent scout? Gu Xingyi felt a tinge of embarrassment, fortunate to be masked, thus concealing his face from view. No, but I am preparing to establish an entertainment company, and I happen to be in need of talent. I wonder if you might be interested? Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, the two in front of him seemed to plummet from heaven to hell, their expressions of joy dimming instantaneously. What is this? The company hasn't even launched yet. Are you sure you're not just a fly-by-night operation? Surrounding students, oblivious to the unfolding drama, cast curious glances towards the scene. Some already displaying impatience as Gu Xingyi's sudden appearance shattered the lively atmosphere. Apologies, though we may not be well known, we seek a company with some credibility. Sorry. One of them replied, a wry smile gracing his face as he declined Gu Xingyi's invitation. Just as Gu Xingyi was about to respond, Chen Feng darted over, winking rapidly at the two. Hey, aren't you curious about who you're speaking with right now? Observing Chen Feng's antics, the two appeared somewhat bewildered, scrutinizing Gu Xingyi anew, their brows furrowing in recognition. This physique, why does it seem increasingly familiar? Gu Xingyi himself managed a wry smile. Indeed, who would not reject a candidate who had yet to establish a company, especially one donning a mask and a cap? Please, hold off on your refusals for a moment. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Xingyi, the creator of the song you just performed, A Lifetime with You. The two were momentarily stunned once more, their emotions akin to a roller coaster, having just ascended only to plummet, now suddenly soaring to unprecedented heights. Their eyes widened in disbelief, staring blankly at the familiar figure before them. Gu Xingyi? Gu Xingyi, their idol. They had fantasized on numerous occasions about the possibility of Gu Xingyi composing a song for them, a dream that seemed unattainable. This represented the profound connection between a talented singer and an exceptional lyricist. No artist yearns for a remarkable song more than a singer does. The relationship between a singer and a songwriter is akin to that of a spirited steed and a discerning talent scout. While spirited steeds are plentiful, discerning talent scouts are rare. Are you truly Gu Xingyi, the one from Zingo Productions, known for excellence? Indeed, Gu Xingyi affirmed. The two stood momentarily dazed, then exchanged a sudden glance before. In Gu Xingyi's bewildered expression, they seized their belongings from the ground and, one on each side, pulled him along towards the exit. We're joining. Let us go. There are too many people here. Their actions resembled those of two bandits, fearfully ensuring he would not escape their grasp. Chapter 126, A Home. It was only when they reached a less crowded area that they relinquished their hold on Gu Xingyi's arms, gazing at him with unrestrained excitement. Gu Xingyi smiled, knowingly removing his mask to reveal his well-recognized handsome visage as he extended his hand. Hello, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Gu Xingyi. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi right before them, the joy on their faces intensified. The taller boy with glasses, eager and animated, hastily wiped his hand on his clothing before grasping Gu Xingyi's hand. Hello, I can't believe it's really you. My name is Feng Xiaoxiao. I am absolutely thrilled to meet you. He grinned broadly, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He had never anticipated that just days ago. He and his companion were drinking and listening to the songs penned by Gu Xingyi, wishing aloud for the day when Gu Xingyi would write a song for them. Now, he stood right before them. Upon hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's introduction, Gu Xingyi's lips twitched involuntarily as he turned to the shorter boy. The one who had just sung A Lifetime with You. You must be Yishuian, correct? The boy was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. How do you know? All right then. Feng Xiaoxiao and Yishuian. What a fitting pair. Gu Xingyi mused silently, pondering whether their parents were perhaps also time travelers. For he knew that this phrase did not exist in the annals of history. Well, Feng Xiaoxiao, Yishuian, I extend my invitation once more for you to join my company. Though it has yet to be established, and I cannot guarantee you a future at this moment, I can assure you of treatment akin to that of other entertainment companies, and, of course, songs tailored to your talents. Gu Xingyi genuinely admired the two. He had listened intently to their recent performance and believed their abilities rivaled those of the most popular singers. Moreover, their names bore a surprising connection to his own, evoking a sense of kinship. Feng Xiaoxiao and Yishuian exchanged a meaningful glance, then turned back to nod solemnly, without a hint of hesitation. We'll join. Had we known it was you, we wouldn't have declined earlier. In the current music industry, if you ask who we admire most, it's undoubtedly you, Xingyi. Yishuian scratched his head, a bashful expression crossing his face as he continued. You are also our idol. Just days ago, we were discussing you over drinks. If we could have a song composed by you, we would truly feel fulfilled. Feng Xiaoxiao chuckled, his excitement mingled with a tinge of nostalgia. After graduation, we ventured far and wide, striving for our dreams, yet they remained elusive. We are merely children from ordinary families, and breaking into the entertainment industry is incredibly challenging, leaving us devoid of hope. As he spoke, a radiant smile blossomed on Feng Xiaoxiao's face once more. Encountering you feels like the closest we have ever been to realizing our dreams. Even if you hadn't invited us, we would have pursued you relentlessly to accept us. We will certainly work hard. Witnessing the sincerity etched upon their faces moved Gu Xingyi deeply. Although he was the one extending the invitation, their exuberance reflected the harsh reality of the entertainment industry. Without fame, raw talent could easily be overlooked. These underappreciated, yet capable singers would pour forth their unwavering passion upon encountering even the slightest opportunity. All right, let us exchange contact information for now. When the company is established, I will reach out to you, and you can come to the office. Gu Xingyi stated earnestly, pulling out his phone to exchange numbers and add them on WeChat. The two were visibly elated, their hands trembling slightly as they handled their phones, yet their smiles radiated warmth and brightness. After exchanging contact details and sharing a few more words, Gu Xingyi took his leave, knowing all matters would be addressed once Xingyi Entertainment was formally founded. It wouldn't be long now. After the airing of Huiyang's program and the launch of Xiaozio's album, Xingyi Entertainment would make its mark on this world. Not far from his departure, Gu Xingyi could still hear Feng Xiaoxiao on the phone with his family, exclaiming, "Mom, I found a company," which nearly brought tears to Gu Xingyi's eyes. He could deeply relate to this feeling. In his previous life, after graduation, he too had traversed a long path before garnering any recognition. He recalled the exhilaration of having his first song acknowledged by others, a sensation that lingered in his memory. Regrettably, back then, he had no one to share his joy with, only treating himself to a small cake to celebrate in solitude. Upon returning home, twilight had descended, and both Tao Lele and Sister Yun had already left. Under the warm, orange glow of the lights, little Nainai was nestled on the couch, engrossed in her toys. Hearing the door open, she lifted her head, her eyes lighting up. "Daddy's back." "Yes, I'm home. What are you playing with, Nainai?" Gu Xingyi responded with an affirmative, swiftly approaching the sofa to embrace the little one. "We're playing with the puzzle that Uncle Fatty sent. Daddy, come join Nainai in piecing it together. We must complete it before we can eat. That's what Mommy said." "All right, let us put in our best effort." Gu Xingyi chuckled as he lifted little Nainai, placing her on the sofa, and together they began assembling the puzzle toy. At that moment, Xiaozio emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming platter of food, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. She set the dishes on the dining table and then gazed at the father-daughter duo on the sofa. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such a scene, one she could never tire of watching. Gu Xingyi felt an immense warmth in his heart. The solitude he had felt earlier in the afternoon had long dissipated. In this life, he had family. The moonlight was gentle, and laughter resonated throughout their cozy home. The night passed in silence. The next day marked the moment when Huiyang would launch Chasing Dreams with a pure heart. Just one day had passed. Yet the promotional buzz across various platforms was overwhelming, with the title trending at the top of Weibo, ablaze with excitement. Netizens were already poised to engage, having begun discussions online well in advance. "Gather around. It's produced by Yang Ma and Xingyi. You won't want to miss it." Sigh. "I haven't had enough of reverse battle, and now we have Chasing Dreams with a pure heart. My ears are in bliss. Isn't the Versailles contest upstairs? There can't be too many good songs, right? Then don't listen. Ha ha. I heard someone is trying to blacklist Xiaozio. Why the silence? Don't mention it. They wouldn't dare. I'm standing right here. Let us see who has the guts." Yesterday, Tianmei and Xinyi's official accounts were overwhelmed. Unlike the netizens' fervor, entertainment companies could only watch helplessly, too intimidated to take any action. In just one day, trending topics were once again dominated by Gu Xingyi and Yang Ma. Everyone knew whom Gu Xingyi was standing up for, yet no one could do anything to him. After all, he had his mother as protection. At 8 in the evening, the exhilarating moment finally arrived as Huiyang's program officially aired. Everyone eagerly awaiting this moment immediately tuned into the Huiyang channel, and in the blink of an eye, a diligent student appeared on screen, surrounded by towering stacks of books on his desk. In the sweltering summer, a fan whirred above, yet beads of sweat still trickled down his youthful face. He looked up to see a countdown to the college entrance examination displayed beside the blackboard. As music began to play, the singer's voice resonated. "Where is the world filled with flowers? If it truly exists, I shall go there. I long to stand atop the highest peak, regardless of whether it's a sheer cliff. Chapter 127, Run Forward. Breaking voice. At this moment, Xingyi sat before the television, captivated by the program. When the song began, he found himself momentarily entranced, as if he could hear the original artist Gala's voice echoing in his mind. It was so strikingly similar. This was indeed Huiyang. In an instant, he grasped the essence of the song. The singer's voice, laden with power, conveyed that Huiyang truly understood the song and presented it flawlessly. As the melody enveloped the audience, every viewer felt a collective nostalgia for the times they had fought for their dreams. The program's footage transitioned from the student to a worker covered in mud, drenched but still carrying steel beams several times his height on his back, while the song continued. Live passionately, love fiercely, even if it means sacrificing everything. I seek no one's approval, only to be true to myself. I have never chosen to give up on my ideals, even amidst the dirt and grime. The narrative flowed seamlessly, portraying a white-collar worker enduring a scolding from his boss, bowing and apologizing. Viewers clenched their fists, each one seeing reflections of their own experiences in these scenes. These were the struggles they were currently facing or had faced, evoking deep resonance within them. On the sofa, Xiaozhao, watching the program alongside Xingyi, was equally entranced by the television, her heart echoing the sentiments of the song. The moments of sweat and determination in pursuit of dreams seemed to materialize before her eyes as the melody played on. Noticing her expression, Xingyi gently grasped her warm hand, smiling as he remarked, "This is rock, you know. The best is yet to come. Perhaps I lack talent, but I possess the innocent dream. I will prove it with my life. Perhaps my hands are clumsy, but I am willing to search tirelessly. I will dedicate my youth without regrets." As the song reached its poignant conclusion, the word regret rang out with fervor, capturing scenes of the student fervently completing homework, the worker striding forward, and the white-collar employee fervently revising documents. This was dedication to dreams and hope for the future. At this moment, every viewer felt a tightening in their chest, understanding the emotions conveyed. They truly wished to weep. This was their inner defiance. Gritting their teeth, they pressed forward, regardless of success or failure. In that instant, the fervent emotions ignited within everyone, and as the next moment unfolded, the music surged forth, accompanied by a powerful male voice, resonating with an indomitable spirit that pierced through every ear. Run forward. Breaking voice, facing derision and mockery. Life's vastness cannot be truly felt without enduring hardships. Fate cannot compel us to kneel and surrender, even if blood spills from our embrace. Keep running, with the pride of a child. Breaking voice, life's brilliance cannot be seen without perseverance. The fervent flames of passion within everyone were instantly ignited by the fervent shouts of the song. This was why they were willing to wholeheartedly support Xingyi. His music always drew them deeply into its embrace. The innocent hearts of netizens awakened in this uproar, releasing their pent-up emotions at that moment. Tears flowed freely. Only this song. I allow it to break. Let it break. No. I feel that the breaking voice is the essence of the song. Chasing dreams, oh chasing dreams. It feels as though I'm not listening to a song, but rather a cry from the depths of my soul. Indeed, as I listen to this song, I seem to return to those days of relentless toil. Eventually, I succeeded. Perhaps you cannot fathom that feeling. It's a hysteria that follows a rebound from rock bottom. This song is the best interpretation of that fervent struggle. Here, I must call out those who wish to blacklist Xiaozhao. What do you plan to achieve by trying to silence us? If you succeed, where shall we go to hear this kind of music? Listening to this song, I finally understand why Yang Ma stands up for her child. This song can break, but it cannot lower in pitch. At this moment, no one cared about the visuals being broadcast in the program, for this song alone had conjured images uniquely their own in their minds. As netizens absorbed the music, their emotions reached a fervent peak. Who said rock music had no future? Who deemed it niche? Then what is this? Netizens either gripped their phones tightly or sat with eyes closed before the television, reveling in the auditory explosion washing over them. Meanwhile, at the Huiyang headquarters, Lin Qiudong and an elderly gentleman were glued to the live viewership numbers on the big screen. Their astonishment barely contained. This program surpassed any previous show in success. Brother Du, how is my foresight? Ha! I told you, with this young man's song, it will undoubtedly succeed. Lin Qiudong erupted into hearty laughter, as if he were not extolling another's virtues, but rather celebrating his own. Du Gu, the chief director of Huiyang, expressed his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. It has been ages since I have encountered such a remarkably talented young individual. I simply cannot resist the urge to meet him. Furthermore, I never claimed it was impossible, did I? The moment I received this song, I envisioned this very moment. Otherwise, do you truly believe I would lend my voice to that little rascal? Dugu continued to gaze at the soaring statistics on the large screen, a smile now adorning his face. Lin Qiudong raised an eyebrow, amused by the old man's persistent reluctance to acknowledge his discerning eye. The program had only just reached its midpoint, yet as an increasing number of viewers flocked in, the fervor surrounding the show intensified. The newly arrived netizens, before uttering a word, were wholly captivated by the melodies, collectively immersing themselves in the music. The future, enchanting and resplendent, constantly beckons to me. Even if accompanied solely by anguish, I shall forge ahead. I yearn to set sail upon the bluest of seas, regardless of whether I can return. The music was exceptional. The lyrics sublime. They were once again reminded of Gu Xingyi's extraordinary creative prowess. Without his contributions, how would everyone's ears manage to thrive? At that moment, Gu Xingyi remained blissfully unaware of these sentiments, utterly entranced by the music. He held Xia Zhao's delicate hand, their fingers intertwining to form a fist. Their movements synchronized remarkably, both shutting their eyes and swaying gently as they savored the lyrics. To wallow in despair after failure is a sign of cowardice. As long as life endures, let us clench our fists. Before dawn breaks, we must summon even greater courage, awaiting the most radiant moment of the sunrise. Run forth. Voice cracking. Chapter 128, Invitation to Sing. Pure bliss. An unparalleled experience. Never before had any rock anthem, much like chasing dreams with a pure heart, bestowed upon them the sensation of having their ears undergo a profound transformation. He articulated the unwavering dedication to dreams and the yearning for success that resided within every heart. As the program approached its conclusion, the screen displayed familiar faces gazing forward, embracing the future and smiling joyfully at the dazzling light that emerged ahead. No compromise until old age. As the song reached its finale, each heart settled into a tranquil state. Following the fervent cries, life returned to its daily struggles. At the program's end, a bold message gradually appeared, tugging at the strings of people's hearts. This piece is dedicated to all of you who are on the journey, pursuing your dreams. It exploded. In the brief span of a single song, this short film ignited an online frenzy. Countless bold and red headlines emerged, accompanied by numerous posts ignited with enthusiasm, all praising this song. If yesterday's counterattack represented Gu Xingyi's declaration of war against certain companies within the entertainment industry, then today's Huiyang's chasing dreams with a pure heart signified Gu Xingyi announcing to them that he possesses both the qualifications and the capabilities to declare war. On this day, you shall not suppress us. This is merely the beginning. The online fervor has already spiraled into madness. As time progresses and more people listen to this song, the level of excitement is beyond imagination. In the brightly lit Tinmei Entertainment Building, Lu Gao, who had previously exuded confidence, now appeared somewhat anxious. This level of enthusiasm was utterly unforeseen. He had anticipated that Gu Xingyi's song would merely generate a buzz akin to prior releases, yet reality surpassed his expectations. Huiyang's synergy with Gu Xingyi had proven unexpectedly harmonious. Playing an extraordinary hand, Lu Gao fixed his gaze on the screen, his fists clenching unconsciously, even to the point of digging his nails into his flesh without realizing it. The female secretary standing nearby trembled in fear. It was her first time witnessing the chairman lose composure like this. After a prolonged moment, Lu Gao regained his senses, his expression dark as he incessantly twirled the pen in his hand, contemplating the next steps. He dared not confront Huiyang directly, but Gu Xingyi did not intimidate him. He pondered how to overshadow Gu Xingyi's momentum following this program. Suddenly, he lifted his head and turned to the quaking secretary, inquiring, "If I am not mistaken, tomorrow marks the release date of Xia Zhao's album on Huiyan?" The secretary, already on edge, flinched at the question and stammered, "Why yes. Many netizens are discussing it. They are calling these 3 days the grand celebration of the music industry." After uttering this, she promptly sealed her lips, fearing that another word might invoke Lu Gao's ire. 3-day celebration? Huh. Lu Gao scoffed, then continued, "Since they wish to revel, we must also partake. Contact several renowned lyricists and composers in the industry. Also, bring Ying over. As a veteran diva, it is only natural for her to release a song that charts. The company must fully cooperate. I want to see her song launched on Huiyan before tomorrow night." Upon hearing this, the secretary paused for a moment, taken aback that the boss intended to summon Sister Ying for support. It was known that Sister Ying was a former diva. Her reputation aside, her talent was undeniable. "Understood. I will reach out immediately." She quickly complied, her mind racing as she realized the chairman's intention was to undermine Gu Xingyi by inserting a competing song into the music charts, aiming to curb his audacity. In contrast to Lu Gao, Tian Xingyi remained passive, maintaining his previous stance, detached and poised to reap the benefits. Meanwhile, Yinhai Entertainment convened a rare meeting. The conference room enveloped in an unusual silence, as the cunning Yang Xian chuckled. Why the silence? Weren't you all quite vocal before? This meeting is to decide which artist we shall invite to request a song from Gu Xingyi. No one is being put to death here. Why the reluctance to speak? The attendees exchanged glances, each recalling their prior agreement to oust Xiaozhou, leaving them with little courage to voice their opinions. Nevertheless, everyone was intrigued. Gu Xingyi's current acclaim was unparalleled, and it was evident that Yang Xian sought to leverage this momentum to secure a chart-topping song. Chairman Yang, I believe Lina could be a strong candidate. She is already a top-tier artist, yet since Xia Zhao's arrival, she has not released any music. This opportunity could be pivotal for her. A middle-aged woman with gold-framed glasses, seated to the left, was the first to speak. She had assumed the role of operations manager only after Yinping's dismissal and had previously been close to Lina. Naturally, she was eager to seize this opportunity. I disagree. Before Yang Xian could respond, Zhang Chao, seated on the opposite side, interjected. Yang Xian shot him a glance, frowning. It seemed this fellow was never compatible with whoever held the operations manager position. If you have an opinion, speak up. Yang Xian glared at Zhang Chao, signaling him to voice his thoughts. I believe Lina is not the best choice. Minister Xian has only recently taken office and may not be aware that while Xia Zhao was here, she was relatively close to Cheng Di. I think Cheng Di would be a better option, as Gu Xingyi would likely put more effort into a song for her, ultimately benefiting the company. Additionally, as far as I know, Cheng Di is also a fan of Gu Xingyi, and this opportunity could elevate her to a second-tier artist. Zhang Chao concluded, exuding an air of confidence. His motives were not driven by disdain for the new operations manager, but rather genuine concern for the company's interests. Yang Xian pondered for a moment, then raised his head, stating, this is quite manageable. Inquiring about Gu Xingyi's opinion would suffice. Thus, the choice of candidates lies between these two individuals. Whoever Gu Xingyi consents to compose a song for shall receive the song. Upon Yang Xian's conclusion, both Xian Tongtong and Zhang Chao fell silent, while other management members who had hoped to recommend singers sighed inwardly, lamenting their earlier reticence. Indeed, such a splendid opportunity is scarce. One must act swiftly, lest they miss the warmth of a fresh opportunity. In Jiangqing, just as Gu Xingyi was preparing to retire for the night, he received a request for a song from Yinhai Entertainment. He paused momentarily, taken aback that Yinhai would approach him at such an urgent hour. Yet, upon reflection, Gu Xingyi quickly grasped their intent. They were eager to ride on his coattails. Glancing at the two candidates presented in the message, he did not deliberate long before selecting Cheng Di. Not only had he encountered Cheng Di before and held a favorable impression of her, but her sweet voice also evoked a particular song in his mind. This song was perfectly suited for Cheng Di's charming tone, as if tailored specifically for her. The song in question was AINI by the beloved pop diva, Cindy Wang, which he envisioned Cheng Di performing. At that moment, Gu Xingyi found himself filled with anticipation. Chapter 129. Miao and Jun's predicament. The joys and sorrows of individuals vary vastly. While Gu Xingyi basked in warmth with his wife and child, Miao and Jun, in the artist department of Xingyi Entertainment, was packing her belongings with a sorrowful expression. Her assistant, Yu Ranran, quietly helped her, fully committed to supporting whatever decision her beloved Junjun made. Since Gu Xingyi's arrival, the tides of the entertainment industry had shifted rapidly. Just days ago, Miao and Jun had felt a pang of sympathy for Xiaozhou, who had been blacklisted, only to witness, merely a week later, Gu Xingyi orchestrating a remarkable comeback for her. The overwhelming buzz online had left many singers gasping for breath, and she was unfortunately among the victims. Yet, she had never voiced a complaint. The legend Gu Xingyi had crafted through sheer talent was a testament to his capabilities. Miao and Jun could only strive harder in her daily life, believing that one day, she too would succeed. Alas, sometimes reality is unforgiving. Xingyi Entertainment had never prioritized the music industry, and following this incident, the company's decisions became even less comprehensible. Some artists began shifting their focus towards the film industry. Miao and Jun, however, had no intention of transitioning. Singing had always been her steadfast dream. Yet today at noon, she encountered the unspoken rules imposed by the upper echelons of the company. A director named Ma Liang not only sought to push her towards the film industry, but also behaved inappropriately. Unable to endure his advances, she slapped him. This single act sealed her fate. Although she faced mere shelving, Miao and Jun bore no regrets. If given another chance, she would make the same choice. Now, the apartment had been reclaimed by the company, and the alternative accommodation they arranged for her resembled a storage room. Were it not for the exorbitant penalty tethering her, she would have fled long ago. Coming from an ordinary family, the earnings she accumulated over the past 3 years still fell short of covering the breach of contract fee. Ranran, Miao Anjun looked up at the neatly packed luggage, then turned to her steadfast companion. You ran, managing a faint smile. I might truly have no hope this time. Once I earn enough to cover the penalty, I will leave the company. You. Even the usually confident Miao Anjun felt a wave of melancholy. She struggled to articulate her feelings to Yu Ran, feeling guilty. Oh, Junjun, you don't need to say so much. There will always be a way. Yu Ran. Aware of Miao Anjun's sorrow, feigned cheerfulness, attempting to uplift her spirits. Deep down, however, she too felt a sense of loss. Should Miao Anjun depart, she would inevitably be placed under another supervisor. Yet, compared to her own situation, she felt far more concern for Miao Anjun, a person who cherished singing so deeply, who worked so diligently, now faced the prospect of leaving in obscurity. This entertainment circle is truly beyond salvation. Yu Ran mused, her thoughts drifting to Xia Zhao and then to Gu Xingyi, sparking a glimmer of hope within her. If only Gu Xingyi would assist Junjun, the outcome could be vastly different. Yet, her expression fell again. How could Gu Xingyi, a stranger, extend help to Miao Anjun? The next day, October 1st, marked the release of Xia Zhao's album, coinciding with the final day of the three-day festival. From the early hours, discussions online had been relentless, with netizens eagerly anticipating the moment the album would drop. Presently, the new song chart on Huiyan was firmly dominated by Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, released the previous night by Huiyang. This led many users to speculate just how high Xia Zhao's album would rank on the new song chart. At that moment, astute netizens noticed that Team EI Entertainment and Yinhai Entertainment had also just announced the release of new songs from their respective artists on Huiyan. Simultaneously, the previous generation diva, Lu Ying, and the new rising star, Cheng Di, both made posts on Weibo, promoting their songs set to release today. Lu Ying's offering was a poignant ballad titled The Heart That Daylight Cannot Understand, while Cheng Di presented AINI. This revelation sent shockwaves through the online community, sparking a flurry of discussions. What on earth are these two companies thinking? Releasing songs at this moment? Are they not afraid of being overshadowed? Trouble is brewing. Brothers, remember our previous pledge? Tonight's spotlight belongs to us. Indeed, although Lu Ying had a notoriously difficult temperament and numerous shortcomings, her music was undeniably remarkable. Cheng Di, too, was not to be underestimated. Her sweet voice could melt hearts. Regardless, the evening would tell the tale. In terms of talent, Xia Zhao could certainly hold her own against these two, and when it came to works, Gu Xingyi could only chuckle. No one would stand a chance. Does Lu Ying dare to re-emerge? Does she not recall the backlash she faced? One video on Douyin garnered hundreds of thousands of likes and millions of comments. Those in the know understand. I must say, I left a comment among those millions. The entertainment industry had not seen such excitement in ages. Tonight promises to be thrilling. With the announcements from Team EI Entertainment and Yinhai Entertainment, the enthusiasm of netizens surged, and they felt as though time was crawling, eagerly awaiting the evening's song release. Tonight would be a battle of titans, and they were the protagonists of this unfolding drama. Since Xia Zhao's comeback, alongside Gu Xingyi, the presence of onlookers had heightened significantly. At this moment in Jiangcheng, contrasting the impatience of netizens, Xia Zhao felt a knot of anxiety. She understood that the success of her album sales was crucial for Gu Xingyi. So despite half of the songs being available through free channels, she remained on edge. Gu Xingyi, while confident in the songs, could not shake his own anxiety. He was currently in a precarious financial situation, with plans for his entertainment company and the 5 million from Zingo Animation yet to materialize. Now, all that remained was to see how well Xia Zhao's album sold. As for whether the public would embrace the songs, that was beyond his control. As the evening approached, the clock struck 8. At this hour, Xia Zhao's album, along with Lu Ying's and Cheng Di's new songs, were all released simultaneously on Huiyan. Eager netizens, who had been itching for new music, suddenly found themselves in a dilemma. With so many new songs available, which one should they listen to first? Just as the netizens found themselves in a state of indecision, an unknown individual posted a message with the title, "Wow, this is absolutely enchanting. I've won the grand prize. Everyone, hurry and listen to the new song from Xia Zhao's album, As You Wish." At that moment, the eyes of the netizens brightened with realization. What on earth were they hesitating for? Naturally, they should first indulge in Xia Zhao's mysterious new song. Composed by Gu Xingyi, it was something they had never heard before, and undoubtedly the best choice. In an instant, everyone sprang into action, clicking on the song mentioned in the post, As You Wish. Chapter 130, As You Wish. They hardly cared that the song required payment to listen. They had already experienced the free versions, albeit not the pristine ones. What they truly yearned for was to discover how As You Wish resonated. Don't ask. The answer is simply that they had the financial means to indulge. As the piano melodies began, they donned their headphones, nodding their heads in rhythm. The tune was simply exquisite. It was only when Xia Zhao's voice filled the air that they closed their eyes to savor the moment. You are the distant path, a light within the mist of the mountains. I am but a child, walking within your gaze. You are the bright moon and gentle wind. I am the dream you nurture. Whether seen or unseen, we embrace a lifetime together. Xia Zhao's pure and crystalline voice echoed in their ears, instantly weaving its way into their hearts. The soulfulness of her voice sent tremors through their very beings. Unlike the netizens, the managers from various entertainment companies and the musicians in the industry were preoccupied, their eyes fixated on the new song rankings, hardly daring to blink. They were anxious to know which songs would ascend the charts today and which would be pushed aside, particularly those artists renowned for their new releases, whose hearts raced with trepidation. Suddenly, they noticed that Xia Zhao's As You Wish had, almost instantaneously, claimed the 51st position on the new song chart. In that moment, they instinctively held their breath, yet even that could not hinder As You Wish from soaring upwards with a rocket-like pace. They watched in disbelief as, almost in the blink of an eye, As You Wish climbed to the 20th position and then surged into the top 10. This was the first song from Xia Zhao's album to break into the top 10. Online, some netizens had already listened to the entire song, and after finishing, they took a deep breath, soothing the emotions stirred within them by the music. As it turned out, this song was a tribute to all the ancestors. Those ancestors who, with their youth and their lives, sacrificed their very existence to secure a peaceful life for 3 generations. After calming their emotions, the netizens could not resist clicking to listen once more. Xia Zhao's voice unfolded in layers, recounting tales of gratitude, heritage, and exploration, each segment of her singing evolving, leaving them yearning for more after a single listen. Beyond Xia Zhao's enchanting voice, their admiration for Gu Xingyi's talent grew immensely. They believed that only Gu Xingyi could compose such a remarkable song. Listening to the song once again, they found themselves closing their eyes during the climactic portion, losing themselves in the experience. And I will love the world you love. May your smile reflect your wishes. Your hand I grasp as I stumble. Please guide me to tomorrow. If you have ever tasted my bitterness, I wish to embody your desires. May every wish be fulfilled. May courage prevail in this splendid era. Day by day, in their minds, it felt as though they were holding the hands of their ancestors, guiding them through this flourishing age. The hardships of their forebears had not been in vain. This land remains unharmed. This life of ordinary joys is just as they had wished to behold. As they listened to the song again, the emotions within everyone swelled, infused with a gentle sorrow. They longed for their ancestors to witness the world as it is today. The netizens continued to revel in the music, and unbeknownst to them, As You Wish had risen to second place on the new song chart. Yet they no longer cared about the rankings. At that moment, tears welled in their eyes as Xia Zhao's voice reached its conclusion, and they once again found themselves completely immersed in the song. And I will dream the dreams you dream. May your wishes endure forever. Walk the long road you tread. Such love for you. I too shall witness the world you have yet to see. Write the verses you have yet to compose. The moon at the horizon. The thoughts of you remain ever by my side. I promise you a lifetime as clear as your youthful face. No one anticipated that the first song to make the charts would be a paid release, and no one expected that it would soar to second place so swiftly. The skeptical managers of the entertainment companies frantically refreshed the rankings, yet As You Wish seemed firmly entrenched at second place, showing no signs of budging. The online community had gone utterly wild, with not only netizens, but also media outlets and various marketing accounts fervently promoting this song. At that moment, the management of the entertainment companies confirmed that their eyes were not deceiving them. In just half an hour, a previously unheard song had ascended to second place on the new song chart, and it was a paid track. How astonishing. Some artists still could not believe this song could be so captivating, so they clicked to listen. Minutes later, they fell silent. There was simply no comparison. This song could not merely be described as beautiful. It was nothing short of invincible. As the internet buzzed with excitement over this song, everyone was taken aback to discover that Huiyang had tweeted again. He even tagged Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao. What a splendid As You Wish. What an incredible Gu Xingyi. What a remarkable Xia Zhao. Well written. Beautifully sung. I claim it. Everyone was left in stunned silence upon reading Huiyang's post. It was the first time they had seen him speak in such a manner. So he is not pretending anymore, just calling them his own children? Well, they certainly had that right. Gu Xingyi also saw the tweet and chuckled in response. Feel free to take it. If you need more, just let me know. Look at that. Is this even human speech? If it's not enough, just ask for more. Huh. At that moment, everyone was enamored. They too wished to interact with Huiyang in such a manner, but alas, they lacked the talent. Oh, how it saddened them. After replying to the tweet, Gu Xingyi felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, regardless of the world, this song would leave an indelible impact. The the song sung by the legendary diva Fei Wang, with lyrics pinned by the esteemed Tang Tian, would be an affront to nature if it didn't garner acclaim. Gu Xingyi had always recognized Xia Zhao's dedication to this song. He had seen her practice tirelessly, striving to render her performance as perfect as possible. The outcome was undoubtedly the finest reward for her efforts. After indulging in As You Wish for quite some time, the netizens finally remembered that there were other songs yet to be heard. Consequently, the new song chart became chaotic. The original top 10, save for the unshaken Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, began to disappear one by one. As You Wish claimed the former second place, firmly establishing itself in its new throne. Following closely was Xia Zhao's The Wind Rises, the song she had initially performed at Xingyi, which had captured the hearts of the public. Next came Sea of Flowers, and without a doubt, Courage surged up the ranks as well. Gradually, every song from Xia Zhao's album began to ascend into the top 10 of the new song chart. Even the relatively niche track Double Happiness was boosted to the 10th position by the netizens. It seemed as though a consensus had formed among the online community. You, Gu Xingyi, and Xia Zhao, have gifted us with such a splendid piece, As You Wish. Like Huiyang, we treat you as our beloved children. I must ask you, are you not moved? Chapter 131. It's utterly sweet. Astonishment engulfed the management teams of entertainment companies and fellow artists alike as they gazed upon the charts. The new song list's top 10 was entirely dominated by tracks from Xia Zhao's album. Moreover, 2 additional songs, not performed by her, also made it into the top 10, composed and sung by Gu Xingyi himself. A Lifetime with You and Reverse Battle. This rascal. He uploaded his songs to Huiyang today. And all for free. They couldn't help but wonder, Gu Xingyi, how long has A Lifetime with You been on Douyin? Almost 3 months. A song from 3 months ago is now being touted as new? Truly a mischievous one. Fortunately, he had composed only 9 songs. Or else the entire top 10 would have been his alone. What would become of the reputation of the entertainment industry then? In 5th place was a song by an established artist, now trembling in the middle of the rankings. Upon discovering this situation, netizens could no longer contain their glee and eagerly tagged this veteran singer in their posts. Oh no, surrounded by the masses, how does that feel? Faced with the teasing comments, the seasoned singer could only respond with a mixture of laughter and tears. I dare not move. It's utterly daunting. In an instant, the entire discussion forum became a haven of joy for netizens, who relished the music while engaging in lighthearted banter. Inside the TMEI entertainment building, Lu Gao gazed at the glaring new song chart, a flicker of anger rising within him. The silence surrounding Lu Ying's The Heart of Day Does Not Understand Night was unsettling. He could not fathom why a song from a legendary diva garnered so little attention. Lu Gao slammed his hand on the desk, realizing that if he failed to act soon, his plans would dissolve into mere vapor. Meanwhile, netizens were celebrating the new year without a care, oblivious to the fact that Lu Ying's song was rapidly climbing the charts, now reaching the 30th position. Undoubtedly, TMEI Entertainment was beginning to unleash its power, spending money, hiring online influencers, inflating data, employing every tactic possible, and soon enough, The Heart of Day Does Not Understand Night surged to the 10th position, successfully displacing Joy. Listeners who aimed to enjoy Joy suddenly found it absent from the list. Shocked, they exclaimed, "Where did my song go? Has anyone seen my Joy? Wait, how did this song suddenly appear? Who has been listening to it? What the heck? No one should be able to miss my ghostly bride." Confused, netizens began to ponder. If no one is listening, how did this song rise? Soon, a perceptive netizen felt something amiss, their brows furrowed in concern. I suspect someone is toying with us. Is this a challenge to our intelligence? Setting aside the quality of the song, simply achieving a chart position in this manner was quite irksome. Come on, brothers. Let us not allow a single company to outdo our vast community. Amidst the fervent online discussions, Nainai Entertainment's official account chimed in. Oh dear. Did no one realize that Chengdi's I Love You is also a composition by Gu Xingyi? We intended to surprise you, but it turned into a shock when no one listened. Please, do not show favoritism. We implore you, give it a listen. This post, which tagged Gu Xingyi, quickly captured the attention of netizens. What? I Love You is also a creation of Gu Xingyi? Why was this not mentioned sooner? Given their newfound curiosity, netizens decided to show mercy and give it a listen. Alright, I'll listen. For Chengdi, the sweet girl, and for that rascal Gu Xingyi. Without further ado, they clicked to hear it. At this moment, it was 11 o'clock at night, yet the enthusiasm of netizens remained undiminished. Today, they were determined to witness history. They had to claim the top 10. No one could stand in their way. With this mindset, they eagerly searched for I Love You. Clicking on it to discover, lo and behold, there was even a music video. A round of applause for Nainai Entertainment. As they began to watch the MV, Chengdi's sweet visage graced the screen, dancing and singing in harmony with the background music. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I am thinking of you. If awakened by your phone in the night, it is because of my concern. Her delightful smile, coupled with her enchanting dance, paired perfectly with the melodious music. Netizens found themselves unable to resist, some even jumping out of bed to dance along with Xingyi. Even those who had previously felt a tinge of sorrow from As You Wish were completely sweetened by this performance. Oh baby, say a few more sweet nothings. If you miss me, just steal a glance. Show me a little more, so I can truly see. Wow, my youthful heart cannot withstand this sweetness. Sweetheart, sweetheart. It's utterly delightful. I love you. Help. The phrase echoed in my ears, and an involuntary smile, reminiscent of a proud father, graced my face. Brothers, will listening to this song too much lead to diabetes? What? You're worried about that? Even if it means I collapse from sweetness, I must listen. Xingyi's I love you had utterly sweetened the hearts of all netizens. At that moment, they were adorned with a collective smile, reminiscent of a beloved aunt's warmth. I love you, buoyed by this wave of sugary affection, soared to the 5th position on the new song chart, pushing the previously established artist's song down to 6th. Remarkably, the veteran artist felt no sorrow, for he too was engrossed in watching the MV, swaying to the rhythm. As I Love You hit the scene, everyone, regardless of gender, transformed into sweethearts. In a luxurious mansion in Modu, Yang Xian was also riveted by the MV. Grinning from ear to ear, he suddenly pondered whether he should bestow top-tier resources upon Xingyi. He sighed, imagining how blissful he would be if his own daughter sang and danced to such a song before him. Chapter 132, All Songs Charting. While netizens were swept away by sweetness, Lu Gao was left in despair. To ensure Lu Ying's song made the charts, the company had already invested several million. He never anticipated that Nainai Entertainment would so brazenly intervene at this moment. Yang Xian was truly incorrigible. To issue such a post at this critical time was tantamount to a calculated strike. Now, the other board members within the company were voicing their discontent, feeling that the situation had spiraled beyond the song's intended benefits. The company is not solely under his dominion. During times of profit, everyone would flatter him. Yet when losses arise, they turn their backs faster than one can flip a page. Lu Jace, who lightly tapped his fingers on the table, ultimately relinquishing his pursuit of the rankings. However, the fervor of the netizens who had already engaged in revelry showed no signs of abating. Even as the clock struck midnight and the early hours of the next day unfolded, their enthusiasm only intensified, with an ever-growing legion of online users joining the festivities. It was indeed a sleepless night. Every song crafted by Xingyi surged onto the new song charts with astonishing streaming numbers, even reviving the previously fallen track sheet. At precisely 1:10 a.m., the top 10 of the new song chart was entirely commandeered by Xingyi's compositions. To monopolize the top 10 is an unprecedented feat in the annals of the music industry. As the other sleepless artists witnessed this astonishing turn of events, their eyelids involuntarily twitched in disbelief. This was utterly absurd. One individual dominating the entire music scene? What a farce. Yet, at that moment, it was irrefutably true. Xingyi had indeed eclipsed the entire music realm. The onlookers, having witnessed this remarkable achievement, gazed upon the neatly arranged chart with satisfaction. Finally retreating to their beds, headphones in place, drifting into sweet slumber. One could only wonder if those listeners of She would be haunted by nightmares that night. As dawn broke the next day, Xingyi awoke to an onslaught of messages from all directions, undoubtedly filled with congratulations for his musical triumph. With a limited circle of acquaintances, he found that everyone he had any rapport with sent him messages, including figures like Xue Xiaoqian and Lu Tianwang, who also extended their warm wishes via WeChat. Without delving into the details, Xingyi replied uniformly before turning his attention to breakfast. With the meal prepared, little Nainai would finish just in time to head off to kindergarten. Soon, Xiaozhao emerged from the bedroom, cradling the yawning Nainai, expertly tending to the little one's grooming. Once they were all ready, Xingyi emerged from the kitchen with breakfast in hand. Everything fell into place perfectly, showcasing the couple's harmonious teamwork. Just as the three settled down to enjoy their breakfast, a loud knocking reverberated at the door. Xingyi looked up, puzzled, uncertain who might be visiting so early in the morning. Xiaozhou, however, quickly rose and, while heading to the door, remarked, "It's Lele and the others. I invited them over." Indeed, upon opening the door, Tao Lele's boisterous voice erupted as she rushed in, enveloping Xiaozhou in a warm embrace. "Wow, Xiaojia, you're incredible. I was so excited last night that I hardly slept a wink, huh?" Yunjie followed closely behind, gazing at the exuberant girl with a blend of exasperation and affection. "Lele, get down from there." Xiaozhao, feigning disdain, gently pried her off. After closing the door, the three ventured back inside. Xingyi greeted Yunjie and Tao Lele with a nod, and little Naina sweetly called out to them with affectionate andies. However, when Tao Lele noticed Gu Xingyi acknowledging her, her eyes momentarily darted away, leaving him bewildered. What had he done to earn her apparent discomfort? Yet, the next moment, a timid greeting escaped her lips. "Good morning, brother-in-law." Gu Xingyi was taken aback, momentarily speechless, as he processed this unexpected address. After all, Tao Lele had always referred to him by name. It took a while for him to recover, stammering, "Good morning." Tao Lele's face flushed a deep crimson, feeling as though Gu Xingyi was silently laughing at her. Xia Xiao, witnessing this scene, sat at the dining table. Her face slightly flushed but adorned with a smile. "I told Lele to call you that. As her sister, you naturally become her brother-in-law." Oh, that makes sense." Gu Xingyi sighed in relief, the earlier strangeness dissipating. "Yunjia, Lele, have you eaten breakfast?" Gu Xingyi inquired, to which both replied in unison that they had already dined. Yunjia then turned to Xia Xiao, asking, "Xiao, is there something you wanted to discuss with us this early?" Yunjia, Lele, just sit for a moment. I'll explain shortly." Although Yunjia and Lele were puzzled, they nodded and settled onto the sofa. After the meal, Gu Xingyi dutifully took little Naina to kindergarten. Upon returning home, he found the three on the sofa, seemingly entranced in a state of bewilderment. His presence shattered the stillness. Yunjia wore a complex expression, while Tao Lele's eyes widened in shock, and Xia Zhou exhibited disbelief. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, perplexed by their unusual demeanor. "What is going on?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. Xia Zhou finally lifted her gaze, after a moment, holding up her phone and stating, "The first-day sales figures for the album are out." At her words, Gu Xingyi's eyes lit up, and he hurried to the sofa, eager to see the news. "This is fantastic. How much in total?" "For my album alone, the first-day sales reached 75 million. Gu Xingyi's hand trembled as he took the phone, his face turning ashen with shock. "How much?" 75 million. The top 10 new song charts, all your songs, having gone to bed around 10 the previous night. Gu Xingyi had just returned after dropping off little Naina and hadn't had the chance to check the charts. Only half of the songs had occupied the new song chart when he fell asleep. To awaken to such a tremendous surprise was utterly astounding. Does that mean, combined with Huiyang's song earnings and my 2 singles, along with the revenue from Yinhai Entertainment's song, the first-day sales will surpass 100 million? Gu Xingyi swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the revelation. He had anticipated the songs would perform well, but never to such an astounding degree. To put things into perspective, in the original world, Old Joe's most powerful album garnered merely 1.2 billion on its first day, containing 10 tracks. Although Gu Xingyi's album also featured 10 songs, half of them were available for free listening. This was simply outrageous. No wonder Yunjia and Tao Lele reacted this way. Xia Xiao had granted them a pure profit share of 10%. With this, both of them instantly transitioned into the realm of millionaires. Who wouldn't be stunned by such an unexpected turn of events? Chapter 133. Zingo Entertainment is set to be established. Gu Xingyi had always believed himself indifferent to wealth. Yet, when faced with such a substantial sum, he realized that even if it were akin to mere dirt, the sheer volume of it would leave one utterly astounded. Traditionally, album sales are divided with the artist receiving 30%, the lyricists and composers 20%, and the remaining 70% split between the company and the platform. However, since Xia Xiao and Gu Xingyi lacked a company, their earnings only needed to be divided with Huiyan platform in a 70-30 split. The three stared at one another, grappling to regain their composure. At that moment, Yunjia felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had previously been burdened with her mother's illness and debts that had turned her hair gray. Yet, since Gu Xingyi's arrival, her circumstances had transformed remarkably, liberating her from her previous troubles, and she would no longer need to fret over finances. Tao Lele, though her family lived comfortably, had never experienced such a windfall and was momentarily at a loss. It turned out that Xia Xiao had summoned them that morning to distribute their pay. In truth, Xia Xiao had been preoccupied with this matter for quite some time. Dilili and Sister Yun had been diligently working alongside her for nearly 3 months, tirelessly dedicated to their tasks. Yet to this day, they had received not a single penny. Therefore, the moment she began to earn money, they immediately came to her mind. However, she never anticipated that the revenue generated by this album would be so astonishing. To date, no album had ever achieved first-day sales exceeding 50 million. While Xia Xiao's record-breaking album set a historic precedent, Gu Xingyi was the first to regain his composure, quickly coming to a realization. In the original world, an album by Old Joe had surpassed 12 billion on its first day, and Xia Xiao's album was a compilation of numerous renowned tracks. So such remarkable success was not entirely unexpected. He looked up at Xia Xiao, who still appeared somewhat dazed, and suddenly smiled. She had truly become a bona fide wealthy woman. If not for Dilali and Sister Yun's presence, he would have liked to echo little Naina's playful address to Xiaozhao, rich lady. Hungry. Feed me. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from speaking. Hey, my dear. Now that we have money, let us apply for 10 million first. The company should get underway. Gu Xingyi rubbed his hands together, grinning. Chunfeng's animation company still needed 5 million, and the office space in the city center, spanning 2,000 square meters, required 5 million just for the rent over 6 months, not to mention additional expenses for equipment. Xia Xiao blinked, her adorably naive demeanor prompting Gu Xingyi to resist the urge to poke her cheek. Although Gu Xingyi also had a bank card linked, he had previously mentioned that household expenses should be discussed together. All right, Xia Xiao softly agreed, contemplating for a moment before pursing her lips and turning to Gu Xingyi. How about we establish a charitable foundation for the company? I wish to allocate 30% of our profits to assist underprivileged orphans and patients unable to afford medical care. Upon witnessing Xia Xiao's earnest expression, Gu Xingyi was momentarily taken aback before nodding with a smile. Of course, both of them were orphans who had encountered various hardships, making them more empathetic to the struggles of others. Even if Xia Xiao had not proposed it, he would have done so later. It seemed they were indeed thinking along the same lines. Naturally, they would manage this foundation with utmost diligence, ensuring that every penny was utilized for those in need. Upon hearing this, Sister Yun and Dilali's eyes lit up, and after exchanging glances, Sister Yun smiled and said, "Oh, let us contribute 30% of our salaries to the foundation as a gesture of our support." Sure, Xia Xiao readily agreed. And the direction for their plans was broadly set. Gu Xingyi wasted no time. He stood up and gestured invitingly. "I wonder if the lovely ladies would like to accompany me to view your future new company?" Dilali instantly cheered, raising both hands in approval. Xia Xiao said nothing but stood up, linking her arm with Gu Xingyi's, her actions affirming her thoughts. After Gu Xingyi made a phone call to Chunfeng, the quartet departed from their home, driving towards the city center of Jiangxing. As they arrived once more at the base of the multi-story commercial building, Gu Xingyi gazed upwards. Realizing this was his third visit, he could hardly believe that one day he would establish his own company here. The 8th floor was available for lease, and Chunfeng had been waiting there, accompanied by a man in his 40s. The two were engaged in light-hearted conversation until Gu Xingyi and his companions emerged from the elevator, at which point they halted their chatter and approached. "Old Gu, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Lin Fu, the head of this building," Chunfeng said, pulling Gu Xingyi forward for the introduction. "Mr. Lin, this is Gu Xingyi, our company's owner." Gu Xingyi quickly removed his mask and shook hands with the enthusiastic Lin Fu. The moment the mask came off, Lin Fu's recognition of Gu Xingyi was evident in his surprised expression. Hello. I never imagined it would be you renting our office space. I thought it was a coincidence when Xiaochen mentioned it. It truly is you. Gu Xingyi, these past few days, I can't open my phone without seeing news about you. Are you planning to open your own entertainment company?" After a brief handshake, Lin Fu inquired with a mix of surprise and curiosity, knowing that Gu Xingyi's venture would surely make waves if it became public knowledge. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I do intend to establish an entertainment company. I'm currently scouting for locations. Shall we take a look at the space now?" "Absolutely. Let's discuss business first. Please follow me," Lin Fu replied cheerfully, realizing that if Gu Xingyi truly set up an entertainment company here, the building would thrive. He was well aware of Gu Xingyi's popularity. It was akin to having a golden signboard. The group began touring the floor, with Lin Fu continuously explaining various details to Gu Xingyi. After surveying the area, Gu Xingyi grasped the layout. This floor encompassed 2,200 square meters divided into 15 office spaces, each approximately 120 square meters. Moreover, the office could be remodeled as needed in the future. Gu Xingyi would have the liberty to renovate it according to the company's requirements. For instance, he would need to design spaces such as employee lounges, recording studios, and conference rooms. Additionally, the logistics of equipment installation and other matters would be addressed later on. At this moment, Gu Xingyi felt like a lone commander. Aside from himself, Xia Zhou, Dilali, and the previously discussed Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuyan, there were no other members in the company. His immediate goal was to set up a few basic rooms and create an office space for Zingo Animation to move in. Satisfied with the floor, Gu Xingyi began negotiations with Lin Fu. Lin Fu was delighted to have Gu Xingyi as a tenant, thus offering a fair price. The two reached an agreement, and in the end, Gu Xingyi successfully signed a 6-month contract at the rate of 12 yuan per square meter per day, with the option to renew depending on whether he required a larger space in the future. With the contract signed and payment made, the first step in establishing Zingo Entertainment was triumphantly completed. Chapter 134. Wait for me. Every beginning is challenging. With the address of Zingo Entertainment just confirmed, Gu Xingyi wasted no time in contacting a renovation company to commence work. He needed to set up the company promptly. Crazy. Accompany me tomorrow to register the company and post some job listings online. Although we currently have no singers, we still need to secure some essential positions as soon as possible. All right, we'll go together tomorrow. You needn't worry about the renovations. I'll oversee that. Hehe. I'll ensure that our Zingo Animations office space is thoroughly monitored. Chen Feng replied, enthusiastic about the company matters. After finalizing arrangements with the renovation company, Gu Xingyi looked around the vacant floor, his mind racing with plans for the upcoming tasks. Starting a company was a new venture for him. He could only meticulously study each aspect to avoid any missteps. Renovation was merely the first step. Next would come equipment installation, talent recruitment, and the incorporation of Feng and Yi into the company. The preliminary plans only extended this far. Beyond that, they would have to take it one step at a time. Dilili was still leading Xiaozhou from room to room, while Sister Yun trailed behind them, her smile unwavering. Now that they had their own company, the young girl was already contemplating its layout, enthusiastically brainstorming with Xiaozhou, listening to Dilili's visions for the future. Xiaozhou's beautiful eyes blinked as she unconsciously glanced towards Gu Xingyi, who was deep in thought, her heart fluttering with emotions. It seems that, almost imperceptibly, her life has undergone a profound transformation, akin to a grand dream. Especially at this moment, as she stands here, an overwhelming sense of unreality envelopes her. A sudden wave of fear washes over her. Tao Lele, still eager to pull Xiaozhou further along, abruptly realizes that her sister Zhou is rooted to the spot, as if her very soul has departed. Xiaojia, what are you thinking about? Tao Lele attempts to call out. Xiaozhou remains silent, and in the next instant, she unexpectedly releases Tao Lele's hand and strides toward Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi, lost in contemplation about the company's future, is suddenly enveloped by a delicate fragrance as a warm little hand clasps his tightly. He looks up to find Xiaozhou's unadorned yet captivating face, though her almond-shaped eyes betray a hint of panic. What's wrong? Gu Xingyi gently squeezes her small hand and inquires softly. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaozhou grips his hand even tighter. With her lips pressed together, she gazes intently into Gu Xingyi's eyes. Tao Lele and Sister Yun, who had pursued them from the office, instinctively come to a halt, recognizing that something is amiss with Xiaozhou. Although Sister Yun is uncertain of the nature of Xiaozhou's distress, she can surmise its essence, a pang of concern swelling within her heart for this foolish child. Just as she had begun to find a semblance of happiness, fear has reared its head once more. While Sister Yun may not grasp the source of Xiaozhou's trepidation, she knows it undoubtedly involves Gu Xingyi. Casting a glance at Gu Xingyi, who gazes tenderly at Xiaozhou, she discreetly leads Tao Lele away. It is best to allow this young couple some privacy at this moment. Chen Feng scratches his head, initially bewildered, but as he observes Sister Yun and Tao Lele departing, realization dawns upon him, prompting him to hastily follow. The atmosphere here is indeed quite overwhelming. The tangible sensation of Xiaozhou's hand in hers causes her heart to race. She yearns to ask, but is apprehensive that the answer may bring her disappointment. Yet, the unwavering warmth in Gu Xingyi's eyes emboldens her to finally voice her question. Gu Daisy, you want to disappear, will you? Gu Xingyi is momentarily taken aback by her question. It is something he had never considered. Initially, he had contemplated leaving to travel the world, but that thought has since faded. However, the prospect of disappearing had never crossed his mind, and he is uncertain of how to respond. Everything is predestined, beyond one's control. Not receiving the reassurance she desperately sought, Xiaozhou's panic deepens. Her grip on Gu Xingyi's hand tightening, her eyes beginning to brim with tears. This question has haunted her since the moment he entered her life. She has never altered. Particularly as happiness draws ever closer, her anxiety intensifies. She fears that this bliss might merely be an ephemeral dream, a fleeting encounter destined to dissolve into nothingness. Sensing Xiaozhou's distress, Gu Xingyi becomes anxious as well. He turns her hand over, clasping it firmly, and pulls her into his embrace. There are some questions I cannot answer, but I will never leave you voluntarily. His gaze hardens with determination as he gently pats Xiaozhou's trembling back, continuing. If there ever comes a day when I truly disappear, wait for me. I will certainly return. Xiaozhou remains silent for a long while, merely clutching Gu Xingyi's waist, absorbing the warmth radiating from him. After an extended moment, Gu Xingyi finally hears her response echo in his ears. Okay. A single word that conveys Xiaozhou's resolve. Although Gu Xingyi's answer is not the one she yearned for, it nonetheless provides her with a sense of closure. Their emotions gradually stabilize, yet an additional layer of concern settles in Gu Xingyi's heart, one shrouded in uncertainty. With matters settled here, the quartet departs from the company. making their way to the bank. En route, under the playful antics of the ever-cheerful Tao Lele, Xiao's spirits noticeably lift. Gu Xingyi, driving the car, marvels at how well Tao Lele and Xiao understand each other. This visit to the bank is to reward these two invaluable contributors with their wages. Subsequently, life begins to fall into a rhythm. Xiao finds herself with newfound leisure, while Gu Xingyi, determined to embrace the role of a full-time caretaker, is busily running about. The tasks of registering the company, recruiting staff, and designing the company logo keep him perpetually occupied. After a fortnight, the fervor surrounding them gradually subsides, and it seems as though the news of Xiao and Gu Xingyi has evaporated from the public eye. Netizens can only reminisce through their songs, occasionally sparking discussions beneath their posts. Hey, where are they? Aren't they coming back to work? I've been waiting so long that my flowers have wilted. Exactly. How can they be so inconsiderate? It's been half a month. Even the donkeys in a production team wouldn't rest this long. Listening to your songs makes me eager for your return. It feels wonderful. Didn't they say they would start their own venture? Why is there no movement? Old dang. If you don't show up soon, I'll park my ghostly fire beneath your building. Zingo is mine, haha. Contrary to the clamoring of netizens, the entertainment industry has settled into an unusual tranquility. Various entertainment companies breathe a sigh of relief. Without the pressure from these two, their spirits are uplifted. However, they dare not become too arrogant in dominating the trending charts, fearing that Gu Xingyi might suddenly reappear and deliver a blow. After all, his mere presence guarantees a surge in search trends, without fail. As time proves their strategy correct, on October 20th, both Xiao and Gu Xingyi update their social media simultaneously. In a mere hour, their posts ascend to the top of trending topics. Long time no see. Here's a work update. From today onwards, Zingo Entertainment is officially launched. Chapter 135, Secretary? Mr. Gu. Sister Zio, good morning. Having undergone renovations for half a month, Zingo Entertainment now boasts a nascent structure. As Gu Xingyi and Xiao step through the door, the newly hired receptionist springs to her feet, a bright smile illuminating her face as she greets them. Good morning. Gu Xingyi replies with a smile, recalling that the young lady's name is Li Wenjing. She certainly embodies her name, exuding an air of gentleness. Li Wenjing beams even more brightly upon receiving Gu Xingyi's acknowledgement. Ever since she spotted the recruitment notice for Zingo Entertainment, she promptly submitted her resume. She had thoroughly prepared for her interview, all the while nervously wondering if she would be accepted. After all, working for her idol's company and seeing them daily is a dream come true. Today, Zingo Entertainment, aside from the venue designated for Zingo animation, has been divided into 10 lounges, 10 recording studios, 5 offices, and a spacious conference room. The basic facilities are all in place, and the company logo has been designed and prominently displayed outside. Although it may still seem somewhat modest compared to larger entertainment companies, Gu Xingyi is quite satisfied with the current state of affairs. Ah, you all arrived quite early. Hehe. Brother Gu. Sister Zio, good morning. As Gu Xingyi and Xiao prepare to enter, they are greeted by 2 familiar female voices at the entrance. Good morning. Morning, Minister Yang, Chengdi. Gu Xingyi and Xiao turn to see Yang Qinglin and Chengdi entering from outside, with Chengdi skipping over to embrace Xiao's arm. Sister Zio, you've gained a bit of weight during these few days. Not at all. Xiao's cheeks flush slightly. Indeed, she has put on a bit of weight, having spent much of her time at home indulging in Gu Xingyi's delicious cooking, which tempts her to overeat each time. However, for her to acknowledge it, that would be utterly impossible. Gu Xingyi, observing Yang Qilin approaching, scratched his head in confusion. The company had just launched, and he had merely suggested a collaboration to Yang Xian, intending to borrow a couple of individuals to lend some credibility to the fledgling enterprise. He had considered bringing Chengdi, but the arrival of Yang Qilin was entirely unexpected. How could this capable woman, who held multiple roles in her own company, find the time to visit his small, struggling firm? Their entrance had startled Gu Xingyi, but he was grateful for Yang Qilin's presence, as she had resolved numerous issues for the company, particularly concerning human resources, which had relieved him and his colleagues of significant worry. Minister Yang, how could Yanhai Entertainment possibly spare you? He inquired curiously as they strolled towards the lounge. Yang Qilin remained focused ahead, not glancing aside. With Minister Zhang in the HR department, I am merely an assistant minister. It is only natural for me to lend a hand. At Duyan, my location does not matter. After speaking, she suddenly turned her head to glance at Gu Xingyi. What? Am I not welcome? Of course not. You are warmly welcomed. You are now a vital asset to our company. How could we dare to not welcome you? Gu Xingyi hurriedly replied, eager to keep her on board. Since you insist, I shall no longer be called Minister Yang. You shall refer to me as Sister Lin. I am your elder. Yang Qilin continued. clearly seeking to assert her advantage over Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi felt a surge of indignation, his fists clenching. Observing his discomposure, Xia Xiao and Xingyi exchanged amused glances. They had seldom witnessed Gu Xingyi flustered. Very well. You are older and more formidable. Sister Lin, is that satisfactory? Gu Xingyi responded, adopting a calm demeanor. However, Yang Qilan felt a twinge of annoyance, sensing that Gu Xingyi was mocking her. The group, still bantering, entered the lounge. The company was newly established, consisting of just a handful of people, and the prospects for growth remained uncertain, allowing for a certain degree of flexibility. This lounge was designated for Xia Xiao, with its layout and furnishings modeled after the one at Yinhai Entertainment, a request strongly advocated by both Xia Xiao and Tao Lele. In truth, it was primarily Tao Lele's idea, as she had scarcely spent time in the lounge at Yinhai Entertainment, now that it was her own company. She was prepared to make frequent use of it. Upon entering the lounge, Tao Lele flopped onto the large sofa she had longed for, brimming with joy. Xia Xiao and Xingyi settled beside her, chatting like sisters about song-related matters. By the way, Xia Xiao and I discussed the need for you to hire a secretary. Now that you are the chairman of a company, you cannot manage everything on your own. You will need someone to assist you. Just as Gu Xingyi found his seat on the sofa, Yang Qilan addressed him again. A secretary? Gu Xingyi had not contemplated this, and the notion inadvertently conjured an image in his mind of a tall, elegant woman in professional attire, adorned in black stockings. He quickly shook his head to dispel this unrealistic vision. The company is just starting, and there isn't much work at the moment. It may not be necessary yet. Yang Qilan, noticing his expression, crossed her legs and narrowed her eyes with amusement. What are you thinking? Care to share it with Xia Xiao? Gu Xingyi felt a pang of guilt, casting a covert glance at Xia Xiao, who was still engrossed in conversation with Xingyi, oblivious to their discussion. It was hardly his fault. After all, who wouldn't he think of a secretary in such a context? I am not thinking of anything. Do not falsely accuse me. Gu Xingyi retorted with earnestness. Yang Qilan smirked, turning the page of their conversation. You and Xia Xiao lack the time and expertise to manage the company. It is indeed necessary to find a professional to assist you. Moreover, the person you hire must possess good character, rather than a secretary. It would be more accurate to call them an assistant. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement. He indeed lacked proficiency in management. However, there was no rush. They could discuss it later. The company had not even begun to operate normally, so such considerations were premature. By the way, 2 singers will be arriving shortly. They are quite promising. I discovered them on the street. You should negotiate with them and offer the best possible terms to secure their contracts. We cannot rely solely on my wife to bear the burden. Gu Xingyi was referring to the duo Feng Xiaoxiao and Yishuian, whom he held high hopes for as the first signed artists of the company. Yang Qilan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Most people select singers from established agencies or those with some online fame, while Gu Xingyi had simply found them on the street. Is it really that easy to find singers? How come I was unaware? Chapter 136, An Incident. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yishuian arrived at the company. Gu Xingyi merely greeted them briefly before entrusting them to Yang Qilan. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. He, being an outsider, was currently with Xia Xiao, looking at apartments in a nearby community. In addition to preparing to rent several artist apartments, they were also considering a larger residence for themselves. The artist apartments were quickly secured, all featuring comprehensive renovations. The real estate agent, delighted to finally receive a substantial deal, walked ahead with a smile, enthusiastically introducing the property to Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiao. Mr. Gu, Ms. Xia, this is one of the most renowned neighborhoods in Jiangxing's city center. The greenery here is among the best in the area, and the facilities are complete, with excellent security and property management. Furthermore, as you can see, the transportation is quite convenient. If you prefer not to drive, the subway station is not far from here, and the surrounding commercial area is well developed, with the famous Yuda Plaza nearby. Choosing to live here is undoubtedly the right decision. Gu Xingyi nodded, having previously researched the area, which was why he had chosen it. As they conversed, the agent led them into Building 8, taking the elevator up to the 18th floor. The agent quickly exited the elevator, guiding Gu Xingyi and Xiao to a room door, where he entered the electronic code to unlock it. Upon entering, a faint scent of fresh renovations wafted through the air, and they were greeted by an expansive living room. The apartment was tastefully decorated in a minimalist style dominated by soft gray tones. The agent continued to elaborate. Mr. Gu, Ms. Xia, based on your requirements, this apartment should be the most suitable for you. It features a standard layout of 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, simple yet elegant. Just look at this layout and these floor-to-ceiling windows. Honestly, if I had the means, I would be tempted myself. With a beaming smile, the agent praised the apartment. And Gu Xingyi chuckled in response. He approached the large floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, drawing back the soft gray curtains to gaze at the beautiful view below. He was quite pleased with the place. Turning to see Xiao's eyes sparkling with anticipation, it seemed she was equally satisfied. After taking a brief tour of the apartment, when they reached the children's room, they made their decision to purchase it. The children's room was exquisitely designed, and they both agreed that little Nainai would surely adore it. Gu Xingyi and Xiao had a quick discussion, and then Gu Xingyi began to negotiate with the agent until both parties were smiling in satisfaction. Once they finalized the deal, Gu Xingyi and Xiao bid farewell to the agent and drove back to the company. On this occasion, it was a rarity to see Xiao driving, while Gu Xingyi sat in the passenger seat, resting his eyes. Observing the exhaustion etched on Gu Xingyi's face, Xiao pressed her lips together. For the past half-month, she had watched him tirelessly rush in and out each day, and even upon returning home, he would seclude himself in the study for a while, engaged in unknown pursuits. Witnessing his state filled her with concern, yet even her gentle coaxing elicited only a smile from him, assuring her that it was nothing to fret over. Xiao felt compelled to take action. Otherwise, this fool would remain trapped in this cycle indefinitely. The vehicle soon arrived at the parking lot beneath the company building, and Gu Xingyi, having opened his eyes, wore a renewed smile. The two alighted from the car and made their way towards the office. On the street, within a dilapidated red car, a pair of frenzied eyes fixated intently on the duo of Gu Xingyi and Xiao as they entered the building. Ever since her release, she had kept a watchful eye on Xiao. Initially, she had been fully prepared for this moment, yet unexpectedly, Xiao had been blacklisted by the entertainment industry. Such a ban was fortuitous. She yearned to witness Xiao's downfall, mirroring her own plight. However, her fleeting joy was quickly extinguished by Gu Xingyi's reappearance. That man. He always seemed to emerge at the most critical junctures. Her hatred intensified. Seeing Xiao exude such happiness only fueled her resentment further. Xiao had become an obsession, a thorn embedded in her heart. Who would have anticipated that the first event invitation our company received would be for an awards ceremony? Upon returning to the office, Gu Xingyi cheerfully announced, holding the invitation handed to him by Sister Yun. At the end of October, the Hua Country New Song Award ceremony would take place at the Magic City Music Hall, an event co-hosted by Huiyin and several major entertainment companies, renowned for its authority. This month's new song rankings were dominated by us. Naturally, receiving an invitation is to be expected. I wonder how many songs Sister Zhou and brother-in-law will win. Tao Lele, still reluctant to part from her beloved large sofa, sat cross-legged on it, stretching her neck to catch a glimpse of the invitation in Gu Xingyi's hand. Gu Xingyi looked up and smiled. In truth, winning an award holds little significance for us, as this accolade merely serves to elevate a singer's market value, enabling them to negotiate better contracts with the company. Yet within our own company, such status holds virtually no weight. Regardless of the outcome, making an appearance is beneficial. Being in the public eye can offer reassurance, and it adds to the company's credentials, especially since at present, it bears a striking resemblance to a shell corporation. As Gu Xingyi finished speaking, laughter erupted among them. What kind of shell company operates like this? Just consider the 2,000 square meter premises. Which shell company could afford to lease such a space? Sister Zhao, brother-in-law, it seems you have yet to arrange your attire for the ceremony. Typically, gowns are provided by the company's sponsors, but we currently have none, Tao Lele added, glancing at the casually dressed duo on the sofa. Sitting beside the sofa, Sister Yun ruffled Tao Lele's hair and addressed Xiao and Gu Xingyi. As for the gowns, let us order a custom set. We can visit Yuda in the afternoon, as they have a store specializing in bespoke gowns, and we have enough time. All right. Gu Xingyi responded affirmatively. Thus, after having lunch at the office, the group chattered excitedly as they entered the elevator. Poor Gu Xingyi found himself encircled by 4 women, feeling as though a swarm of sparrows was chirping around him. Upon hearing they were going shopping for clothes, Chengdi joined them. Consequently, the 4 women piled into one vehicle, leaving Gu Xingyi to drive alone in another car. The lead car merged onto the main road, with Gu Xingyi trailing behind. However, at that moment, a sudden roar of an engine broke the air, causing Gu Xingyi to squint instinctively. He spotted a battered red vehicle speeding towards the car occupied by Xiao and the others. In that instant, Gu Xingyi felt his blood run cold, and he instinctively slammed on the accelerator, maneuvering his vehicle to shield Xiao and the others from impending danger. A deafening crash ensued. Gu Xingyi felt the world around him spin violently, shards of glass swirling about him. Through the shattered window, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a face twisted in madness. It was her, Lu Qian. Gu Xingyi managed to smile, even as blood oozed from his mouth. He still smiled. As long as he was there, no one could cross him to harm her. Chapter 137, The Love That Awaits. Inside the car, Xiaoziao was rendered utterly dazed. She watched as the three beside her jumped out, with Sister Yin pulling her from the vehicle and holding her tightly, while Tao Lele dragged the bloodied, frantic Lu Qian out. Cheng Di frantically dialed emergency services and the police. Gu Duiz. Xiaozhou murmured his name as if in a trance, then suddenly broke free from Sister Yun's embrace, stumbling towards the wrecked vehicle. Inside, the airbags had deployed, rendering his face unrecognizable, and blood streamed from his body. Xiaozhou felt all her strength drain away, collapsing onto the ground. She reached out silently, tears cascading down her cheeks. She longed to grasp his hand, yet the mere distance between them felt insurmountable. The wail of sirens and the rush of ambulances filled the air, creating a cacophony. Yet, it was as if Xiaozhou heard nothing, for her world had crumbled. Is this the hospital? Gu Xingyi rubbed his throbbing temples, striving to open his eyes. Above him, a sterile white ceiling greeted his gaze. The scent of disinfectant permeated the air as he slowly sat up, bewildered by his surroundings. How had he ended up in the hospital after merely indulging in a few extra drinks at the celebration the previous night? It felt as though he had slept for an eternity, having experienced a long, vivid dream. Yet, he could not recall the contents of that dream. Doctor! Doctor! The patient in room 02 has awakened. Before Gu Xingyi could move, a woman's astonished voice called for the doctor, and in the next moment, the doctor rushed in. A miracle. Without any forewarning, a patient who had been in a deep coma had inexplicably awakened. The doctor fiddled with various instruments around Gu Xingyi, shaking his head in disbelief. No, doctor, I just overslept last night. It can't be as dramatic as you suggest. Overslept? Huh. Who oversleeps for months? Your awakening is beyond my expectations. Months? Gu Xingyi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. All right, it's good that you're awake. I'll conduct a thorough examination shortly. It's best if you remain in the hospital for some time. The doctor continued. Wait, doctor. May I inquire who brought me to the hospital? And when you mention months, do you mean I was in a coma for that long? Gu Xingyi struggled to grasp the situation, eager to understand what had transpired. To be precise, it has been 3 months. As for who brought you here, it should have been your colleague, as he simply tossed you in and vanished. Gu Xingyi's lips twitched involuntarily at the doctor's words. 3 months. He had been unconscious for a full 3 months. Thankfully, someone had taken him to the hospital. As an orphan, had he not been found, he would have likely perished unnoticed. After the doctor finished speaking, he fell silent and began preparing for a detailed examination. By the end of the afternoon, the results of the tests left the doctor astonished. There were no issues whatsoever. It was a mystery why he had fallen into such a deep coma. In the afternoon, Gu Xingyi came to comprehend the intricacies of his situation. It turned out that after being abandoned at the hospital, the doctors found themselves in a quandary due to the absence of family. They were hesitant to pursue intensive treatment. Eventually, upon learning that Gu Xingyi was an orphan, the hospital sought assistance from a charitable foundation to secure funds for his treatment. Regrettably, despite their efforts, it seemed as though Gu Xingyi would remain in a perpetual state of unconsciousness, akin to a living corpse. They could only place him in a ward, ensuring his basic nutritional needs were met daily. Gu Xingyi offered a wry smile. He had once engaged in daily exercise, yet after 3 months of bed rest, he felt as frail as a dog, struggling even to sit up. Reflecting on his weakened state, he suddenly felt as if he had traversed this experience in a dream. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, he resolutely shook his head, casting aside these distractions. His foremost priority was to regain normal mobility. Through unwavering determination, Gu Xingyi finally emerged from the hospital 3 days later. Although his body was still unfit for vigorous activity, he was entirely capable of walking normally. Upon returning to his spacious yet empty home, Gu Xingyi picked up his phone to browse recent events. Lacking a circle of friends, he realized no one would be aware of his 3-month coma. Perhaps only his former colleagues at the small record label would know. But he had long been dismissed from that position, being merely an obscure lyricist and composer. 3 months had passed, yet for someone who lived in solitude, the world had scarcely changed. After a brief perusal of his phone, Gu Xingyi tucked it away and left his home. As he had no food supplies and needed to procure some at a nearby shopping mall, he perused the aisles for a while before laboriously carrying a hefty load of groceries back home. Brother, would you like to buy some flowers? Outside the mall, in the square, a rosy-cheeked little girl held out a bouquet, gazing expectantly at Gu Xingyi. He paused momentarily, his arms burdened with too many items to manage. But when his gaze fell upon the delicate lavender blooms in the girl's hands, an inexplicable pang of pain surged within him. It was as if a voice whispered incessantly in his ear, urging him to buy them. Brother, The language of lavender signifies the love that awaits. It will bring you good fortune. Please buy a bouquet. The girl's voice rang out again, pulling Gu Xingyi from his reverie. He set down his groceries and, with a sudden smile, gently ruffled the girl's hair. Lavender has another meaning, you know? It also symbolizes redemption and hope. Amidst the girl's sweet smile, Gu Xingyi purchased a bouquet of lavender, perplexed at his knowledge of its floral language, just as he was puzzled by the stirrings of emotion within his heart. Upon returning to his empty home, he sat in a daze, staring at the desolate surroundings, suddenly feeling that something essential was missing. Zao, you haven't eaten much in 3 days. You should eat something. Otherwise, when your brother wakes up and sees you like this, he'll be distressed. At the bedside, Xia Zao grasped the warm hand tightly. Despite Peach's attempts to coax her, her gaze remained fixed on the figure lying in the bed, never wavering. The doctor had mentioned that he was merely suffering from excessive blood loss, with everything else appearing normal, yet even the doctors could not elucidate why he remained unresponsive. He lay there, breathing steadily, as if he may never awaken. Zao, you must consider not only yourself, but also Nainai. She hasn't seen you for 3 days. Do you have any idea how she's feeling? Although the little one doesn't speak, her teacher told me that she often sneaks away to wipe her tears. Yun's stern words echoed in her ears, and upon hearing Nainai's name, Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with life. She sprang to her feet, the fatigue from 3 days of vigil causing her to stumble slightly. Nainai, if Gu Xingyi wakes up and discovers that the little one is in such distress, he will undoubtedly be heartbroken. She cannot continue like this. She has Nainai to care for. Chapter 138. Despair awaits. Gu Xingyi departed his home, lost in a haze of confusion since awakening from the hospital. He had always been accustomed to solitude, yet now he felt an inexplicable emptiness, as if he had forgotten something crucial. But what was it? He could not ascertain. All he knew was that this sensation was profoundly unsettling. Upon awakening, it felt as though a piece of his heart was missing. His subconscious urged him to seek out the source of this feeling, compelling him to pursue the elusive emotion that had inexplicably emerged within him. The late October breeze carried a chill in the air. Gu Xingyi found himself seated before a convenience store, having purchased a bottle of alcohol in hopes of warming himself. However, as he twisted the cap off, the pungent aroma of the liquor assaulted his senses, inducing a wave of nausea. Frowning, he instinctively rubbed his nose, for reasons unbeknownst to him. He felt a sudden aversion to the very drink he had sought. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to consume it, disdainfully capping the bottle and setting it aside. Mew, mew. A stray cat, appearing from nowhere, caught Gu Xingyi's attention. It pawed at the store's entrance, mewing plaintively. The cashier, seemingly accustomed to its presence, rose effortlessly and retrieved some food, squatting down to offer it to the feline. The stray licked her hand gratefully before scurrying away with its meal. The cashier stood, watching the cat depart, her eyes filled with compassion. Why not take it home and care for it? Gu Xingyi inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon witnessing the scene. The cashier blinked in surprise, taken aback by the sudden remark from the man who had ordered a bottle of alcohol only to reject it. She glanced at the direction where the cat had vanished and sighed. I currently lack the means to care for it. Until I am capable, I won't take it home. Haven't you heard the saying? If you cannot provide constant care, it is better not to shower it with affection. For the despair of being abandoned after being cherished is far worse than never having experienced love at all. Addressed as uncle, Gu Xingyi fell silent, his heart aching at her words. It was the 10th day since he had left home, and a dawning realization began to form within him regarding where he wished to go. The truth cannot remain hidden forever. On the 3rd day of Gu Xingyi's coma, news of his car accident had spread like wildfire. The online community erupted in shock, with various media outlets scrambling to report the sensational story, each headline more alarming than the last. No one had anticipated that after waiting so long, the news would be this devastating. People struggled to believe that the man who had recently emerged victorious in the music industry, single-handedly toppling the competition, could succumb so swiftly. Their disbelief, however, was met with the harsh reality of the situation. Official reports confirmed the incident's authenticity, detailing how a woman's personal vendetta had led to the tragic accident, and that Gu Xingyi remained in a coma, yet to awaken. The hearts of netizens tightened with concern as they flocked to Xia Zhao's social media account, offering words of encouragement and solace. Xia Zhao, stay strong. You must hold on. We all believe that Gu Xingyi will pull through. This is premeditated murder. That wicked woman must be held accountable. Initially skeptical, I found myself silenced when the truth became undeniable. All I could do was pray for him. For this man had brought us emotions and joy that no one else in the entertainment industry could replace. I had hoped to witness a new era in the music scene, yet alas, the sorrow of the netizens mirrored the glee of TMEI Entertainment and other entertainment companies. Who would have preferred Gu Xingyi to remain in a comatose state indefinitely, never to awaken. Even Lu Gao exhaled a sigh of relief, to speak candidly. The pressure exerted by Gu Xingyi was immense, greater than that from anyone or any company he had previously encountered. Other individuals or enterprises might articulate their interests, but Gu Xingyi was an enigma, a maverick who played by no conventional rules. Ironically, this eccentricity was coupled with remarkable talent. As October drew to a close, the award ceremony for the new song chart in Hogyuo unfolded as scheduled, yet public interest had waned. The recipients of the Best New Song and Best Lyricist awards were conspicuously absent. Time, in its relentless march, restored the entertainment industry to its former tranquility, and the once dazzling figure had vanished without a trace. After October, the winds of change began to stir. The entertainment world was poised to witness its most grandiose event of the year, the strongest voice of Hogyuo. This competition, overseen by Huiyin, invited various entertainment companies from Hogyuo to partake in a musical arena, serving as a benchmark for evaluating an entertainment company's foundation. The triumvirate of industry leaders earned their status precisely because they consistently dominated the top 3 spots in every iteration of the strongest voice of Hogyuo. The rules of the competition were straightforward. The venue housed 3 stages simultaneously, manned by singers dispatched from the previous year's top 3 companies. While any other company could challenge them, the victors would assume the role of the defending party, earning a point, while the defeated would receive none. As for the judging process, it was equally simple. Audience members cast their votes without any mentors involved. Huiyin monitored real-time data, ensuring that audience votes required real name registrations and cumulative viewing durations, along with manual check-in tasks to mitigate any possibility of vote tampering. Every year, this time drew the attention of countless netizens. However, this year, a collective sigh escaped their lips at the mere thought of the competition. They pondered what a spectacle it would have been had that man been present for this iteration of the strongest voice of Hogyuo. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding whether Zingo Entertainment would participate in this competition. In Jiangcheng, within the hospital, Chenfeng sat vigil by Gu Xingyi's bedside, gripping his hand tightly while speaking to him. "Old Gu, if you are a man, wake up quickly. I sent your sister-in-law home. She has been here day and night, and she has grown quite thin. Little Nainai is still unaware. We are keeping it from her. But the little one is astute. Just the other day, I saw her clutching the doll you gave her, wiping away her tears." Chen Feng continued to speak to Gu Xingyi, his voice growing increasingly choked with emotion. During this period, aside from Zingo Animation continuing its operations, Zingo Entertainment had come to a complete standstill. Gu Xingyi was the very soul of the company. Now that his essence was absent, everything seemed to have pressed the pause button in that moment. Xia Xiao fetched little Naina from kindergarten and returned home, which still felt modest, yet, in her eyes, it now appeared desolate. She could barely bear to gaze into her daughter's eyes, fearing that tears would cascade down her cheeks. Little Naina clung to her mother's leg, looking up at Xiao's turned face, her small head bowed and lips pursed. She sensed her mother's sorrow. However, she remained oblivious to her father's whereabouts, yearning to inquire if he had forsaken them. Yet, she refrained from asking, opting instead to act more obediently in hope that he would notice her good behavior upon his return. Chapter 139 Heaven Above. After lulling little Naina to sleep, Xia Xiao found herself devoid of drowsiness. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and sank into the sofa, lost in thought. In recent days, she had spent less time at home. The previous few nights had been spent at the hospital, wishing to be the first thing he saw upon awakening. This led Yunjie and the others to insist she return home. In the darkness, Xia Xiao curled up, her eyes vacant. She had been reflecting on whether the outcome would have been different had she not made her return to the industry, whether Gu Xingyi's misfortune could have been averted. If he were here, he would surely understand her feelings at this moment. Alas, Gu Xingyi was absent, and no one could provide her with the answers she sought. After what felt like an eternity, Xia Xiao gently rose. Instead of returning to the master bedroom, she entered the adjoining room. Pushing open the door, she found that Gu Xingyi had transformed it into a small study, where sheets of music manuscript paper lay haphazardly scattered across the desk. Quietly, she took a seat in the spot where Gu Xingyi often sat, meticulously arranging the sheets of music. He had always worked late into the night, and she had intended to scold him for it. But now, she could only wait until he awakened to deliver her reprimand. As she opened the drawer to place the organized music sheets inside, her heart momentarily froze. A thick stack of manuscript paper caught her eye, densely scribbled with various scores and lyrics. Since departing, this was Gu Xingyi's first return to this place, the Little Sun Orphanage. He was unsure why he had come here, yet an inexplicable urge compelled him to take a look. Now, Gu Xingyi truly resembled a disheveled recluse. His beard had grown untamed over several days, and his hair was a wild tangle. As he stood at the entrance of the orphanage, gazing inside, even the security guard seemed wary of him, as if he were a thief. Yet, Gu Xingyi beheld a couple within, selecting children. The children surrounded the couple, striving to showcase their obedience, sensibility, and charm. He even witnessed a little girl offering a long-cherished lollipop to the couple, grasping their hands while calling them mommy and daddy. As he watched, tears streamed down his face. He could not fathom why he had come here to witness this scene, but the sight tugged painfully at his heart, as if he had lost something precious. He felt as though he had once been the recipient of such affection, yet could not recall who that person was. Memories swirled chaotically in his mind, and his breath quickened. It was as if he were grasping at something elusive. What had he forgotten? Damn it, what had he forgotten? Gu Xingyi crouched on the ground, helplessly pounding the earth with his fists, oblivious to the blood trickling from his palms, seeking only to inflict pain upon himself. His frenzied actions soon attracted the attention of the security guards within the booth. They were not there out of pity for Gu Xingyi. Rather, they feared he might frighten the children inside and sought to drive him away. Dragged to the street corner by two guards, Gu Xingyi's mind was a tumultuous mess. He could only clutch his head in agony as tears continued to fall. The more he tried to remember, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Yet, he was certain of one thing. He had forgotten a memory that was most precious to him. Suddenly, a familiar melody resonated from the street corner, causing Gu Xingyi, who was holding his head, to pause. Finally, he made this decision, disregarding others' opinions as long as he received the same affirmation. Alongside the song, faint voices infiltrated Gu Xingyi's mind. Gu Xingyi, are you foolish? All right, now we are even. As the song drew to a close, a tender, soft childish voice echoed in his mind. Daddy, hungry, food. In that instant, Gu Xingyi was utterly frozen, tears continuing to cascade from his eyes, yet clarity emerged within him. He felt his heart racing violently and suddenly smiled. He remembered, at long last, Xia Ziao and little Nainai were his only ties in this world. On November 8th, at 8 p.m., the grand event at the Magic City Sports Center commenced. The strongest voice of Huiguo had officially begun. On the three stages, the first defender from Yinhai Entertainment was the celebrated singer Lina, while Xingyi Entertainment opted for a more conservative strategy by sending forth a veteran artist. TMEI Entertainment, on the other hand, summoned their current star, the radiant Xiang Rujing. As challengers, the other entertainment companies dispatched their own popular artists. Fully aware that they might be unable to topple the three titans, yet understanding that even in defeat, their visibility would surely increase. Why not seize the opportunity? In a series of 3 matches, the triumvirate showcased their exceptional prowess and artistry, resulting in a clean sweep of victories, as each challenger faltered against the steadfast defenders. The atmosphere was vibrant and electric, though the buzz online paled in comparison to previous seasons. This was largely due to fans realizing they had grown weary of the songs being performed. While some deemed them acceptable, others found them lacking in substance. Their ears had been spoiled by Gu Xingyi, and now, listening to these songs felt utterly insipid. Just as the audience began to feel disenchanted, the host's voice suddenly resonated through the screens, announcing, "Next up, please welcome Xianjiao Entertainment Xiavo to take on the challenge." In that instant, viewers found themselves questioning their senses. What? Xiaoziao? After a brief moment of shock, they quickly grabbed their phones to focus on the screen. It was indeed Xiaoziao, clad in a flowing black gown. Her pallid cheeks and sorrowful gaze as she gracefully made her way onto the stage stirred a wave of concern among Yun Jie and Tao Lele, who watched anxiously, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. It seemed that ever since that fateful night when Xiaozhou returned home, she had transformed entirely. They now discerned traces of Gu Xingyi within her. No one knew why Xiaozhou had abruptly returned to the company or why she had taken the initiative to announce their participation in the strongest voice of Huiguo. Only Xiaozhou herself understood the depths of her decision. Standing on stage, she gazed down at the audience as the lights dimmed and the background music began to swell. A name that evoked tears appeared on the big screen. Zingo. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, Zingo. I can't hold back. Let me weep for a moment. The lyrics, composition, and arrangement. It's all from Zingo. Can we chant that slogan? Zingo Productions. Guaranteed excellence. The return of Zingo. Just as it was on that memorable day, Xiaozhou stood serenely on the stage, the music enveloping her as a solitary tear traced down her cheek. All who witnessed this moment felt their hearts clench painfully. The next moment, Xiaozhou began to sing, her ethereal voice weaving through the crowd, shattering their hearts in the process. Oh heavens, can you not see how deeply I love her? Why must you tear apart two souls that are so evidently in love? Oh heavens, please do not whisper to her in secret. In the countless quiet nights, there was someone who thought of her. Chapter 140, The Gulf of Alaska. Her pure and crystalline voice cascaded like a gentle spring, only to shatter like droplets of water. In just 2 lines of lyrics, everyone felt the weight of his affection. I weep. This must be what Gu Xingyi wrote for Xiaozhou. Tears well up. How much must he love her to plead with the heavens like this? In love, there is both bitterness and sweetness. Xiaoziao, you can do it. The one who loves you so dearly, the heavens will not let him remain in slumber forever. On stage, Xiaoziao gently closed her eyes, tears flowing freely down her cheeks, unable to contain her emotions. She finally understood what Gu Xingyi had been preoccupied with during that time. In the days to come, you must take good care of her. While I am not by her side, do not let anyone bully her. Do not allow anyone to enter her heart only to depart again. For I cannot bear to see her weep. As the melody resumed, the helplessness and sorrow woven into the lyrics compelled the audience to clench their fists tightly. Xiaoziao tilted her delicate face upwards, her lips quivering with suppressed emotion. It seemed as though the song was a message to her, reassuring her not to fear. Even if he were someday absent from her side, he would implore the heavens to watch over her. Yet she yearned to tell him that what she desired most was for him to always be near, with a tinge of sorrow and resignation. The accompaniment floated back into the audience's ears, and on the large screen behind the stage, mechanized subtitles began to appear, revealing the poignant meaning of the Gulf of Alaska. Due to the differing densities of the waters, they appeared in hues of yellow and blue, existing in a state of incompatibility, much like two lovers who, despite being close at hand, are unable to unite. So this is the true essence of Gulf of Alaska? The audience clenched their teeth, gazing at the heartbroken Xiaoziao on stage, suddenly overwhelmed with a desire to rush to the hospital and shake Gu Xingyi awake. Look, your woman is in such distress. How can you continue to sleep? Wake up. This song had collectively breached the audience's defenses. It was overwhelmingly emo. They felt an avalanche of unsaid words swirling within their hearts, yet found themselves unable to articulate them. Nevertheless, the song continued, leaving a delicate trace of melancholy upon their souls. Oh heavens, are you secretly enjoying our plight? Knowing I lack the ability to protect her, yet you allow us to meet? Oh heavens, has she finally found peace in sleep? May the warmth of the world transform into a gentle breeze, replacing me in her embrace. In Jiangcheng, within the halls of Xingyi Entertainment, Chengdi had already transformed into a little weeping mess, tears cascading down her face as Yang Xinlin patted her back in consolation. Yang Xinlin lifted her gaze to the screen, where the deeply emotional performance unfolded, and couldn't help but sigh. When she first encountered Xiaoziao, she found her gentle and her voice enchanting. However, as time passed, she began to perceive Xiaoziao as lacking assertiveness, often giving the impression of being merely a decorative figure, with all the genuine effort coming from Gu Xingyi behind the scenes. Yet just days ago, when Xiaoziao returned to the company and meticulously arranged everything, Yang Xinlin realized her error. It was not that Xiaoziao lacked agency. Rather, it was due to Gu Xingyi's constant presence that she had never needed to assert herself. Or perhaps, Xiaoziao had been concealing her own strength, willingly taking on the role of Gu Xingyi as support. As a lady of privilege, Yang Xinlin couldn't truly grasp Xiaoziao's character, nor could she emulate it. Perhaps only Gu Xingyi, sharing the same orphan past, could truly understand her. In stark contrast to the sentiments expressed by the audience and the staff at Xingyi Entertainment, TMEI Entertainment found itself at a loss for words. They exchanged puzzled glances as they watched Xiaoziao's performance on the television screen. They could not comprehend how, despite Gu Xingyi being in a coma, she could still create such a stir. Seated in the main position, Lu Gao's smile had long since frozen at Xiaoziao's appearance. Her challenge to TMEI Entertainment was unmistakable. It was an evident attempt to dethrone them. Lu Dong, based on the online buzz, this round may be precarious for Xiang Rijing. One of the board members, unable to contain their anxiety, glanced at the data on their computer and spoke up nervously. At that moment, Lu Gao maintained an air of calm, waving his hand dismissively. What is there to panic about? We have already secured 1 point. Even if we lose this round, it would merely result in a draw. We can reclaim our standing next time. What I want to know now is whether Gu Xingyi has awakened. Despite the presence of the formidable Xiaoziao, Lu Gao felt little trepidation. However, the enigmatic Gu Xingyi instilled a semblance of apprehension within him, primarily because that individual was anything but an ordinary human. Lu Gao had just inquired, and a subordinate promptly responded. The latest news indicated that Gu Xingyi remained unconscious, with the hospital confirming their ignorance regarding his potential awakening. That is reassuring. I refuse to believe that Gu Xingyi could leave behind such an extensive repertoire of songs for Xiaoziao. Even if we lose this round, I shall send Wire to perform in the next. If conventional songs fail, I am eager to see how they respond to rap, regardless of the reactions from various parties. The audience at the Shanghai Sports Arena seemed to have unlocked tonight's poignant moment ahead of time. As the haunting melody of Alaska Gulf enveloped them, silence fell, and they could only close their eyes, quietly savoring the profound heartache. In the official live stream of Huiyin, the last comment remained frozen. Posted a minute prior. Those in love will always be together, unless love does not exist, unless separated by life and death. After this comment, silence reigned as they listened to the music. I hope my efforts can catch up with her. One day, I will provide her with a complete home. Heaven. These nights I confide in you. Please do not inadvertently reveal my feelings to her. I fear it might disturb her. Heaven. Please do not tell her in secret. In countless quiet nights, I still think of her. The final segment, devoid of musical accompaniment, accompanied by Xiao's gentle singing, saw the lights gradually dim. As the song concluded, Xiao bowed deeply to the audience in the darkness. When the lights brightened again, she had vanished from the stage. Yet, the audience seemed to intuitively know her whereabouts, and instead of uproar, shared knowing smiles. Unrequited love is often due to the absence of that person. However, if that person were to return, it would mark the most beautiful conclusion. The stage now belonged to Xiang Rijing, yet she understood that no matter how she sang, she could not alter the melancholic atmosphere of the evening. Xiao had successfully enveloped everyone in this poignant ambience, such is the realm every singer aspires to reach. A unique charm bestowed upon them by a truly remarkable song. She had lost, not merely in terms of the song, but also in the artistry of performance. Her current capabilities fell short of evoking such empathy. Chapter 141. I have returned. Under the starlit sky with a gentle night breeze, Gu Xingyi, clad in simple attire, ascended the winding mountain path at a leisurely pace. Although his appearance was exceedingly haggard, his eyes sparkled with a crystalline light. Over the past few days, he had donated all his worldly possessions to various orphanages, leaving him unburdened. Arriving and departing alone, this place did not belong to him. His ties resided in another realm. Upon reaching the summit of the small hill, the light in Gu Xingyi's eyes intensified as he gazed into the starry expanse, seemingly perceiving the other side of the heavens. With a calm yet resolute stride, he pressed forward. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear, reminiscent of the convenience store clerks and the little girl with a lollipop. Have you made your decision? This voice, carried by the wind, distinctly reached his ears. Gu Xingyi smiled, utterly elated, nodding vigorously in response while continuing his forward march. Ahead loomed a sheer cliff. He had approached the precipice when, suddenly, he halted. I can know, what about that scoundrel? Get lost. Gu Xingyi was caught off guard and was abruptly kicked off the edge, but amidst the rushing wind, he distinctly heard a voice from above. They say he is a scoundrel, so there must be nothing left of him, and who would insult themselves in such a manner? As the wind held past him, Gu Xingyi suddenly realized the truth. It turned out that both worlds were himself. Only that other consciousness was a complete scoundrel. Gu Xingyi laughed even more joyfully, plummeting like a shooting star, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped him. Jiangqing People's Hospital. Xiao hurried back, weary yet resolute, though it was night. She defied Yun Jie and Tao Leilei's advice and went to the hospital. Following her performance, he occupied her thoughts entirely. In this world, no one understood her except him. They were destined to be together. Just as the saying goes, love is the greatest arrangement by heaven. In Gu Xingyi's hospital room, Chen Feng remained vigilantly at his side. During this period, Xiao had primarily kept watch alone. When she was absent, only Chen Feng could rightfully stay with him. At this moment, Chen Feng had just finished listening to Xiao's song, tears brimming in his eyes. He took Gu Xingyi's hand and began to ramble. Old Gu, listen. Your sister-in-law is heartbroken. How long do you intend to keep sleeping? However, in the next second, Chen Feng suddenly froze, mechanically lowering his gaze to the hand he was holding. Did that finger just move? Old Gu, you're awake? Chen Feng stammered, staring intently into Gu Xingyi's eyes. Yet, Gu Xingyi still did not open his eyes. Chen Feng, dazed, contemplated his earlier words before continuing. Old Gu, your sister-in-law is sad. The fingers in his grasp twitched again, and Chen Feng sprang to his feet, astonished, gazing at the bed where Gu Xingyi's eyelids were fluttering. You lunatic. If you don't want to die, then give me one more curse to listen to. With heavy eyelids, Gu Xingyi exerted great effort to open his eyes. As his consciousness returned, he heard Chen Feng furiously cursing him. Upon hearing that slightly hoarse voice and seeing Gu Xingyi's opened eyes, Chen Feng felt as if joy had cascaded upon him, akin to quenching thirst with a bottle of ice-cold soda on a summer day. Doctor! I woke Gu Xingyi with my curses. Chen Feng, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to the door and called for a doctor. Just as three figures entered the hospital corridor, they suddenly froze in place. The foremost figure, Xiao, had her mouth slightly agape, tears beginning to slide down her almond-shaped eyes. Chen Feng, oblivious to the doctor's arrival, spotted Xiao, and his smile widened even further. Sister-in-law, I woke old Gu with my curses. Truly. Tao Leilei covered her mouth in disbelief. while Yunjie felt a lump in her throat, nearly shedding tears. Xiaoziao stumbled to the doorway, peering inside. Their gazes met, and what greeted her was a pair of clear, pristine eyes. Xiaozhou opened her mouth, but found herself unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Gu Xingyi had propped himself up on the bed, looking at the increasingly frail silhouette leaning against the doorframe, breaking into a smile, his voice still a bit raspy. I have returned. No one comprehended the significance of Gu Xingyi's words, except for Xiaozhou, who instantly understood. Her lips quivered, and tears cascaded down. Yet the joy of regaining what was lost was beyond concealment. In the gaze of all, she leaped into his embrace. You fool. Her voice was soft and helpless, sounding pitifully fragile. Gu Xingyi could only hold her tightly, gently patting her back. A single you fool spoke volumes. All right, no more tears. I have returned. I will never disappear again. What are you doing? What are you doing? The patient has just awakened and needs to be examined. Step aside. Unfortunately, their tender moment was short-lived as the doctor, alerted by the commotion, forcibly separated them, followed by a flurry of thorough examinations. The results indicated that aside from malnutrition due to excessive blood loss, there were no other symptoms. Gu Xingyi inexplicably fell into a coma, and then, just as mysteriously, awoke, leaving the doctors utterly perplexed. Ultimately, they could only advise him to remain hospitalized for another 2 days for observation. Although Gu Xingyi was aware of his own well-being and was reluctant to linger in the hospital, he could not withstand the collective persuasion of those around him. Thus, he resigned himself to spending yet another day within the confines of the hospital. Yunjie, Tao Lele, and Chun Feng vacated the premises, granting privacy to this young couple. However, as they departed, Gu Xingyi could overhear Chun Feng boasting to the others about how he had berated him into waking up, which left him somewhat speechless. By this time, it was already late at night, and the online community remained oblivious to Gu Xingyi's recovery, still ensnared in the allure of the song Alaska Bay. Undoubtedly, Xiaoziao had emerged as the first contestant to successfully rise to the challenge, enabling Xingyi Entertainment to secure a significant foothold in the competitive arena. Yet, it wasn't long before TMEI Entertainment responded. Their official Weibo account released a dynamic image accompanied by a bold caption, "Everything that belongs to us. We shall reclaim it." The image featured the renowned rap artist Weir, who was making a world-famous gesture while declaring, in singing, "I may not match you, but in rap, you cannot surpass me." Chapter 142, A Sense of Security. Weir had initially skyrocketed to fame with a spur-of-the-moment piece that captivated the entire internet, ultimately winning the championship of the new rap of Huiguo. However, the online audience was not easily swayed. The moment this Weibo post surfaced, discussions erupted across the web. No way. How dare anyone challenge us? Does a loud voice equate to rap? Do the upstairs critics even understand rap? There are myriad styles. I simply adore Weir. If some lack understanding, they should refrain from disparaging. You haters, have you genuinely listened to the last-minute savior? If you have the ability, write one yourself. Go on, write one. Write one. Ha. No way. We won't listen to you. We won't listen to you. Indeed, the comment section was brimming with creativity. You all make me laugh. Congratulations. You're all rap masters. As if anyone could do better. I always poop. Without paper. Pooping without paper. Frequently pooping. Without paper. Nevertheless, it must be said that with Weir's performance, the pressure now rested squarely on Xingyi Entertainment. Discussions among netizens veered off course, yet anticipation remained high. After all, the infectious nature of rap music continued to endear itself to many. However, as thoughts turned to Gu Xingyi, still being in a slumber, enthusiasm began to wane. They felt that Xingyi Entertainment was in peril. After all, one could hardly respond to rap with a ballad, as they were fundamentally different categories, lacking any basis for comparison. Rap inherently possesses the ability to stir the audience's emotions, and if Xingyi Entertainment did not counter with rap, they would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage, inviting a deluge of online rumors. Unbeknownst to Gu Xingyi, who had just awakened, the tumultuous online discourse continued unabated. The couple had not succumbed to slumber. Instead, they exchanged heartfelt confessions across the hospital bed. This incident had undeniably drawn their hearts closer together. In the darkness, Xiaoziao's eyes sparkled, her gentle demeanor restored, yet now imbued with a newfound strength. Gu Xingyi sensed her transformation through her words, and in the pitch-black hospital room, his smile radiated brightly. By the time dawn broke, Gu Xingyi and Xiaoziao finally drifted into a peaceful sleep. Even though Xiaoziao had stayed up late, she instinctively awoke with the first light of day, a routine she had maintained during this period. She immediately made her way to Gu Xingyi's bedside. He lay there, breathing steadily, peacefully asleep as he had in the preceding days. A tinge of anxiety washed over Xiaoziao as she reached out, gently caressing Gu Xingyi's face. Don't make a fuss this early. A large hand grasped her small one, the warmth reassuring her. Gu Xingyi opened his dark eyes. My dear wife, I wish to go home. But the doctor. I'm fine. I know my body. I want to see Nainai. Gu Xingyi interrupted Xiaoziao. His eagerness to return home palpable. He was certain that their little one must be missing him dearly after such a prolonged absence. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xiaoziao fell silent for a moment, her demeanor softening. However, she insisted that the doctor confirm his health status first. The still yawning doctor was summoned quickly. After a thorough examination, the verdict remained. He was merely slightly malnourished, and with some nourishment, he would be just like any other healthy individual. This news allowed Xiaozhou to finally breathe a sigh of relief, and Gu Xingyi was granted his wish to be discharged. As he stepped through the familiar threshold of his home, greeted by the gentle morning light, Gu Xingyi felt a wave of warmth wash over him. With his loved ones present, this was truly his sanctuary. He cautiously approached the bedroom, where little Nainai was curled up under the covers, her round face the only part visible. Unbeknownst to her, she was lost in dreams. Her tiny lips were pursed, stirring a pang of affection in Gu Xingyi's heart. Leaning over the bed, he gently rubbed his cheek against hers and planted a tender kiss on her face, finding solace in the act of cherishing her. Still deep in slumber, Nainai stirred at Gu Xingyi's movements, her bleary eyes fluttering open to find her father so close. The next moment, upon recognizing him, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She remained silent, not uttering a word, simply gazing at Gu Xingyi with wide, tear-filled eyes. In an instant, Gu Xingyi felt a surge of anguish wash over him, an overwhelming tide of emotion swelling within. Nainai, it's Daddy. Daddy's back. He embraced her tightly, holding back his own tears as they spilled uncontrollably. Leaning against the doorframe, Xiaozhou was already overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Nainai continued to remain silent, clinging tightly to Gu Xingyi's neck, unwilling to let go. Daddy is right here, Gu Xingyi said, lifting her to his eye level. Gazing into her tear-filled eyes with warmth, hoping to soothe her fears. Daddy, sobbing, Nainai and Mama have been very good. Please don't leave us again, okay? The little one finally spoke, her words accompanied by her tender cries, piercing Gu Xingyi's heart like a dagger. He could only respond with the softest of promises. It was my fault. I promise you, Daddy will never disappear again. While Nainai is in Daddy's arms, you can cry as loudly as you wish. Do whatever you want. Daddy will always, always love you. Nainai's small hands clung tightly to Gu Xingyi's shirt. Hearing his gentle voice, she wiped her tears away and gazed intently at his warm face. The next moment, she could no longer contain her sobs, wrapping her tiny arms around his neck and crying heartily. This was her most fervent outburst yet, her most uninhibited display of emotion. While Gu Xingyi's heart ached for her, he also felt an immense relief wash over him, as if a weight had been lifted. A myriad of emotions surged through him, complicated and indescribable. He was unafraid of her cries. Rather, he feared the silence that came before. For sometimes, it is in the act of crying and expressing one's feelings that one finds solace, and if that capacity is lost, the emotions will only fester until they lead to despair. Gu Xingyi tightened his embrace around his daughter, gently swaying her as he comforted her with soft whispers. Gradually, her cries subsided, though her little face remained nestled against him, seeking solace as she rubbed against him. Nainai discovered for the first time that weeping in her father's embrace provided her with an unparalleled sense of security, an assurance that her mother had never been able to bestow. Chapter 143, Golden Words of Wisdom from Chinfeng. Before long, the little one grew weary from her tears and fell asleep nestled in Gu Xingyi's arms, clinging tightly to his neck, occasionally stifling sobs. Gu Xingyi made no attempt to set her down. He cherished the warmth of the little cotton-padded jacket in his embrace and had no desire to part with her. Consequently, Xiaozhou requested a leave of absence for Nainai, knowing well that the little one would not wish to stray even a step away from Gu Xingyi today. The home returned to its usual warmth, with Xiaozhou preparing meals while Gu Xingyi gently wiped Nainai's tear-streaked face with a warm towel. When Nainai awoke again, breakfast was ready. Although it wasn't tea prepared by her father, the little one had an unusually hearty appetite today, delighting Xiaozhou as she devoured her meal. It is worth noting that this little one, often spoiled by Gu Xingyi, frequently expressed disdain for her cooking. After breakfast, Gu Xingyi lifted Nainai high and, alongside Xiaozhou, they headed out. He needed to make an appearance at the company after his prolonged unconsciousness to reassure everyone. Xiaozhou had already briefed him on company matters, and he felt a great sense of relief knowing that no one had resigned during his absence. Everyone had remained steadfast in their positions and had followed Xiaozhou's directives. Particularly noteworthy were Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyan, who, having just joined the company, had persevered despite Gu Xingyi's contracts being notably more lenient compared to those of other entertainment firms, allowing for greater freedom and the option to leave at any time. The trio arrived at the company, and as soon as they stepped through the door, Li Wenjing stood up, her face alight with relief. "President Gu, you're finally back." Gu Xingyi raised an eyebrow, noticing her expression of surprise was absent, as if she had already anticipated his awakening. "Yes, I'm back. You've all worked hard recently." "Not at all. It's just that everyone has been very worried about you," Li Wenjing replied, her smile growing even brighter. "Thank you." Gu Xingyi acknowledged her gratitude and walked in alongside Xiao Nainai and Xia Xiao. In Gu Xingyi's arms, Xiao Nainai's curious eyes surveyed her surroundings, completely unaware that this very company bore her name. "You wouldn't believe it. At that moment, I saw my sister-in-law crying on television, and in a fit of emotion, I gave old Gu a resounding slap while berating him. Guess what? Hey!" As soon as I scolded him, his finger twitched. I realized there was hope. So I tried scolding again, and lo and behold, his finger twitched once more. And thus, I kept berating him. Outside the door, Gu Xingyi's forehead was adorned with black lines of exasperation, while Xia Zhou stifled a laugh beside him. It dawned on Gu Xingyi why no one had been surprised to see him. The true instigator was right here. In the next moment, Gu Xingyi pushed open the door to the lounge, where a crowd had gathered, all eyes wide with astonishment. Tao Lele and Cheng Di were intently listening, while Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuyan bore expressions of disbelief. All ears perked up. Yang Xinlin maintained a calm demeanor, though the smile on her face was hard to conceal. Only Sister Yun appeared somewhat normal, engrossed in her documents. At the sight of Gu Xingyi, everyone widened their eyes, except for Chen Feng, who was seated with his back to Gu Xingyi and continued to chatter animatedly. "Look at your astonished faces. Ah, my golden words are truly miraculous. Even if a person has passed, they can still be called back to life. Really? I had no idea you possessed such a talent. Oh, you have no inkling of my many abilities. Ah, old Gu, when did you arrive? You look weak. Sit down." Chen Feng, who had been boasting, suddenly turned around upon hearing a voice, his expression shifting to one of shock, and after a moment, he quickly donned a fawning smile. A madman? When did you learn to change your face like that? I think you are truly underappreciated in the realm of animation. Why not start a company where you perform face-changing acts to complement your golden words? We could earn quite a bit each year." Gu Xingyi, still holding Xiao Nainai, took a seat and glanced at Chen Feng, stating nonchalantly, "Please, that would cost me my life." "Old Gu, I was wrong. I have no golden words at all." Chen Feng cried out in protest, entirely forgetting his earlier claims. Convincing him to abandon animation would be more painful than death. Seeing that Gu Xingyi was ignoring him, he quickly shifted his focus to Xiao Nainai. "Xiao Nainai, come here and give Uncle a hug, and say something nice for me. Do you remember the toys Uncle bought for you?" Upon seeing Chen Feng extend his hands, Xiao Nainai blinked her big eyes, then resolutely turned her face away, clinging tightly to Gu Xingyi's neck and refusing to look at Chen Feng. At this moment, even her mother's embrace paled in comparison, let alone Chen Feng. Witnessing Xiao Nainai's reaction, everyone erupted in laughter. Chen Feng was left dumbfounded, feeling as if the world had turned solely against him. "All right, enough of the nonsense. Let us talk business. President Gu, take a look at this. It's the latest response from TMEI Entertainment." Sister Yun chuckled, interrupting the banter and handing a tablet to Gu Xingyi. Upon receiving it, Gu Xingyi ceased his jesting with Chen Feng, glancing at the tablet, which displayed TMEI Entertainment's most recent Weibo post. Xia Zhou had already informed him of the recent developments, so he had some understanding. However, upon seeing the content of TMEI's post and Wei Er's remarks, he felt a sudden tension rise within him. "This Wei Er is the one who sings Temporary Help, right?" Sister Yun nodded. "Yes, that's him. We must not underestimate him. His popularity remains quite strong." Gu Xingyi couldn't help but chuckle. A singer, if we were to measure fame, would not surpass that of a second-tier artist. Thus, singing had its unique challenges, allowing such individuals to exploit opportunities. He recalled his own critiques of that song upon first arriving in this world, never anticipating that he would cross paths with it now. Gu Xingyi gently tapped the screen with his fingers, pondering for a moment before lifting his gaze to the crowd surrounding him, pausing particularly on Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuyan. "Since we are facing off against Tanmei, we are somewhat outnumbered. I have gathered some preliminary information about the upcoming China's strongest voice competition, and if they employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers, we will indeed face considerable challenges. Therefore, I will seek out a few more participants. As for the outcome, I cannot guarantee anything. If we cannot find enough individuals, we may have to rely on the hard work of those present. Additionally, regarding this competition, there is no need for concern, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuyan. It will be your turn to perform. Come with me to the office," Gu Xingyi announced, rising from his seat and leading Feng and Yi outside. The others exchanged glances. Uncertain of the duo's capabilities, they had initially assumed that Gu Xingyi himself would participate, considering the current shortage of manpower within the company. As for rap, Cheng Di and Xia Ziao had little understanding. Only Gu Xingyi remained calm, fully aware of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyan's strengths. And he already had a song in mind that, should the two perform it, would deliver a decisive blow to Wei Air. Chapter 144, Recruitment and Total War. No one knew what song Gu Xingyi had composed for Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyan, but they returned beaming, clutching the sheet music as if it were a treasure. Before anyone could inquire, the two dashed off, locking themselves in the recording studio, clearly eager to practice the song. The Strongest Voice of China is broadcast live every Friday at 8 p.m., spanning a total of 8 episodes over the course of 2 months, making it one of the most grandiose shows before the Spring Festival. With less than a week remaining, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyan dared not delay upon receiving the song. They understood that once they performed it flawlessly, it would undoubtedly become their signature piece, without exception. Gu Xingyi did not accompany the two at that moment. He was seated in his office, engaged in a phone call. The company still lacked sufficient key players to contend with TMEI Entertainment and other firms, necessitating the recruitment of additional talent, and he already had candidates in mind. Soon, when the others witnessed Gu Xingyi emerging from the office, a broad smile adorned his face. Prepare yourselves, everyone. Tomorrow, 3 heavyweight contenders will be joining our company, and you must all be on your toes to leave a good impression. The group exchanged glances, and Tao Lele could not suppress her curiosity. Oh, Guzong, please don't keep us in suspense. Who are they? The reason they referred to him as Guzong was that Yun Jie and Tao Lele had previously discussed that as the company expanded, its employees must set an example. Informalities could be reserved for private matters, yet professionalism must prevail in their work demeanor. Naturally, Xia Ziao and Chen Feng were exceptions, the former being the boss lady and the latter a shareholder, thus not requiring such formalities. Despite the group's palpable curiosity, Gu Xingyi maintained his playful secrecy. Revealing it now would spoil the surprise. You'll find out tomorrow. The others collectively voiced their discontent with a scoff, their hearts tinged with impatience akin to the scratching of a cat's claws. Gu Xingyi chuckled, unfazed, and turned to Yang Qilan. Minister Yang, please bear with us a little longer. The company is now on the right track. We will hire as needed. Additionally, release the news that Zingo Entertainment is officially recruiting new singers starting today. In the coming days, Xia Ziao and I will personally conduct interviews, and those who pass need not worry about their songs. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Yang Qilan's expression grew serious. It appeared that he had undergone a remarkable transformation since awakening. If the former Gu Xingyi had been somewhat tentative, the current Gu Xingyi was fully unleashed. Radiating an imposing presence, he seemed poised to challenge the entire entertainment industry single-handedly. His innate talent provided him with the confidence to do so. All right, I will register the company's official Weibo account, and we will expand our promotions across various platforms. Yang Qilan replied affirmatively. Once the essentials were addressed, the group engaged in light conversation before Yang Qilan took her leave, as she was the busiest among them in the company's early stages. Shortly after her departure, 2 pieces of news surfaced online, igniting excitement among netizens. Just the previous night, they had expressed concern over whether Zingo Entertainment could withstand Weir's challenge. But within a mere night, the situation had undergone a dramatic turnaround. The first piece of news was that Gu Xingyi had awakened and been discharged from the hospital. Paparazzi captured photographs of Gu Xingyi exiting the hospital alongside Xia Zhou, both appearing somewhat pale, but otherwise unscathed. Upon the revelation of this news, netizens erupted in excitement. Within hours, Gu Xingyi's name once again trended on social media. The ensuing discussions were lively, with users eager to voice their thoughts. Wait, he is awake? Is this for real? I'm not well read, don't fool me. Wasn't he said to be in a deep coma? He seems fine in the photos. Gu Xingyi is such a big pig's trotters. Everyone worried about him and shed tears, and he didn't even let us know when he woke up. Crocodile tears? Huh. As long as he is awake, that's what matters. I'm just curious if we're panicking. We're not at all. I'll just cling to the pig-s trotters. Gu Xingyi, I hear you're called Weir? Entertainment companies watching the trending topics felt a bitter pang upon his return. Gu Xingyi seemed to have monopolized the headlines. They were reminded of the dread of being overshadowed by him. Even Lu Gao felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing of Gu Xingyi's awakening and even inquired with Weir about their chances. Weir confidently asserted that there would be no problem, claiming he had never been outperformed in rap. However, Lu Gao remained uncertain, recalling how Lu Ying had previously been defeated. A former diva. But now that the challenge had been issued, he could only hope Gu Xingyi would steer clear of writing rap lyrics. The second topic sparking fervor among netizens was the official announcement that Zingo Entertainment was recruiting singers. Moreover, they had broken from tradition. As long as you possess talent and confidence, Zingo Entertainment welcomes all. Gu Xingyi and Xia Xiao will conduct personal interviews. Successful candidates will enjoy outstanding benefits, including songs personally written by Gu Xingyi. While Gu Xingyi's awakening shocked netizens and rival entertainment firms alike, this announcement was nothing short of a seismic event for the industry. It was evident that if Zingo Entertainment succeeded, the established paradigms of the entertainment world would be irrevocably altered, heralding a new era. The once formidable barriers would dissolve, allowing any talented individual an opportunity for recognition, significantly benefiting genuine artists and newcomers. Yet, from the perspective of capital, Zingo Entertainment posed a direct challenge to their interests. Historically, the entertainment industry had been governed by capital, connections, and unspoken rules, leaving only a few truly talented artists the chance to shine. However, this news from Zingo Entertainment illuminated a glimmer of hope for many, unsettling the status quo of their basic interests. With capable individuals flocking to Zingo Entertainment, who would still choose to join their companies. Consequently, all firms were stirred into action, initiating contact with one another to exchange opinions, ultimately directing their collective gaze towards the three industry giants. Nainai Entertainment remained silent, as if in a state of dormancy. TMEI Entertainment and Xingyi Entertainment, in an unprecedented alliance, announced their intention to form a defensive pact to shatter Gu Xingyi's undefeated myth on the strongest voice of China and to resist Zingo Entertainment across all fronts. Simultaneously, they invited all companies within the entertainment industry to join in sanctioning Zingo Entertainment, with the first step commencing from the strongest voice of China. If the previous three-day celebration had merely been a skirmish between Gu Xingyi and TMEI Entertainment, from this point forward, it would escalate into an all-out war against the entire entertainment industry. Chapter 145, The Handsome Yu Ran. Mr. Ma, you have gone too far. In the Xingyi Entertainment building, Miao Anjun pressed her lips tightly together, her expression dark. Not far from her, behind a desk, Ma Liang leisurely sipped tea, a smug grin dancing in his triangular eyes. Miao Anjun, mind your tone. Is that how you speak to company leadership? She challenged. I've already taken that announcement. Why was it revoked and given to someone else? I was the one who negotiated it first. Miao Anjun clenched her fists, hardly aware of her nails digging into her flesh. She had been working diligently, and after this signing event, she would have enough money to cover her penalty fees. Yet, at this critical moment, the company canceled her signing event and assigned the opportunity to another, leaving her to question her manager, who could only look troubled before quietly revealing that she had offended someone. The very person responsible for pausing all her activities was the one sipping tea before her. Ma Liang. In response to Miao Anjun's inquiry, Ma Liang chuckled leisurely and replied, Junjun, that is precisely where you went wrong. The company has its own arrangements. You need only to comply with them. Of course, if you are willing to accompany me to a soiree tonight, I shall ensure you are assigned new activities by tomorrow at the latest. What do you think? Consider it. As he spoke, Ma Liang set down his teacup, his slanted eyes narrowing with a smirk as he scrutinized Miao Anjun before him. Ever since the emergence of Gu Xingyi in the music industry, the already challenging landscape for singers had become even more arduous, and during this time, he had savored quite a few advantages. Those singers, driven by the allure of wealth, would comply without hesitation. Yet this Miao Anjun, stubborn as ever, possessed such striking beauty that it left Ma Liang perpetually restless. Dream on. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to succeed. Miao Anjun glared at Ma Liang, her heart brimming with anger and sorrow. Just the other day, she had slapped him, and to her astonishment, he remained undeterred, resorting to such despicable tactics. Then I suggest you leave this place. And I assure you that all future company activities will have nothing to do with you. You must die here, if that is your fate. Ma Liang remained unfazed, knowing that Miao Anjun came from an ordinary family and could not afford the penalty for breach of contract. He found it hard to believe that a mere singer could turn the tide against him. Bang! At that moment, the office door was abruptly pushed open again. You, the scheming little man. How dare you covet my sister Yinyan? Bah! Yinyan, let us go. Ma Liang stared, dumbfounded, at the little girl who had barged in. He recognized her as Miao Anjun's assistant, but never expected such courage from her. Do you even know who you're talking to? Ma Liang's expression darkened. After years of wielding power in the company, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. What a sight to behold. I'm talking to you. With your rat-like eyes and garlic nose, it's obvious you're not a good person. Miao Anjun was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had seen you ran like this. To be honest, it was rather impressive. Good. I see you're not interested in keeping your job, are you? Ma Liang's fury turned to derision. How audacious for a mere assistant. I'm just a little assistant. If you have the ability, go ahead and fire me. Besides, where I am not welcome, there will always be another place for me. Do you know Gu Xingyi? We're going to join him. Gu Xingyi? Upon hearing the name, not only did Miao and Jun freeze, but even Ma Liang was taken aback. Ma Liang was stunned because he not only knew of Gu Xingyi, but the company had held numerous meetings about him. Yet moments later, he burst into laughter. You think a little assistant and a third-tier star can count on Gu Xingyi to stand up for you? None of your business. Sister Junjun, let us go. Before Miao and Jun could react, Yu Ranran fiercely pulled her away, slamming the door behind them, leaving Ma Liang staring, wide-eyed, at the spilled tea on the table. This little brat. She is far too unaware of her own insignificance. Once outside Ma Liang's office, Miao and Jun remained dazed until Yu Ranran tugged her along out the door, prompting her to come to her senses. Ranran, she had merely pretended to be strong. She was just a young girl. In the face of such circumstances, her earlier display had taken all her courage. To her surprise, her assistant, who usually kept a low profile, had proven to be so formidable. Junjun, don't be sad. I couldn't bear to listen to that beast. His words were too outrageous. No, I'm not sad. Ranran, you were so impressive. Miao and Jun grasped Yu Ranran's hand, eager to express her admiration for her assistant's boldness. Haha, am I impressive? Hee. Yu Ranran chuckled, realizing that her bravado was fueled by anger. Now that her rage had subsided, she felt a twinge of fear. Miao and Jun nodded, but her mood soon turned somber. But because of this, you might not be able to stay in the company anymore. They will surely make things difficult for you. No worries, Sister Junjun. I wasn't just speaking carelessly. Look, I contacted someone. As she spoke, Yu Ranran held up Miao and Jun's phone, her face beaming with excitement. I just saw that Xingyi Entertainment is hiring. Furthermore, they're clearly ready to take on the other companies in the industry. I used your phone to contact Xiaoziao. Hee. She agreed to help you pay the penalty. Xiaoziao? Miao and Jun paused, the image of the gentle woman flashing through her mind as she took the phone, confirming the chat interface between her and Xiaoziao. Ever since they became friends at the last Xingyi, they hadn't spoken much, except occasionally discussing songs. However, the chat was now evidently more active, with Yu Ranran having contacted Xiaoziao on her behalf, and surprisingly, Xiaoziao had readily agreed to Yu Ranran's request. She never anticipated that someone she barely knew would come to her aid. Sister Junjun, Xingyi Entertainment is in need of talent, and you need a company. It's a perfect match. Moreover, I believe that with your capabilities, you will swiftly earn back that penalty for them. So don't hesitate any longer. Seeing Miao and Jun's lack of response, Yu Ranran assumed she was hesitant and hurried to reassure her. Miao and Jun lifted her gaze, her expression complex. I'm not hesitating. I'm just feeling sentimental. Who would have thought that the very person I competed against for the championship would become my benefactor? Regardless of whether I can help them recoup the penalty. They have already helped me, and thus, I must repay this kindness. Oh dear, who told her to find such a good husband? But I believe that Sister Junjun will find an equally good husband in the future. Who is looking for a husband? Sister Junjun, why are you blushing? Haha. As the clouds dispersed, the two began to playfully tease each other, with Miao and Jun turning beet red from Yu Ranran's words. Yet within her heart, she couldn't help but ponder. Is there truly anyone better than Gu Xingyi? Chapter 146, Moving to a New Home. Are we going to Xingyi Entertainment tomorrow? Yes. After I drop Nainai off at kindergarten in the morning, I'll head straight there. Such matters are best addressed without delay. I'll accompany you. All right. In Jiangqing, the family of three was enjoying lunch as Xiaoziao continued discussing the arrangements for the following day with Gu Xingyi. In Gu Xingyi's view, this was a straightforward matter. Breach of contract, pay the fee, and retrieve the person. Xiaoziao couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. When Miao and Jun had first messaged her on WeChat, she had been somewhat skeptical. She vividly remembered Miao and Jun's performance at the Xingyi. It was hard to believe that such a talented singer could be sidelined. One could only say that the current capital environment was utterly absurd. After finishing their meal, Gu Xingyi settled on the sofa, watching little Nainai play with her toys. Suddenly, he reached over to pat her little head, asking, Nainai, would you like your own little bedroom? Little Nainai looked up at Gu Xingyi with wide eyes, and he quickly added, now that Nainai is a big girl, Daddy will prepare a separate little bedroom for you to sleep in, all right? The little one understood this time. She immediately dropped her toy and hugged Gu Xingyi's arm, scrunching her nose. No, Nainai wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. But Nainai is growing up. She should have her own little room. Otherwise, the other kids in kindergarten will laugh at Nainai for still sleeping with Daddy and Mommy, especially that Feng Xiaoxiao. He will definitely mock Nainai for being a child who can't grow up. Gu Xingyi playfully pinched Nainai's nose, patiently persuading her. even invoking the name of her most disliked little chubby kid, demonstrating his earnest efforts. As expected, upon hearing this, Nainai's brows furrowed tightly, her expression one of distress. Seizing the opportunity, Xingyi pressed on. Your little bedroom will be very beautiful. Nainai will definitely love it. And Daddy and Mommy's room is right next door. It's south, very close. Little Nainai pouted her small lips and finally acquiesced. All right, Daddy, you must tell me a story every night. Daddy and Mommy will surely coax our little darling to sleep. They sealed their promise with a pinky swear. Upon hearing Nainai's agreement, Xingyi felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly engaged in the pinky swear ritual with the little one. Indeed, his little cotton-padded jacket was the most understanding. He had read online that many children required a considerable amount of coaxing before they could settle down to sleep on their own. Having made the agreement with Nainai, Xingyi cheerfully called out to Xiaozhou, who was still tidying up in the kitchen. Darling, since we have no pressing matters this afternoon, let's move. We don't have much to bring, and the new place is mostly furnished. Xiaozhou, who had been listening to Xingyi coaxing Nainai from the kitchen, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Only when Xingyi called her did she lower her head and softly respond, okay. After tidying up for a while, they realized that the furniture here did not need to be moved, as the new house was already equipped with everything essential. They only needed to bring along their daily necessities and little Nainai's toys. 2 hours later, the family was ready. Their bags piled high in the car as they set off for their new home. Soon, they arrived at the new neighborhood, New City Flower Garden. Xingyi was the first to exit the car, retrieving their luggage, while Xiaozhou took Nainai's hand, and the three of them made their way to the elevator. This was Nainai's first visit to the new place, and her big eyes sparkled with curiosity. Before long, they reached the 18th floor. Xiaozhou led Nainai out of the elevator, with Xingyi following closely behind. As they approached the door, Xiaozhou entered the new code, and the door swung open. Upon entering the foyer, they slipped into their slippers, and Xiaozhou helped Nainai into her lovely little pink slippers before guiding her into the living room. The vast and bright living room made Nainai's eyes widen in awe. Everything in their new home was undeniably novel to her. Nainai, this is our new little home. Xingyi set down the luggage and, alongside Xiaozhou, took Nainai's hand, who was still a bit shy, leading her further inside. Nainai, let Daddy and Mommy take you to see your little bedroom. With a charmingly obedient expression, Nainai followed Xingyi and Xiaozhou deeper into the house. As they entered the unfamiliar space, a hint of trepidation flickered across her face until Xingyi gently opened the door to her bedroom, causing her eyes to light up instantly. Before her lay a world in soft pink. The floor was adorned with a plush carpet decorated with various cartoon characters. In the center stood a heart-shaped little princess bed, beside which was a small pink cartoon sofa, and on the other side, a petite bedside table topped with a nightlight. Nainai had never encountered such a beautiful bedroom. It resembled the chambers of a princess from the fairy tales her father recounted. Xingyi lifted Nainai into his arms and carefully placed her onto her little bed, which sank slightly under her weight. When they chose this house, the small bedroom had been a significant factor for both of them. It was evident that Nainai adored it, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xingyi affectionately ruffled Nainai's hair. Nainai, do you like this little bedroom? With her tiny hand gently pressing against the soft bedding beneath her, her big eyes curved into crescent moons. Daddy, is this really Nainai's little bedroom? Xingyi responded with a smile. Nainai likes it very much. Upon receiving her father's affirmative reply, Nainai's face broke into a radiant smile. She flopped onto her soft bed, rolling from side to side, as if eager to imbue her new room with her essence. In that moment, both Xingyi and Xiaozhou beamed with satisfaction. The joy of their little one was more precious than anything else. The family shared laughter as they prepared their first dinner in the new home. When it was time for Nainai to sleep, as usual, Xingyi and Xiaozhou flanked her, with Xingyi narrating a fairy tale, lulling Nainai into a peaceful slumber. Once they confirmed that the little one was soundly asleep, they quietly turned off the lights and exited her bedroom. Back in the master bedroom, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense with just the two of them. I'll take a shower first. Xingyi broke the silence, taking a deep breath before hurriedly retreating to the bathroom. This elicited a soft chuckle from Xiaozhou, who sat on the bed, turned on the bedside lamp, and switched off the overhead light. Bathed in the warm orange glow of the lamp, her charming face flushed a rosy hue. When Xingyi emerged from the bathroom, he found Xiaozhou with her head lowered, clutching her sleepwear. Not sparing him a glance as she hurried past him into the bathroom, the sound of running water filled the quiet room, resonating clearly. Xingyi sat on the bed, feeling his heart race with an intensity he had not anticipated. Tonight, there was no little Nainai. When Xiaozhou finally emerged from the bathroom, she still kept her head down. Hearing the door open, Xingyi turned to look, and his gaze became fixed. She was clad in a delicate nightgown, and under the soft light, he could faintly discern the contours of her fair figure beneath the fabric. Xiao's face blushed a deeper shade, even her earlobes glowing with a faint pink, yet she boldly approached Gu Xingyi's side and sat down on the edge of the bed, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Hubby. The sudden utterance of this term sent Gu Xingyi's heart racing to a near halt. He lifted his gaze to meet her eyes, momentarily speechless. Xiao then raised her head, locking eyes with him. Fresh from her shower, she bore a subtle fragrance, her skin glistening with a dewy glow, and the allure in her almond-shaped eyes was undeniably captivating, causing Gu Xingyi's breath to quicken. Wife, you're making it hard for me to resist. Xiao continued to gaze at him, and after a moment, a smile broke across her face, her eyes curving beautifully. It is only after this that I truly understand. Love must be timely. I am ready, but what about your body? Without answering, Gu Xingyi swiftly wrapped his arms around her neck, pulling her into his embrace, demonstrating through his actions that his body was more than capable. As he felt the softness of her lips and the warmth of her body, Gu Xingyi could no longer contain himself, his hands instinctively gliding over her back. They tumbled onto the bed, Gu Xingyi ultimately gaining the upper hand, pinning her beneath him. Turn off the lights. In a brief moment of breath, a hint of shyness crossed Xiao's flushed face as she struggled to keep Gu Xingyi's eager kisses at bay, softly saying, "Wait a moment." The next second, with a click, the bedside lamp was extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. In the obscurity, their nightgowns gradually slipped away, until they were laid bare before one another. Soon, the newly purchased bed began to sway under the weight of their ardor. Soft whispers filled the air, intertwined with Gu Xingyi's heavy breaths, creating a delightful symphony in the stillness of the night. A night of passion unfolded, radiant with springtime's boundless delight. The following morning, Gu Xingyi found it quite a struggle to rise. He admitted to himself that he had perhaps overexerted himself the previous night. Yet, he had to get up, as he needed to take little Nainai to school. Xiao remained peacefully asleep beside him, and Gu Xingyi gently pressed a soft kiss on her lips, unable to resist the temptation to caress that tender softness before stealthily slipping away. Though his body was weary, his hands betrayed a different story. He hastily prepared breakfast, and by the time he finished, little Nainai had awakened, perched on her small bed, dangling her feet and examining the cartoon bear on her pillow. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi knock and enter, Nainai reached out her tiny arms, inviting her father to pick her up. Gu Xingyi was instantly filled with immense comfort. Indeed, his little darling was well behaved, managing to sleep independently for the first time without a whimper upon waking. After breakfast, he escorted little Nainai to kindergarten, returning home to find Xiao still enveloped in slumber. It appeared that she, too, had been exhausted the previous night. Contemplating this, Gu Xingyi nestled back into the covers and began to peruse his Weibo feed while seated on the bed. The soft form of Xiao stirred, seemingly awakened by his movements. Her eyes remained closed, yet her delicate body snuggled closer, arms wrapping around his waist. Gu Xingyi smiled gently, intertwining his fingers with hers, noticing her charming face flush with a delightful shade of red. Awake? He inquired softly. She murmured, burying her petite face against his waist in response. Oh, dear wife. Gu Xingyi's smile faltered momentarily, breath hitching, as her small hand ventured beneath his shirt, exploring his abdomen. Xiao buried her face deeper, her earlobes now a radiant crimson. Goodness gracious. Even if Gu Xingyi's body could hardly endure the sensations, it was a temptation he could not resist, especially in the early hours of the morning. In the next instant, he dove back beneath the covers, and a tempestuous affair unfolded once more, continuing until an hour later when they finally settled down. Gu Xingyi lay on the bed, utterly spent, feeling as though his very essence had been siphoned away, devoid of any strength. After some time, he softly asked, "Shall we rise?" "Okay," Xiao replied drowsily from within the blankets. After a shower and breakfast, it was not until 10 o'clock that they finally ventured out, driving towards Xingyi Entertainment. Fortunately, they had not forgotten that they were to meet someone there that day. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, 3 hours had passed. In the lobby of the Xingyi Entertainment building, Miao and Jun and Yu Ranran had been waiting for quite some time. Unlike Miao and Jun's calm demeanor, Yu Ranran frequently glanced at the time on her phone. Ranran, since they said they would come, they will surely arrive. There's no need to fret. Miao and Jun reassured her. Junjun, aren't you going to send Xiao a message to check in? It's already past 1. Yu Ranran exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. The hopes of their entire village rested upon Gu Xingyi and Xiao. If they failed to show, both she and Miao and Jun would be in dire straits. As they anxiously awaited, instead of Gu Xingyi and Xiao, an unexpected guest arrived. "Oh, is that not Miao and Jun? What brings you to the company at this hour?" Any events occurring? The newcomer, donning a pair of frog-eye glasses, inquired, her chin held high, emanating an air of superiority that made you Ran feel a wave of nausea. Miao and Jun merely cast a fleeting glance at the intruder and chose to ignore her. This woman had always been her rival, having seized the signing event the day before. Miao and Jun knew all too well how she had managed to secure it. Such individuals were hardly worth her time, yet Ran was unyielding, firing back. Is this company your family estate? We can come and go as we please. What business is it of yours? Humph, a stubborn duck. There will be a time when you wish you had been more cautious, the woman scoffed. If anyone in the company desired to see Miao and Jun's downfall, it was undoubtedly this frog-eyed woman, Jia. With a smirk, she reveled in the thought that should her old rival falter, the scarce music resources at Xingyi Entertainment would surely tilt in her favor. Gu Xingyi and Xia Ziao, what are they doing here? Who knows? Perhaps the company has collaborated with them? At that moment, a buzz of conversation erupted in the lobby, drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance. There stood Gu Xingyi and Xia Ziao, impeccably dressed and smiling as they strolled into the lobby. The sight of this couple seemed to drain the vibrancy from the entire room. It's not that one fears competition, but rather the anxiety of comparison, walking side by side. They were simply dazzling. As they approached, Jia instinctively took a step back. Yet, to her surprise, they halted right before her, and Xia Zhao released Gu Xingyi's hand, cheerfully greeting Miao and Jun. Junjun Weivyi arrived. Xia Zhao's words sparked a commotion in the room. No one expected that Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao had come to seek out Miao and Jun. Recently, whispers of the events surrounding Miao and Jun had spread, and Ran's eyes sparkled. To her, Xia Zhao appeared as if an angel had descended, and she promptly declared in her heart that apart from Junjun, Xia Zhao was now her second favorite person. All right, let's focus on the task at hand. Observing the three women about to engage in conversation, Gu Xingyi quickly interjected. Heading towards the front desk in the lobby, Xia Zhao nodded, following closely behind with Miao and Jun and Ran. At that moment, Miao and Jun felt a whirlwind of emotions. Although she had always believed that Xia Zhao would indeed show up, seeing them in person stirred an inexplicable urge to cry within her. Despite facing numerous setbacks without shedding a tear, she found herself deeply moved by Xia Zhao, a person she had only met a few times. The receptionist at Xingyi Entertainment had already spotted Gu Xingyi and the others, given the throngs of people pausing to observe. She had promptly informed the upper management upon their arrival. Mr. Gu, please hold on a moment. Company management will be here shortly. All right, Gu Xingyi smiled, appreciating the receptionist's efficiency. Before long, two individuals hurriedly emerged from the elevator, and upon seeing Gu Xingyi, their expressions were far from cordial. One of them sneered at Gu Xingyi. Isn't this the illustrious Zingo from online? What brings you to Xingyi? Gu Xingyi cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, remaining silent. This demeanor irritated the other individual, who, with a scowl, continued. Gu Xingyi, what exactly are you here for? If you remain tight-lipped, we may have to call security to escort you out. Gu Xingyi assessed the two, then turned to Ran behind him. Who are these two? With such an aggressive demeanor, one might think they are the directors of Xingyi. Ran stifled a laugh and began to introduce them sarcastically. The first speaker is the general manager of the operations department, Mr. Liu, and the one with the garlic nose is just a board member who does nothing but eat. Ma Liang. With Ran's words, Gu Xingyi gained clarity. It was evident that her attitude towards the two was entirely different. And Ma Liang did not seem to be a person of good character. So, Mr. Liu and Ma Liang, is this how you treat your guests? Where is Tian Xingyi? Bring him out to speak. As the chairman of Zingo Entertainment, Gu Xingyi's status overshadowed theirs. Little did he know, the moment he spoke, Ma Liang's countenance darkened further. Who do you think you are to converse with our director Tian? Security. Security. Ma Liang shouted, summoning the guards, who promptly rushed over. Gu Xingyi raised an eyebrow, astonished that Xingyi Entertainment had such fools. If they truly expelled him today, it would create a significant rift. A company that conducted business ought to welcome the chairman of another company, and any attempt to eject him would signal that meaningful dialogue was impossible. Wait, young Ma, you're mistaken. Mr. Gu has come in person. How could you possibly throw him out? What would that say about us? Just as the guards were about to converge, a voice echoed from the elevator once more. Everyone looked up, and soon the staff of Xingyi Entertainment began to call out, Director Tian. Gu Xingyi followed the direction of the gaze, only to see a man with mung bean-like eyes and gold-rimmed round glasses approaching. Gu Xingyi had come across his photograph online. He was none other than Tian Xingyi, the chairman of Xingyi Entertainment. Director Gu, the staff here have been remiss in their hospitality. I hope you can be forgiving. I am quite curious, though, what brings you to my humble company? Tian Xingyi chuckled, stepping forward to address Gu Xingyi directly. Gu Xingyi promptly returned the smile. Chairman Tian, if Xingyi is merely a small company, then my Zingo entertainment cannot even be regarded as a sesame seed. I have come, of course, to present you with a gift of sorts. However, it is truly unexpected that there are those who wish to impede such a fortunate occurrence. The hospitality of Xingyi indeed leaves much to be desired. As the two engaged in their verbal sparring, it was Tian Xingyi's first encounter with Gu Xingyi. He observed the young man before him, barely in his 20s, yet he did not dare underestimate him. Anyone capable of standing against the entirety of the entertainment industry should never be taken lightly. Sending money? Is such a delightful affair truly in store? Pray tell, what sort of funds does Director Gu wish to bestow? Tian Xingyi adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze drifting toward Miao and Jun, who stood beside Xiaozhou. And a measure of understanding dawned upon him. He was aware of Miao and Jun's circumstances. After all, she was merely a small singer. He had chosen to turn a blind eye to Ma Liang's reckless behavior. Yet, he had not anticipated that a small singer could summon someone as formidable as Gu Xingyi. Chairman Tian, this hardly seems an appropriate venue for such discussions. Shall we not sit down and converse in a more suitable setting? Ah, of course. My apologies. I must have momentarily forgotten my manners. Let us proceed to the conference room for a detailed discussion. With that, Tian Xingyi, his face alight with smiles, led Gu Xingyi and his companions toward the elevator. Gu Xingyi wore a matching smile, and the two exchanged light-hearted banter, making it seem to onlookers as though they were long-lost friends reunited after many years. Once they reached the conference room and settled in, Tian Xingyi spoke again. Now, Director Gu, you may share what business merits such a special visit from you. Coincidentally, my wife Xiaozhou happens to be very close friends with your employee Miao and Jun. Upon hearing that Miao and Jun has not been faring well, my wife has been unable to sleep. Thus, I have come to take Miao and Jun home. I will cover any breach of contract penalties. What do you say? Surely, such a generous offer would not be turned down by Chairman Tian. At this proclamation, the room fell into a stunned silence. Xiaozhou's cheeks flushed, Miao and Jun's mouth fell agape, and Yu Ranran stifled a laugh. What sort of reasoning is this? Ma Liang and General Manager Lu felt that he was merely putting on airs, though they had no evidence to substantiate their thoughts. Tian Xingyi inwardly cursed, feeling that Gu Xingyi was taking advantage of his lack of education, his words dripping with a literary flair that felt uncomfortable to hear. Director Gu, do you truly believe you can take someone away based solely on your word? Is that not a bit excessive? Tian Xingyi's smile faded as he fixed his mung bean-like gaze on Gu Xingyi. Chairman Tian, is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? You receive compensation, and I take the person. Moreover, should we consider it a unilateral breach of contract, we shall pay whatever penalty is required. It appears you stand to lose nothing. Gu Xingyi's expression was calm as he met Tian Xingyi's gaze, unperturbed. Since Director Gu has come to retrieve someone, I must concede to your request. However, the breach fee shall be 20 million. You must ponder whether a third-rate singer warrants such a price. After a moment, Tian Xingyi chuckled again, his tone slightly teasing, and the atmosphere in the conference room lightened once more. Upon hearing this, Miao and Jun glanced at Gu Xingyi, then fixed her gaze intently on Tian Xingyi. Indeed, 20 million. How absurd. She had earned more than that for Xingyi. Yet, in the end, she could not even produce 2 million for a breach fee. To be insulted by those who would drain her of her vitality. This matter does not require Chairman Tian's concern. I believe Miao and Jun will demonstrate to you that your judgment today is, indeed, lacking. Chairman Tian, please present the contract. Gu Xingyi fixed his gaze on Tian Xingyi and spoke slowly, his demeanor exuding an air of confidence that caused Tian Xingyi's already small eyes to narrow further. Very well. Since Director Gu is so confident, I cannot refuse any longer. Tian Xingyi instructed his secretary to fetch Miao and Jun's contract. Chairman Tian, we cannot. Silence. Ma Liang, seated beside Tian Xingyi, felt a surge of urgency as the chairman's secretary departed to retrieve the contract. He attempted to intervene, but was silenced by Tian Xingyi's furious outburst. Realizing that Tian Xingyi was genuinely angry, Ma Liang quickly withdrew. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyi remained unruffled, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Chairman Tian, I have a degree of respect for you, yet your company's board members are quite disappointing. Tian Xingyi narrowed his mung bean-like eyes, casting a cool glance at Gu Xingyi, his smile vanishing entirely. Matters within our company are not for Director Gu to concern himself with. Gu Xingyi shrugged, maintaining his smile. Before long, the secretary returned with the contract and placed it before Tian Xingyi. Tian Xingyi glanced over the document before looking back at Gu Xingyi. Here it is, take a look. I still trust your judgment, Chairman Tian. My wife, please make the payment. Gu Xingyi intertwined his fingers, not bothering to examine the contract. Miao and Jun could leave at any moment by simply paying the breach fee to nullify the contract. Even Xingyi Entertainment would not dare to play tricks in this regard. Moreover, they had no reason to, as they would not incur any losses. This was clearly a case of empty-handedly snatching a treasure. Xia Zhao retrieved her phone and, after a brief moment, nodded at Gu Xingyi. Soon, a member of the finance department entered, whispering something in Tian Xingqi's ear. Chairman, our public account has received the payment from Xingyi Entertainment, precisely 2 million, not a penny more or less. At this revelation, Tian Xingqi's eyes squinted even more, leaving only 2 tiny dots visible on his face. He pushed the contract across the table toward Gu Xingyi. Very well, the contract is yours. Take a look. Only then did Gu Xingyi accept the contract and slide it over to Miao and Jun. Verify if this is indeed your contract. Miao and Jun bit her lip, casting a glance at Gu Xingyi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Please check it quickly so we can return. Xia Zhao gently patted her arm, speaking softly. Miao and Jun nodded, took the contract, and began to flip through it, whispering, "This is my contract." Excellent. Gu Xingyi nodded, then turned back to Tian Xingqi. With one matter concluded, let us proceed to discuss the second. You, Gu Xingyi, how much longer do you intend to persist? Ma Liang, already on the verge of exasperation, could no longer contain himself and stood up, shouting in anger. Even Tian Xingqi, who had remained calm thus far, now wore a displeased expression, his brows furrowing. Director Gu, respect is a mutual exchange. I advise you not to overreach. Chairman Tian, do not be angered. This second matter is but a trifling one. It concerns you Ran. Your company's assistant, who has always been by Miao and Jun's side. Why not do me a favor and entrust her to me as well? Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, everyone else remained composed, while Yu Ran stood in shock. She had never imagined that Gu Xingyi would advocate on her behalf with Tian Xingqi. Though her breach fee was not exorbitant, it would still pose a significant burden. She had intended to grit her teeth and pay the fee herself. Yet Gu Xingyi had brought it up first. Miao and Jun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly interjected, Director Gu, I can cover Ran's breach fee. However, Gu Xingyi merely waved a hand at Miao and Jun, continuing to regard Tian Xingqi. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's request, Tian Xingqi's expression returned to normal, and he smiled again. When Chairman Gu uttered those words, was it not akin to striking me in the face? Merely a trifling assistant to a third-rate singer. I might as well consider this a gift to you. Secretary Chun, please retrieve the contract of this insignificant assistant and present it to Chairman Gu. Secretary Chen nodded in acknowledgement and exited. After a brief interval, she returned with another contract, this time directly handing it to Gu Xingyi. Employees of such marginal status were hardly worth mentioning. Not only did Tian Xingqi look down upon them, but even she, as his secretary, held them in contempt. Yu Ran was utterly petrified, realizing that in the eyes of these individuals, she was unworthy of even having a name. It was truly outrageous. Then I shall graciously accept. Thank you for your warm hospitality today, Director Tian. Until we meet again, I hope our interactions can remain this pleasant. Gu Xingyi rose, smiling as he bid farewell. Today, I have certainly witnessed Chairman Gu's grandeur. Youth has its advantages indeed. However, I have many matters to attend to, so I shall not see you off. Tian Xingqi also stood, responding with a smile. Gu Xingyi nodded, taking hold of Xia Zhao's hand, leading Miao and Jun and Yu Ran as they exited the conference room in a grand procession. Director Tian, he is far too arrogant. Why should we show him such deference? As Gu Xingyi's figure faded from view, Ma Liang's complexion darkened, and he turned to Tian Xingqi, his face full of resentment. Useless. What do you have to thwart him? Can't you see he is utterly unafraid? I can tell you plainly, today you may have barred him from the door, but tomorrow you will still have to obediently hand him over. Tian Xingqi, who had previously held some fondness for the sycophantic Ma Liang, now felt an urge to eliminate him. Losing face is a small matter. Losing his pride is the real issue. He gazed towards the conference room's entrance, his eyes, concealed behind his glasses, flickering with indecision. What a remarkable individual. It seems I have underestimated him in the past. This time, that old fox Lu Gao has met his match. Thankfully, he isn't involved in the film industry. Otherwise, I would be quite troubled. This brief encounter with Gu Xingyi has revealed that he is far more formidable than the industry has described, not only in talent, but also in courage and presence. Such a cunning little fox, once he gains momentum, will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. We can only wait and see if this edition of the strongest voice of Huiguo can suppress him. If not, Tian Mei will be in peril. Tian Xingqi continued to stare outside, speaking to himself. His words startled Ma Liang, for Tian Mei is indeed a colossal entity, akin to the grandeur of the prosperous age. Can that young man Gu Xingyi really rival them? As they descended the stairs, Gu Xingyi and his companions remained silent. Miao and Jun had much she wished to express, yet the words failed to escape her lips. Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou noticed this, and after a moment of contemplation, Gu Xingyi addressed Miao and Jun. You need not overthink this. The reason I brought you along is not solely because of my wife, but also because Zingo Entertainment is genuinely in need of talent. And your capabilities are evident. We trust in you, and we believe that the penalty for breach of contract will soon be offset by your contributions to the company. So there is no need for you to feel indebted. Such feelings are unfounded. Upon exiting the elevator, the atmosphere in the first-floor lobby had shifted dramatically. They had witnessed Director Tian personally invite Gu Xingyi upstairs, and now he emerged with Miao and Jun. The implications were evident. Jiya's expression soured further. Although she wished to oust Miao and Jun, she did not desire such a blatant expulsion. She merely wished to witness Miao and Jun's downfall. Yet, it was clear that Miao and Jun had encountered a benefactor. As the group passed by her, the previously disheartened Yu Ranran caught sight of her and could not help but grin, making a face at her before strutting away with pride. Seeing Jiya, Yu Ranran felt a wave of satisfaction. Even if she were a nameless figure, she was still infinitely superior to this woman, who was merely a facade hiding decay within. Chapter 150, The Gathering of Personnel. Upon exiting the Xingyi Entertainment Building, the golden sunlight once again bathed the group, and Gu Xingyi instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Engaging with these old foxes was truly more exhausting than composing songs. Miao and Jun appeared somewhat dazed, from the moment she had been coerced into compliance. She had envisioned countless possibilities, her most cherished being that she would earn enough money to pay the breach of contract and then return to an ordinary life. Blending back into the crowd. After all, having offended Xingyi Entertainment, which small to mid-sized company in the industry would dare to hire her again? As for joining TMEI Entertainment or Yinhai Entertainment, what difference would it make compared to being with Xingyi Entertainment? Everyone knew that the contracts among the three giants of entertainment were quite similar. Reflecting on this, she glanced at Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou in front of her, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes. They had taken her out with the most resolute demeanor, preserving her final shred of dignity. Therefore, even if the contract Gu Xingyi offered her turned out to be the least favorable, she had resolved to sign it, for she firmly believed that at Zingo Entertainment, there would be no such thing as coercive agreements. Junjun, shall we first go retrieve your luggage? Suddenly, Xiaozhou, who had been walking ahead, halted, turned back, and approached Miao and Jun, her lovely brows arched in inquiry. Certainly, my place is not far, it's just ahead. Yu Ranran and I have already packed a few clothing items. Influenced by Xiaozhou's radiant smile, Miao and Jun paused momentarily before a smile blossomed on her face as well. Miao and Jun and Yu Ranran's luggage was indeed minimal, consisting of merely 2 small suitcases that were easily manageable. However, the condition of the room Miao and Jun was staying in caused Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou to frown in dismay. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but silently lament that Xingyi Entertainment was truly failing to provide, for such a talented singer was relegated to such a shabby storeroom. At Xingyi, Miao and Jun's prowess was unmistakable. If she were at Zingo Entertainment, she would surely be treated like a treasure. After retrieving their luggage, the vehicle traveled smoothly towards Zingo Entertainment. Throughout the journey, Gu Xingyi drove while the 3 women chattered animatedly in the back, resembling long-lost sisters, particularly Yu Ranran, who reminded Gu Xingyi of Tao Lele. Could these 2 possibly be long-separated sisters? Nevertheless, this was a welcome development, as Zingo Entertainment was becoming increasingly lively. At that moment in Zingo Entertainment, the receptionist, Li Wenjing, was utterly astonished. She felt she had gained invaluable insight today and was immensely grateful to be at Zingo Entertainment. Before her stood a middle-aged man wearing a smile. Applying for a position. Is young Master Gu not in the company? King Lu, Chairman Gu said he would arrive shortly. You may wait in the reception room for a moment. All right, thank you. King Lu replied with a smile, following Li Wenjing to the reception room. Upon pushing open the door to the reception room, several individuals were already present. Upon seeing them, King Lu was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly transformed into one of delight. I never expected you all to be here. That young lad Gu Xingyi is aiming to upend the entire entertainment industry. Lu Gu, you are here too. What about us? In the reception room, Tao Lele, who was pouring tea, felt her eyelids involuntarily twitch. Previously, Gu Xingyi had mentioned that 3 heavyweight contestants would be joining the company. She had never imagined they would be these individuals. Xue Xiaoqian, Lu Riying, King Lu. Indeed, they were quite the heavyweight ensemble. However, how on earth did Gu Xingyi manage to entice them away from their respective studios? After all, these 3 were all established studio heads. They were also their own bosses. And their companies were larger than Zingo Entertainment. How could they willingly come to join Zingo Entertainment? It was utterly absurd. King Lu settled onto the sofa with a smile. Addressing the 2, there is no helping it. Young Master Gu offers terms that are simply impossible to refuse. You can't deny it, can you? Haha. Indeed. Shui Xiaoqian exaggeratedly laughed, and Lu Ruying nodded in agreement, her face alight with mirth. If there was anyone in this entertainment circle capable of gathering these three together, it could only be Gu Xingyi. That rascal Gu. He invited us, yet he is nowhere to be seen. When he returns, we must have a good word with him. Oh dear. Lu Gu. I just returned. I had some matters to attend to. Picking someone up? Your Excellency, please grant me mercy and spare me this time. Before Lu Tianwang could finish his words, Gu Xingyi's voice echoed from the doorway. Accompanying him were Xia Ziao and Miao and Jun, with Yu Ranran trailing behind. Upon sighting the group, her expression morphed into one reminiscent of a popular meme, mirroring the earlier countenance of Tao Lele. Indeed, one must not speak ill of others behind their backs. No sooner had he uttered a single word than this fellow appeared. Lu Tianwang shook his head, chuckling as he gazed at Gu Xingyi, while Shui Xiaoqian beamed, addressing the newcomers. Gu Xingyi, Xia, Miao and Jun. Marvelous. The members of Zingo Hui are nearly assembled. Gu Xingyi, grinning broadly at everyone present, felt a surge of excitement. With these individuals in Xinjiao Entertainment, he could embark on bold ventures without hesitation. The legendary Lu Tianwang presided over the center, while Lu Ruying, Shui Xiaoqian, Xia Zhou, and Miao Anjun formed a new quartet of kings. Behind them stood the formidable duo Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuyan. Even the assistant was a force to be reckoned with a few fresh recruits to bolster their ranks. They were well set. Haha. Now that everyone is here, let us swiftly sign the contracts. Where is Minister Yang? Quickly close the door. We cannot let anyone escape. In such a lavish assembly, Gu Xingyi was at a loss as to how he could possibly fail. His elation was palpable, causing his brows to rise as he laughed heartily. After all, you are the head of a company. Must you be so exuberant? Yang Shenlin arrived fashionably late, holding the printed contracts. Everyone present is akin to family. It matters not. What head of a company? You are all the true heads before me. I am merely the one serving tea and water. Gu Xingyi waved his hand dismissively, taking the contract from Yang Shenlin and perusing it with satisfaction. This contract is excellent. Well written. Let us proceed thus. The future pillars of the company should also take a look. As he spoke, Gu Xingyi distributed copies of the contract to each individual, including Xia Zhao, who received her own despite being the boss, as it was her own request. She was, after all, a legitimate singer. When the discussion turned serious, the group adopted a more earnest demeanor, examining the contracts carefully. Truth be told, the reason Lu Ruying, Shui Xiaoqian, and Lu Tianwang were present was that Gu Xingyi had provided them with an irresistible incentive. They lacked status, but they yearned for songs, genuine songs that belonged to them. Gu Xingyi had deftly appealed to their hearts. In the meeting room, silence descended as everyone focused intently on the contracts. However, the more they read, the broader their smiles became. In stark contrast was Miao and Jun, whose eyes widened in shock as she scrutinized the contract. This agreement was one that no other entertainment company would dare to offer. There were no time restrictions, no penalties for breach, and even departure was entirely voluntary. It bore a striking resemblance to a standard employment contract, requiring only a month's notice before resignation, allowing one to leave once the time had elapsed. Little Gu, while I appreciate your consideration for us, is this contract not a bit too disadvantageous for you? No entertainment company would dare to sign such an agreement. Lu Tianwang, having finished the last page, closed the contract and looked up at Gu Xingyi with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Brother Lu, you misunderstand. It's not just for you. In the future, all artists at Xinjiao Entertainment will be signing this contract. Gu Xingyi replied, waving the contract in his hand. I believe that to bind a person with a contract is the height of folly. If the company is truly good, even a free contract will not drive you away. If the company is poor, even if you all remain, you won't genuinely care for it. Moreover, I say this with a touch of arrogance. Among all entertainment companies, I doubt anyone is more reliable than I. Gu Xingyi's confidence drew the attention of everyone present, even Lu Tianwang, who regarded him with newfound admiration. Indeed, at this moment, only Gu Xingyi possessed the credentials to voice such sentiments, for only his talent could support such assertions. Wonderful. I eagerly anticipate my days at Xinjiao Entertainment, Lu Tianwang declared, picking up a pen and signing the contract before rising to stand beside Gu Xingyi, extending his hand in greeting. Brother Lu, welcome to Xinjiao Entertainment. I shall not let you down. You two need not be so sentimental. Gu, have you forgotten about us? Shui Xiaoqian quipped, having just completed his signature. Casting a teasing glance at the two, Lu Ruying, having also signed, smiled and looked over. Since returning, Gu Xingyi had maintained a broad grin, laughing heartily. Forgotten? Not at all. No one is escaping. I assure you. Welcome to Xinjiao Entertainment. The three laughed heartily, handing their signed contracts to Gu Xingyi while retaining copies for themselves. At this point, only Miao Anjun had yet to sign, and all eyes turned toward her. The assistant, Yu Ran, was nearly beside herself with anxiety, pondering what Miao Anjun could possibly be thinking. If it were her, she would have signed her name without hesitation. Noticing Gu Xingyi's curious gaze upon her, Miao Anjun bit her lip. Gu, I need some amendments to this contract. Her words drew puzzled frowns from everyone present, unable to comprehend why she would wish to alter such a contract. What was she thinking? Only Gu Xingyi and Xia Ziao had an inkling of her intent. Before Gu Xingyi could respond, Miao Anjun continued, at the very least, the breach penalty that was previously covered for me should be included. After deducting that, we can proceed with the normal contract. Breach penalty? The others, still unaware of the full story, glanced at Miao Anjun with curiosity. Sensing that there was a narrative behind her request, Gu Xingyi pondered for a moment, and upon meeting Miao Anjun's resolute gaze, he finally replied, let us draft a separate agreement regarding the breach penalty. Whenever you are able, you may repay the company. As for this contract, it shall remain unchanged. This will be the standard for all future artists of the company. Hearing this, Miao Anjun finally exhaled in relief, promptly signing her name on the contract. This outcome was precisely what she had hoped for. She intended to earn back what she had lost through her own efforts. The kindness shown to her by Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhou was a personal sentiment she cherished, but business matters must remain distinct. With the contracts duly signed, Gu Xingyi inquired, what are our next steps then? Xue Xiaoqian, sensing that all matters had been settled, posed the question. Old Xue, for now, we truly do not require your assistance. Please be patient. Your opportunity to shine will come soon. This time in the strongest voice of Huoguo, I intend to deliver a resounding lesson to the other companies in the entertainment industry. Oh, are you set on altering the course of musical history? Haha, I like it, Xue Xiaoqian remarked, finding renewed excitement for the future. Convinced that it would be an unprecedented spectacle. In the following days, each person focused on their respective duties. Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhou were immersed in interviews, though regrettably, few among the newcomers managed to pass. As professional singers and songwriters, their standards were understandably high. Moreover, Zingo Entertainment was positioned on a boutique trajectory. Gu Xingyi emphasized quality over quantity, resulting in only a handful of candidates successfully making the cut after several days of interviews. Unbeknownst to them, Friday had arrived once more. The confidentiality surrounding Lu Ruying and the others joining Zingo Entertainment was executed flawlessly, with no one aware of the developments. Should the news break, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the industry. The second episode of The Strongest Voice of Huoguo was set to air today, and the online atmosphere was electric. As everyone eagerly awaited the surprises Gu Xingyi was poised to unveil. Following the previous challenge issued by Wei Air from Taimiai Entertainment, Zingo Entertainment remained silent. Yet the audience understood that Gu Xingyi's prodigy was undoubtedly preparing for a grand performance. They unanimously believed that Zingo Entertainment was simply biding their time, poised to unveil a spectacular reveal. Thus, as the clock struck 8 in the evening, countless netizens gathered in the official live stream, eagerly awaiting the event. The venue already teeming with spectators. At that moment, competitions on other stages had commenced, yet viewership was scarce. The few lackluster songs had long since lost their appeal, with only the dedicated fans of each artist cheering for their favorites. At 8:30, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Wei Air, the challenger, finally ascended the stage. Adorned in a black knit cap and dressed in a hip-hop style, his demeanor was brash. As he took the microphone, he boldly proclaimed to the audience, I've heard there is a Gu Xingyi, renowned for songwriting. While I concede you excel in love ballads, when it comes to rap, you falter. His declaration was met with a chorus of boos from the crowd, and the live stream was inundated with comments, the majority expressing disdain for his presence. With a defiant tilt of his head, Wei Air continued, Do you know why so many online criticize me? It's because I'm a towering tree attracting the wind. Upon uttering this line, he abruptly leaped, and the electrifying music reverberated throughout the venue. It's all my fault. A towering tree attracts the wind. A towering tree attracts the wind. It's all my fault. The audience, however, did not erupt into cheers, but rather burst into laughter. The live stream transformed into a joyous sea of comments. What on earth? A towering tree attracts the wind. Is this rap? More like a shouting echo. It's all your fault for being loud. You just keep repeating one phrase. I'm in stitches. Come on, brothers. How is this any different from a last-minute effort? Changing from 4 rhymes to 5? Isn't that a significant difference? Ha ha ha. It's all my fault. I never finished middle school. My education is limited. Appreciation. Can't come. Just can't appreciate. My goodness. This has completely altered my perception of rap. Someone save the children. On stage, Wei Er was bouncing with exuberance. His gaze fierce, convinced he had captivated the entire audience. He continued to boast, choose me, choose me. Aren't you all so impressive during the love ballad segment? Come at me. Meanwhile, backstage, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyan exchanged bewildered glances, their mouths agape in shock. Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, who on earth gave him the audacity? What is he even singing? Doesn't he have any self-awareness? Yi Shuiyan shook his head, equally astonished. This is terrifying. This must be the allure of self-indulgence. In an apparent bid for more dramatic flair, Wei Er leapt off the stage and into the crowd, sending the audience into a frenzy. They were caught in a dilemma. Should they catch him or not? Ultimately, succumbing to the atmosphere, they caught him, only to swiftly set him down and retreat to a safe distance. They were fearful. Would such a maniacal disposition be contagious? At last, amidst the incessant refrain of a towering tree attracts the wind, the song concluded, and Wei Er waved to the crowd, strutting off with pride and confidence. Both the live audience and online viewers sighed in relief, clutching their beleaguered ears and commencing their critiques. After listening to Wei Er's rap, I feel my tolerance for art has significantly increased. I can barely look at rap anymore. This is horrifying. My mind is now filled with a towering tree attracts the wind. Am I beyond saving? Zingo, please come to the rescue. The bewildering confidence was truly alarming. Aside from his loud voice, his skills were severely lacking. What has become of the music world? As the netizens continued their barrage of criticism, the representatives from Zingo Entertainment finally made their entrance, rekindling a flicker of hope among the audience. Upon seeing two unfamiliar young men, there was a collective pause, followed by a wave of concern. Had Zingo Entertainment introduced new talent? Would they be capable? Although Wei Er's abilities were lackluster, he had amassed a considerable following, bolstered by capital and particularly appealing to younger fans who had not yet experienced the trials of the music industry, making it understandable that they were enamored with Wei Er. The two newcomers from Zingo Entertainment, however, were evidently pure novices, and such unheralded talent raised significant apprehension. The audience fell into a hush, silently observing the stage as the two newcomers stood resolutely, back to back, holding microphones. This was their debut performance, and Xingyi had faith in them. They were determined to deliver a flawless outcome in return. As the music commenced, the title of the song illuminated the large screen, Drifting Northward. The lyrics and composition remained under the aegis of Zingo, performed by Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyan. Upon learning that Zingo was responsible for the lyrics and composition, the audience felt a modicum of reassurance. Regardless of the newcomer's performance, a song from Zingo was undoubtedly commendable. Feng Xiaoxiao, accompanied by the music, raised the microphone first. The gentle melody encouraging listeners to perk up their ears and savor its nuances. Yet, backstage, Wei Er wore a look of disdain, and online comments reflected skepticism, with some of Wei Er's fans voicing their doubts. Wait, isn't this supposed to be rap? The prelude doesn't sound like rap at all. Rap typically has an explosive opening, but this prelude resembles a pop song. I thought Zingo was something special. My Wei Er is the one challenging with rap. Doesn't he dare respond? Zingo is Zingo. You can praise Xingyi all you want, but if you mention Zingo, I might flip out. Why the rush? You'll know when you listen. Who's in a hurry? You're only allowed to criticize our Wei Er, but not Zingo. Double standards? Just wait. I believe in Zingo unconditionally. On stage, Feng Xiaoxiao continued to hum softly, the melody still captivating, while Yi Shuiyan firmly gripped his microphone, standing silently behind him. As the humming concluded, suddenly, the music intensified. Everyone's eyes widened, their hearts tightening in anticipation. They knew the main act had arrived. Indeed, the previously still Yi Shuiyan swiftly seized the microphone, and the rap began. On the journey of dreams, I leave my home behind, with a heavy burden on my shoulders. I carry the dreams of the future. Like you, I hail from afar, working ordinary jobs, drifting while longing for home. How many wish for a better life? To alter their fate, to lessen their parents' burdens. During the new year, the longing for parents is ever present. Unable to return home because my dreams remain unfulfilled. This was just the beginning, and the audience's eyes brightened. Both in the venue and online, they instinctively nodded along to the rhythm. Their ears, recently battered by a towering tree attracts the wind, now felt rejuvenated. Many nodded in agreement. Yes, this is what rap should be. As for that a towering tree attracts the wind, to us, it barely qualifies as a chant. I told you not to rush. See, here it is. Enjoy. Who just claimed it was a pop song? Step forward for a reckoning. At this moment, one couldn't help but reiterate the age-old adage. Zingo productions are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. The lyrics were magnificent. The two newcomers looked incredibly dashing. The barrage of comments in the live streaming room surged at this moment. On stage, Yi Shuiyan exuded a steady aura, Despite the hurried rap, he maintained exceptional control. He picked up the phone and declared, "Mom, I'm doing well. I have returned to reality. I continue to address my basic needs. I have been praised by others. I have also been ridiculed. Yet, I have never been defeated by reality." This is the essence of being a drifter in Beijing. Before Yishuian's voice could fade, Feng Xiaoxiao seamlessly intertwined his own, one delivering rap while the other soared with high notes, a flawless collaboration. If the rap segment left the audience astounded, then Feng Xiaoxiao's performance evoked tears, revealing for the first time that rap could resonate in such a profound manner. The lyrics struck directly at the depths of one's soul. This impact utterly overturned everyone's perception of rap. I drift towards the north. Don't ask me about my hometown. Don't ask me about my hometown. The towering, ancient city walls cannot shield against sorrow. I drift towards the north. Are my family members safe? My dreams are ahead. The heavy burden on my shoulders brims with melancholy. It is also my final hope. The two performers ignited the stage, the high notes interspersed with fervent rap, stirring a tumult of emotions. The collision of their distinct vocal tones sparked a fire that prompted every audience member to wave their glow sticks, leaving them at a loss for words to describe their feelings. All that resonated was sheer shock. It turned out that the fusion of hardcore rap and exquisite high notes could be so fervent. One could only sigh in awe. What genius! Chapter 153, United Resistance. Oh my, I am covered in goosebumps. These two must be here to slap wire in the face. Alas, lacking in education, I could only express my astonishment with the phrase, wow. I drift towards the north. It's incredible. It feels as if I am listening to another version of Chasing Dreams. Zingo is indeed the familiar Zingo, not a hint of change. I couldn't help but ask, Wire, does your face hurt? As the audience listened to the performance of the two on stage, they were thoroughly exhilarated. This fast-paced rap was swift yet harmonious, with every word striking their hearts, overflowing with power. The song The Tree Stands Tall pales in comparison to this, akin to a kindergarten child provoking an adult. There was simply no comparison. At this moment, the audience from Zingo Entertainment gazed at Xingyi as if witnessing a ghost, having just worried whether these two newcomers could command the stage. The result was that there was no need for concern at all. If they couldn't pull it off, then no one could. The vocal prowess of these two was remarkable, complemented by impeccable lyrics and melody. Anyone would be left in awe, especially Yang Shenlin, who at this moment was rendered speechless. She had previously doubted the capabilities of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yishuian. After all, they were picked up off the streets by Gu Xingyi. However, upon hearing Drifting Towards the North, she was left utterly astounded, unable to utter a word. Now, she simply wanted to ask Gu Xingyi where he found such treasure of a singer. She wished to recruit too for Yinhai Entertainment as well. Meanwhile, on stage, the rapid-fire Yishuian was still showcasing his skills, continuing the performance alongside Feng Xiaoxiao's soft singing. I tread on your shoulders, marching forth on the battlefield, with my aura overwhelming signs of the opponent's defeat. Behold, the banner of the king rises, holding back tears. In our homeland, concealing wounds, I see many hands raised. Please give it your all. Shout, Mr. King. Looking up at the slanting sun, the momentum of Yishuian and Feng Xiaoxiao soared higher, their pitches becoming increasingly fervent, mirrored by the audience's waving hands and enthusiastic screams. Once again, a competition had transformed into a concert. Whenever Gu Xingyi's song played, it was a feast for the audience. Online viewers longed to leap through their screens and join in the fervor. If The Tree Stands Tall was merely loud, then the duet of Drifting Towards the North was an all-encompassing explosion. The interaction of the live audience and the barrage of comments online clearly indicated that Wire had been utterly vanquished. Yet, backstage, Wire remained oblivious, smirking with an air of superiority, entirely unfazed by the song's quality. At that moment, Yishuian's rap intensified, and after finishing, Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly removed his earpiece. In that instant, everyone held their breath. Upon witnessing this action, they knew something monumental was about to unfold. Indeed, the next second arrived. I drift towards the north. Call me from Mars or from Blue Star if you wish. In this world of claws and fangs, I shall strive till the end. Unable to shield against sorrow. It is only you and me. That is the final hope. The audience could no longer contain themselves. Screams and cheers erupted in waves. Incredible. Incredible. The high-pitched roars and perfect high notes elevated the atmosphere to a climax. In that moment, everyone clenched their fists, imbued with the power to overturn the universe. This was the strength this song bestowed upon them. This is the most visceral charm of rap. A song brings fame. Tonight, everyone would remember these two singers from Zingo Entertainment. Feng Xiaoxiao, Yishuian. With Drifting Towards the North, they proclaimed the triumphant return of Zingo Entertainment. At this moment, the outcome of the competition was unmistakable. Everyone was aware of the result, except for the self-assured wire. At TMEI Entertainment, a meeting had commenced long before Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuyan had finished their performance. However, this meeting was entirely different from those before, for it was a video conference. In addition to TMEI Entertainment, the chairs of Xingyi Entertainment, Yinhai Entertainment, and other small to medium-sized entertainment companies all participated in this video conference organized by TMEI Entertainment. Chairman Lu Gao of TMEI Entertainment, with a grave countenance, addressed the leaders of the various companies on the video call. I trust you are all aware of the purpose of this meeting. This time, I implore you all not to harbor any false hopes. Gu Xingyi, the entertainment company he founded, Zingo Entertainment, is declaring war on the entire entertainment industry. If we do not unite, there will be no place for us in the music scene moving forward. The expressions of the various company chairpersons on the video call darkened. They understood this reality well. The loss of one would spell danger for all. If TMEI Entertainment were to be toppled by Zingo Entertainment, the traditional model of the entertainment industry would face an epic upheaval. Seeing the silence from the assembly, Tianxing Entertainment Tian Xingyi continued Lu Gao's words. I believe none of us wish to see any upheaval in the entertainment industry. Let us speak freely and devise a plan. With so many companies targeting one small company, what is there to fear? As Tian Xingyi finished, the chairman of a mid-sized company hesitantly spoke. If we follow conventional routes, we can only defeat him in competitions. But everyone knows of Gu Xingyi's talent. Is it even possible to outshine him in a competition? There will always come a time when a talent runs dry. I refuse to believe that Gu Xingyi can consistently produce such high-quality songs. Indeed, once he falters, that will be our chance to strike back. As soon as this was said, several others chimed in quickly, and Lu Gao nodded. That is indeed the case. A person's talent cannot be inexhaustible. With so many of us companies, we can engage him in a war of attrition. Moreover, Zingo Entertainment has yet to secure any sponsorships. If we can crush them this time, I believe no sponsors will support Zingo Entertainment in the future. Without sponsors, they will inevitably disband, as their funds cannot sustain the operation of a company. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement. However, at this moment, Tian Xingyi glanced at Yang Xian of Yinhai Entertainment and casually remarked, Chairman Yang, I've heard that you've been getting quite close to Gu Xingyi lately. I wonder if you have any brilliant strategies? Yang Xian remained all smiles, shaking her head. I possess no extraordinary skills. I am merely following your guidance. And I wholeheartedly support Yinhai Entertainment. However, we are currently facing some personnel constraints, which may hinder our practical contributions. Nevertheless, my spirit shall always remain with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Gao and Tian Xingyi couldn't help but smirk. They could see through her blatant pretense, yet they paid it no mind. As long as Yinhai Entertainment did not obstruct their efforts, they had no genuine belief that Yinhai would take the stage to confront Gu Xingyi. Excellent. Since we are all in agreement, let us deliberate on our forthcoming decisions. For this round of competition, until we are adequately prepared, I do not wish for anyone to challenge Zingo Entertainment, lest we unwittingly gift them points. We must devote ourselves entirely to preparing for the upcoming rounds. In any single competition, a stage can accommodate a maximum of 3 challenges. This means we have 18 more to go. I refuse to believe Gu Xingyi's talents are limitless. Nor do I think that such a small team from Zingo Entertainment can sustain so many rounds. Therefore, let us bring forth our finest singers. Chapter 154. Anticipation in the Magic City Stadium. Despite the departure of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuyan, the audience remained exuberant, eagerly awaiting the next round of competition to see what song Zingo Entertainment would present. A song titled Drifting North had unveiled the triumphant return of Zingo Entertainment. Online viewers flocked to the live stream of this stage, where previous episodes of Hua Guazuai Chang In had seen similar traffic across 3 lanes, yet now, the stage occupied by Xingyi Entertainment and Yinhai Entertainment was virtually ignored. The entire event felt as though it had transformed into a solo performance by Zingo Entertainment. Regrettably, as the audience awaited, no second challenger emerged, as if every entertainment company had fallen silent at that moment. Time ticked away, the other 2 stages continued their fervent competitions, while the stage of Zingo Entertainment was left to the autumn winds that circled overhead. Until the conclusion of this episode of Hua Guazuai Chang In, not a single challenger appeared. This left the impatient audience in a state of uproar. They had waited in vain only to be met with this lackluster outcome. Consequently, they began tagging various entertainment companies, unleashing their ridicule. Oh dear, is there no one left in the entertainment industry? Can they not perform? I've stripped down to my pants for this. Is this all we get? It feels like being doused with a bucket of cold water in the dead of winter. After all this waiting, I'm being told it's over. The moment Gu Xingyi appears, it seems there's no one left in the music scene. I yearn for more wonderful songs. Tianmei Entertainment, are you conceding? No way. Let me take the stage. Regardless of the outcome, I can handle it. Enough, enough. This is capitulation. I hereby declare that Xingyi Entertainment has joined the ranks of the triumvirate. The era of Tianmei has drawn to a close. Netizens unleashed their scornful remarks, attempting to provoke these entertainment companies into displaying some fortitude. All they desired was to listen to music. Why was it so difficult? Thus, with the unwavering support of numerous netizens, the entertainment companies represented by Tianmei Entertainment could no longer contain themselves. The one who laughs last is the true victor. Let us wait and see. The statement was brief but conveyed a distinct message. The netizens, eager for chaos, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within them upon seeing these announcements. To them, it sufficed that these entertainment companies had not given up, even if it was delayed. All they wished for was to hear good songs. Therefore, netizens began encouraging them beneath these posts. At this moment, the members of Xingyi Entertainment were already on their way back to the company, having come in small numbers. Only Xia Zhao, Tao Lele, Miao and Jun, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Yi Shuiyan were present. A company van, driven by a specially hired driver, accommodated them all, while others, including Gu Xingyi, remained at the company, watching the live stream in real time. I never expected Sister Xiao and Sister Junjun wouldn't take the stage. Did they concede? Tao Lele pouted, feeling somewhat disappointed. Though she was unaware of the song Gu Xingyi had prepared for Miao and Jun, she knew that Sister Tho's piece was a powerhouse as well. Moreover, Feng Gu and Yi's performance was so stellar that it electrified the venue. It's all thanks to President Gu's wonderful songs. After all these years, this is the first time we've experienced such a passionate thrill on stage. Feng Xiaoxiao chuckled, his admiration for Gu Xingyi evident on his face. They had not conceded. They were merely biding their time for a grander display. The upcoming competitions would surely be more intense. At that moment, Miao and Jun picked up her phone and presented it to the others. They glanced at the screen and saw the statements from Tianmei Entertainment and other companies. Within a short time, these statements had surged to the top of the trending list. Currently, the top trending topic was drifting north, followed closely by these announcements. I only trust President Gu. These people won't last long, Yi Shuiyan remarked with a glance, prompting knowing smiles from the others. Indeed, as long as Gu Xingyi was in the picture, they had nothing to fear. As the vehicle continued its journey, the group discussed the recent competition, yet at that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao received a phone call. The smile that had graced his face faded into a frown after the conversation. What happened? Yi Shuiyan inquired softly. Noting that they had achieved great success in this competition, he should be elated, yet Feng Xiaoxiao's demeanor suggested otherwise. The others in the vehicle also sensed the change and turned their attention to him, leaving Feng Xiaoxiao feeling somewhat awkward, as if he had disrupted the group's joyous atmosphere. It's nothing, Xiaoi. You accompany Sister Xiao and the others back to the company. I can handle this on my own. Sister Xiao, could you drop me off near Yuda Plaza in Jiangxing? Feng Xiaoxiao clutched his phone tightly, his expression increasingly uncomfortable. It felt inappropriate to create trouble at this moment. But he had to go. Of course, take care of what you need to. Xia Zhao nodded, recognizing this was clearly a personal matter for Feng Xiaoxiao, and she refrained from probing further. The vehicle arrived at Yuda Plaza in Jiangxing, and Feng Xiaoxiao hurriedly exited. Yi Shuiyan observed his retreating figure and suddenly said, Sister Vo, I'm a bit worried about Xiao Gu. Should we follow him to check? The others exchanged glances, and Xia Zhao, concerned, replied to Yi Shuiyan. Is it proper for us to intrude on his personal affairs? Sister Xiao, it's fine. I've known Xiao Gu for many years, and if I'm correct, I should be acquainted with the person he is going to meet. He left me here out of courtesy. Then Sister Zhao, should we go see? Hearing Yi Shuiyan's words, both Tao Lele and Miao Anjun felt intrigued. The innate curiosity of women was unmistakable at that moment. Xia Zhao pondered for a moment, and then solemnly asked Yi Shuiyan, Are you sure it's all right? Sister Xiao, there is truly no issue, Yi Shuiyan assured, patting his chest. Only then did Xia Zhao nod in agreement. And the group donned masks, sneaking out of the vehicle as if they were thieves, leaving only the driver behind to park the car nearby. All the while, Yi Shuiyan seemed to intuit where Feng Xiaoxiao was headed, and without lingering, he led the way into a nearby small tavern. This quaint tavern, though not large, was adorned in a manner that exuded warmth, reminiscent of coming home. Inside, it was bustling with patrons, yet the small stage at the center was filled with noise, and the group looked up just in time to see Feng Xiaoxiao engaged in a heated discussion with a group of individuals. Behind him stood two visibly distressed girls, one of whom was clutching a guitar. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yi Shuiyan's eyes widened in alarm, prompting him to rush forward with haste. Xia Zhao and Miao and Jun exchanged glances laden with concern, apprehensive that these two might escalate the situation beyond repair. Fortunately, upon his arrival, Yi Shuiyan refrained from engaging in a quarrel with the crowd. Instead, he shielded the two young women and inquired, Xingyi, peeling, are you both unharmed? Chapter 155, Making an Appearance. Feng Xiaoxiao spotted Yi Shuiyan dashing towards them, and, consequently, noticed the figures of Xia Zhou and her companions not far off. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. After all, these two had only recently joined the company. And now the boss's wife had witnessed him embroiled in a dispute. What a predicament. With that thought, he pulled Yi Shuiyan aside, voicing his mild reproach. Little Yi, weren't you supposed to accompany Sister Xiao and the others back to the company? Why have you come over here? No, Brother Xiao, your reasoning is flawed. There is no need for secrecy in matters like this. We stand proudly. Sister Xiao and her companions are not like those executives from other firms. They won't hold it against us. Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at the younger Yi Shuiyan, momentarily speechless. He felt that this was not merely a question of blame. No company would wish to see its employees stirring up trouble in public. However, given the current state of affairs, he had no time to ponder further and promptly engaged the group in discourse. From the commotion on stage, Xia Zhao gleaned the essence of the conflict. The two young women clad in white t-shirts were folk singers who had been performing at this small tavern. They had penned numerous ballads, which had garnered a fair amount of attention here, yet lacking any connections or influence. They found themselves at odds with representatives from a minor entertainment company who sought to purchase their songs for a meager sum, intending to attribute them to their own artists. The two singers had resolutely declined, thus leading to the current tumult, with the individuals before them being mere thugs hired to create discord. The true instigator was the small manager of the entertainment company, who remained seated in the corner booth. Xia Zhao understood that such incidents were commonplace in the entertainment industry. Even involving the authorities would prove futile, as once one group of troublemakers was dispersed, another would inevitably emerge. Moreover, their tactics were limited to verbal disputes. Devoid of physical confrontation, they proclaimed their rights as consumers, claiming they had every right to demand a change of song or performer. Even the tavern owner's intervention was rendered ineffective. In situations like this, one could only employ their adversaries' tactics against them, much like Xingyi's earlier choices. He first leveraged the power of Yinhai Entertainment to shield his talents, and later, after achieving fame, utilized Huang's influence to combat attempts at suppression, ultimately establishing Zingo Entertainment. Yet, this was a feat only Xingyi could accomplish. Most moderately talented individuals would merely be swept away by the tide of industry giants. As Xia Zhao observed the two somewhat helpless singers on the tavern stage, she turned her attention to her equally indignant companions, Tao Lele and Miao and John. After a moment's contemplation, she reached a decision. She strode forward with Tao Lele and Miao and Jun toward the booth. Fixing her gaze upon the small manager of the entertainment company, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyan, witnessing this development, hurriedly rushed over to the two young women, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Goodness, if Sister Zhou were to be bullied here, they would be digging their own graves. Which entertainment company do you represent? Xia Zhao boldly inquired as she approached the booth. Had this been the former Xia Zhao, she would never have acted so. Yet, people grow. And the current Xia Zhao exuded a certain charisma reminiscent of Xingyi. The small manager, still amused by the spectacle, suddenly found himself confronted by three formidable women standing before him, two flanking either side of the central figure, guarding her fiercely. At that moment, the two male singers who had just performed also rushed over, forming a protective barrier around her. Their eyes locked onto the manager with an intensity that suggested any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Who are you? Their hired help. The small manager furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he scrutinized the trio. Do not concern yourself with our identities. It is utterly wrong for you to exploit your company's power to bully others. It is individuals like you who have sullied the entertainment industry. Without the need for Xia Zhao to respond, Tao Lele boldly stepped forward. Upon witnessing this, the small manager erupted with laughter, feigning innocence as he lifted his glass. Little girl, one must take responsibility for one's words. I am merely an ordinary consumer. What evidence do you have of my wrongdoing? Daring to act without accountability. Are we? Tao Lele shot him a scornful glance, her expression one of utter disdain. Xia Zhao shook her head. It was clear this man was merely being obstinate. She turned to the two singers, and Feng Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, Sister Zhou, these are Wang Xingyi and Wu Peeling. Xingyi, Peeling, this is our boss lady. Recognition dawned upon the small manager as he suddenly exclaimed, I know who you are. Xia Zhao. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xia Zhao, now encircled by an audience. The two women were momentarily stunned, gazing at Xia Zhao in astonishment. The tavern fell silent, every eye turned towards them. Even the rowdy troublemakers stood agape, astonished by the revelation. Had they just heard correctly? Xia Zhao? The very Xia Zhao they knew? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tao Lele shot a murderous glare at the small manager. In the next instant, the tavern erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Xiaoziao, the most popular singer online at present. Even the tavern owner, a fervent fan of Xingyi, hastily summoned security. Aware that any trouble befalling Xiaoziao in his establishment could spell disaster for his business, Xiaoziao cast a calm gaze upon the small manager, her identity revealed as she removed her mask. In that moment, Miao Anjun and the others followed suit, shedding their masks as well. Indeed, it is Xiaoziao and Miao Anjun, those two boys. Were they not the ones who just performed Drifting North, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Yi Shuyan? Oh my, the deities have descended. What enchantment does this tavern possess? Where's Gu Xingyi? I want to see him. I am his devoted fan. The atmosphere crackled with intensity as Xiaoziao and her companions made their entrance, the crowd buzzing with excitement. Had the security not been in place, they would have surged forward demanding autographs. The small manager, still seated on the sofa, felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He wished desperately that he could seal his lips. How had he unwittingly uttered such a fateful name? He had never anticipated that bullying two unknowns could lead to the ire of Xiaoziao. If Xingyi Entertainment were to target his company, would it even survive? Once a company's reputation is tarnished, it plunges into an abyss from which recovery is nearly impossible. Xingyi Entertainment need not even make a concerted effort to retaliate. Given Gu Xingyi's current popularity, a single statement from him detailing the events would spell doom for his small company. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. So it is Sister Zio? I shall take my leave immediately. I will not return. Without requiring Xiaoziao to utter a word, the small manager, having grasped the situation, swiftly rose and departed, hoping fervently that the matter would not escalate further. Xiaoziao made no attempt to stop him, knowing that this incident would surely deter his return. Such occurrences were all too common in the entertainment industry. No one could control them. The two young women were fortunate to have connections with Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuyan. Those less fortunate would simply have to accept their misfortune. In this world, fairness is but an illusion. Chapter 156. Do not weep, for there is a path ahead. Sister Zio, I am truly sorry for the trouble I've caused you. The most awkward situation on the scene undoubtedly belonged to Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuyan. For even Yi Shuyan had not anticipated such a turn of events. It's all right. I'm not one to shy away from the spotlight. It just seems that today, my path may be rather difficult. Xiaoziao smiled faintly, lifting her gaze towards the agitated crowd within the tavern. Many were calling out her name, while others shouted the name of Xingyi. Even the group of ruffians had mingled into the throng, wishing desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide themselves. They listened daily to the songs penned by Gu Xingyi, with a few among them being fans of both Gu Xingyi and Xiaoziao. The sensation of being seen by one's idol while engaging in mischief was indeed unbearable. With Xiaoziao's appearance, the small tavern was on the brink of transforming into a fan meeting for her. At that moment, the tavern owner squeezed through the crowd of security personnel, his expression ablaze with excitement. Sister Zio, hello? I am the owner of this tavern. Given the current circumstances, might I request that you say a few words to your fans? The tavern owner's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Although he had not seen his idol Gu Xingyi, Xiaoziao was the embodiment of him. Moreover, this incident would surely make waves online. Soon enough, his little tavern would undoubtedly become a sensation. All right, please hold on a moment. Xiaoziao regarded the tavern owner, who appeared significantly older than herself, feeling somewhat dazed. It seemed that unwittingly, she had become a sister in the eyes of others, as well as an idol admired by many. Upon receiving Xiaoziao's response, the tavern owner's face broke into a radiant smile, nodding vigorously in agreement before turning to the crowd, which erupted in joyful cheers. Meanwhile, Xiaoziao turned her attention to the two girls beside Feng Xiaoxiao, who had slightly reddened eyes. They likely want to return after this. So you can sing your songs without worry. Xiaoziao spoke softly, her heart aching at the sight of Wang Xingyi and Wu Peiling's reddened eyes. Such talented individuals should not be subjected to such treatment. Thank you. The two girls exchanged a glance before responding in unison. They had been harassed for quite some time. Today, they truly did not know how to handle the situation, which was why they had reached out to Feng Xiaoxiao. The two were longtime friends of hers. Xingyi, Peiling. It's not a solution to continue like this. There might be shameless companies seeking you in the future. Why not come for an audition at Xingyi Entertainment? Feng Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows as she looked at the two. Upon hearing this, Wang Xingyi and Wu Peiling's eyes dimmed. If they could join a good company, why would they be performing here? Brother Xiao, we just love folk music, and it is our forte. Would a company like Xingyi Entertainment even accept singers like us? Come on, the boss is right here. What is the harm in trying? Yi Shuyan quickly interjected, casting a hopeful glance at Xiaoziao. Sister Zio, Xingyi and Peiling are truly exceptional. Hearing this, Wang Xingyi and Wu Peeling looked at Xia Zhao with a glimmer of anticipation. Xia Zhao smiled, a hint of rosy clouds appearing on her face. Who says folk singers cannot have a bright future? However, may I listen to your songs? Right here. Xia Zhao did not immediately agree. Even as friends of Feng Xiaoxiao, the formalities of the company must still be observed. Wang Xingyi and Wu Peeling nodded, exchanging a determined glance, gathering their courage. One took the microphone while the other cradled a guitar, stepping toward the stage. The surrounding crowd parted to allow them passage, with several cheering them on. Most were regulars at the tavern, well aware of the girls' talents. Xia Zhao and the others approached the front of the stage, watching the two in simple attire at the center of the tavern. In that moment, the tavern fell into a hushed silence. Wang Xingyi and Wu Peeling instinctively took a seat on the high stools, gazing down at the audience, their eyes welling up with tears. Hello everyone. This may be our last time performing here as a duo. We hope this final folk song will touch everyone present. Folk music is humble, guitars are expensive, the stories are long, and the road ahead is far. We hope you'll remember our duo. We are called the Landlord's Cat. Upon finishing, Wu Peeling gently strummed her guitar, the melancholic melody resonating throughout the tavern. Wang Xingyi wiped her tear-stained eyes, lifting the microphone to sing softly. Do not weep, for there is a path ahead. The ethereal yet slightly sorrowful notes filled the air as Wang Xingyi looked skyward, taking a deep breath to swallow the lump in her throat. At that moment, Xia Zhao's eyes lit up. This girl possesses a remarkable voice. Moreover, she is an exceptionally fitting folk singer. Wang Xingyi adjusted her emotions and continued to sing. Do not weep, for there is a path ahead. It seems happiness is not far away. You hold me in your heart. You have me by your side. Whatever you wish, we shall pursue. Hearing this, Xia Zhao nodded. Though the duo's stage presence was somewhat inexperienced, it was precisely this quality that harmonized beautifully with folk music. Their combination evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the original singers. Earnestly performing their inaugural songs and chasing their earliest dreams, this was simply wonderful. As the song concluded, many older audience members were moved to tears. A significant portion had come specifically for the girls, and it was evident that their presence in the tavern would soon be a thing of the past. The two descended from their high stools, gathering their emotions, and nervously approached Xia Zhao and her companions. They understood that Xia Zhao would determine their future direction. You did wonderfully. Welcome to Zingo Entertainment. Xia Zhao gazed at the two with a gentle smile, extending her hand with sincere words. This made Wang Xingyi and Wu Peeling feel as though they might weep. They hurriedly shook Xia Zhao's hand, deeply moved. The audience, having recovered from the folk music, transformed into fervent fans, collectively chanting Xia Zhao's name. Prompted by the crowd, Xia Zhao shook her head, stepping onto the stage with measured grace. I am delighted to see you all here today. Of course, I cannot sing a new song, but next, I shall sing an old favorite of mine. The wind has risen. As those three words left her lips, the crowd erupted in even greater cheers, both men and women momentarily becoming devoted fans. As Gu Xingyi arrived, he was met with a scene reminiscent of a concert. Upon receiving a message from Tao Lele, he had rushed over without delay. The result was that Gu Xingyi too became a victim of the frenzy. As the crowd recognized Gu Xingyi, pandemonium ensued, especially from the tavern owner, who exuberantly shouted through the microphone. Tonight the owner is in high spirits. The entire venue's expenses are on the house. Eventually, Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao, after signing an innumerable amount of autographs, managed to escape the crowd with the protection of security, hastily departing in a vehicle. Chapter 157, A Storm Approaches. What did you say your duo is called? In the car, Gu Xingyi looked at the two with astonishment. Wang Xingyi and Wu Peeling exchanged timid glances before quietly responding. The Landlord's Cat. Gu Xingyi looked at them, his expression a delightful tapestry of emotions. At that moment, he wanted to exclaim, The Landlord's Cat? I am but the tenant's dog. You sing folk music? Unwavering in her skepticism, Gu Xingyi posed yet another question, intensifying the tension between the two. To them, Gu Xingyi was a luminary in the entertainment industry, a figure far removed from their humble existence. They felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing their folk music background might be met with disdain. However, encouraged by the supportive glances from Xia Zhao and the others, they mustered the courage to respond, affirming, Yes. We perform folk music. At this, Gu Xingyi nodded, noticing their unease, and quickly offered words of reassurance. Folk music is wonderful. It encompasses three themes: love, ideals, and the distant horizon, dreams that reside within every heart. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words warmed their spirits, calming their anxiety. If she had such a positive view, they were likely in the clear. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoxiao, seated nearby, felt a pang of guilt and turned to Gu Xingyi, lowering her head as she spoke. Mr. Gu, I'm truly sorry. It's all because of me that you've had to endure this. Not at all. We have nothing to hide. Besides, you've brought two talented artists to Zingo Entertainment. I should be thanking you. Gu Xingyi interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Throughout the journey, he had endured a barrage of apologies, to the point where his ears were nearly calloused from it. Right now, we're in need of new talent. As you've seen, many entertainment companies are making it clear that the upcoming rounds of competition will be fierce. Adding personnel at this juncture is a boon. Gu Xingyi's words were not merely meant to comfort Feng Xiaoxiao. He genuinely felt elated at the prospect of welcoming two exceptional talents. He could surmise the intentions behind Xingyi Entertainment and other company strategies. In every domain, merit speaks volumes, regardless of their approach. As the defending party, Gu Xingyi had but one response: let the soldiers come, and let the waters rise. When the vehicle arrived at the company, it was already deep into the night. Gu Xingyi and the others first settled Wang Xingyi and Wu Peeling into the artist dormitory, with formal employment paperwork to be completed the following day. Merely 2 hours later, news of Xia Ziao and Gu Xingyi's appearance at the tavern flooded the internet. Particularly on Douyin, countless live videos emerged, each garnering hundreds of thousands of likes. The clip of Xia Ziao performing The Wind Rises even surpassed 1 million likes. Night owls who stumbled upon the videos expressed their frustration, yearning for the chance to have been present. After all, Gu Xingyi and Xia Ziao had never made a public appearance together until now, pulling off such a surprise. Internet users flooded the comment section, venting their grievances as if jilted lovers, lamenting their missed opportunity. I admit it, I'm envious. A chance to be close to Xia Ziao and Gu Xingyi. How could I let it slip away? Why didn't Xiao give us a heads up? This surprise appearance caught us completely off guard. No concert, no fan meet, and now this. Folk music? I'm envious. Folk music is humble. Guitars are expensive. The girl is beautiful. I'm simply unworthy. Fans at the scene were lackluster, allowing them to slip away so easily. Sigh, when will we have a concert? Will there ever be one? Faced with the inundation of live videos online, netizens transformed into envious specters, their jealousy palpable. This series of Douyin posts even soared to trending status. Everyone had grown accustomed to seeing them in the trending section. A day without news of them left a void. Meanwhile, the protagonists, Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhou, had returned home, where little Nainai had already been lulled to sleep by Gu Xingyi's fairy tale. The couple merely shared a light dinner before indulging in a rather uninhibited evening. The following day, as the sun rose, Gu Xingyi, nursing a sore back, prepared breakfast in the kitchen while Xia Zhao, her cheeks aglow, assisted. The gentle morning light streamed through the window, leading Gu Xingyi to realize he hadn't exercised in quite some time. No wonder he felt increasingly fatigued. It was all due to the absence of morning workouts. Xia Zhao, on the other hand, felt a flush of warmth on her face, mortified at the prior night's antics. She had no idea where Gu Xingyi had learned such things, leaving her both embarrassed and vexed. Darling, it's time to wake Nainai, Gu Xingyi said, sampling the freshly made porridge and nodding in satisfaction. He then picked up a dish and turned to Xia Ziao. Yet, she seemed lost in thought, her dreamy eyes staring blankly ahead, completely oblivious to his words. Seeing her in such a daze, Gu Xingyi chuckled and quickly planted a kiss on her cheek. Sweetheart, if you dawdle any longer, Nainai will be late for school. Startled by the sudden peck, Xia Zhou snapped back to reality, her face burning as she hurried out of the kitchen, her little steps almost akin to that of a race-walking champion. When Xia Ziao emerged from the small bedroom, cradling the newly awakened Nainai, Gu Xingyi had already set the table with porridge, stuffed pancakes, and side dishes, beaming as he awaited their arrival. Gazing at the identical almond-shaped eyes of the mother and daughter, Gu Xingyi felt his mood brighten even further. Indeed, having a lovely wife and adorable child made life incredibly pleasant. After breakfast, they dropped Nainai off at kindergarten as usual and made their way to the company. Most of the staff had already arrived, engrossed in their respective tasks. Wang Xingyi and Wu Peeling had also arrived early, just exiting Yang Xinlin's office after signing their contracts. Compared to the previous day, their faces radiated with an exceptional brightness. They could hardly believe they had been granted entry into such a renowned company. Signing a contract they had once only dared to dream of, a contract offering them the freedom they had long desired. Though Zingo Entertainment currently had limited resources to offer them, everyone was aware that its future was boundless. As Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhou entered the lounge, Sister Yin walked in. Notably, Sister Yin not only served as Xia Zhao's manager, but also oversaw the company's operational development. Currently, Zingo Entertainment was still in its developmental phase, and Gu Xingyi maintained a strict hiring policy for managerial talents. He required individuals who were trustworthy, of good character, and possessed considerable professional competence. Such talents were rare, so he did not rush the process. Besides, The company was preoccupied with preparations for the strongest voice of Huiguo, leaving him little time or energy to focus on recruiting managerial staff. "Good morning, Sister Yun," Gu Xingyi greeted, noticing her looking even more vibrant than before. Xia Zhao approached, taking Sister Yun's hand, and they settled together, with Xia Zhao always appearing like a child in her presence. Compared to when they first met, she seemed much younger. Even having dyed her few gray strands back to black, her face adorned with a bright smile. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, which was wonderful. "Mr. Gu, Xiaoweo, good morning. I have some updates for you. Tianmei Entertainment's queen, Mu Beiwei, has been urgently called back to the country. It's already trending. Also, the king of Xingyi Entertainment, Ji Hua, was spotted this morning at the Xingyi Entertainment building. Other first-tier singers from various entertainment companies have basically put aside their tasks to prepare for the strongest voice of Huiguo." Chapter 158, The Queen's Appearance. Ji Hua and Mu Beiwei were both reigning superstars, having dominated the charts for an extended period, boasting a vast fanbase. Although they had been preoccupied this past year, one with filming and the other on an overseas tour, their influence remained unquestionable. Indeed, as soon as they made their presence known, they immediately trend, a testament to their formidable prowess. Now, with the sudden return of two individuals to their respective entertainment companies, coupled with the ostentatious appearances of top-tier singers from various other entertainment firms, an unmistakable sense of impending turmoil envelopes the scene. Astute observers are well aware that this scenario signifies a looming confrontation from the entrenched magnates of the entertainment industry against Zingo Entertainment. In response, the online discourse has polarized, with fans from both camps fiercely defending their idols, igniting a heated debate even before the main contenders commence their contest. Although Xia Zhao is exceptional, my beloved Wei is even better. Unconditionally supporting Wei, one faction declares, "I acknowledge that Mu Beiwei possesses formidable talent. But let us not forget, we have Zingo. Zingo is invincible. Tell me, is there anyone in the lyric and composition realm who can rival us? Where do you place my Ji Hua? Don't forget, besides being a singer, he is also a lyricist and composer. Is it that my Ji Hua can no longer wield his sword, or has your Zingo become arrogant?" When it comes to individual prowess, I must assert that aside from Gu Xingyi, there is truly no competition on the side of Zingo Entertainment. The reigning kings and queens of the industry are not mere exaggerations. As a fan of Zingo, I can only say, Zingo, press on. Fan one of Zingo insists. No matter what, I will support him. However, one must not overlook the other leading artists from different companies. They are not to be underestimated. Aside from Xia Zhao, who else does Zingo Entertainment possess? It is indeed a monumental challenge for Zingo Entertainment to single-handedly alter the status quo of the entertainment industry. The entire region of Xingyi Northwest has descended into chaos, and from this moment, the tides of the entertainment world are irrevocably stirred. Within Zingo Entertainment, Gu Xingyi listened to Yun Jie's account, his expression betraying no change, embodying an air of calm resilience as he remarked, "Now, this is intriguing. Previously, there was not a single formidable opponent, akin to that Wei heir, who was merely a source of amusement." Unfazed by the shift, Gu Xingyi, fortified by the foundation of his previous world, found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of formidable adversaries. He was keen to witness the sparks ignited by the collision of two cultural realms. Following his remarks, Gu Xingyi summoned all the artists from the company for the inaugural meeting since the establishment of Zingo Entertainment, with the sole agenda being the song each individual held in their hands. One song per person. This left them utterly bewildered. As they clutched their respective songs, their eyes widened in astonishment. This is a treasure. When they lifted their gazes to Gu Xingyi, their expressions had transformed, filled with an intensity that suggested they wished to devour him whole. Particularly, Lu Tianwang, Lu Ruying, and Xue Xiaoqian, after perusing the song in their hands, found their minds buzzing. This song seemed tailor-made for them. Lu Ruying's hands trembled as she clutched the manuscript, tears glistening in her eyes. The song she held was one she had only ever dreamt of, the very piece she had fervently desired. She believed this song would catapult her to the status of a reigning diva. Lu Ruying gazed up, much like the others, staring blankly at Gu Xingyi. "Gu, is this truly for me?" "Of course," Gu Xingyi replied earnestly, nodding. Witnessing Lu Ruying's reaction stirred a myriad of emotions within him. The existence that had once moved countless souls could now only belong to her. He then turned to the others, speaking sincerely, "Rest assured, sing your hearts out. The copyrights have been duly registered. As long as you remain with the company, I assure you, there will be no shortage of songs that are exclusively yours in the future." Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, everyone nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of the manuscript in their hands grow heavier. This was Gu Xingyi's trust in them, presenting such a remarkable song as their first. One that resonated perfectly with them was a testament to Gu Xingyi's grand vision. With the meeting concluded, not a single word was uttered. Instead, they cradled their song manuscripts to their hearts, filled with excitement, as they hurried to their respective recording studios. Gu Xingyi watched their departing figures, exhaling deeply. The winds of change were rising, and the music scene in Huiguo would undoubtedly tremble due to the emergence of these individuals. As the anticipation of countless netizens mounted, and under the scrutiny of all entertainment companies, November 22nd, a Friday, heralded the arrival of the third episode of Huiguo's Strongest Voice. The tickets for this episode had long since sold out, and scalpers had driven their prices to astronomical heights, yet countless individuals still clamored to purchase them. Before 8 p.m., the Magic City Sports Arena was already teeming with people, both with tickets and without, all eager to witness this extraordinary competition. Everyone from Zingo Entertainment had gathered for the occasion, including Gu Xingyi, who rushed over after putting little Nainai to sleep. Unlike the concerns voiced online, they were all brimming with confidence, primarily due to Gu Xingyi's song. However, it remained uncertain who would take the stage tonight. As Gu Xingyi had stated that the order of performance would be determined by the challengers present, he would counter their moves, aiming to defeat his opponents in their shared arena. Meanwhile, at TMEI Entertainment, a video conference was already underway, deliberating who would lead the charge in the first round. After much discussion, Lu Gao ultimately made the call. Since we aim to crush Gu Xingyi, let our company Mu Beiwei take the stage first. Let us give Zingo Entertainment a taste of reality. A diva, let us see how Gu Xingyi responds. At 8 p.m., Huiguo's Strongest Voice officially commenced. Even Huiyan was paying close attention to this match, having positioned this prominent event at the forefront of the three stages, indicating that the first round would indeed feature the competition from Zingo Entertainment. As all the audience members settled into their seats, the doors of the Magic City Sports Arena slowly closed, plunging the venue into darkness. Yet, in the next moment, the title Huiguo's Strongest Voice illuminated the air, accompanied by the opening music, creating an ethereal ambience within the arena. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, understanding that the ensuing competition would undoubtedly be spectacular. This realization left many who had failed to secure tickets lamenting their misfortune, as they could only watch this grand event through the live stream. At the far end of the stage, amidst the brilliance of stars, a figure gradually approached. The moment this silhouette emerged, it triggered a thunderous wave of applause. Wai Wei. The live audience gasped in surprise upon witnessing TMEI Entertainment's trump card make her entrance for the first round. The diva Mu Beiwei had arrived. Chapter 159, Memories vs. the Future. As Mu Beiwei stepped onto the stage in a flowing white gown, she resembled a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. She waved to the audience, a faint smile gracing her exquisite features, particularly her enchanting, water-like peach blossom eyes that captivated all. At 30 years of age, she could ensnare souls with the mere gaze of those eyes. Wai Wei. The audience below erupted into a frenzy, their cheers intensifying. It was only when Mu Beiwei gently placed a finger to her lips, shushing the crowd, that they finally quieted. The diva's appearance had undeniably elevated the atmosphere. Even the viewers in the online streaming rooms were in awe. This is the diva. What influence she wields. Mu Beiwei is stunning. I'm utterly enamored. To be honest, Xia Xiao and Mu Beiwei are on par. Alas, one is married with children, and the other is single. Therein lies the disparity. But Xia Xiao's husband is Gu Xingyi. I adore both of them. If it were anyone else, there might not even be a comparison. Marriage or not, let's set that aside. The strength speaks for itself. In comparison to Mu Beiwei, Xia Xiao still appears somewhat tender. Their debut times differ. If Xia Xiao were given a bit more time, she would undoubtedly become the next queen of the heavens. When Mu Beiwei takes the stage, I genuinely ponder how to lose. In contrast, it seems that Star Yao Entertainment has no formidable contenders. Enough of that. Let's immerse ourselves in the music. My beloved Wai Wei, witnessing Mu Beiwei's influence. Even Gu Xingyi backstage couldn't help but steal a glance. Indeed, a queen is a queen. Regardless of the realm, the dominance of superstars is unequivocally formidable. However, while Star Yao Entertainment may not currently possess a queen, they have someone who stands just a step away from that throne. Gu Xingyi firmly believes that tonight, Star Yao Entertainment will give rise to a new reigning queen. Ruying, you're up for this competition. Gu Xingyi smiled as he turned to Lu Ruying, who paused for a moment before resolutely nodding. All right. With the selection finalized on Star Yao Entertainment's side, Mu Beiwei blinked her enchanting peach blossom eyes, instantly eliciting a chorus of cheers from the audience. The big screen displayed her song for the evening, Memories. As the melancholic melody resonated, the audience fell silent. closing their eyes and surrendering to the music's rhythm as it transported them into their own reminiscences. This was a poignant ballad. On stage, Mu Beiwei adjusted her emotions, entering a state of deep reflection, her eyes shimmering with traces of sorrow, exuding an air of heartbreaking beauty. The tales within memories began to fade, while the figures therein gradually became clearer. The one from those memories still stands amidst the gentle breeze. Was the wind too tender, or was it too sharp? Upon turning back, I realized that the memories remain. Mu Beiwei sang softly, and the audience was swept into their personal reveries, as this nostalgic piece evoked a collective sense of melancholy. Indeed, time rushes by. Many people and things have already become mere memories. Backstage, the members of Star Yao Entertainment silently closed their eyes, quietly absorbing the exquisite yet sorrowful melody, particularly Xingyi, who couldn't help but nod in rhythm to the music as it played. In that moment, he had to admit that he had previously underestimated the music scene in this world. Now, upon hearing Mu Beiwei's voice, he understood that it wasn't a lack of good songs, but rather the absence of talented singers. Those who could sing well had either achieved great success and ventured into other realms, or had been dispatched by their companies to serve capital interests. Now, after his explosive emergence, those entities had no choice but to summon these talented vocalists once more. Nevertheless, Xingyi remained unperturbed. What instilled confidence in him were the songs from his original world and the singers beside him. With their presence and their music, he was already on solid ground. Once Mu Beiwei concluded her performance, tears welled up in the eyes of many, both in the audience and in the live stream. Beyond the emotional weight of the song, it was also the mere presence of Mu Beiwei that moved them. They were uncertain when the music scene had begun to lose its essence, but with some missing, chaos had reigned, leading to profound disappointment. It was only with Gu Xingyi's arrival that they glimpsed a sliver of hope for the music world of Huiguo. Yet today, Mu Beiwei's memories affirmed that the familiar music scene had returned, heralding the revival of an era of celestial battles. Regardless of the outcome of tonight's competition, I feel no regrets. Indeed, this reignites my hope. That era is back. With memories, everything has returned. Thank you, Star Yao, for allowing us to once again revel in such a feast. This is the essence of the Huiguo music scene. Indeed, win or lose, it was worth it. I wonder what kind of song Star Yao will present. I believe in him. Even against an opponent like Mu Beiwei, he will surely surprise us. The audience erupted in excitement, with a flurry of similar comments flooding the live stream. After finishing her song, Mu Beiwei exhaled deeply, gradually easing her emotions away from the performance. She then bowed in gratitude to the audience, who waved their glow sticks fervently, before slowly retreating from the stage towards the backstage. At that moment, Lu Ruying was already waiting at the back of the stage. As Mu Beiwei stepped down, she immediately spotted Lu Ruying awaiting her. The two women exchanged glances, with surprise evident in Mu Beiwei's eyes. Ruying, have you joined Star Yao Entertainment? Lu Ruying smiled gently and nodded. Yes, you've been abroad for a year, so you might not know, but Gu Xingyi is truly an exceptional songwriter and an outstanding boss. Mu Beiwei's expression momentarily froze. Having known Lu Ruying for years, this was the first time she had heard her speak so highly of someone. All right, I won't keep you. It's my turn to perform. Go give it your all. The stage lights brightened once more, and after a quick exchange, Lu Ruying hurried onto the stage. Mu Beiwei then snapped back to reality and turned to watch Lu Ruying's departing figure. She knew that both she and Lu Ruying had debuted around the same time, and thus understood that Lu Ruying was merely one opportunity away from ascending to the status of a queen. After being called back urgently to the country, she had pieced together the events and felt both curiosity and admiration towards Gu Xingyi. Such a talented individual deserves respect. Unfortunately, she owed a debt of gratitude to Tim Ei Entertainment, which was why she remained with them even after achieving queen status. Regardless of Lu Gao's personal attributes, Tim Ei Entertainment had supported her from the very beginning, providing her with resources that enabled her to reach her current heights. She was not one to forget her benefactors. She was well aware of the current state of the entertainment industry, yet felt powerless to change it. After all, who hasn't he emerged from such circumstances? Thus, there are no rights or wrongs, only the evolution of eras. Gu Xingyi's emergence was not merely a shift in the times. His willingness to step forward indicated he possessed the capability to confront all challenges. Mu Beiwei had always maintained a clear perspective on these matters. Chapter 160, later. Wow. As Lu Ruying gracefully ascended the stage, her mere presence elicited a wave of gasps from the audience. No one had anticipated that the defender from Star Yao Entertainment would be her. Not only were the audience taken aback, but even the conference room at Tim Ei Entertainment fell into an abrupt silence. Their smiles froze, faces painted with disbelief as they gazed at the figure on the big screen. Lu Ruying, Once on par with Mu Beiwei, had she not struggled to find her signature song, she would have long since claimed the title of queen, especially Lu Gao, whose hand trembled around his teacup at that moment. No one understood Lu Ruying's prowess better than him, the chairman of TMEI Entertainment. Years ago, to ensure Mu Beiwei's ascendance, TMEI Entertainment had expended vast resources to enlist numerous songwriters, ultimately securing a song that propelled Mu Beiwei to stardom. But now, Lu Ruying was back on stage. And this time, she had the formidable support of Gu Xingyi. Just the thought sent a shiver down Lu Gao's spine. Moments ago, he had felt confident of victory. Now, his heart raced with trepidation. On stage, Lu Ruying stood adorned in a white shirt emblazoned with gardenia petals, paired with a light blue pleated skirt, captivating a large segment of the audience with her presence. Her gentle smile radiated warmth upon first glance. In the official live stream, the discussion surrounding Mu Beiwei abruptly halted, quickly replaced by an avalanche of question marks, followed by an outpouring of astonishment. Each viewer at that moment grew increasingly exhilarated. Lu Ruying, brothers, that era has truly returned. It has come back. Everything is back. Ha ha. Lu Ruying, Mu Beiwei, my heavens. At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words to articulate the emotions swirling within my heart. Those who have traversed the trials of that era must be brimming with tears of nostalgia. Xingyao is simply extraordinary. It's as if deities are clashing. Lu Ruying has surprisingly joined Xingyao Entertainment. It's beyond my wildest imagination. Brothers and sisters, my anticipation for the upcoming competitions has reached new heights. Faced with the fervent audience, Lu Ruying felt a sense of disorientation. It had been ages since she had stood upon a stage like this. For the past 2 years, she had been in search of that song, and now, she had finally found it. As the music began to play, the audience fell silent, captivated by the moment. Above the stage, the title of the song illuminated the large screen. Later, taking a deep breath, Lu Ruying grasped the microphone. 3, 2, 1. Later, at long last, I have learned how to love. Alas, you have long since departed, vanished into the sea of humanity. Later, finally, amidst tears, I understand. Some people, once missed, are gone forever. In just the brief prelude, countless audience members were moved to tears. How long had it been since they had heard that familiar countdown? The sentiment that some people, once missed, are gone resonated deeply within them. At this moment, the audience was flooded with unspoken words, their hearts shattered by the previous song. Memories, and now later, tearing their emotions apart. They had not seen her in so long, and to witness her again was simply wonderful. In that moment, Lu Ruying was also filled with tears. This song resonated profoundly within her heart. It was her dream song. She suddenly felt that having this song in her life was enough. She began to sing softly, and the atmosphere transformed, transporting everyone back to the time of her rise to fame. The audience waved their glow sticks, swaying their bodies in rhythm with the singer. Jasmine blossoms, white petals, fell upon my blue pleated skirt. I love you, you whispered softly. I bowed my head, inhaling a fragrant breeze. That eternal night, the midsummer of 17. The night you kissed me. Let the passage of time remind me, whenever I feel nostalgic, of the starlight of that day. Hearing this, the audience was entranced. Although the song was titled Later, every lyric echoed of the past. Listening to Later, they reminisced about the bygone days. In their minds, there were no other thoughts. Only the melody that wafted through the air, bearing witness to the beauty of their youth. If Mu Beiwei's memories drew one into a melancholic reverie, only to reveal that those memories had faded into emptiness, leaving behind a faint sorrow. Then Lu Ruying's Later brought the past vividly to life, quietly recounting its beauty. Only to note that, ultimately, love was learned, yet the person was no longer present. Tears flowed freely. Tonight, this was an emotional onslaught. The melody served as a blade, the lyrics as its edge, each line cutting deeply into the audience's hearts. Even Gu Xingyi, who had introduced Later, was now on the verge of tears. Initially unaware of the song's meaning, now he found himself enmeshed in its essence. Farewell, Later. Farewell, Later. In a different world, yet the feelings remain ever profound. The Lu Ruying of the original world, singing Later, was a sight he could no longer behold. Yet in this world, he witnessed it anew. The sparks ignited by the collision of two worlds exploded before him, creating a dazzling auditory feast. Gratitude to the esteemed Shi Renqing. Thanks to Yuchen Xianxun. Thank you, Sister Ruying. Gu Xingyi silently repeated in his heart, for these three individuals were the lyricists, composers, and performers of Later. On stage, Lu Ruying was completely immersed in the song, swaying gently with the audience, her voice harmonizing with the melody. Why was love so simple back then? And why, in our youth, must we wound those we hold dear? In the stillness of this similar night, do you also quietly lament your regrets? If only we had not been so stubborn back then, perhaps our present would not be filled with such remorse. As she sang these lines, the audience could no longer contain themselves. They rose from their seats, hands clasped over their hearts, overwhelmed by their emotions, gazing intently at Lu Ruying on stage. Her rendition of Later evoked the collective memories of the audience. If only he and she had cherished their time together, perhaps now there would be fewer regrets. If life could be as it was at first glance, what sorrow would the autumn winds bring? As the melody gradually swelled, Lu Ruying extended her hand, as if wishing to hold on to something. How do you remember me? With a smile or in silence? Over the years, has anyone ever kept you from feeling lonely? As Later echoed, all the audience members seemed to sing along instinctively, as if it was their first encounter with the song. Even those watching the live stream, whether in front of their televisions or holding their phones, found themselves humming along. What was meant to be merely a competition had transformed into Lu Ruying's solo concert. A grand chorus erupted. The audience, having heard the song only once and not even fully, sang along with her on stage, their voices resonating throughout the venue. Witnessing this scene, all the participating contestants were moved. They felt an overwhelming envy, yet immense joy for Lu Ruying. Such a spectacle was the stuff of dreams. What singer wouldn't yearn for a song like this, a moment of such brilliance? The grand chorus resounded throughout the venue, and tonight, there would be no regrets. Later. At last, I have learned how to love. Alas, you have long since departed, vanished into the sea of humanity. Later. Finally, amidst tears, I understand. Some people, once missed, are gone forever. Chapter 161, The Newly Crowned Diva. In the conference room of Nainai Entertainment, the atmosphere had plummeted to an icy silence. Everyone gazed at Lu Gao's somewhat pallid complexion, each person holding their breath. The only sound in the room was the echo of the grand chorus still resonating from the large screen. Lu Gao stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. It seemed that no other song could have transformed the competition in such a manner, save for Gu Xingyi's. Director Lu, it's just a competition. There's no need to be overly concerned. We already recognize Gu Xingyi's talent, and our strategy does not solely hinge on this one event, so let us remain calm. Besides, the outcome has yet to be determined, right? Mu Beiwei still has her chances. Her songs are equally remarkable. Finally, Tian Xingyi spoke up with a calm demeanor. Had he not been well aware of Gu Xingyi's talent, he would not have so readily allowed him to lead the team last time. Lu Gao let out a long breath. He had to admit that he was somewhat intimidated. He had consistently elevated Gu Xingyi's position in his mind. Yet reality had proven that he had still underestimated him. What he had anticipated to be a crushing defeat had been deftly neutralized by Gu Xingyi. All right. Let us await the results. If Mu Beiwei loses, then we can discuss who should participate in the next two competitions. At this moment, the grand chorus at the Magic City Sports Center had concluded, leaving only the audience waving their hands to the rhythm. Their eyes filled with emotion as they gazed at the tearful Lu Ruying on stage. Lu Ruying was overwhelmed with emotion. As a singer, witnessing such a scene on stage made her feel that her life had no regrets. The music continued to play, and Lu Ruying endeavored to calm the tumult of her heart, forcing a warm smile as she continued to sing the finale. It will never come again. There was a boy who loved that girl. As the music drew to a close, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers and screams resonating throughout the entire venue. Lu Ruying, microphone in hand, performed a deep bow. Thank you everyone. After speaking, she raised her head, composed her emotions, and, amidst the audience's cheers, gracefully descended from the stage. Upon reaching the backstage, Mu Beiwei lingered, her expression complex as she gazed at Lu Ruying. After a moment, she finally spoke. Congratulations, Ruying. From this night forward, you too shall be a queen. At this moment, Lu Ruying had yet to fully detach from the emotions of the song, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Wei, I have finally found this song. Coming to Zingo Entertainment, meeting Gu Xingyi. And only now do I understand that everything was predestined. As she spoke, a radiant smile blossomed on Lu Ruying's face, as bright as a flower. Destined. This song was always waiting for me, and thankfully, I never gave up. Upon hearing Lu Ruying's words, Mu Beiwei momentarily froze, but after a brief instant, she bit her lip, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. She had never met Gu Xingyi, only hearing about him from others and seeing him online. It seemed that everyone who spoke of Gu Xingyi, whether friend or foe, first affirmed his extraordinary talent. Today, she had also heard the song Later, witnessing his brilliance firsthand, which only deepened her intrigue about this man who could captivate everyone. All right, Wei, the company is still waiting for me. I must go. Lu Ruying was now eager to meet the people at the company, wanting to share her current joy and express her gratitude to Gu Xingyi in person. Go ahead, then. We shall talk another day, Mu Beiwei replied, regaining her focus and nodding as she watched Lu Ruying dash back to the room of Zingo Entertainment. Meanwhile, online voting was fervently underway. Countless netizens were in a frenzy, unsure of whom to cast their votes for, feeling torn as the stakes rose. Both groups, those who supported Mu Beiwei and those who favored Lu Ruying, found themselves in a dilemma, staring at the two names on the voting buttons. Across various entertainment forums, wherever discussions could take place, netizens fervently debated, even in the official livestream, where countless viewers were indecisive. Family, what do I do? I am a fan of Mu Beiwei, but I absolutely adore Lu Ruying's later. Sigh. I feel the same. My heart is in turmoil. I love both memories and later. Dear official, why not just split me in two? Then I wouldn't have to worry so much. I am a fan of Xingyi, but I prefer later, so he. Scoundrels, hurry up and leave. Don't ruin my resolve. Oops, I accidentally voted for Lu Ruying. Woe is me, Weiwei, I am sorry. Thus, within the limited time, the audience ultimately gritted their teeth and made their choice. Casting their precious votes, the official Huiyan was swiftly calculating the valid votes. Finally, the results of the competition emerged, and when everyone saw the voting outcome, they were momentarily stunned. The next moment, the live stream was flooded with comments. I announce, the new queen has been born at this moment. Queen Lu Ruying. Truly well-deserved. Countless similar comments flooded the screen, and even more astonishingly, just 2 minutes prior to the announcement of the results, various media outlets on Weibo hurriedly released their reports. Shocking. The strongest voice in Huiguo reveals an unprecedented spectacle. A chorus of thousands. Click for details. Invincible. Once goddess Lu Ruying surpasses Queen Mu Beiwei, successfully ascending to the throne. Unbelievable. TMEI Entertainment falls short. Xingyi emerges as the ultimate victor. Various eye-catching headlines proliferated across major platforms, and the media, which had long been silent, re-emerged the moment Lu Ruying triumphed. Realizing that the rise of Xingyi Entertainment was now unstoppable, they had not reported on Xingyi Entertainment for a long time, primarily due to the pressure from the entire entertainment industry, having endured for so long. The media now comprehended that the era of the three giants might be on the verge of transformation. Since Gu Xingyi's emergence, the status of the three giants had been shaken, their dominance increasingly waning. Until the conclusion of this competition, Xingyi Entertainment had crowned its first queen. The landscape of the entertainment industry was becoming increasingly clear. Consequently, the media no longer showed TMEI Entertainment any deference and finally stepped forward. At this moment, in the room of Xingyi Entertainment, Gu Xingyi also witnessed the final results, a wave of relief washing over him. What a close call. A mere 2 votes difference. Lu Ruying secured victory by an incredibly slim margin. But this is sufficient. Xingyi Entertainment has birthed its first queen. Chapter 162. Jiya's Hatred. Defeated. In the TMEI Entertainment conference room, Lu Gao shook his head, an expression of unwillingness etched on his face. A mere 2 votes separated them. Yet Mu Beiwei had still lost. Though he had prepared himself for defeat, seeing the vote count left him feeling quite unsettled. Alright, let's discuss who should take the stage next. With the outcome now determined, Lu Gao quickly composed himself and stated matter-of-factly. The heads of various entertainment companies exchanged glances, pondering who should be sent to perform next. With Mu Beiwei's defeat, the intended intimidation towards Xingyi Entertainment had backfired, allowing Lu Ruying to ascend as the queen. A true slap in the face. Now, there were only 2 choices left. Either continue sending out the kings to let strength speak, or send a sacrificial lamb to engage in a war of attrition. Given the current circumstances, even sending Qi Hua onto the stage would likely be futile. They had no idea what Gu Xingyi's trump card was. Tian Xingyi also felt a headache coming on, then continued, in that case, let's send others to test the waters. To tire out Gu Xingyi's talent. Based on my understanding of him, as long as we present original songs, he will undoubtedly respond with original works. Moreover, his reputation forbids him from releasing subpar songs, so I reiterate, I do not believe his talent is limitless. After Tian Xingyi finished speaking, many present remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Could Gu Xingyi's talent truly be exhausted? This question surged in their minds. Indeed, Gu Xingyi was extraordinarily gifted. Since his debut, every song he released had been exceptional. How many masterpieces had he produced by now? This left everyone feeling uncertain. However, they had no choice but to gamble on a long shot, as they had no better strategy than a war of attrition. Tiandong, who do you suggest we send next? We will follow your lead. A company executive stated resignedly, knowing that whoever took the stage next would likely face a barrage of criticism from netizens. After all, the recent competition had set high expectations for the upcoming performances. Failure to maintain such standards would surely lead to harsh criticism. I know what you are all worried about. How about this? Let's have our Jiya take the stage next. She is merely a 3rd-tier singer. We can give her an original song to take the brunt of the criticism, with her as a buffer. Your first-tier singers won't face too much backlash when they come on. Once Tian Xingqi's words were spoken, all the company heads breathed a sigh of relief. In their companies, first-tier singers were their golden assets, and they truly did not wish to expose them to the potential fallout. Thus, Jia, who had been watching the program in the lounge of the Xingyi Entertainment Building, suddenly received notification and, in a state of confusion, was summoned to the Modu Sports Arena. At the present moment, within the bustling arena of Magic City, 2 other rings are hosting competitions, albeit with noticeably diminished attendance. The audience remains captivated by the lingering notes of the song later, eagerly anticipating the next match organized by Zingo Entertainment. It is not until Jia arrives backstage that the realization dawns upon her. She is to take the stage. Her countenance immediately darkens. The frog-eyed sunglasses she has worn askew in her agitation. Having witnessed the previous bout, she understands all too well the caliber of that contest, a clash between 2 titans. To thrust her into the fray now would be tantamount to offering herself up as mere fodder. Moreover, the song in her hand is one she has not even rehearsed. To sing it now would surely lead to catastrophe. Frustrated, Jia hastily dials Ma Liang, only to nearly shatter her phone in disbelief. This scoundrel has the audacity to power off at such a critical juncture. Earlier, in bed, he had fervently vowed to help her advance. And now this. Meanwhile, the outcomes of the other 2 rings have been announced, and the competition once again centers upon the stage of Zingo Entertainment. The audience's cheers resound, their anticipation palpable as they wonder who will challenge Zingo Entertainment next and what auditory feast awaits them. Jia, backstage, can only close her eyes, inhale deeply, and tremble as she approaches the stage. At this juncture, she comprehends that this decision comes from the higher echelons of the company, leaving her with no capacity to alter her fate. As the lights dim upon the stage, accompanied by the fervent cheers of the audience, Jia finds herself on stage. Upon opening her eyes and meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, her heart nearly breaks. Oh my, it is utterly terrifying. If this were her own concert, she would be overjoyed to have such a passionate crowd. Yet, this is a competition, and she is but a pawn, overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the audience. She feels a surge of despair and unbridled resentment, fully aware that from this moment on, her career is irrevocably doomed, with seeds of hatred sown deep within her heart. Jia stares blankly as she lifts the microphone. The music begins to play, and her faltering voice soon follows. The audience, initially eager, falls silent in stunned disbelief, before erupting into a chorus of boos. In the official live stream, countless keyboard warriors unleash a torrent of mockery. What the hell? The moment she opened her mouth, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Are you a demon? What audacity to stand on that stage, forcing us to endure this? My goodness. I thought we had returned to the age of celestial battles. The moment she sang, I almost expired on the spot. This is not merely subpar. My ears. I can't take it anymore. I need to cleanse my ears. The voice is passable, but she clearly came unprepared. Does the entertainment industry no longer care about its image? Producing this? I can't bear to listen. Guys, I'm off to indulge with my girlfriend. I'll return in 3 minutes for Zingo Entertainment's performance. Wake up, bro. You won T last 3 minutes. The barrage of ridicule continues, the boos echoing throughout the venue. Yet on stage, Jia appears as though she has lost her very soul, continuing to sing while her heart has long since perished. Backstage, the members of Zingo Entertainment watch in stunned silence. What is this? A complete debacle? Xingyi furrows his brow, astonished by the utter shamelessness of these entertainment companies. Furthermore, is this not a blatant attempt to ruin someone's future? Miao Inyun glances at Jia on stage, unable to suppress a sigh. In her, she sees the potential fate that awaited her had she remained at Xingyi Entertainment. This is the nature of capital, always devouring without remorse. As the song concludes amidst the cacophony of insults and chaos, Jia descends the stage with an impassive expression. Xingyi's eyes narrow, perceiving the actions of these individuals as an affront to the artist, an affront to music. Miao Inyun, it's your turn. Let them witness what true music is, and the attitude it deserves. All right. Miao Inyun nods, stepping toward the stage. As their paths cross, Jia remains expressionless, and so does Miao Inyun. Neither dares to meet the other's gaze. Yet, at that moment, both their hearts beat in unison. Chapter 163, The Final Frenzy. Brothers, I'm back. Huh. Hasn't Zingo Entertainment taken the stage yet? You up there, it's not even been 3 minutes yet. 3 minutes is trivial. Gather round. Gather round. Anticipating. I wonder what song Zingo Entertainment will bring next. Ah, hurry up. Speaking of Zingo, I miss my little princess. It's been ages since I've seen my darling. Here they come. Miao Inyun. She's joined Zingo Entertainment too? My heavens. Why, my Inyun darling. She's seen the light. This is wonderful. Amidst the audience's eager anticipation, Miao Inyun steps gracefully onto the stage, eliciting waves of astonished gasps from the crowd. This is quintessential Zingo entertainment. They always manage to surprise their audience in delightful ways. Backstage, Jia, still lingering, feels her heart tighten as she hears the enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Finally, she turns to gaze at the stage. At this moment, Miao Inyun, clad in simple casual attire, appears to Jia as the epitome of elegance, particularly exuding a profound confidence that momentarily dazzles her. Jia averts her gaze, fearing that the brilliance surrounding Miao Inyun might pierce her very soul. Once, she too brimmed with aspirations for the future. She once held the stage in reverence. She once sang with genuine sincerity, but she cannot pinpoint when everything changed. After witnessing the might of capital, her original intentions morphed, transforming her passion for singing into an unrelenting quest for ascendance, employing any means necessary. In the end, she finds herself in this predicament. On stage, the music begins to play, and as the beautiful melody unfolds, Jia recognizes immediately that this is yet another exquisite song. Yet, at this moment, everything is irrelevant to her. After this performance, there will be no place for her in the music scene. Jia removes her frog-eyed sunglasses, allowing tears to flow freely down her cheeks, but after a moment, she dons her glasses once more, raising her head with a newfound resolve that she has never possessed before, and strides purposefully toward the exit. Meanwhile, on stage, Miao Inyun's heart is equally tumultuous. As she brushes past Jia, memories of their early days flood her mind. Back then, Jia was just like her, a girl adorned with a radiant smile, sharing an identical passion for music. Yet now, their paths diverge. The entertainment industry, a veritable cesspool, can indeed transform individuals beyond recognition. As the music swells, Miao Inyun regains her focus, her gaze resolute. She has emerged from that quagmire, and meeting Xiaozhou, Xingyi, and joining Zingo Entertainment has been her fortune. She will sing every subsequent song with fervor, as a tribute to them. The title of the song appears on the stage's large screen, yet another original composition. Still under the auspices of Zingo, the audience waves their glow sticks in rhythm with the music, some even swaying their bodies in time, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation as they gaze at Miao Inyun on stage. The song begins. I did not turn back, not even in that cruelest moment. Silently watching you leave, not at all like me. It turns out that becoming gentle is a profound understanding. Love is fluid, beyond our control. Why must we agitate for reasons? As Miao Inyun sings softly, the audience's expressions grow increasingly indulgent. This is more like it. This is what true singing is. What was that earlier performance? Indeed, listening to music necessitates indulging in the melodies of Xingyi. Whether it be in terms of melody, lyrics, or the artistry of the vocalist, Xingyi Entertainment has achieved nothing short of excellence. A remarkable song requires the right voice to bring it to life. Otherwise, it risks being tarnished. The reason why certain singers attain fame is that they alone possess the ability to convey the essence of a song. Much like the moment Miao Inyun opened her mouth, captivating the audience before her. If Jia's entrance was deemed a mishap, then Miao Inyun seamlessly inherited the powerful aura brought forth by the previous two divas. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Xingyi observed Miao Inyun on stage, listening to her rendition of I Begin to Understand, nodding in approval. Miao Inyun delivered the song beautifully. Originally performed by Sister Xingyi, many had previously dismissed it as an obscure piece. Yet, how could a song that once ignited a chorus of thousands at a concert be considered unknown? On stage, Miao Inyun continued to sing, drawing the audience further into the song's embrace. I believe you only fear hurting me, not deceiving me. Who could bear to part after such profound love? You have awakened my dreams, declaring happiness, yet not returning. With a bittersweet smile, I have forgiven and transcended. Yesterday was still good, but tomorrow belongs to me. I begin to understand. Happiness is a choice. With I begin to understand, the audience was reminded that tonight truly was a night of reckoning. The price of understanding is an enduring pain that lingers for a lifetime. Only those who comprehend can grasp the true essence of the song. Who could bear to part after such profound love? Yet, what is unattainable will forever remain so. And in the end, one can only smile and let go. As the performance continued, the audience remained oblivious to the fact that Jia had already contacted the media and the police, providing them with crucial evidence. Jia was acutely aware that her future was no longer viable. Since it was lost, she resolved to go out with a final flourish. As a form of penance for her choices over the years, she understood that once these matters were exposed, there would be no turning back, but she felt no regret. She intended to drag Xingyi Entertainment down with her. This was the debt Xingyi Entertainment owed her. Upon receiving the news, the media was left in shock. especially when they received photos and documents from Jia that were utterly sensational. They rushed to her location without delay. Jia, having removed her sunglasses, sat calmly in the prepared room, waiting until all the media had arrived before she began to speak. Now that you are all here, I shall begin. As you can see, some high-ranking officials from Xingyi Entertainment, particularly Director Ma Liang, have exploited their positions for personal gain. As Jia spoke, the media recorded every word with rapt attention, their cameras focused intently on her. The names that emerged from her lips were those of well-known figures in the entertainment industry. Beyond the exploitation, there were revelations of embezzlement and tax evasion. The media's hands trembled as they documented the unfolding drama, until the police arrived to escort Jia away. It was only then that the reporters took a deep breath, incredulous at the records they held, along with the photos, documents, and videos. They were uncertain about the authenticity of some details, but the allegations of exploitation were surely credible. Jia had provided them with clear evidence of director Ma Liang's unsavory activities. This was a major scandal in the entertainment world. It seemed Xingyi Entertainment was about to face severe repercussions. After the police departed, the media hastily exited, eager to report on the unfolding saga. This was invaluable content. Chapter 164 concludes with the media en route back to their offices. Inside Xingyi Entertainment, Tian Xingqi's secretary hurriedly pushed open the office door, engaged in a video conference. Tian Xingqi frowned and looked up in confusion at his anxious secretary. In the next moment, she whispered urgently in his ear. Tian Xingqi's expression shifted dramatically as he excused himself from the video call, hastily disconnecting. What did you say, Jia? How dare she do such a thing? After hanging up, Tian Xingqi stared wide-eyed at his secretary in disbelief. Director Tian, it's true. A cooperating journalist has confirmed the news, and within 10 minutes, all media will report on it. Moreover, Jia has already been taken away by the police. The secretary reiterated, handing Tian Xingqi the documents received from the journalist. Tian Xingqi snatched the documents, anxiously scanning the contents. Yet with each line he read, his expression darkened. He had never anticipated that this woman would act so recklessly. Ultimately, he had underestimated Jiya's desire for vengeance, failing to foresee her swift and decisive retaliation. She was willing to sacrifice her own reputation and integrity for such a catastrophic outcome. After reviewing all the documents, Tian Xingqi's fingers drummed erratically on the table. After a moment, a steely resolve flickered in his eyes. The only course of action now was to minimize losses and protect his position. The issue of exploitation could be resolved without significant trouble. He could dismiss those involved and settle matters financially. The repercussions would merely tarnish the company's reputation. However, with the allegations of embezzlement and tax evasion, he needed to safeguard his interests and ensure that those implicated kept their mouths shut. With this realization, Tian Xingqi swiftly devised a plan. Notify everyone to gather in the conference room. The secretary nodded and quickly departed, leaving Tian Xingqi to ponder his strategy in the office. At the Modu Sports Arena, the competition continued. After Miao Anjun concluded her performance amidst resounding applause, she gracefully exited the stage. The outcome of this contest was without question. Miao Anjun had achieved victory by an overwhelming margin. Most netizens felt that categorizing Miao Anjun as a third-tier star was utterly unjust. Based solely on her performance of I Begin to Understand, she deserved at least to be recognized as a second-tier artist, if not on the cusp of first-tier status. As this topic surfaced, discussions erupted online regarding the classification of Xiaozhou as a singer. The sentiment in the comments rapidly shifted. I see that the current classification for Xiaozhou is still that of a third-tier artist. It's quite absurd. A third-tier artist releasing albums that dominate the new song charts. In my view, Xiaozhou is an emerging star. Haha, she has Zingo backing her, who could release a song at any moment that might catapult her to stardom. Becoming a diva isn't so simple. One must at least hold a concert for thousands. Just look at Lu Ruying and Mu Beiwei, who among them hasn't held multiple concerts. It can only be said that she has the talent, but her experience remains insufficient. Thus, she still qualifies as an emerging star. No tier seems appropriate. Haha. As netizens continued to engage in lively debate, the third round of the competition commenced. This time, the challenger hailed from a mid-sized entertainment company, a first-tier singer presenting yet another original song. However, this first-tier singer appeared far more composed, having adequately prepared for the performance, and enjoyed a decent level of popularity, ensuring the audience's engagement remained unwavering. Upon concluding his performance, he bowed in gratitude and exited promptly, fully aware that he was merely a stepping stone. True to expectation, amidst the crowd's enthusiastic cheers, Xingyao Entertainment's Xiaozhou made her entrance once more. With another original piece, the audience had grown somewhat accustomed to Gu Xingai's talent. It seemed an expectation now. Nevertheless, their fervor remained undiminished. The entire arena erupted in chants for Xingyi and Xiazao until the music began to play, gradually settling the crowd into silence. The song brought forth by Xiazao embodies a poignant essence, encapsulating the theme of tonight's melancholic atmosphere. The title, May I Embrace You, gradually illuminates the large screen. Outside, rain pours down, mirroring the tears that trickle from my heart. Loving you for so long has proven to be quite a feat as we prepare to part ways. Severing our ties come tomorrow. The clothes left behind in your home shall be retrieved at a later time. In the Huayan Backstage, the viewership ratings for this competition have exceeded those of the previous 2 episodes by more than double. And the prevailing sentiment online is that the tickets for this episode were worth every penny. Whether it was the 2 preceding divas or the later performances by Miao Enyun and Xiazao, even that first-tier singer, each presented songs of the highest caliber. They flawlessly delivered these melodies, leaving the audience utterly satisfied. At this moment, the final song of the last competition is cherished dearly by the audience, who fervently wish for Xiazao to continue singing indefinitely, hoping that the competition would never conclude. Alas, gatherings and farewells are inevitable, and just as the audience craved more, Xiaoziao's voice reached its conclusion. May I embrace you, my beloved? Let me weep upon your shoulder. If today marks our separation, allow me to cry out my anguish. You two have no choice. I shall depart with a smile. As the music fades and the lights dim, accompanied by a bittersweet farewell, Xiaoziao bows and exits the stage, leaving an audience unable to muster a smile. The competition has ended, yet their hearts have been carried away. And in that moment of darkness, an emptiness envelopes them all. No one is concerned with the results of the contest anymore, for it is clear that Zingo Entertainment has emerged victorious. With 3 rounds concluded, since Xiaoziao's triumph in the first round with Alaska Bay, Zingo Entertainment has not faced a single defeat. Currently, they boast 5 points, while TMEI Entertainment languishes with only 2. Even in a war of attrition, TMEI Entertainment can merely hope to rally in the 6th competition. Should they falter again, their qualification will be obliterated, along with their title as one of the year's triumvirate. Time is running short for TMEI Entertainment, yet they remain silent, leaving everyone in suspense regarding Lu Gao's thoughts. The 3rd episode of China's Strongest Voice has officially concluded, and as the audience departs, many are eager to transition to Douyin and Weibo, where an avalanche of new song videos floods the platforms. Viewers, immersed in these videos, are suddenly transported back to a time reminiscent of legendary rivalries in the industry. Although one might argue that this is a similar scenario now, the celestial beings involved are predominantly from Zingo Entertainment. Lu Ruying, Xiaozao, Miao Enyun, and even Feng Xiaoxiao and Yishuian's drifting north have resurfaced, save for Mu Beiwei. The roster comprises solely of Zingo Entertainment artists. A show titled China's Strongest Voice has devolved into an internal melee orchestrated by Zingo Entertainment. While netizens remain enthralled by these songs, a series of media interview videos swiftly gain traction online. These clips, like lightning, ascend the trending charts. Chapter 165, A Call from Kindergarten. Most netizens are still joyously scrolling through the newly released song videos, but as they continue, they stumble upon the media's revelations. The internet erupts in astonishment. Goodness, such a scandal. Is there no censorship? Let me examine this closely. Even Xingyi Entertainment has collapsed. Surely, we are not still living in an era where such underhanded dealings persist? This pixelation is truly infuriating. Unbelievable. Even a star I previously adored has been ensnared. How excruciating. She has always portrayed an innocent image on screen. How disheartening. This is the entertainment industry. Is it true that Jia has been exposed? She seems to be in a dire situation, being exploited and cast aside as cannon fodder. Xingyi Entertainment must be out of their minds. Indeed, Jia is genuinely pitiful. To those above, remember that those who suffer often harbor their own faults. Her prior choices led her here. As the media descends, with each video accumulating likes and shares, the trending list is suddenly dominated by this scandal. The abhorrent practice of under-the-table dealings, universally reviled, is now laid bare before the eyes of netizens, prompting Xingyi Entertainment's official Weibo to be inundated with backlash. Many have arrived with the intent of spectating, while others vehemently curse Ma Liang and other upper management figures exposed in this scandal, particularly because their beloved idols are among those victimized. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyi and others are already en route back to Jiangqing. They, too, have witnessed these videos, and as fellow artists, they are struck with regret over the state of the industry. The entertainment world is murky, and such occurrences have always existed. Who could have foreseen Ji Ya's explosive revelation? With this exposure, her future is irrevocably tarnished. Feng Xiaoxiao laments, as he has long resided in the lower echelons of the industry, hearing whispers of such matters often. Miao Enyun silently sighs, pondering how many can truly maintain their integrity in such an environment. Oh my, look, another revelation, and the authorities have stepped in, Yishuian suddenly exclaims, holding his phone in astonishment. The group turns their gaze to the screen, their expressions becoming increasingly animated. This is indeed a colossal scandal. On Douyin and Weibo, as netizens continue to denounce Xingyi Entertainment's underhanded practices, mainstream media outlets have also begun reporting on related issues. This revelation incites even greater outrage, as it unveils not only under-the-table dealings, but also tax evasion and a host of other problems. Though Xingyi Entertainment promptly issued a statement clarifying that the implicated individuals have been apprehended and that they will fully cooperate, it does little to quell the public's fury. As a major player among the triumvirate, how could such a large corporation remain oblivious to the misconduct of its personnel? In less than 2 hours, Xingyi Entertainment's reputation plummeted to an all-time low, and their stock prices suffered a significant decline. However, the most alarming aspect is not merely the public's outcry. It is the intervention of the authorities. A major overhaul of the entertainment industry is underway. This announcement left all entertainment companies, save for Zingo Entertainment, in a state of shock. Who among them is not harboring some secrets? Now, the official scrutiny has commenced. This is truly a life-or-death situation. As time passes amidst the relentless stream of news, days slip by, and while the online community remains lively, the entertainment industry braces for an unprecedented earthquake. The authorities are conducting thorough investigations, instilling fear in all entertainment companies, leaving no room for camaraderie. Aside from the calm at Zingo Entertainment, other companies, large and small, have begun to unveil their own scandals. This has illuminated the new landscape of the entertainment industry for many investors and sponsors, revealing the potential of Zingo Entertainment. If there were any lingering concerns about these companies banding together to exert pressure, those fears have dissipated. After all, these firms are now merely trying to safeguard their own interests. By the time they recover, partnerships with Zingo Entertainment will have already been established. Consequently, numerous investors and sponsors have rushed to contact Zingo Entertainment. Xingyi finds himself in a bittersweet predicament. He somewhat regrets not heeding Yang Qilin's advice to hire a personal assistant. With the company still in its formative stages and staffing yet to be finalized, he is the sole decision-maker, resulting in an overwhelming workload. Thus, he finds himself perpetually occupied, either negotiating partnerships or reviewing contracts, each of which he must scrutinize meticulously. Some matters are simply non-negotiable, while those with even the slightest complications are met with outright refusal. The entire Zingo Entertainment has become a hive of activity. With everyone diligently performing their respective duties, those on the promotional circuit are busy with their engagements, and yet, surprisingly, the previously most occupied Yang Qilin has now become the most at leisure. 4 days have elapsed since the 3rd episode of The Strongest Voice of Huiguo, and it is now Tuesday, November 26th, at noon. In the office of the chairman of Zingo Entertainment, Xia Zhao places a steaming meal onto the table, her expression tinged with concern as she gazes at Xingyi, who is still engrossed in reading documents. It's time for lunch. You really ought to find an assistant soon. It's not feasible for you to handle everything personally, she gently suggests. Xingyi nods, massaging his temples before finally setting the documents aside. Indeed, Minister Yang is diligently searching, but suitable assistants are exceedingly rare. I truly wonder where your darling Lele found such a wonderful little assistant. I've yet to encounter anyone like that, he muses. Perhaps it is a matter of fate. Xia Zhao replies with a smile. Lele is indeed delightful, as is Miao Enyun's little assistant, Ranran. They are both splendid individuals. As they converse over their meal, Xingyi's phone suddenly rings. The sound has become an annoyance to him, yet he sighs, sets down his chopsticks, and picks up the phone to glance at the screen. The caller ID takes him aback, prompting him to answer swiftly. Hello? Teacher Su, is there something you need? Upon hearing Xingyi's words, Xiaozhou lifts her head in surprise. It is indeed Su Ling, the teacher of their little Na, who is calling. Xingyi listens intently, his brow gradually furrowing, causing Xiaozhou to feel a surge of anxiety within her. Yes, I understand, Teacher Su. I will head over immediately. He hangs up the phone, and Xiaozhou, visibly anxious, puts down her chopsticks. What is the matter? Has something happened to Na? She inquires, her voice laced with alarm, for Na is her precious child, and she cannot fathom what she would do if anything were amiss. It's nothing to worry about. Just that Teacher Su called to say Nana hasn't been eating properly these past couple of days. Xingyi reassures her, attempting to calm her fears. Upon hearing his words, Xiaozhou's anxiety begins to dissipate, but her brow furrows once more. Nana hasn't been eating well. That's quite unusual. We should go see her. I'm a bit concerned. Teacher Su feels the same way and is quite worried. Xingyi continues, and Xiao nods in agreement. With that, they abandon their meal, quickly covering the food containers on the desk and rushing out of the company towards Jianghua Kindergarten. At that moment, within Jianghua Kindergarten, Su Ling observes the little Gu Xinjiao, who sits quietly at the dining table, her head bowed, a frown marring her usually cheerful demeanor. The popularity of Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao has reached a fever pitch, making them well known to virtually every internet user in Huiguo. As their daughter, Gu Xinjiao is the pride of Jianghua Kindergarten, beloved by all for her sweet nature. Yet, for reasons unknown, this well-behaved child has recently refused to eat properly. And despite Su Ling's best efforts to coax her, the little one merely takes a token few bites before returning to her silence, head bowed. No one knows what thoughts swirl in her mind, but Su Ling suspects that the issue lies with her parents. Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao arrive in haste, spotting Nainai sitting obediently with Su Ling by her side, who is still patiently trying to engage her, while the other children have finished their meals and begun their afternoon rest. Apologies, Su Ling, for the trouble our little Xinjiao has caused you, Gu Xingyi says as they approach, taking the lead and offering an apology before squatting down to scoop Nainai into his arms. Nainai, what has been going on these past few days? Why haven't you listened to your teacher? A disobedient child is a naughty child. Upon seeing her parents, Nainai's big eyes light up, and she clings to Gu Xingyi's neck tightly. Seeing her daughter safe and sound, Xiaozhou finally relaxes, though her lovely brows knit together, her expression betraying a hint of displeasure. It's no trouble at all. It's our responsibility. I must admit that I haven't been able to care for her properly. Nainai's father, you're here now, which is what matters. She is usually very well behaved, but perhaps she has something on her mind these past couple of days that she doesn't wish to share with her teacher. You should communicate with her more. I'll attend to the other children for now, Su Ling says, relieved to see Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou. In her view, when a child harbors concerns, it is often rooted in their parents. Many assume children do not require communication, yet this is a misconception. As many children struggle to articulate their feelings, it becomes critical for parents to guide them and foster healthy interactions. Thank you, Teacher Su. We will certainly take good care of our child, Xiaozhou responds earnestly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Su Ling nods and departs the dining room, leaving the family of three alone. Gu Xingyi, still cradling little Nainai, observes the untouched food on the table and gently inquires, Nainai, tell daddy. Why haven't you been eating properly? Nainai purses her lips, remaining silent, her arms still wrapped around Gu Xingyi's neck. Seeing her demeanor elicits a chuckle from him. Her little expression is so reminiscent of Xiao's, who also tends to purse her lips when preoccupied with worries. Why aren't you eating? Gu Xingyi begins again, but before he can continue, Xiaozhou interjects with an unusually icy tone that startles him. He looks up, instinctively retracting his neck. This is a rare display of anger from Xiaozhou, a sight that feels daunting. Nainai, nestled in her father's embrace, instinctively buries her face deeper into his chest. Yet in the next moment, she finds herself lifted by Xiaozhou, and though Gu Xingyi attempts to intervene, her glance silences him, prompting him to sit obediently in place, internally reassuring himself. One of the most crucial tenets of parenting is that when one parent disciplines the child, the other must not contradict them. Nainai, now cradled by Xiaozhou, stands pitifully in front of the dining table, her big eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of spilling over. Yet Xiaozhou maintains her stern facade. Why haven't you been eating properly? Have I not told you that wasting food is unacceptable? Extend your hand. As Xiaozhou's words tumble forth, Nainai trembles slightly, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. Her previously pursed lips now quivering as she steals a glance at her father, Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi, meanwhile, averts his gaze, focusing on the table, unwilling to meet his beloved daughter's eyes. Though his heart aches for her, he understands that he must not oppose Xiaozhou at this moment. Seeing her father's lack of support, Nainai finally timidly extends her small hand. In the next instant, Xiaozhou's palm meets her tiny hand with a sharp sound that makes Gu Xingyi's heart flutter, intensifying his feelings of compassion. This is the first time Nainai has been chastised by her mother, and her little mouth flattens further, tears streaming down her face. Now eat, Xiaozhou commands, having delivered several slaps, and she squats down to place Nainai back into her little chair. Nainai, finally taking her chopsticks, begins to pick at the food in her bowl under Xiao's watchful gaze, and amidst her tears, she soon finishes everything. Only then does Gu Xingyi quickly gather her into his arms, tenderly wiping her tears away, and patiently coaxes, There, once you finish your meal. Mommy won't be angry anymore. Now tell daddy, why haven't you been eating well these past few days? Because Nana wishes for her parents to spend more time with her. Little Nana, still sniffling, anxiously fiddled with the hem of her garment. her head bowed as she timidly spoke. Upon hearing the child's words, Xingyi was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he began to comprehend that little Nana struggled to articulate her feelings, thus resorting to this method to elicit more attention from both him and Xiaozhou. Indeed, since the company had become increasingly busy, they had neglected to adequately care for the little one. In recent days, he and Xiaozhou had been consistently leaving early and returning late, only managing to spend a brief time with her in the mornings when dropping her off at school and in the evenings while coaxing her to sleep. Xingyi fell into deep contemplation, suddenly realizing that he had erred profoundly. The very purpose of establishing the company was to ensure that Xiaozhou and little Nana could lead happier and more fulfilling lives. Yet now, he found himself wholly immersed in his work, diverging entirely from his original intentions. Xiaozhou, too, felt a pang of guilt as she bit her lip and gazed at Xingyi. When he met her eyes, a wave of relaxation washed over him as he pulled little Nana into his embrace. This time, both parents had erred. They had overlooked Nana's feelings, and she should not have resorted to such misguided means to communicate with them. They owed her an apology. But Nana also needed to apologize to teacher Sue and to herself, did she not? From now on, she must promise to eat properly. Her parents would indeed be more present in her life. Chapter 167. La understood, little Nana murmured, her small face still nestled against Xingyi's chest. Xiaozhou approached, crouching down to gently ruffle her hair. What your father means is that he dotes on you, Nana, but you must understand that regardless of the circumstances, refusing to eat is an inappropriate action. I won't do it again. Mommy, please don't scold me. Little Nana whimpered at the sound of Xiaozhou's voice, pouting as she wriggled out of Xingyi's embrace and into Xiaozhou's arms, witnessing their precious child on the verge of tears. Xingyi felt a surge of heartache and gently patted her back, turning to Xiaozhou. All right, as long as the little one understands. Home is not a place for reasoning, but for love. A hug is all that's needed. Yes, Mommy, hug. Please don't be angry anymore, little Nana replied, nearly bringing Xiaozhou to tears. With reddened eyes, she held her daughter tightly. The two gentle slaps she had given earlier had nearly shattered her heart. After spending a little more time with little Nana, they entrusted her to Su Ling, watching as she apologized and was led off to the lounge for her nap. Xingyi and Xiaozhou exhaled in relief, leaving the kindergarten only after ensuring little Nana was asleep. Upon returning to the company, Xingyi was preoccupied with thoughts on how to maintain a balance between work and family. Suddenly, he turned to Xiaozhou. Dear, isn't Nana's birthday coming up in a couple of days? Yes, Xiaozhou nodded. November 28th marks little Nana's 4th birthday. We must make this birthday special for her, Xingyi declared, falling into contemplation once more. Xiaozhou softly agreed, though her heart felt bittersweet. Little Nana was about to turn 4. Yet this would be her first birthday celebration. She recalled how, on her 3rd birthday, the child had not even had a slice of cake. The next couple of days returned to busyness, but amid their work, Xingyi and Xiaozhou intentionally carved out more time to be with their little one. Although Xingyi still lacked an assistant, he would cancel all collaborations during little Nana's school hours. Meanwhile, the staff at Zingo Entertainment wore expressions of delight, busily preparing for various surprises. Finally, on November 28th, Xiaozhou's signing event took place. This time, only 2,000 fans attended, all of whom were staunch supporters of Xiaozhou. They belonged to several small groups, with even Xiaozhou herself joining one of them, aptly named Xiaozhou Xingyi Family Group. Upon learning of Xiaozhou's signing event, excitement erupted within the groups, prompting many to purchase tickets immediately. When all the fans arrived in Jiangxing, they were surprised to discover that the signing event was scheduled for 8 p.m. Some fans, unable to contain their excitement, endlessly debated in the group chat why it had to be so late. Ultimately, the group leader, Xiao Hong, managed to quell their restlessness, restoring calm. Meanwhile, Zingo Entertainment had already secured Jiangxing's theater for the event, patiently awaiting the signing ceremony. On November 28th, at 8 p.m., as the fans entered the venue with their gifts, they were thrilled to find not only Xiaozhou's album and signature, but also a family portrait with autographs. This discovery sent waves of joy through the crowd, as they felt their attendance had been immensely worthwhile. Not only could they see Xiaozhou in person, but they also received a complete set of signatures, making the experience utterly delightful. Once all the fans were inside, the theater doors suddenly closed, plunging the venue into darkness. As the fans puzzled over the situation and turned on their phone lights, music began to play, an upbeat melody they had never heard before, followed by the sound of a sweet, youthful voice. At that moment, everyone froze, then instinctively clutched their chests in disbelief, gazing towards the source of the voice. The fans felt as if they were dreaming. It was the voice of little Zingo. As the child's voice filled the air, the spotlight suddenly illuminated a vision of little Nana. Clad in an adorable white tulle dress adorned with blooming flowers, her hair styled into two playful buns, each tied with delicate bows. She appeared like a fairy who had wandered into their midst, captivating every fan's heart in that instant. This was simply too enchanting. They longed to rush forward and take her home. Little Nana swayed to the music, her joyous song resonating in each listener's ears. In the happy pond, planting dreams transforms into the ocean. With bright eyes and a big mouth, I sing out loud. Another spotlight shone down, revealing Xingyi in a well-tailored suit. Moving in sync with little Nana, their bodies swaying to the same rhythm. He continued her melody, singing, "If only I had a pair of little wings, I could soar to the sun. I believe miracles reside within me." Following this, as the fans gazed in awe and delight, Xiaozhou emerged with the light. The three of them, father, mother, and daughter, unified in their cheerful movements, their faces radiant with smiles. In the crowd, Xiao Hong, still in a daze, suddenly covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. As a fan, witnessing this moment was overwhelmingly beautiful, a simple yet profound happiness. The family sang in harmony, "La la 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 la, with you by my side, leapfrog. La 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 la," growing with confidence, "With you by my side, leapfrog." As the fans gradually regained their composure, tears welled in their eyes. The surprise was monumental, and the song was simply delightful. They all raised their phones in unison, transforming the lights into glowing sticks, swaying together with the rhythm of the family's performance. Little Nana sang once more, with Xingyi and Xiaozhou joining in, clapping their hands to set the tempo. "A happy little frog, la 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 la, leapfrog. A happy little frog, la 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 la, haha. In the joyful pond, there is a little frog, yeah. It dances as if possessed by a prince. Ribbit, 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 ribbit." The captivating gaze of the little frog is unparalleled. One day, he shall be awakened by the princess. Little Nana, sitting and swaying, joyfully sang, filling the atmosphere with warmth and delight. Soon after, the family of three harmonized together, and this time, even the fans could not help but join in. They were utterly enamored with this charming trio. Xingyi could hardly contain his smile. This extraordinary birthday celebration was conceived after he and Xiaozhou consulted with Nana. Nana had expressed her birthday wish to stand on stage and sing joyful songs for everyone, just like her mother. Chapter 168, a medley of children's songs. Under the cheerful rendition of Little Jumping Frog by the Gu family, the venue transformed into a jubilant sea of joy. This uniquely creative signing event left the fans thoroughly satisfied. Particularly, the parents who had brought their children were the happiest, as they finally understood why Xiaozhou had explicitly stated in the group that families were welcome. Many in Xiaozhou's fan group were mothers of little Zingo, who had fallen in love with the adorable child during the great burst of courage. Even their children were little fans of Nana. Now, Nana's unexpected appearance was a delightful surprise for them. When the trio appeared in perfect unison, the joy and emotion were palpable. This exemplified what it meant to cherish fans. Under the bright lights, Nana took a small step forward, bouncing to the music and the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. She grasped the microphone, resting one hand on her cheek, her large almond-shaped eyes wide open as she adorably mimicked a little frog. This delightful expression instantly elicited squeals from the mothers in the audience, their eyes sparkling with delight as they gazed upon this charming little one. The cheerful melody continued to flow from Nana's lips. It is a little jumping frog, crossing the vast blue Atlantic, leaping to the distant east, jumping beside us. Xiaozhou then stepped forward, standing beside Nana, mirroring her adorable expression. The synchronized charm of the mother and daughter melted the hearts of the fans. It was utterly precious. Through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, we are the best of friends. A kiss will make everything different. The irresistibly charming Xiaozhou joined in Nana's song, squatting down to lift her little one and twirling her in the air before planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. This affectionate display left fans drooling with envy, wishing they could share the same intimacy. At that moment, Xingyi bounced forward, and Xiaozhou had just set Nana down. Each took one of Nana's small hands, swaying their bodies as they sang once more. As the song concluded, when the fans were still immersed in their joy, the spotlight suddenly dimmed. Xingyi held Nana's hands as they stood still, and the large screen at the back of the theater flickered to life, displaying a series of photographs of Nana, some capturing her joyous laughter and others her tearful moments. This surprising transition captured everyone's attention, and as fans beheld the sorrowful expressions of Nana, they longed to snatch her away from Xingyi and Xiaozhou. The longing glances were unmistakable, especially among the mothers in the audience, who couldn't help but think, if she were my child, I would carry her everywhere, and anyone who dared to upset her would face my wrath. The screen displayed lines of text, revealing that today was little Xingio's 4th birthday. As fans realized this, music began anew, and the lights shone down once more, transitioning to reveal Tao Lele and Yunjia, each holding gifts for Naina and joyfully singing. Beyond the mountains and the seas, there lives a group of Smurfs, lively and clever, playful and sprightly, living freely in the great green forest, kind and brave, caring for one another. As soon as Tao Lele and Yunjia finished their song, the music abruptly changed, and more lights illuminated the stage, revealing Miao and Jun and Ran Xiao, who also sang while holding their gifts. Oh no, OMG, why has the magic failed? The sky is so vast, blue dreams. My home. Little girls need not worry, colorful wings will take me away. The fans went wild. This was quintessential Xingyi, a medley of children's songs, each distinct and entirely new. Just as Miao Anjun and Ran Xiao finished their lines, the lights shifted again, revealing Feng Xiao and Yishuian, who sang and danced while holding gifts. I want a CD player, an MP3, ice cream, and a yuan, but let us not be greedy. Smart, brave, and strong. I truly envy myself. Hula hoops are no problem. I can do backflips and bow. At that moment, smiles adorned every face. This was no longer merely a signing event. It was a joyful time for their family. The spotlight fell once more, this time on Shin Feng, who cautiously pushed a multi-tiered cake forward, singing the happy birthday song as he approached. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. In the next moment, everyone from Xingyi Entertainment appeared, their faces beaming with joy as they joined in singing birthday wishes, slowly walking forward. The fans instinctively joined in the birthday song, and over 2,000 voices filled the venue with harmonious celebration. Naina's large eyes sparkled with delight as she joyfully shook her little head and clapped her hands, gazing at the uncles and aunts who had suddenly appeared. This was her first birthday, and undoubtedly, her happiest. Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou lifted her high, singing along with the birthday song until the melody concluded and all the lights dimmed. Gu Xingyi's gentle voice resonated. Naina, make a wish and blow out the candles. Naina closed her eyes, her small hands clasped before her smiling face, unsure of her wish, yet her smile grew ever more radiant. This smile would be etched in everyone's memory, especially in the hearts of Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou, whose hands trembled with joy, on the verge of tears. They had never celebrated their own birthdays, for they were orphans without parents. Yet now, they had created a beautiful childhood for their daughter, Gu Xingyi. At that moment, nothing was more precious than Naina's beaming smile. With a single breath, Naina extinguished the 4 candles atop the cake, and the venue erupted in thunderous cheers. The lights illuminated the space, as Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou embraced Naina, each planting a fervent kiss on her cheek, and then joyfully exclaimed, Naina, happy birthday, little Xingyi. At this moment, the fans also shouted in unison. Naina's laughter rang like silver bells, and Gu Xingyi boomed, let us eat cake. Chapter 169, Nini and Ren Xiaoao. As Gu Xingyi's words echoed, many staff members wheeled in large cakes, prepared especially for the fans. Such affectionate gestures towards the fans evoked continuous laughter throughout the venue, with melodies to enjoy, signed memorabilia to collect, and cake to savor. Every fan felt that their journey was profoundly meaningful. The sentiment of returning with a heart full of joy perfectly encapsulated their experiences. The members of Xingyi Entertainment, at that moment, presented gifts they had prepared for Xiao Naina, each one receiving a sweet thank you from her, which filled their hearts with immense joy. They gathered together, delighting in the cake, while Xiao Naina, after receiving the gifts, wriggled free from Gu Xingyi's embrace to engage in playful antics with the children present. The devoted mothers kept a watchful eye on their little ones, especially when they observed their children interacting with Xiao Naina. Their expressions were more exuberant than those of their own kids. Suddenly, Xiao Naina's gaze was drawn to a shy little girl with a similarly rosy face. Unlike the other children, this girl clung to a man's leg, timidly glancing in their direction. Her eyes, filled with longing, watched the playful children. When Xiao Naina looked over, their eyes met, causing the little girl to nervously hide behind her father, unable to meet Xiao Naina's gaze. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Naina instinctively pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then picked up a piece of cake from the table and walked towards the girl. Here, have some cake. It's very sweet. Xiao Naina's melodic voice reached the girl, who swayed slightly in surprise. The man in front of her bent down, observing the round-eyed Xiao Naina, and affectionately tousled the girl's hair. Nini, your sister is offering you cake. Why aren't you going? Don't you adore your sister? Called Nini. The little girl nervously rubbed the hem of her slightly worn shirt before finally peering up at Xiao Naina. Sister, can I really eat it? Of course. I like Nini. And I want to be friends. Please, have some cake. Xiao Naina beamed, extending the cake towards her. Gu Xingyi, who had been watching Xiao Naina from a distance, smiled knowingly at this heartwarming exchange. Noticing the man's and girl's somewhat worn clothing, he deduced that the man might not be well off. After a moment's contemplation, he approached, squatting down to gently ruffle Naina's hair. "Naina, aren't you going to invite your little sister to play?" Naina replied enthusiastically, gazing expectantly at Nini. Seeing the sincere expression on Naina's face, Nini, encouraged by her father, finally accepted the cake and took Naina's hand. Naina's face lit up with joy as she led Nini, bouncing towards the group of children. "Thank you. Zingo, darling, you're truly wonderful." At that moment, the two adults stood up, turning their attention to their precious daughters. The man was the first to exclaim in admiration, "You too. I can see that Nini is very kind. By the way, how old is Nini?" 3 years old, a little younger than Zingo. Ever since she saw little Zingo on the phone, she has adored her immensely. Since then, I've followed your Weibo, Douyin, and joined groups, hoping one day I could bring her to meet her beloved sister. As he spoke, the man glanced at his daughter, now playing hand in hand with Naina, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Originally, I wanted to request a chance for the children to meet after the signing event, but I never expected we would get to meet so soon." Upon hearing this, Xingyi recognized that this man had a story to tell. Furthermore, it was evident that little Nini adored Naina, prompting her father to resolutely bring her to the signing event for a dream that might not materialize. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet." "Hello, I'm Xingyi," he said with a smile. The man chuckled at the introduction. If he hadn't known he was Xingyi, he would have thought him just another enthusiastic fan. "Hello, I'm Ren Xiaoao. Is it the carefree spirit of the winds that brings you here? What a lovely name. You seem older than me, so I shall call you Brother Xiaoao. May I ask what you do for a living?" "I'm 30, indeed older than you. I currently work as a security guard." Xingyi nodded, acknowledging Ren Xiaoao's robust stature, suitable for a bodyguard. "Yes, I come from a military background, and after retiring, I studied business management for a while. I worked at a media company, but unfortunately, my temperament didn't suit the industry. I intervened in some unpleasant matters, which led to my dismissal. Subsequently, I took on the role of a security guard due to my daughter." Although he spoke of being dismissed with a sense of ease, there was warmth in his gaze when he looked towards his daughter. Xingyi, reflecting on Ren Xiaoao's words, did not respond immediately, but instead gazed at the two little treasures before speaking once more. "Business management? I wonder if Brother Xiaoao would be interested in trying out for a position at Zingo Entertainment? We are currently in need of personnel, and we also require some security staff, as we have yet to find suitable candidates. Do you happen to know anyone who could fit the bill?" Ren Xiaoao was momentarily taken aback before turning to Xingyi. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. We genuinely need people. I prefer to be straightforward. Look over there at the beautiful lady. She is our HR manager. If you're interested, you can discuss a potential interview with her." Xingyi casually nodded towards Yang Qilan's direction. Ren Xiaoao studied Xingyi intently, then looked towards Yang Qilan, contemplating for a long while until Naina and Nini approached. "All right, I will give it a try. As for security personnel, I have some retired friends who might help." "Thank you." Xingyi smiled, then walked towards Naina and Nini, lifting the two little ones in his arms. "Naina, Nini, did you have fun?" "Yes," the two exclaimed in unison, their faces radiant with joy. This sight brought a sting of emotion to Renzo's eyes. He realized how long it had been since Nini had smiled so genuinely. He stood still for a moment, then decisively made his way towards Yang Qilan. From Xingyi, he sensed that Zingo Entertainment would undoubtedly be a wonderful place to belong. Chapter 170. All netizens transformed into lemon enthusiasts. Xingyi observed as Ren Xiaoao approached Yang Qilan, exchanged a few words, and accepted her business card before returning his gaze. Whether Ren Xiaoao would secure an interview was no longer within Xingyi's purview. He had never interfered with HR matters. Just as Zingo Animation, although affiliated with Zingo Entertainment, had not been a subject of his inquiry since he entrusted Chin Feng with the scripts and funding. He had faith in their professionalism and refrained from overstepping his bounds. After some lively commotion, the signing event concluded successfully, and Naina's birthday, amid the fans' blessings, came to a close. The fans departed in an orderly fashion, their faces glowing with joy. Indeed, for them, it was a day filled with fulfillment. In the current digital landscape, entertainment companies had become more compliant following thorough investigations, experiencing a substantial revitalization after this round of restructuring. After nearly a week of simmering emotions, the fervor among netizens has waned, only to reignite briefly whenever news of a celebrity scandal emerges. Overall, whether in the entertainment industry or on social media, the excitement has gradually subsided, and the online community has returned to a state of calm. Yet, as users mindlessly scroll through videos, an unexpected clip catches their attention. Its title unmistakably penned by a devoted fan of a certain star, "My little Zingo. So adorable." Upon reading this, the viewers were filled with confusion. Was there something they were unaware of? Thus, they clicked on the video. Before long, every viewer who witnessed the video found themselves teary-eyed and breathless, rushing to the comment section beneath the posts of Xingyi and Xiaozhou, unleashing their indignation. Is this it? This is what you present to us? I refuse to accept this. You don't even regard us as human. Why weren't we notified? No love left. It's over. Let's disperse, brothers. The moment they saw little Zingo appear in the footage, anger surged within them, as they watched the family of three sway in perfect synchrony. Their minds went blank. Oh, Zingo, you have betrayed my love for you. We're done. Unfollowed. Unfollowed. Brothers. Unfollowed. Seeing that family of three, I couldn't help but break into a bittersweet smile, yet my heart ached. Why were they present at the event while I could only drool over this video? A fan's post had instantaneously transformed all viewers into bitter lemons. They longed to storm Xingyi's home and demand answers. Why? Why weren't they informed? But that was not the end of it. Soon after, a plethora of live videos emerged, one featuring the three singing together, another showcasing a medley of children's songs. A clip of little Zingo making wishes with her eyes closed, and another of her frolicking with friends. The most outrageous of all was a video of Xiaozhou exchanging parenting tips with several other mothers. Not only were there these videos, but fans also shared signed photos of the family, including snapshots of them cuddling little Zingo and various small gifts from the event. A mere half hour after the signing event concluded, the internet was inundated with these videos and pictures. Countless netizens, hearts aching, scrolled through each video, especially seething with envy at the sight of fans interacting closely with little Zingo, wishing they could push those fans aside and take their place. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, Xingyi and Xiaozhou are not treating us like people. Who's with me? Let's confront Gu and Xia. Snatch Zingo. Well said. Count me in. Confront Gu and Xia. Snatch Zingo. In an instant, the online sentiment surged, with everyone echoing this rallying cry. The once tranquil internet was once again engulfed in a tempest stirred by the family of three, but this time, the netizens were not rallying in support. Rather, they were issuing vehement denunciations. In response, Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou quickly noticed the online backlash, instinctively withdrawing their heads in trepidation, feeling a chill emanating from all directions. However, they felt powerless, having only prepared for 2 days, with 2,000 attendees already stretching their limits. Any more would lead to chaos, and naturally, they prioritized their close circle. Ultimately, under the mounting pressure, Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou were compelled to issue a statement. Brothers, we were wrong. You are magnanimous. Please forgive us this time. We truly were unprepared. Next time, we promise. Once this statement was released, it skyrocketed to trending status. When netizens saw the protagonists acknowledging their mistakes with a good attitude, their indignation only intensified. Next time? Be clear. When is next time? What year, what month, what day? What hour, what minute? Come out and clarify. No more delay. Release the full video for us to see. You think there will be a next time? Let me tell you, you are doomed. Are there any brothers heading to tonight's The Strongest Voice in Hoyuo? Hold them down and make them confess. When is the next time exactly? The online uproar reignited, with all netizens eager to know when the next occurrence would be. With such a significant commotion, other entertainment companies took notice, their hearts heavy with bitterness, as their own firms faced restructuring while Zingo Entertainment seemed to be thriving. Many heads of small to medium-sized entertainment companies began pondering whether they should align themselves with Zingo Entertainment. After all, given the current circumstances, Gu Xingyi's talent appeared boundless. What could have been an ordinary signing event had been transformed into an extravagant affair, with all the children's songs being original compositions. To celebrate his daughter's birthday, he had managed to unveil so many new songs. Who could dare claim his talent was exhausted? If they couldn't compete, perhaps they should join forces. At that moment, many heads of small to medium-sized entertainment companies experienced a revelation. In the TMEI Entertainment Building, Lu Gao found himself at a loss, his eyes vacant for what felt like the umpteenth time. He knew that after the recent blow, different voices had begun to emerge within Xingyi Entertainment. Although Tian Xingyi still persisted, it was unlikely he could hold out much longer. The smaller entertainment firms, being a disorganized bunch, would likely only pay lip service after such a significant setback. This birthday celebration hosted by Gu Xingyi had thoroughly opened Lu Gao's eyes to the fact that this man had no bottom line, and the talent he displayed was simply breathtaking. A swift resolution was imperative. Help me contact Chairman Tian. For the next competition, we must deploy all our aces. Lu Gao instructed his secretary, his expression impassive, while his mind raced with countless thoughts. If they lost this round, how would he maintain the title of the Three Giants? Chapter 171, Clouds and Rain. The following day, the buzz surrounding the signing event had yet to dissipate. While another excitement was rapidly rising, tonight's episode of The Strongest Voice in Hoyuo Following the last competition, anticipation was palpable, as everyone knew Xingyi would bring forth fresh, captivating songs with each episode. Since his emergence, their playlists had never lacked excellent tracks. Recently, some media outlets had boldly proclaimed that Xingyi was the one sent by heaven to usher in a new era in the music industry. This sentiment resonated with netizens, who felt that this was indeed a case of heroes creating the times. Rather than talent being overshadowed by capital, it was capital that could no longer suppress talent. With his singular brilliance, Xingyi had transformed the entire music scene. Should he succeed in toppling TMEI Entertainment, he would become the first individual in history to shake the very foundations of a giant corporation. In Jiangcheng, at Zingo Entertainment, as Xingyi and Xia Xiao arrived at the office, Yang Xinlin approached them. Mr. Gu, Ren Xiaoao has passed the interview. However, his role is still to be determined. I believe he is well suited for two positions: the head of security, as he knows many people in that field and could lead the team effectively. The second option is your assistant. Based on his previous work experience, he could excel at management and coordination, and his relevant qualifications are quite impressive, Yang Xinlin said, handing over the interview materials for Ren Xiaoao to Xingyi. Xingyi took the documents and began to read intently, suddenly raising his head to inquire. Do you know why he was dismissed from his last job? Yang Xinlin nodded. I asked. He was let go due to his discontent with some underhanded dealings of his superiors, and primarily for standing up against the bullying of newcomers, which, given his temperament, indeed makes him ill-suited for the corporate environment. Is that so? Quite good. At least his values are upright and his character commendable, Xingyi remarked while reviewing the documents. Once he had perused everything, he looked up and inquired, Are you aware of his family circumstances? I didn't ask, Yang Xinlin replied. He only requested that he can start work after 9 a.m., and he can work late into the evening, but he must return home between 4 and 6 p.m. He mentioned he could accept a lower salary, but the timing is non-negotiable. Xingyi nodded thoughtfully for a moment before handing the documents back to Yang Xinlin. Let the salary be standard. We can accommodate his schedule. Ask him if he would be willing to be my assistant. If not, the head of security is also an option. Let's see what he thinks. Yang Xinlin took the documents, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she said nothing, merely acknowledging his request before departing the office. Xia Xiao looked over curiously and asked, Is there something special about this person? You seem to regard him quite highly. I am unsure. I merely caught a glimpse of his daughter yesterday, and his demeanor left me with an uneasy feeling. I hope I am overthinking it. In time, I will surely come to understand. Xingyi shook his head, his expression grave. He had sensed something amiss yesterday, particularly in Ren Zhao's words. He hoped that one day he could allow Nini to meet her favored older sister. The fact that he had traveled such a great distance, uncertain if he would even see Xiao Nainai, felt rather unusual. What could be troubling him so profoundly? Xingyi did not know. His brief interaction with Ren Xiaoao had not delved into such matters. As time passed, it was now 8 p.m., and the fourth episode of The Strongest Voice of Huiguo had arrived. The much-anticipated first performance of the night had begun, with TMEI Entertainment dispatching a top-tier singer presenting an original love song. This composition received nods of approval from netizens, as the standard had indeed risen. TMEI Entertainment was beginning to make its mark. However, despite the improved quality reaching the pinnacle of past music scenes, netizens were still more eager for Xingyi's song. As the saying goes, you are wonderful, but he is even better. Without comparison, there is no harm. The caliber of this generation's songwriters simply pales in comparison. If one were to categorize all songwriters, Xingyi would be in a league of his own, and before him, all others would have to yield. Finally, it was Zingo Entertainment's turn to take the stage, to the delight of the audience who discovered that a new pair had emerged once more. The previous rookie duo, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyan, had brought them immense joy, and now, another duo had appeared, this time the folk singers previously exposed online, Wang Xingyi and Wu Piling. With familiar high stools, white t-shirts paired with jeans, and guitars in hand, it was evident they were set to perform folk music. The audience's anticipation grew. None of the folk songs they had heard had yet managed to break through the mainstream. They wondered if this song would offer them a different experience. As the music began and the title appeared on the big screen, Wu Piling gently strummed her guitar while Wang Xingyi swayed slightly, exchanging smiles with her companion. This beautiful scene caused the hearts of the live audience and online viewers to quiet down involuntarily. The music was pure, the singers sincere, and everything felt just right. They gazed at the big screen, where the song was once again penned by Zingo, performed by the landlord's cat. The title, Clouds and Rain, perfectly encapsulated the essence of folk music. With the melody and guitar strumming, Wang Xingyi began to sing softly, her voice crystal clear, piercing the heart. Your good night is an instinctive compassion. I linger until the deep night, healing insomnia's ramblings. That handwritten letter lies at the bottom of my suitcase. Too late to bestow it with the meaning of its journey. All who heard her voice felt an unexplainable calm wash over them. The song seemed to possess a magic that quieted their hearts. Such is the unique charm of folk music. Folk music encompasses three themes: love, ideals, and the distant horizon. These resonate as the primal yearnings within each individual. At that moment, every listener recalled a dream long buried in their hearts, perhaps of a once beloved person, a forgotten aspiration, or a hope shattered by reality. Everything once attained and lost was awakened by Wang Xingyi's song. If everything has turned to clouds and rain, may I become mud once more, to once again stain you. If life is but a fleeting movie, oh, let me awake from my sweet dreams once again. How I long to see you, even if just for a fleeting glance before parting. The dim silhouettes beneath the streetlights stretch longer along the winding path. How I wish to see you again, if only for a jest to share. The autumn equinox, with its first fallen leaves, slowly drifts away from us. Chapter 172, The Disheartened Xiaofibe. What gentle little ones. Only Zingo Entertainment could cradle such two refreshing souls. How I long to see you again. Even if just for a fleeting glance, bringing tears to my eyes. Cherish those around us. These two little ones are my cats. Oh, I am the landlord. I must take them home. As his once turbulent heart suddenly quieted, tears fell naturally. Yet, I can never see her again. All things must come to an end. But only longing remains eternal. With clouds and rain, the netizens collectively fell into a state of melancholy once more, each recalling a person they wished to see again, yet knew they could never meet. They listened to the melody, conjuring memories of someone long sealed in their hearts. Whether familial, friendly, or romantic, there is always that one person who evokes a deep desire to reunite, even if just for a fleeting moment. Even Lu Gao, who was watching the competition at TMEI Entertainment, closed his eyes at this moment. Who hasn't he had someone they wished to see, but could not? Though Gu Xingyi was his rival, Lu Gao could not help but acknowledge the man's profound understanding of the human heart and his extraordinary talent. At least in terms of lyrics and composition, he appeared to be an impeccable genius. Some board members at TMEI Entertainment had already begun to sigh in despair, bewildered as to how to respond. There was simply no way to compete. They were being thoroughly crushed. They glanced at the closed eyes of Lu Gao, uncertain of what thoughts occupied the mind of the company as highest authority. Meanwhile, on stage, Wang Xingyi, with light makeup, held the microphone. Resembling a neighborly girl exuding an inexplicable sense of familiarity, she sat upon the familiar high stool, serenely gazing at the audience as she sang. On the platform, the whistle echoes with longing, your voice. We carry the past into the crowd, searching for a place to settle ourselves. How I long to see you again, even if just for a fleeting glance before parting. Wu Peeling swiftly strummed the guitar strings as the song gradually approached its finale, and the brightness in their eyes intensified. They had finally discovered their rightful place. Zingo Entertainment is indeed a splendid family. As the song concluded, Wang Xingyi took the microphone, while Wu Peeling cradled the guitar. Together, they bowed to the quietly attentive audience before turning to smile at their beloved family. Only when their figures had vanished from view did the audience, emerging from the song's ambience, erupt into a fervent applause and cheers. Treasure girls, truly an ideal in this world. It is evident that the girls singing folk music embody such purity and beauty. It is not that folk music has faded. It is simply that the truly exceptional has just begun to emerge. On the internet, someone once uttered a phrase that garnered countless accolades. It is not that folk songs have faded into obscurity, but rather that no one has taken the time to craft them with sincerity. At last, a new piece has emerged. Before long, the results of the competition were revealed. The directors of TMEI Entertainment observed the conspicuous vote counts online, their faces betraying little emotion, as failure had become a familiar occurrence. They found it easier to accept the current state of affairs. Should TMEI Entertainment actually triumph, it would be they who were left in shock. Director Liu, is there still a need for us to continue? One director, unable to contain himself, finally inquired, gazing at Lu Gao, who remained deep in contemplation. Lu Gao opened his eyes and regarded the assembled directors. He felt no anger now. The missteps of the past had led to this moment, and TMEI Entertainment was to blame for its own plight. Why not compete? At the very least, we should do so with dignity. The king of Xingyi Entertainment, Qihua, has yet to perform, hasn't he? Let him take the stage, and I have my own plans for the subsequent matches, Lu Gao replied nonchalantly. The directors exchanged glances. Not only had Mu Beiwei failed, but Qihua was also at risk. Even if the King Qihua were to win a match, what would it matter? As long as Gu Xingyi's talent remained, the final scores would inevitably favor Zingo Entertainment. It was evident to all that Zingo Entertainment had already secured its status as one of the triumvirate. It was merely a matter of time. However, since Lu Gao had made his decision, the directors refrained from further questioning. After all, he was the one who had founded the company, and no one doubted his capabilities. At the scene, on the other two stages, Xingyi Entertainment had amassed 4 points, while other scores were distributed among various entertainment companies, with Xingyi Entertainment maintaining a steady position. Meanwhile, Yanhai Entertainment had surged to 6 points. Their performance was even more impressive than that of Xingyi Entertainment. The current landscape was abundantly clear, barring any unforeseen circumstances. TMEI Entertainment would be ousted, and the new triumvirate would comprise Yanhai Entertainment, Xingyi Entertainment, and Zingo Entertainment. The competition returned to the stage occupied by Zingo Entertainment, where the next performer was none other than Xiao Fibei, a familiar face from Xingyi Entertainment. Once mercilessly defeated by Xia Zhou and Xing Hui, earning only a sympathy vote from the judges, he now stood on this stage again. Although uncertain if his opponent would be Xia Ziao, he knew that the song he was about to perform was certainly pinned by Gu Xingyi. Xiao Fibei felt as though he were in a dream, not long ago. He had shared the stage with Miao Anjun and Xia Ziao, and now, how quickly the tides had turned. Both women had become unattainable figures for him, surpassing him in every regard: fame, popularity, and artistry. The root of this disparity lay with that man. Xiao Fibei had always enjoyed a good relationship with Miao Anjun, and he was genuinely happy for her. However, he harbored a profound sense of regret, for he was still mired in the quagmire of Xingyi Entertainment. As the music began, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. Regardless of the circumstances, his passion for music remained undiminished. In the realm of music, he was determined to present his finest self. As the performance concluded, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. This competition was not lackluster, as all the participants were talented singers, and the audience truly appreciated them. Xiao Fibei bowed in gratitude, exhaling deeply before gradually retreating from the stage. Upon reaching the backstage entrance, he was momentarily stunned by the person approaching him, followed by a wry smile of resignation. "Teacher Xue, what a surprise. You must think quite highly of me." The newcomer was none other than Xue Xiaoqian, who chuckled heartily while patting Xiao Fibei on the shoulder. "What can I say? It was President Gu's orders, but it's also because you performed exceptionally well. That is quite disheartening." Xiao Fibei shook his head, his smile tinged with bitterness. Internally, he cursed Gu Xingyi, feeling as though he were being subjected to an overqualified challenge. Xue Zhaoqian's fame surpassed that of many first-line singers. Although he had not been in the public eye much in recent years, his classic songs continued to resonate. Now, paired with Gu Xingyi's composition, Xiao Fibei was at a loss for words to express his feelings. Such a blatant attempt to undermine me. Xue Xiaoqian had already taken the microphone and ascended the stage, prompting a deafening roar of cheers from the audience. Xiao Fibei turned to gaze at the dazzling figure of Xue Xiaoqian on stage, gritting his teeth and resolutely declaring, "Damn it. No matter what, I must switch companies. Xingyi Entertainment? Bah, not worth my time." The emergence of Xue Xiaoqian had thoroughly demoralized Xiao Fibei. He had not personally experienced the fierce competition between the two previous queens, so he had not felt the oppressive atmosphere of Zingo Entertainment. However, facing Xue Xiaoqian now, he felt the weight of inevitable defeat, with no glimmer of hope for victory. The crushing blow solidified the seed of doubt that had taken root in his heart. If he truly loved music, he must leave Xingyi Entertainment. Even if it meant paying a breach of contract penalty, he would depart. After leaving, if Zingo Entertainment wanted him, it would be splendid. If not, he would find a way to continue his musical career. Yet, he was confident that Zingo Entertainment would desire him, for their ideals were aligned. On the stage ahead, the audience's cheers persisted, and Xiao Fibei lifted his gaze to the large screen, where the song title had appeared, Actor. As the background music began to swell, the crowd gradually hushed, and Xue Xiaoqian quickly immersed himself in the emotion of the piece. Keep it simple, speak simply. Omit the escalating emotions. You are not an actor, so do not fabricate those scenes. The unique lyrics, paired with Xue Zhaoqian's distinct voice, made this song seem tailor-made for him. Xiao Fibei listened, momentarily entranced. No wonder so many sought to join Zingo Entertainment. This was the answer. Even the greatest singers required a song crafted specifically for them to shine. The relationship between a singer and their song is eternally symbiotic. Every renowned artist possesses a classic that cannot be surpassed. The allure of Zingo Entertainment lies in Gu Xingyi's unparalleled ability to create songs uniquely suited to each artist. With Actor, the audience, who had just been lulled into a tranquil state by Yun Yin Chengyu, was suddenly jolted awake. Life is but a script, and we are all actors in our own stories. I wonder what experiences led to such lyrics. Wait, are you implying that Xia Zhao is an actor? Huh, nonsense. I mean, what must Xue have gone through for Gu Xingyi to write such a song for him? In truth, gradually, we have all become actors, donning different masks to navigate life. To those above, I raise a cigarette in your honor." The song's layered progression and heart-wrenching lyrics pulled the audience's emotions to their lowest point, only to elevate them once more, mercilessly toying with their sentiments. Shui Xiaoqian had completely immersed himself in actor. Gu Xingyi's composition was indeed crafted for him, akin to Lu Ruying's later. Upon receiving this song, he knew that joining Zingo Entertainment was the most prudent choice he had ever made. As the song reached its climax, Shui Xiaoqian loosened his grip on the microphone, then tightened it once more, his unique voice resonating again. "I will also turn a blind eye to the role you wish me to play, forcing the one who loves you most to improvise. When did we begin to conceal our boundaries, conforming to the shifting tides of the era, observing those clumsy performances? Oh, what a devastating blow." In the backstage area, Xiao Fibei wore a bittersweet smile as he shook his head. Since his debut, he had experienced this sensation twice. Once when Xia Zhao performed Courage, and now with Shui Xiaoqian's rendition of Actor. He felt fortunate that, on both occasions, he had sung first. The thought of having to perform after them was daunting, as he could hardly imagine the heartbreak that would ensue if he were to falter after their performances. After all, failing to meet the high bar set by their songs would be exceedingly embarrassing. On stage, Shui Xiaoqian had just finished his performance. He waved to the audience and descended from the stage. When Xiao Fibei saw Shui Xiaoqian approaching, he hesitated momentarily before stepping forward. "Teacher Shui, is there still a need for talent at Zingo Entertainment?" Upon hearing Xiao Fibei's words, Shui Xiaoqian looked at him in surprise, before quickly breaking into a knowing smile. "I believe there is, but it ultimately depends on President Gu's decision. I have high hopes for you, young man." Shui Xiaoqian discerned the thoughts swirling in Xiao Fibei's mind and playfully patted his shoulder, recognizing that this 20-something lad was beginning to understand the nuances of the industry. "President Gu? Oh, I see. Thank you, Teacher Shui." Xiao Fibei momentarily paused, then realized that President Gu referred to Gu Xingyi, his impression of whom had been frozen in time as that of a promising young talent. It dawned on him that Gu Xingyi was now the head of a major entertainment company. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. They were of the same generation, yet their paths had diverged so drastically. If Gu Xingyi were to hear this thought, he would surely retort, "Why compare yourself to someone who seems to be a walking cheat code? It's utterly disheartening. Fibei, why are you in such a daze?" Just as Xiao Fibei was lost in contemplation, a voice broke through his reverie. He looked up, momentarily stunned again. "Chi Gu, are you up next?" "Indeed. I'm here to witness just how formidable the younger generation has become," Chi Hua replied with a smile, casting an admiring glance towards the room occupied by Zingo Entertainment. "I never imagined I would be summoned again to compete against the younger generation. Truth be told, if I win, it's fine, but if I lose, it would be quite embarrassing." Xiao Fibei remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Inside, he was also apprehensive. Chi Hua was undoubtedly a formidable titan of the industry. But for some reason, he had an inkling that Gu Xingyi would not be easily defeated. "All right, I'm heading on stage." Chi Hua noticed Xiao Fibei's inner turmoil and chose not to dwell on it. After all, he understood that Gu Xingyi was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, and no one could predict what surprises he might unveil. As Chi Hua took the stage, an overwhelming wave of cheers erupted from the audience, a cacophony of voices rising to a crescendo, shaking the very foundations of the venue. Following the legendary Mu Beiwei, Chi Hua was the second heavyweight contender, signaling that this contest was about to become riveting. For this round, Chi Hua performed a classic Cantonese song, Sorrowful Whispers. The timeless melody, combined with his distinctive vocal timbre, instantly captivated the audience's ears. The reason why a king of songs is deemed a king lies in his all-encompassing appeal. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyi, watching the competition from backstage, couldn't he help but smile as he beheld Chi Hua's entrance. Finally, he has arrived. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment, knowing that after this performance, Zingo Entertainment would face no rivals in the music industry. Chapter 174, A Return to Youth. Chi Hua's appearance made it clear to all entertainment companies that this contest would decisively shape the future landscape of the music scene. If Mu Beiwei's previous defeat signified the formidable rise of Zingo Entertainment, then the outcome of this battle would solidify its standing in the industry. The classic Cantonese song represented Chi Hua's ultimate challenge, the most daunting one yet. Just like later, a classic endures because it remains timeless, transcending the ephemeral trends that characterize other songs. As Chi Hua concluded his performance, standing on that long familiar stage, he gazed out at the audience, faintly seeing the youthful version of himself. Particularly in this contest, where he assumed the role of a challenger, he felt that nostalgia even more acutely. Time may age individuals, but the emergence of a new generation inevitably surpasses the old. Just as the song he sang echoed, only sorrowful whispers remained. The audience had gone wild, chanting Chi Hua's name, many with tears in their eyes. It had been ages since they had reveled in music like this, especially since the likes of Mu Beiwei and Qi Hua had ventured into different paths. Although Gu Xingyi had emerged later, the emotions he evoked differed from those of these veterans. People have a tendency to cherish nostalgia, and the presence of these familiar faces fulfilled their yearning, making this edition of the strongest voice in Hogyuo meet all their expectations. As the music faded, Qi Hua reluctantly exited the stage amidst the audience's fervent applause. Backstage, he glanced towards the location of Zingo Entertainment, feeling a surge of anticipation. What kind of surprise would Gu Xingyi present this time? Although he was affiliated with Xingyi Entertainment, he had long been capable of standing on his own. Thus, his greater anticipation was directed towards his opponent and the kind of song Gu Xingyi would compose. At that moment, the door to the Zingo Entertainment room swung open, and a dashing man stepped out. Upon seeing him, Qi Hua froze momentarily. It was only when the man approached that he regained his senses, incredulously exclaiming, "King Lu. Ah, little Qi, you sang splendidly. I see a reflection of my younger self in you." Qi Hua was astounded, not only by Gu Xingyi's audacity, but also by the fact that King Lu had joined Zingo Entertainment. King Lu, an iconic figure of the past, was his idol. Facing his idol left Qi Hua somewhat disoriented. He had thought he was setting a challenge for Gu Xingyi, but he realized he was merely a challenger after all. In the presence of his idol, wasn't he just like the new talent of yesteryears? Gu Xingyi. How could he be so inconsiderate as to let his idol overshadow him? It was utterly perplexing. After a moment of stammering, Qi Hua finally managed to blush and utter, King Lu, I truly didn't expect it to be you. I just came here looking for punishment." "Little Qi, don't say that. Good music knows no borders or age. Good music is simply good music." Your sorrowful whispers moved me deeply. I could truly feel its essence. It was wonderful. Thank you for the compliment. Brother Lu, I am equally eager to hear your song. Now composed. Qi Hua felt elated by King Lu's praise and thrilled at the prospect of listening to his idol's new song. Having grown up listening to King Lu's music, well, enough reminiscing. I must head on stage now. King Lu nodded and made his way toward the stage. Watching his idol's confident stride, Qi Hua felt even more exhilarated. Idols truly possess an undeniable charm, even in their silhouettes. At that moment, the livestream audience was shaken to their core, as if experiencing a seismic event of unparalleled magnitude. What is happening? Are other entertainment companies even allowed to exist? King Lu, what a stunning visage. My goodness. He is simply breathtaking. Qi Hua. So, you're the one they call Gu Xingyi? What? King Lu? My apologies, I may have raised my voice a bit. Laughter erupted in the comments. Who is unaware that the illustrious Lu Tianwang is the idol of Qi Hua? Gu Xingyi certainly knows how to play his cards right. Qi Hua, no. Inside the Zingo Entertainment room, Gu Xingyi calmly stowed away his phone, yet the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. Xia Xiao, filled with curiosity, gazed at him and inquired, "What did you just post that has you grinning so widely?" "I merely recalled something joyous while watching the competition," Gu Xingyi replied, stifling a laugh and hastily shifting the topic. Xia Xiao shot him a puzzled glance, sensing that he was up to no good. On stage, the music began to swell, and Lu Tianwang gracefully moved to the rhythm, opening his arms wide. The female fans below erupted into a chorus of fervent screams. Exceptional acting, unparalleled singing. His character is impeccable, and his appearance and charisma are simply extraordinary. This is Lu Tianwang. Though he may have aged, it does nothing to diminish the image he holds in the hearts of his fans. Rather, it enhances his mature allure. The title of the song lit up the large screen, Enchanted in the Dark, a Cantonese classic. The legendary battle of the old king against the new king. An idol against his fan, both representing the epitome of classic artistry. As Lu Tianwang's uniquely warm and rich voice resonated, it momentarily captivated everyone's hearts, evoking a familiar sensation. The only change being his age and this very song. Do not linger so within my sight. You will discern that I am utterly restless. Even in the countless late nights, I have dreamt of you, though I have never truly kissed you. The song enchanted all, stirring countless memories within them, evoking a nostalgic illusion of youth. The song was exquisite, and indeed, only Lu Tianwang could convey the essence it possessed, irreplaceable, a tribute to the classics. Tonight is a night of legends. Of course, Gu Xingyi knows how to choose wisely. No exaggeration, no disparagement. No matter who sings this song, it could never possess the depth that Lu Tianwang brings. His voice is magnetic, filled with emotion, romantic warmth, yet tinged with a subtle melancholy. It struck a profound chord within me. Netizens found themselves lost in the echoes of bygone eras. Even Qi Hua backstage, watching Lu Tianwang, was ensnared in reverie. Listening to this song, he felt as though he had returned to the days spent in front of the CD player, watching his idol day and night. Back then, He dreamed of the day he could sing alongside his idol. Now, it seemed that wish had finally come to fruition. Chapter 175, Enchanted in the Dark. Within the Tianmei Entertainment Conference Room, all the senior executives were devoid of joy or sorrow upon Lu Tianwang's appearance. Exhausted. Let it all perish. This world is unworthy. They had anticipated that Qi Hua would be somewhat resilient, yet he proved to be anything but. They cast another glance at Lu Gao, their expressions conveying a clear message. Enough of the struggle. What should we do now? Lu Gao remained expressionless, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, continuing to watch the suave figure on the big screen as he sang yet another classic Cantonese song, Enchanted in the Dark. This truly was mesmerizing. Meeting adjourned. The cold voice of Lu Gao echoed, leaving the directors momentarily stunned, questioning whether they had misheard. Adjourned? Are we truly conceding like this? They exchanged glances, but upon seeing Lu Gao's unwavering demeanor, they ultimately had no choice but to gather their documents and disperse. The sounds of chatter and vehicles began to fade into silence. A silent struggle, shackled by emotions. How deeply I long for her. Yet, all I can do is sigh endlessly. On the screen, Lu Tianwang's captivating voice continued to resonate, while Lu Gao's expression flickered, unsure of his thoughts. After a brief moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Notify her to prepare. We cannot afford to lose the name of the three giants. A voice on the other end responded. And moments later, Lu Gao hung up, returning his gaze to the competition. Now, he had no choice but to pursue a second course of action. Starry Entertainment was immobilized, and he had to seek alternative methods. As for why he wouldn't inform the other directors, he believed this batch was utterly ineffectual. Had Gu Xingyi been subdued when he first emerged, they wouldn't be facing such a predicament now. Moreover, the fewer people who knew about this second option, the better. Meanwhile, Lu Tianwang continued to sing, and the audience rose to their feet, waving their glow sticks in perfect sync with the rhythm of the song. As they listened, vivid scenes of Lu Tianwang's youthful days in films and songs danced before their eyes. In truth, every time I see you, I am also enchanted. Alas, we each have our designated roles. Even if we transcend the bounds of friendship in our lonely dreams, I can only love you in secret, enchanted in the dark. There is no need for you to be embroiled in various troubles. Let us bid farewell. Do not let emptiness lead me astray. Indeed, his classic voice is intoxicating. It evokes nostalgia. As Lu Tianwang reached this part of the song, many were moved to tears. This was their youth. This was the music of their time. It compelled them to sing along passionately. Good music possesses this quality. Whether in moments of joy or sorrow, it draws one into its embrace. In happiness, one savors the melody. In sadness, the lyrics resonate deeply. It encapsulates the stories of everyone's experiences, stirring emotions. In this moment, the online discourse surrounding Lu Tianwang and this song exploded, with trending topics surging even before the song concluded. Truly, Lu Tianwang. His very first note captivates the soul. A classic Cantonese song. The old king makes his triumphant return. The song Enchanted in the Dark brings tears to the eyes. Lu Tianwang's peak charisma, even in his prime. I would shy away from his brilliance. The first time I met the king, I was in diapers. Now, encountering him again, I find myself no longer the same me. On stage, as the song concluded, not only were the audience members in tears, but even Lu Tianwang himself was moved to the brink of tears. The king has aged, yet his spirit remains youthful. At this moment, encountering Gu Xingyi and Enchanted in the Dark, he seemed to rediscover the fervent self of his youth. Though many had previously asserted that Lu Tianwang could evoke excitement merely by standing on stage, who could truly grasp his character? He would never allow himself to stand upon the stage without a worthy performance, merely living off his fame. This rendition of Enchanted in the Dark truly resurrected the splendor of his earlier days. As Lu Tianwang exited the stage, the exhilaration of the audience and the online viewers lingered, unable to dissipate. His presence may have vanished from the stage, but in the hearts of the audience, he would forever endure. The fourth episode of The Strongest Voice in Hoiguo came to a close with Lu Tianwang's departure. With the conclusion of this competition, it heralded the dawn of a new era in the music industry. The first to react were the various media outlets. No sooner had the competition ended than a deluge of news reports followed. Following Lu Tianwang's victory, Starry Entertainment ascends to the top of the leaderboard, undeniably. The new trio has emerged. A retrospective on Gu Xingyi's rise to fame, from obscurity to one of the three giants in just a few months. A major event in the entertainment industry. Tianmei is no more. Starry shall rise. Gu Xingyi emerges as the ultimate victor. Beyond the media frenzy, several entertainment companies hastily revised their hiring policies, openly stating that all agreements would align with Starry Entertainment. Additionally, they proactively congratulated Starry Entertainment on Weibo, seeking nothing more than to secure a familiar face. It is well known that Gu Xingyi is a veritable treasure. Establishing a good rapport with him is undoubtedly a prudent choice. Naturally, several entertainment companies remain observant, believing that even a withered camel is larger than a horse. TMEI Entertainment, despite any challenges, has long held the prestigious title of one of the three giants in the industry. The entertainment realm is once again stirring, yet this time, Gu Xingyi possesses the inherent capability to confront the other three titans head-on without needing to leverage any external advantages. Starry Yao Entertainment has been revitalized by the impact of this competition. Fortunately, Ren Xiaoao reported to the company the very next morning, assuming the role of Gu Xingyi's personal assistant, which considerably alleviated Gu Xingyi's burdens. Ren Xiaoao's professional acumen is beyond reproach. On his very first day, he efficiently organized the company's operations. Once he completed the restructuring, he handled each task with remarkable ease, sparing Gu Xingyi from any concerns. Gu Xingyi felt as though he had struck a tremendous bargain. Simultaneously, Starry Yao Animation also received jubilant news. The production of Ren Jixia has been completed and is ready for release. Upon arriving at the company, Gu Xingyi was greeted by the sounds of exuberant cheers emanating from the Starry Yao Animation office, particularly the voice of Chen Feng, which echoed all the way to the entrance. Brothers, allow me to choose an auspicious day. Our first work at Starry Yao Animation is about to be unveiled. Haha. Chapter 176. The release of the promotional video. Crazy One, congratulations. Let me take a look at what you've created. Gu Xingyi pushed open the door to the Starry Yao Animation workspace and addressed the still exhilarated Chen Feng. Hehe. Congratulations to us. Old Gu. You arrived just in time. Come see the final product and let us know if it aligns with your vision. Chen Feng exclaimed, pulling Gu Xingyi toward the computer. Although he had confidence in his team's technical skills, he still wanted Gu Xingyi, the script's creator, to witness the outcome, as he was undoubtedly the one most attuned to the essence of this animation. As Chen Feng clicked on the video file titled Ren Jixia, Gu Xingyi leaned in, intently observing the screen. At that moment, Chu Xian, Chu Simon, and others gathered around, their expressions tinged with anxiety. After so much effort, they feared that Gu Xingyi might not be entirely satisfied with their creation. The story of Ren Jixia slowly unfolded on the computer screen, beginning with a drunken man rambling to himself as he wandered through the woods at night, accompanied by eerie animal sounds, an atmosphere steeped in strangeness. Gu Xingyi was momentarily taken aback, continuing to watch. Soon, a shadowy figure was seen digging in a graveyard, the sound of the shovel startling the inebriated man into exclaiming that there were ghosts. The scene shifted, and Zhang Holin made his appearance. At this point, Gu Xingyi narrowed his eyes slightly. The portrayal of Zhang Holin on screen bore a striking resemblance to his memory. Though not a perfect match, it surpassed 95% accuracy. As the narrative progressed and Sister Bao appeared, Gu Xingyi finally exhaled with relief. Upon hearing Sister Bao speak fluent Sichuan dialect, he pressed the pause button and slowly turned his head. All the employees involved in the production of Starry Yao Animation were anxiously watching Gu Xingyi, holding their breath in anticipation. Seeing their tense expressions, Gu Xingyi suddenly broke into a smile. You all have worked hard. It's ready for release. As soon as he finished speaking, the office erupted into thunderous cheers. This animation, which had consumed their efforts for months, had finally passed muster, and their elation was palpable. Crazy One, when are we starting the promotions, and when will it premiere? Gu Xingyi inquired with a smile, astonished that it was these very individuals who had brought this animation to life, achieving a level of refinement that rivaled the original Ren Jixia. Old Gu, what do you think? I'm fully prepared. Wang Jun and his team's animation will begin promotion in early December, and we will launch on the same day. When they premiere, we will too. Chen Feng replied with enthusiasm. Aren't you afraid of being overshadowed? Gu Xingyi teased. Haha. Their Zhong Shengji Shang was created by me. How could I not know the script? Moreover, I have faith that they cannot produce anything superior to us. I firmly believe Ren Jixia will outshine them. Chen Feng chuckled, his smug demeanor prompting Gu Xingyi to want to give him a playful punch. However, when it comes to promotions, I'll need your assistance, and that of your sister-in-law, huh? Chen Feng added, scratching his head. Gu Xingyi rolled his eyes at him, recalling how boastful he had been just moments ago. Meanwhile, in another studio located in Jiangcheng, Wang Jun and Ruan Qing had completed their promotional video. However, Ruan Qing wore a sullen expression as she gazed at the completed project, her thoughts drifting to Chen Feng. Since discovering that he was a wealthy heir, she had been plagued by regret. As Gu Xingyi's fame continued to ascend, her remorse only deepened. She had initially believed Chen Feng's background to be akin to Wang Jun's, as he had never flaunted his wealth during their relationship and lived modestly, almost like a frugal artist. Given this, Why had she not chosen the more handsome Wang Jun? At that time, Gu Xingyi's reputation was not as illustrious, and he was embroiled in domestic violence allegations. She had thought that Gu Xingyi, being a close friend of Chen Feng, might assist him. But the circumstances had caused her to lose faith in Chen Feng's good friend as well. One misstep led to another, and the thought of it filled Wan Qing with regret. She harbored immense resentment toward Chen Feng, questioning why he, a wealthy heir, had to uphold such a naive persona. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. The events had transpired. Wan Qing could only gaze at the promotional video on the computer and ask, Wang Jun, is everything set for tomorrow's release? Have the advertisements been arranged? And have we secured any celebrities for promotion? Everything is ready, Xiaoqing. Rest assured, this animation is destined to be a hit, and I've enlisted renowned bloggers from the animation industry for promotion. Wang Jun replied with a confident smile. But don't forget what Gu Xingyi said. With his current notoriety, his promotional efforts will undoubtedly surpass ours. Wan Qing's expression remained troubled as she recalled Gu Xingyi's infuriatingly smug voice. What does it mean to have a slight understanding? Understanding is understanding. Not understanding is not understanding. The whole notion of a slight understanding is quite irksome. Wang Jun, unfazed by Wan Qing's words, wrapped his arm around her waist and reassured her, I admit. He is indeed strong in lyrics and composition. But this is animation. The animation world is entirely different from the entertainment industry. You know that this animation was crafted by Chen Feng over nearly 2 years. I do not believe that a mere Gu Xingyi can produce a quality script in such a short time. Let us hope so, Wan Qing mused, finally nodding, her expression brightening considerably. After all, Gu Xingyi was someone who had never ventured into the realm of animation, no matter how capable he was. It was improbable that he could produce a script and bring it to fruition so swiftly. Moreover, if his lyrical and compositional talents were indeed that formidable, if he could also create animations, he would hardly be a normal human being. The following day, December 1st, at 9 a.m., Wang Jun's AI Qing Animation officially released the promotional video for Zhong Shengji Xia as a domestic animation, bolstered by endorsements from numerous prominent anime bloggers. The promotional video immediately drew countless anime enthusiasts to view it. It must be said that although Zhong Shengji Xia adhered to the traditional power system of domestic animations, its exquisite visuals and captivating storyline were undeniably eye-catching. Just 2 hours after its release, the promotional video garnered an avalanche of positive reviews. At this moment, inside the vibrant Iking animation studio, an atmosphere of jubilation enveloped the space. The tremendous success of their promotional video had ignited a flicker of hope, even causing the perpetually somber Wan Qing to beam with delight. With such an abundance of positive feedback for the promotional material, it was evident that once the full feature was released, the company would undoubtedly reap bountiful rewards. Chapter 177, The Radiance of National Animation. Xiaoqing, what do you think? I told you it would be a hit. Come here, let us celebrate with a kiss. Wang Jun, his heart brimming with joy as he beheld the soaring statistics of the promotional video, wrapped his arm around Wan Qing's waist, a grin stretching across his face. Stop it. Everyone is watching. Wan Qing, her cheeks flushed with shyness, turned her face away. The other employees in the studio exchanged bemused glances, collectively thinking, what with the pretense? She's acted like this before in front of us. Wang Jun, oblivious to Wan Qing's reluctance, forcefully planted a kiss on her lips, his mind already racing with visions of the endless profits that would flow in once the feature premiered. Yet, at that moment, a key member of the company rushed in, visibly agitated, his hands trembling as he clutched a tablet. Jungo, it's over. We're finished. You must see what is happening online. Another national animation has emerged. As he spoke, he thrust the tablet towards Wang Jun, whose expression soured at the brashness of his colleague. What is the fuss over a single animation? What is there to worry about? None of them are worth my attention. Taking the tablet, Wang Jun scoffed as he perused the current landscape of national animations, finding none deserving of his respect. However, upon glancing at the title of this new animation, a chill swept over him, and his smile evaporated. Under one person? Could it be a case of plagiarism? His own animation was titled Above All Beings, and now another called Under One Person was making waves? Was this a joke? He then activated the promotional video on the tablet. Wudang Wangyi. Greetings, old master. The opening scene hit like a thunderclap, and Wang Jun's pupils constricted as he watched, his heart racing with trepidation. The animation quality, the voice acting, the character designs, the dialogue, especially when he heard Sister Bao speaking with a Sichuan dialect. Darkness clouded his vision. This character, this voice, exceedingly captivating. As Wang Jun regained his composure, he was met with yet another iconic scene. It was the moonlit stroll of Zhang Holin, depicted in the video as he wielded true qi with a hearty laugh. causing Wang Jun's hands to tremble so violently that the tablet slipped from his grasp and crashed to the floor. The light of national animation. If above all beings was merely a reimagining of existing works, then Under One Person was undoubtedly the beacon of national animation. Who is truly who? Wang Jun muttered in disbelief, hastily retrieving the tablet to check the publisher's information. Upon doing so, his world went dark, and he collapsed onto the floor. Wang Jun, Ruan Qing exclaimed, sensing the gravity of the situation. Instead of attending to the fallen Wang Jun, she snatched the tablet from him. The next moment, she too stood frozen in shock. Publisher, Zingo Animation. Zingo. At this point, anyone with a modicum of awareness knew what Zingo represented. Yet, Ruan Qing, still in denial, clicked on the Weibo posts of Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao, and then she too sank to the ground. Both Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao had posted simultaneously. The promotional video for Under One Person from Zingo Animation has been unveiled. We hope all the esteemed viewers will support us. I assure you, this is a national animation you cannot overlook. For more details, click the link. Under One Person. Gu Xingyi. Just a little understanding. What an understatement. Ruan Qing, in a frenzy of emotion, oscillated between laughter and tears before suddenly clutching the tablet to read the company profile. Her gaze fixed upon the board of directors, where the name Chen Feng stood out prominently. I need to call him. At that moment, a single thought consumed Ruan Qing. She was filled with regret. She wanted to reconcile with Chen Feng. She believed that if she played the part of the pitiful and fragile one, he would surely agree to make amends, especially considering how well he had treated her during their year and a half together. What are you doing? Wang Jun, sitting nearby, seized her phone. His eyes reddened with frustration. Get away. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have been with Chen Feng a long time ago. With that, Ruan Qing, in a fit of madness, lunged to reclaim her phone, and the two became embroiled in a tussle within the office. Meanwhile, online, the buzz had reached a fever pitch, transcending the animation community. Even those who seldom watched animations were now aware of the impending release of Under One Person. This was not merely due to Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao's promotion. Even celebrities like Lu Tianwang and Xue Xiaoqian were simultaneously posting about it, all endorsing Under One Person. The promotional video had already amassed over 1 billion views, with millions of shares and tens of millions of comments, dominating trending topics across various platforms. Such metrics were unprecedented in the history of animation. Numerous renowned animation bloggers were independently creating promotional videos to assist in the marketing, recognizing the immense potential for traffic. With such overwhelming momentum, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Among them was Xiaoji, a prominent blogger with millions of followers, who initially felt a surge of indignation upon seeing Gu Xingyi and others promoting Under One Person. He believed that this was an encroachment of pop culture upon the sanctity of the animation world, and he vowed to defend the integrity of the industry. Thus, he clicked on the promotional video, determined to find fault and critique Gu Xingyi and the others. However, after watching the entire promotional video, he was left in a state of stupor. After a long pause, he swallowed hard and finally posted on Weibo, including the link to the promotional video. Initially, when I saw so many celebrities promoting Under One Person, I was incredibly incensed. I thought it was defiling our animation community. While I do enjoy Gu Xingyi's music, I never believed he could produce a good animation, particularly a national one. The current state of national animation is dire. Yet, after watching the entire promotional video, I realized I was mistaken. I just want to say to Gu Xingyi, I apologize. And also, it is absolutely stunning. In my heart, this is the beacon of national animation. Undoubtedly, I hereby earnestly recommend this animation to everyone. Keep watching, and you will be pleasantly surprised. Xiaoji exhaled deeply after completing his post, filled with anticipation for the official release of this animation. Additionally, for the first time, he began following two individuals, Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao. Chapter 178, Setting Aside the Facts. As time progressed, the promotional video for Under One Person exploded in popularity, creating a sensation not only within the animation community, but also capturing the attention of casual internet users who typically paid little heed to animation. This was due to the fact that it was produced by Zingo Animation, with the script penned by Gu Xingyi himself. The discussions surrounding Under One Person erupted online, spanning from the animation realm to the entertainment industry, with virtually everyone engaging in conversations about this national animation. Initially, I thought Gu Xingyi was neglecting his songwriting duties and indulging in frivolities when I saw his recommendation. However, after witnessing so many stars endorsing it, curiosity compelled me to click on it, and then, I was utterly dumbfounded. It had me in stitches. What a divine animation. Moonlit strolls. A true masterpiece. I must confess, I am utterly enamored with the persona of Sister Bao. especially her authentic Sichuan dialect. How delightful. You silly fool. It's simply outrageous. Gu Xingyi, this individual, is not only absurdly talented in songwriting, but has now ventured into writing anime scripts, and with such finesse. He is nothing short of extraordinary. Even as someone who seldom indulges in anime, I find myself eagerly anticipating the release of Xingyi. My admiration for the old master is profound. He exudes an undeniable aura of a formidable boss. The character designs and narrative presented in the promotional material for Xingyi have captivated the attention of netizens, who are now eagerly awaiting the premiere. In stark contrast, the project Zhongshengji Shang, launched by the AI Qing studio, has been relegated to obscurity. While it garnered some attention in the initial hours, its viewership has now dwindled to nearly zero. It is not that Zhongshengji Shang lacks merit. Rather, Xingyi shines too brightly. Without comparison, there can be no pain. At this moment, Wang Jun, who had just quarreled with Ruan Qing, finds himself devoid of hope, foreseeing the dismal fate of Zhongshengji Shang, which is bound to incur catastrophic losses. This outcome is intolerable for him. He has depleted his resources to create this anime, exhausting all potential investments and borrowing from every possible source, primarily in his own name. As it stands, many employees have already vacated the company, and Ruan Qing has severed all ties with him, blocking him completely. In this moment, he is left with an empty office and an overwhelming burden of debt, far worse off than Chen Feng ever was. Meanwhile, within Xingyao Animation, everyone is celebrating the overwhelming success of the promotional video. At this juncture, Chen Feng receives a phone call, and upon glancing at the caller ID, his brow furrows immediately. He hesitates for a considerable time before silently hanging up and blocking the number. When he looks up again, he sees the cheerful faces around him and manages a smile. Gu Xingyi observes this exchange and chuckles, approaching Chen Feng to pat him on the shoulder. Aren't you going to answer? Now that you've succeeded, shouldn't you at least hear what she has to say? Am I really that petty in your eyes? Chen Feng retorts with a glare. Gu Xingyi's laughter grows more spirited as he playfully pats Chen Feng's shoulder again. Chen Feng exhales deeply, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Before the success of Xingyi, I often pondered how I would stand before her with an air of superiority to prove how misguided her judgment was. Yet, upon achieving success, I realize it is all in the past, especially while striving alongside my team. I have come to understand that our gathering is fueled by our shared dreams, which should not be tarnished by such individuals. The past is behind us. We must look forward. Profoundly insightful. This is the Chen Feng I know. I applaud you. Gu Xingyi responds, still smiling, though this time his expression carries a hint of relief. He had previously harbored concerns that Chen Feng might seek out Ruan Qing again after his success, fearing he would be lured by sweet words and fall into the same trap. However, Chen Feng, while appearing carefree, possesses clarity of thought. The following day, to everyone's surprise, Ruan Qing arrives at their doorstep. Though she is blocked by security, she remains steadfast outside the company. Eventually, Chen Feng and Gu Xingyi have no choice but to confront her. In the same building where they had met before, this time, one figure, Wang Jun, is conspicuously absent. Ruan Qing bears visible scars and dons an outfit reminiscent of her past. Upon seeing Chen Feng, her pitiful expression elicits an almost theatrical response from Gu Xingyi, who thinks she would be better off as an actress. Chen Feng, I've broken up with Wang Jun, she declares, attempting to grasp Chen Feng's hand, only to be met with his retreat. She then looks up at him with a sorrowful gaze. What does your breakup have to do with me? Chen Feng replies, his brow furrowing despite the stirrings of emotion within him. Chen Feng, I know you hate me. You can hit me, insult me, whatever it takes to ease your anger. Then let us reconcile, just like before. Absolutely not. Please understand, I do not harbor any hatred towards you. Regardless of what transpired between us, we share no connection now, and I will not engage with you again. Lastly, I ask you to leave. Our company does not welcome you. Ruan Qing continues to speak, but Chen Feng abruptly interrupts her, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. Chen Feng, must you be so heartless? Setting aside the facts, don't you bear any responsibility? If you hadn't concealed your background as a wealthy heir, I wouldn't have left you. You deceived me first. This statement nearly elicits a laugh from Gu Xingyi and cools the flicker of emotion within Chen Feng. What a convenient way to ignore the facts. I have nothing more to discuss with you. If you wish to remain here, do so. However, Ruan Qing, I can assure you that I will have no further dealings with you. If you have any semblance of dignity, please refrain from troubling me again. As he turns away, his expression darkens upon witnessing a throng of onlookers gathered outside the company, some even munching on sunflower seeds, a truly absurd sight. As Ruan Qing attempts to reach out once more, Gu Xingyi positions himself protectively behind Chen Feng, smiling at her. You heard what the madman said, and let me offer you this advice. Don't seek out trouble. Additionally, as I once warned you, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Oh, and just so you know, my brother is not poor. Remember my words. The rest is up to you. Chapter 179. Do good deeds without questioning the future. Ultimately, Wan Qing departs, swayed by Gu Xingyi's words. She is confident that Chen Feng will not retaliate against her. Yet she struggles to comprehend Gu Xingyi's intentions. In her eyes, capital remains a constant. And the rapid establishment of such a vast company by Gu Xingyi is a daunting prospect. Had Gu Xingyi been aware of her thoughts, he would have found it both amusing and perplexing to realize that he has now become a financial titan in the eyes of others. On December 5th, Xingyi Xia officially premieres on the largest domestic anime platform, Zhu Animation. On its opening day, this national anime achieves an astounding 400 million views, marking the highest first-day viewership in history, and its ratings surpass all other anime released in the same period. The remarkable success of this national anime is nothing short of astonishing. The name of Xingyi Animation resonates throughout the entire anime industry, with online discussions surrounding Xingyi Xia showing no signs of waning. Xingyi Entertainment and Xingyi Animation have become household names among netizens. Particularly, Gu Xingyi has become a topic of endless fascination, with media outlets chronicling his journey, leaving viewers in awe of his rise from obscurity. Propelled into the limelight by the song A Lifetime With You, followed by a collaboration with Huiyan that yielded As Long As It's Ordinary, solidifying his reputation before becoming embroiled in public controversies surrounding his marriage and allegations of domestic violence, until Xia Ziao emerged to publicly support her husband. Winning back the acceptance of netizens, a chain reaction ensued, with a series of exquisite songs released one after another. However, it all came to a halt when Xia Ziao faced a ban, prompting Huiyan to stand by his side with Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. At that moment, he had already acquired the confidence to rival the entertainment industry. Following this, with Huiyan's the strongest voice of Huiguo, he shed his low profile, and through several rounds of competition, he firmly established his place. Remarkably, in just 6 months, he rendered all within the entertainment realm mere spectators. Now, with the release of Zingo Animation's Under One Person, a tremendous wave swept through the anime world. It was as if he could summon clouds and rain at will. One could only say it was truly astonishing. Countless netizens, after reading the media's announcement, expressed their shock in the comments below. Wow, I never realized Gu Xingyi was this remarkable. Friends, who understands? I've been following his songs all this time, and suddenly, I look back to see he has reached the pinnacle, while I remain the same obscure youth. This is outrageous. It's been such a subtle transformation. We've only focused on his music. It seems no one has paid attention to his rise to fame. Our idol is right before us. In every aspect. He is my aspiration. This is also thanks to our support. But, he has earned so much money, yet has never donated even once. Is moral coercion still a thing nowadays? He earned that money through his own capabilities. Whether he donates or not is his choice, right? Indeed, it is his choice. But without us, he would not have risen. Just look at the entertainment industry. Who among the capable and reputable has not engaged in charity? Gu Xingyi is the exception. To those above, don't conflate yourself with us. It sounds as if he succeeded solely because of you. It is often said that Xia Ziao and Gu Xingyi are a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry, but I see no difference from other capitalists. I don't know who started it, but the online atmosphere suddenly shifted, with many netizens beginning to debate whether donations should be made. At this moment within Zingo Entertainment, Gu Xingyi and his colleagues naturally noticed these comments and discussions. How can these people be like this? On what basis do they speak so? 30% of the profits from Zingo Entertainment go towards helping impoverished children and those unable to afford medical treatment. Each donation is personally reviewed by Sister Yun before being dispersed. Sister Ziao, brother-in-law, want to you clarify this? Pouting on the sofa with her tablet, Daolei angrily remarked. Sister Yun and the others also looked over, aware that Gu Xingyi's earnings had indeed seemed 30% directed towards various impoverished areas. The charity, Zingo Charity, was established on the very first day of Zingo Entertainment. However, Gu Xingyi has never boasted about it. He simply does it quietly. Seeing Daolei's puffed-up face, Xia Ziao chuckled, gently pressing her cheek. We've developed too quickly. It's natural for some to feel envious. This is quite normal. Where there is love, there will also be hate. If we get angry over such matters, we'd be doomed to be upset for the rest of our lives. But they are truly infuriating. Daolei still felt indignant, having contributed her own 30%, and now facing such remarks. All right, calm down. Clearly, someone is stirring the pot. However, to make a fuss over such matters is rather childish. Don't worry, there's a saying, do good deeds without asking for rewards, follow your heart. regardless of the destination. Gu Xingyi, seated on the other side of the sofa, also comforted Dao Lei. Regardless of what is said online, as long as he is guilt-free in his heart, the white will never turn black. The donations from Zingo Entertainment have always been directly contributed through Huoguo charity, each one standing up to scrutiny, so he harbors no concerns. Do good deeds without asking for rewards. Follow your heart, regardless of the destination. Everyone present silently repeated this phrase in their hearts, then turned to Gu Xingyi, their eyes shining brighter. This is the charm of Gu Xingyi. Just look at his eloquence. Not only is he exceptional at songwriting, but his words also bring comfort. Meanwhile, the commotion online grew louder, and Gu Xingyi's silence only intensified the storm, resembling a small spark that could ignite a prairie fire. Director Liu, what a clever strategy. Just a little online manipulation can create such turbulence. Gu Xingyi must be overwhelmed right now, and the upcoming The Strongest Voice of Huoguo is the perfect moment for us to strike back. In Lu Gao's office, the operations manager was cheerfully flattering Lu Gao, as the recent incident was indeed a scheme devised by Lu Gao. To his surprise, an actual movement against Gu Xingyi had formed online. Who said I want to strike back? If Gu Xingyi can be hindered by such trivial matters, then he would not be Gu Xingyi. Lu Gao maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of pleasure from his subordinate's flattery. Not going to retaliate. Then what is the purpose of our actions? The operations manager felt somewhat embarrassed and questioned, confusion evident in his voice. I merely wish to attract his attention and distract him. As for the reason, it is not for you to inquire. Lu Gao cast him a sidelong glance, his expression revealing no emotion. Fine, I'll take my leave then. Please carry on. The operations manager awkwardly smiled, hastily rising to depart. Chapter 180, the song request arrives. No one could comprehend Lu Gao's true intentions, including Gu Xingyi, who was aware that someone was undoubtedly fanning the flames behind the scenes. Yet, he could not fathom the significance of their actions. Do they wish to muddy the waters to distract him? To prevent him from focusing on the strongest voice of Huoguo? If that is the case, then Gu Xingyi could only say that those employing such tactics are incredibly foolish. To think that such trivial matters could divert him from creating music is nothing short of a joke. Just the day after the incident unfolded, 3 unexpected visitors arrived at Zingo Entertainment, even surprising Gu Xingyi. When the 3 arrived, Gu Xingyi was not at the office. The receptionist, Li Wenjing, looked at the 3 dignified elderly men and could not help but speculate about their identities. She quickly stood up to greet them. Hello? May I ask who you 3 are looking for? Young lady, we are looking for Gu Xingyi. Is he in the office? Replied the eldest among them with a warm smile, as all 3 surveyed their surroundings. Looking for President Gu? Please hold on for a moment. He is currently not in the office. I will contact him for you. Then please inform him that Lin Qiudong is here. All right, please, you 3. Have a seat in the reception area while I notify him. Dao Lei, who was also present, rushed to welcome the guests upon receiving the message, ensuring they were well taken care of. The 3 elderly men graciously thanked her as they settled down with tea. One of the elders smiled at another, complaining, Xiao Lin, I told you we should have contacted him in advance. Who just shows up unannounced? Isn't this meant to be a surprise? Don't young people enjoy this kind of thing? I didn't expect the lad wouldn't even be in the office at this hour. After he finished speaking, another elder chimed in, chuckling, haha, we're already at an age where we should be more cautious, yet here we are playing this game. But this young man has organized his company quite well. It's just a bit small. After hearing you all praise him, I was eager to meet the real person. But it seems I've come up empty. After speaking, the elder turned to Dao Lei, who stood rigidly to the side, smiling. The young girl need not feel so constrained. We 3 elderly gentlemen are certainly not of ill intent. But I have yet to introduce myself. I am Bai Yongji, the president of the Huoguo Charity Association. This is Du Gu, the chief director of Huayang Television, and the other is Lin Qiudong, the chief director of Huayan. Upon hearing their introductions, Tao Lei's mind was left in a daze, her thoughts swirling with the names of the Huoguo Charity, Huayang, and Huayan, entities she rarely encountered, let alone in the presence of such distinguished figures. Today, they happened to grace Zingo Entertainment with their presence. Noticing her lack of response, Bai Yongji continued. There has been quite a bit of criticism online regarding your general manager Gu lately, hasn't he there? He seems rather unperturbed, does he not? Upon entering Zingo Entertainment, the 3 elders were quite pleased with what they observed. It appeared the company had not been affected in the slightest. Every employee wore a smile as they went about their duties, which took Bai Yongji by surprise. Typically, when other companies face such turmoil, their public relations teams rush to mitigate the damage. Moreover, Bai was well aware of the substantial donations made by Gu Xingyi. As every contribution was funneled through the Huoguo charity, it was no small sum, considering it represented a significant portion of the company as profits. Upon hearing Bai Yongji's inquiry, Tao Lele finally snapped back to reality. Although her mind was still somewhat clouded, she quickly replied, because our general manager Gu has said, do good deeds without asking for what lies ahead. Follow your heart without questioning the outcome. We engage in worthy endeavors, and thus, we do not concern ourselves with personal gains or the opinions of others. Our own peace of mind suffices. Oh, the three elders' eyes lit up simultaneously. Xingyi murmured, repeating, do good deeds without asking for what lies ahead, before breaking into laughter. What a splendid sentiment. I am ever more eager to meet this young man. Haha, old bye. How did I do with my guess? That young fellow, Gu, is not one to be easily flustered, which is precisely why I admire him. Lin Qiudong chimed in. I may not have met him, but my first impression is that he possesses a remarkable composure, a depth of knowledge that radiates grace. At that moment, the door to the reception room burst open, and they turned to see Gu Xingyi rushing in. Old Lin, I heard you all praising me from outside. It makes me rather bashful to enter. And who are these two esteemed gentlemen? Gu Xingyi said with an awkward smile as he walked in, feeling somewhat embarrassed to hear such high praise, especially when it came from renowned figures of the world. He considered himself merely a facilitator of their words. Haha, you bashful? Let me introduce you. This is Du Gu, the one you missed meeting last time, and this is Baiyangji, the one who has come seeking you on behalf of the Huoguo charity. Lin Qiudong smiled as he introduced the two gentlemen. Esteemed gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for troubling you to come all this way. Please, have a seat. Your presence is quite flattering. Gu Xingyi hurriedly shook hands with the three elders, urging them to sit before taking a seat himself. Tao Lele remained standing nervously until Gu Xingyi shot her a glance, prompting her to timidly take a seat. It was only natural for her to feel anxious. The most formidable person she had encountered until now was Gu Xingyi, and now, standing before three venerable elders of such high stature, it was only to be expected. Simultaneously, she felt an even greater admiration for Gu Xingyi. She had always thought highly of him, but witnessing his ease in conversing with these dignitaries was truly impressive. Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you here today? Once everyone was seated, Gu Xingyi finally asked. Aside from Lin Qiudong, it was the first meeting for Du Gu and Baiyangji with Gu Xingyi, and they scrutinized him with increasing satisfaction. Despite their years, they could discern much about his character from his spirited demeanor. Since you've already addressed us as elders, I shall be forthright. Young Gu, we have come to request a song from you. You have previously composed for both Old Lin and Old Du, so it is only fitting that you create a piece for the Huoguo charity as well. We are in the process of launching a promotional program, and upon seeing the recent events online, the two old fellows and I conferred and decided you were the perfect choice, renowned and talented in composition, with a commendable commitment to charity. I couldn't think of anyone else, Baiyangji said with a cheerful disposition, as the other two elders looked on expectantly. Feeling the weight of their collective gaze upon him, Gu Xingyi felt a surge of pressure. How could he decline such an earnest request? Of course I am interested. When is this promotional program set to launch, Elder Bai? It is slated for mid-month. Since you've accepted, I can rest easy. And rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. The current online atmosphere truly requires a shift. People speak recklessly, guiding public opinion to unjustly attack others. It is high time to put a stop to that. Gu Xingyi's response delighted Baiyangji deeply. No wonder Lin Qiudong frequently spoke so highly of this young man. He was indeed worthy of admiration. Especially commendable was Gu Xingyi's poise. Had it been anyone else in his position, they would have rushed to clarify matters, for no one wishes to be the scapegoat, especially after having made substantial donations only to be besmirched. Du Gu, sipping his tea, interjected with a smile. Indeed, people tend to forget their lessons. Although there was a recent crackdown in the entertainment industry, they still succumb to the allure of profit, creating a toxic atmosphere online. It is indeed time for some accountability. This promotional video would be aired on Huayang, while the song would be featured on Huayan, which is why the three had come together. Lin Qiudong had initially hoped to enlist Gu Xingyi for a song upon learning of the situation, and serendipitously, the online controversy arose. Currently, the online discourse was fueled by certain provocateurs, misguiding many unaware onlookers, keeping the topic trending. Even the interactions between Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou nearly fell victim to the vitriol of naysayers. However, most people rallied against the trolls, insisting that regardless of whether Zingo Entertainment had made donations, the company had brought them countless moments of inspiration, and that was enough. Gu Xingyi further discussed specifics with the three elders and shared a meal with them before they departed. They would be staying in Jiangxing for a few days, working from the Jiangxing television station until the song was completed and the promotional program was finalized before returning home. In truth, it was Du Gu and Baiyangji's desire to meet the Gu Xingyi they had long heard about that prompted their visit. Otherwise, a mere phone call would have sufficed. It can only be said that Gu Xingyi's charm is ever growing. drawing even these two venerable gentlemen to seek a personal audience with him. Meanwhile, Xingyi Entertainment was surprisingly compliant. After enduring a series of setbacks, even Xiao Fibei took the initiative to terminate his contract, presenting a facade of amiability, adhering strictly to the terms of the agreement. The reason was simple. Tian Xingyi was genuinely intimidated. Having weathered many storms, he had never before felt so powerless against someone. In his mind, Gu Xingyi was an exceptionally formidable individual. It seemed that whenever he opposed Gu Xingyi, misfortunes would inevitably follow. Particularly after the emergence of Zingo animation and the show Yiren Ji Xia, Tian Xingyi found his spirit thoroughly crushed. The script for One Person Below was penned by Gu Xingyi. This clearly indicates that if Gu Xingyi desires to venture into the film industry, he could effortlessly surpass Xingyi Entertainment. After all, scripts are interconnected. Today, Gu Xingyi has produced One Person Below, creating a sensation in the anime realm, and who knows? He might unveil Two Persons Below tomorrow, igniting a revolution in the film industry. Chairman Tian, are you truly inclined to align with Zingo Entertainment? In Tian Xingyi's office, his secretary glanced at the documents in her hands, her eyes betraying a flicker of delight, yet she still posed the question. What other option do we have? Should we wait for him to wreak havoc upon us again? Moreover, we hold no substantial grievances against him. There is no need for a life-or-death struggle. Let it be. Tian Xingyi adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, having noticed the glimmer of joy in his secretary's gaze. It seemed even she believed that aligning with Zingo Entertainment was the right course of action. He sighed, concluding that Gu Xingyi was indeed a formidable figure, his very existence defying logic. Regardless of the external perceptions, Gu Xingyi had already conferred with the three venerable gentlemen, agreeing to present them with a suitable song in 3 days, a melody he had already envisioned. When it comes to charity, the first song that sprang to his mind was an old classic, for in the original world, upon hearing it, he instinctively knew it was time to donate. The following day, the 5th episode of China's Strongest Voice aired. In this episode, Gu Xingyi was also prepared with a song. However, he was taken aback to discover that the focus of this episode did not lie on the stage occupied by Zingo Entertainment. The 3 matches featured lesser-known companies stepping up to challenge, all of whom had recently extended goodwill towards Zingo Entertainment. Their performances were clearly an attempt to ride the coattails of the spotlight, singing only well-established oldies. Zingo Entertainment reciprocated with kindness, opting not to release new songs, instead relying on the same classic tunes. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. Having extended goodwill, Zingo Entertainment would not impose pressure upon them. It must be noted that these companies, which had shown goodwill towards Zingo Entertainment, were undergoing significant transformations, even altering their contracts with signed artists to mirror those of Zingo Entertainment. Unbeknownst to many, the dynamics of the entertainment industry were shifting in this manner. Once a rule becomes the default for the majority, it appears to be naturally embraced by the masses. Even Xingyi Entertainment made adjustments, and netizens gradually acclimated to the changes within the industry, resulting in minimal uproar regarding this shift online. Naturally, some traditionalists continued to adhere to the old paradigms of the entertainment industry, yet their circumstances grew increasingly dire. In the wake of the new model's impact, a stark comparison emerged. All artists were not naive, and many from these companies began to switch allegiances, while fresh talent remained elusive. Thus, if they did not adapt, their companies would face ever-increasing challenges in development. Unexpectedly, during this round of China's Strongest Voice, TMEI Entertainment boldly turned its sights on Yanhai Entertainment, coming well-prepared and achieving a clean sweep in all 3 matches. This sudden upheaval caught everyone off guard, leaving even Yanhai Entertainment dazed. Following the 5th episode, aside from Zingo Entertainment's points remaining steadfast, the scores of the once dominant trio surprisingly leveled out. Yanhai Entertainment, having suffered a complete defeat, retained a score of 6 points, while TMEI Entertainment climbed to 5 points, and Xingyi Entertainment also held firm at 6 points. The 3 established giants found themselves in a neck-and-neck race, with Yanhai and Xingyi only a point ahead of TMEI, which was evidently not willing to concede the competition easily, rendering the ultimate outcome shrouded in uncertainty. TMEI Entertainment was clearly up to something. In this moment, both Yanhai and Xingyi Entertainment became acutely vigilant. Chapter 182, A Brighter Tomorrow. TMEI Entertainment's recent maneuvers took everyone by surprise, provoking both Yang Xian and Tian Xingyi to laughter tinged with disbelief. What is the matter? Unable to contend with Gu Xingyi, now they turn their attention to challenging Yanhai and Xingyi Entertainment? Do they truly consider these two to be pushovers? Nevertheless, considering the comparable strengths among the 3, TMEI Entertainment's actions could indeed grant them a resurgence, as evidenced by their unobserved acquisition of 3 points in this round of competition. In response, Yang Xian and Tian Xingyi naturally began their preparations. This led to the 6th episode of the competition, ushering in an era of extraordinary battles within the entertainment industry, albeit this time without any ties to Zingo Entertainment. The points among the 3 veteran giants continued to fluctuate, each vying for supremacy, yet the situation remained ambiguous. Meanwhile, discussions surrounding Gu Xingyi remained entangled in the charity donation incident, with online debates intensifying, showing no signs of waning. Yet, amidst it all, Gu Xingyi maintained his silence, and it appeared as though the entire Zingo Entertainment had collectively lost their voice during this period. What none realized was that Gu Xingyi had been shuttling between the company and the television station, having long composed the song for the charity program days prior. And in this time, he was accompanying the 3 elders in reviewing the program. On December 15th, just a day after the conclusion of the 6th episode of China's Strongest Voice, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the official charity organization of Huiguo finally released a lengthy article accompanied by a video, simultaneously tagging Zingo Entertainment and Gu Xingyi on Weibo. The moment this post was published, it exploded across the internet, as netizens realized that the truth they had debated for days was finally about to surface. Particularly for the fans who had engaged in heated exchanges with detractors over the past days, they were all the more eager to click on Weibo. Upon entering, they were met with a plethora of screenshots and proofs of donations, along with various contracts, encompassing all donations made by Zingo Entertainment since its inception. Below this was a statement from the official charity of Huiguo. In light of the recent discussions and posts circulating online, we are profoundly shocked and saddened. Since its establishment, Zingo Entertainment has donated an amount reaching into the hundreds of millions, all unconditionally. It is disheartening to see the chairman of such a newly established company subjected to malicious commentary by those with ulterior motives. When we approached the staff at Zingo Entertainment for comments, their responses filled us with guilt. As Mr. Gu Xingyi had remarked, do good deeds without questioning the future. Follow your heart, without concern for the direction. This encapsulates Mr. Gu Xingyi's magnanimity and sentiment. In the face of the sudden emergence of malicious narratives online, he chose to disregard them and simply focused on doing what he believed was right. However, we cannot allow such a humble hero to remain obscured, nor can we permit his goodwill to be tarnished. Thus, we wish to remind all netizens that while the internet may be a realm of freedom, every individual must take responsibility for their actions and words. Moreover, we are honored to announce that Mr. Gu Xingyi has composed a song for our latest program, hoping that this program and song will impart positive sentiments to everyone. The moment the official charity organization's post went live, all fans felt a surge of emotion, tears welling up as they realized their perseverance over the past days had not been in vain, and their support had indeed borne fruit. Gu Xingyi was deserving of such loyalty. In that moment, all fans seized their keyboards, transforming into keyboard warriors, eager to vent their grievances accumulated over the days. 30% of the profits? Incredible. The detractors finally spoke up. I told you. It's not that he didn't do anything. It's just that he didn't announce it. Who among you can donate 30% of your profits to charity? Can you? Are the detractors silent now? Why are you no longer speaking? You scoundrels. Come back and confront me. Follow your heart, without concern for the direction. Do you see it now? Do not attempt to fathom Gu Xingyi with your narrow-mindedness. You are unworthy. I merely wish to know which celebrity or which company could possibly, within such a brief span, amass a donation amounting to billions? This exemplifies a true dedication to action. Some individuals, upon donating a meager few thousand, are eager for the entire world to take notice. This post has ignited a frenzy among all netizens and fans, silencing every critic and hired commentator. While some unscrupulous media outlets and influencers hastily deleted their previous posts in light of the unfolding events. Yet, the story does not end there. Following the announcement from Huiguo Charity, Huiyang and Huiyan took to the forefront once more, tagging Gu Xingyi and Zingo's official site. The collaboration between Huiyang, Huiyan, and Huiguo Charity, alongside Gu Xingyi, has culminated in the grand launch of the program titled Love and Tomorrow, urging the vast online community to lend their support while proclaiming, "Let us purify the internet, starting with ourselves." Beginning today, we shall join forces with the relevant authorities to initiate a week-long campaign dedicated to cleansing the online space. With official backing now in play, the reasons behind this initiative are all too clear. Those who witnessed Huiyang and Huiyan's posts were once again taken aback, rubbing their eyes in disbelief as their brows twitched in astonishment. Is he not like a favored son? Such protection. This is no mere performance. It is blatantly a shield for Gu Xingyi. And let us not forget the program. At this moment, everyone eagerly clicked on the video within the post, unveiling the latest program, Love and Tomorrow. The video commenced with a group of adorable children frolicking around Xiaozhou, their laughter melding harmoniously with the music. As the song title emerged, Tomorrow Will Be Better. Not only is this a song composed by Xingyi, but it is also sung by Xiao, with numerous stars participating in the performance alongside the children. As the program unfolded, Xiao's dulcet tones resonated in the ears of viewers, gently awakening their slumbering souls. Slowly open your eyes. Observe whether the ever-busy world continues to spin in solitude. The spring breeze, indifferent to sentiment, stirs the hearts of the youth. Let the tears of yesterday dry with the winds of memory. The moment the song began, the audience was enraptured. Indeed, the familiar essence remains. In terms of songwriting and singing, one must look to Xingyi and Xiao. In the face of this song, yesterday's Huiguo's strongest voice was effortlessly eclipsed. And within the video, as the melody played, children from impoverished regions appeared, their innocent smiles illuminated by the sunlight as they faced the spring breeze, warming the hearts of viewers. Despite their tattered clothing, the newly constructed school stood as their beacon of hope. This is the ultimate aim of charity, not merely verbal declarations, but tangible actions. Some people's love runs profoundly deep. As the song continued, Xiao, like an angel amidst the children, brought them joy and love. The scenes within the video harmonized with the music, resonating in the hearts of everyone. Yushin, where snowflakes dance, igniting the hearts of the youth. Let true feelings melt into notes, conveying distant blessings. In the TMEI entertainment building, Lu Gao naturally saw the post. Having considered that such matters would pose no challenge to Xingyi, yet he had not anticipated this outcome. Lu Gao shook his head, feeling increasingly weary. This is Xingyi. The more you strike him down, the faster he ascends. He doesn't even need to step onto the stage himself. The various officials hold him in their palms, fearful of causing him pain. This is sheer trickery. How can he play the game? There is no room for play. If he does not wish to join, he must distance himself from Xingyi as much as possible. What is that saying? If you cannot provoke him, can you not avoid him? With several major officials stepping in, the incident was swiftly resolved, bringing forth a new wave of emotion for netizens. The program Love in Tomorrow, paired with the song Tomorrow Will Be Better, is a match made in heaven, and the pure, hopeful gazes of the children in the video stirred profound compassion within countless viewers. Yet, Xiao's voice ignited boundless hope in their hearts. Xingyi, Xiao, and the countless unsung heroes laboring in the shadows are the true idols they ought to support. In this moment, all their fans felt a swell of pride for being able to support such individuals. Just as Xiao sings in this very song, with them. Tomorrow will undoubtedly be better. Sing out your passion, extend your hands, let me embrace your dreams. Allow me to behold your sincere visage. Let our smiles be filled with youthful pride. Offer devoted prayers for tomorrow. In the video, Xiao led a group of children in singing Tomorrow Will Be Better, their faces aglow with hope. The scene then shifted to a disaster-stricken area, where Miao Inyun was engaged in rebuilding homes alongside the affected populace. Here, a catastrophic flood had submerged their dwellings. Yet, the continuous arrival of rescue vehicles from across the nation illuminated a glimmer of hope for them. A prominent sign at the entrance of the disaster zone boldly proclaimed, "After disaster, all shall be rebuilt, akin to rebirth." The camera zoomed in, and alongside the music, Miao Inyun, following Xiao's melody, began to sing. Who can disregard their home, forsaking childhood memories? Who can bear to witness yesterday's sorrow robbing us of our smiles? Youth remains untainted by the world's chaos, allowing long-lost tears to nourish your face. The song resonated once more, this time with the beaming faces of the disaster-stricken community, singing joyfully until the segment concluded. The scene then transitioned to a hospital, where Lu Ruying appeared, engaging in light-hearted conversation with patients who had been tormented by illness. Yet, smiles were now breaking through their suffering. They had felt too weak to carry on, but the kindness of many had unveiled a glimmer of hope for life. Different places, diverse people, yet the existence of future and hope intertwined at this moment. The camera followed Lu Ruying as she slowly exited the hospital, closing her eyes to inhale the fresh air outside, then opening her eyes, stretching her arms wide, as if yearning to embrace this warm world. Gently awakened the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. Observe whether the ever-busy world continues to spin in solitude. Yet this time, the lyrics shifted, unlike the first verse, after experiencing so much. The warmth of humanity remains unchanged. The world is no longer solitary, nor do people wander aimlessly, for there is love, for there is tomorrow. The sunrise awakens the morning. The earth is reborn in brilliance. Let the notes carried by the gentle breeze compose the symphony of life. The camera pulled back once more, revealing all those featured in the video gathered together, each face adorned with joyous smiles. Xiao, Lu Ruying, and Miao Inyun stood before the crowd, waving their hands in unison. The blue sky, white clouds, and gentle breeze provided a symphonic accompaniment to their celebration. Sing out your passion, extend your hands. Let me embrace your dreams. Allow me to behold your sincere visage. Let our smiles be filled with youthful pride. Let us anticipate a better tomorrow. As they continued to sing, the online audience was already moved to tears. These were tears of joy, as viewers felt the presence of love within the song. Beneath Hwagyo Charity's Weibo post, countless netizens shared their reflections and hopes. We hope for a better tomorrow. Each day, better than the last. Who could have imagined that while yesterday's Hwagyo's strongest voice failed to touch my heart, today's song has truly broken through my defenses. As the melody of the song resonates, it elevates my soul to sublime heights, truly magnificent. Each of the three performers embodies my goddess, and my affection knows no bounds. The hope that tomorrow will be better resides in every heart. At this moment, Xingyi, like countless netizens, is engrossed in watching this video. Suona, cradled in his arms, sways her head in unison with her mother on the television, humming along. Xingyi was intricately involved in the production of this video, yet he could scarcely anticipate the overwhelmingly positive reception it would receive upon release. The song itself requires no further praise. The compositions of teacher Luo are beyond reproach. However, the astonishing quality achieved within a mere fortnight of filming leaves Xingyi in silent admiration. Indeed, this is an official production of remarkable caliber. Meanwhile, Xiaozhao quietly watches the video, reflecting on the many places she has visited in recent days, witnessing the smiles of impoverished individuals firsthand. This journey has become an invaluable memory for her. Only those who have endured hardship can truly appreciate the worth of such smiles. She understands, as does Xingyi, which is why they hold these moments in such high esteem. As the video nears its conclusion, the music of Tomorrow Will Be Better gradually fades, and the screen dims. When the image brightens again, it reveals a list of donors alongside earnest faces, those who have selflessly contributed without seeking recognition. Countless names and photographs coalesce to form a map of Hwagyo. Let us never forget the well diggers who provide us with water. It is these humble souls who make everything better. The scene shifts once more, showcasing a group waving small red flags, fluttering in the breeze. With Xingyi prominently among them, a different melody begins to play, and a choir erupts in song. If everyone contributes a little love, the world will become a beautiful place. At this point, the screen darkens entirely, and lines of text accompanied by the sound of keystrokes appear. These words recount various events and the stories of those who have received aid, sharing their heartfelt sentiments and the transformations in their lives. Eventually, the subtitles fade, leaving only one phrase on the screen: love is in tomorrow. And in this moment, in the hearts of all, Chapter 184, Nainai. A charitable event in Hwagyo has quelled the uproar that had consumed the internet for days, bringing a complete reversal within a single night. The online platform has transformed into a jubilant celebration for fans, with no trace of negativity to be found. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Subsequent cleanup activities saw official departments stepping in to banish influencers and disreputable media outlets that had disseminated false information, while many bot accounts were also shut down. The impact of this program has sparked a wave of donations online, with countless netizens joking that upon hearing Tomorrow Will Be Better, they feel compelled to contribute to charity. Even Lu Gao, the instigator of this situation, did not foresee such an outcome. He is baffled by Xingyi's thoughts. In just over half a year, the donations have reached astronomical sums, and a single song has managed to cleanse the entire internet. TMEI Entertainment convened another high-level meeting, yet this time, the atmosphere was far from optimistic. Many within the company have begun to waver, for they find themselves increasingly marginalized in the entertainment industry, labeled as the outliers. Even Lu Gao harbors doubts now. After all, he was the one who sanctioned the ban on Xiaozhao and exerted pressure on Zingo Entertainment. If he chooses to concede now and align with Zingo Entertainment, the repercussions for TMEI Entertainment's future could be dire. What Lu Gao could never have anticipated was the transformation of Xingyi from Xingyi Entertainment, who was once a ruthless pragmatist. Now, however, he has lowered his head in concession. Feeling perturbed by this realization, Lu Gao pounded the table in the conference room. I know what you're all thinking. For the time being, let us keep a low profile until Hwagyo's strongest voice concludes. Lu Gao wishes to wait, to observe the situation until the show wraps up. If they can secure victory in Hwagyo's strongest voice, their prestige will remain intact, and they can continue to thrive as before, for in this world, strength is paramount. 3 days have passed since the program aired. On the afternoon of December 18th, soft snowflakes drift from the sky, with the winter solstice approaching. The weather in Jiangxing has become decidedly frigid, prompting people to don autumn clothing and thick down jackets. Today, the entire Zingo Entertainment team has remarkably finished work early. and they have collectively agreed to enjoy a hot pot meal together. Xia Ziao and Dao Lei have gone home to pick up Suona, while Gu Xingyi and his entourage descend the stairs in high spirits. As they exit the office building, Gu Xingyi notices Ren Zhaoyao, who has returned home, appearing somewhat preoccupied. It isn't until they nearly collide that Ren Zhaoyao snaps back to reality. Upon regaining his composure, Ren Zhao looks at Gu Xingyi, hesitating to speak, which piques Gu Xingyi's curiosity. Since Ren Zhaoyao joined the company, he has indeed alleviated many of Gu Xingyi's burdens. However, Gu Xingyi senses that Ren Zhaoyao harbors something troubling within. After a moment's thought, Gu Xingyi approaches him. Brother Zhaoyao, since today is relatively quiet, why don't you bring Nini along for a meal? It would be a good opportunity for the little ones to have some company, while Xiao and Lei go to pick up Nainai. Gu Xingyi speaks earnestly, observing Ren Zhaoyao's conflicted expression. Finally, as if having made a difficult decision, Ren Zhao raises his head and says, Mr. Gu, could I trouble you to bring Suona to my home once more? Nini. At this point, Ren Zhaoyao struggles to continue, and the sorrow etched on his face tugs at Gu Xingyi's heartstrings. He quickly pulls Ren Zhaoyao aside, adopting a more serious tone. Brother Zhaoyao, what exactly is happening with Nini? I know your character. You don't want anyone to worry or pity you. However, regardless of what has transpired, you must think of Nini. This is not a time for stubbornness. Gu Xingyi understands Ren Zhaoyao's nature. His steadfastness and pride as a veteran and a father compel him to shoulder burdens alone. While such resolve is commendable, there are moments when one cannot bear the weight alone. No matter how strong Ren Zhaoyao is, he remains but a single individual. Upon hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Ren Zhaoyao clenches his fists tightly. Despite looking upward, tears stream down his cheeks. Even the strongest of men possess vulnerabilities, and for him, that vulnerability is Nini. Mr. Gu, I truly find myself at a loss. Nini has been suffering from a rare neurological disorder, akin to Alzheimer's, but even more severe. She retains only 3 days of memory. Every 3 days, she loses her previous recollections. Ren Zhaoyao's voice trembles, and his revelation plunges Gu Xingyi's heart into profound heaviness. He never imagined that the struggles within Ren Zhao's family were of such gravity. The seemingly angelic little girl has been enduring such an ailment. Shortly after Nini was born, her mother fled upon learning of her condition. For the past 2 years, I have been tirelessly seeking help, yet no hospital has guaranteed a cure for this illness. Nini has been trapped in a perpetual state of amnesia. Then one day, little Zingo appeared, singing Courage Explodes, and instantly captured Nini's heart. Miraculously, no matter how many times she forgets, she always falls in love with this sister anew upon seeing her. Just recently, she lost her memories again, but when she saw little Zingo on her phone, she uttered a heart-wrenching line that brought me to tears. She remarked, this older sister, Nini, is so dear to me and feels so familiar. After that, she clung to me, eager to meet Zingo, and expressed her desire to share cake with her sister, recalling that the cake was sweet. As Ren Zhaoyao spoke, his voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Perhaps it was this single phrase from Nini that breached his defenses. Maybe he glimpsed a flicker of hope in it, for Nini still remembered Nainai. Hearing this, Gu Xingyi felt a surge of emotion, almost succumbing to tears himself. Yet he was more inclined to deliver a punch to Ren Zhaoyao. He understood the struggles Ren Zhaoyao faced, single-handedly raising a child for so many years, enduring countless judgmental glances. But that was not a justification for his actions. Acting on impulse, Gu Xingyi struck him with a powerful blow, causing Ren Zhaoyao to stagger, drawing concerned gazes from the onlookers who awaited nearby. After the punch, Gu Xingyi solemnly inquired, why wait until now to speak? Do you deserve to be called a father? Are you worthy of Nini's affection, or is it simply for the sake of your pitiful pride? This was what angered Gu Xingyi most. He could empathize with the desire to avoid inconveniencing others, yet he could not fathom Ren Zhao's mindset. To Gu Xingyi, for the sake of one's daughter, one should be willing to do anything. Rubbing the spot where he had been struck, Ren Zhao lowered his head and eventually confessed, it is not for pride. I am afraid that heaven grants me a glimmer of hope, only to plunge me into despair. His voice was hoarse, revealing the profound helplessness and sorrow of a father's heart. Chapter 185, Nainai. Fear leads to avoidance, and Gu Xingyi could comprehend Ren Zhao's sentiments. Yet reality cannot be evaded. Can one truly turn away from challenges? The consequence of evasion is merely prolongation, and the outcome of prolongation is only further deterioration. What does the hospital say about Nini's condition? Is there no hope for recovery? Gu Xingyi ceased to dwell on Ren Zhao's issues and posed the question directly. The situation had reached this point. Ruminating further was futile. They could only confront it with utmost effort, regardless of the outcome. Neurological disorders are notoriously difficult to treat. The doctors stated that such ailments require continuous conservative treatment coupled with daily guidance, and recovery could only be hoped for through miracles. Then there is still hope. Miracles are hope. Once Ren Xiaoao finished speaking, he heard Gu Xingyi assert this directly. For a moment, he was taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet Gu Xingyi's. He wished more than anyone for his daughter to thrive, yet he feared the worst outcomes more than anyone else. But now, he beheld this man before him, whose face bore an unprecedented seriousness, as if he firmly believed that miracles would inevitably come to pass. This profoundly affected Ren Xiaoao, filling his heart with an unparalleled sense of hope. Ah, so this is the allure of Gu Xingyi. At that moment, Xia Xiao and Tao Lele returned with little Naina in tow. As they alighted from the vehicle, they immediately sensed the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Xia Xiao cast a puzzled glance towards Gu Xingyi, and upon noticing the grave expressions on their faces, concern filled her almond-shaped eyes. "Daddy, hug." The tender voice of little Naina shattered the heaviness in the air. She climbed down from Xia Xiao, her short legs scurrying towards Gu Xingyi, tilting her face up to him. The sweet smile on her face lightened the mood for both Gu Xingyi and Ren Xiaoao. "Oh, Daddy hug. Naina, shall we go find Sister Nini to play today?" Gu Xingyi squatted down, lifting his precious daughter into his arms, playfully pinching her small nose, his face radiating affection. "Okay, Naina wants to play with Sister Nini too. All right, Xiaoao, let us head over now." Gu Xingyi tousled little Naina's hair and addressed Ren Xiaoao, before stepping forward to inform the others. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they understood that Gu Xingyi had matters to attend to, and they all nodded in agreement. Thus, the family of three followed Ren Xiaoao's car to his home. During the ride, Xiaozhou learned of Nini's condition, which made her heart heavy with sorrow. It was hard to believe that such a sweet-faced little girl could be afflicted with such a rare illness, resembling an angel fallen to earth, evoking profound empathy. The car soon arrived at Ren Xiaoao's residence, a modest space of less than 50 square meters. Nini sat quietly on the sofa, watching television, which displayed a video of little Naina singing Bursting with Courage. Upon hearing the noise, Nini turned her head, and, upon seeing Ren Xiaoao, greeted him with a sweet smile and called out Daddy. Each time she lost her memory, she would forget, yet she would always quickly accept Ren Xiaoao again. When Gu Xingyi entered with little Naina, Nini initially recoiled in fear behind Ren Xiaoao, but her eyes lit up upon seeing little Naina. The two little angels exchanged smiles. And in that moment, Nini performed an unexpected gesture. She suddenly released her hold on Ren Xiaoao and dashed back into the small room. When she emerged again, she held a small cake in her hands, her expression brimming with anticipation as she approached little Naina, offering the cake with her tender voice. "Please have some cake. It's very sweet." This phrase echoed the words Naina had spoken to her upon their first encounter. Yet even in forgetting everything, upon seeing little Naina again, her first words were to invite her to share cake. Perhaps in her subconscious, she still remembered that she wanted to treat her dearest sister to this delightful cake. At that moment, Ren Xiaoao turned his face away, his eyes becoming moist. Gu Xingyi and Xia Zhao felt their hearts clench painfully as well. Little Naina's face blossomed into a joyful smile. She did not quite grasp the situation, but, upon receiving the cake from Nini, her large eyes curved into crescent moons. "Thank you, Sister Nini. Let's eat together." Seeing little Naina eagerly accept the cake and take her hand, Nini's eyes also crinkled with delight. The two little ones became friends once more, hand in hand, as they settled onto the small sofa. On the television, little Naina was still singing Bursting with Courage. Naina took a bite of the cake and affectionately fed a piece to Nini, filling the room with the joyous laughter of the two children. "Xiaoao, I don't know if Nini remembers Naina, but I believe that no matter how many times, she will come to adore Naina again. Just as she quickly accepts you each time. This is hope. At the very least, her subconscious should hold fragments of memories." Gu Xingyi remarked earnestly. Observing the two little ones playing together on the sofa, Ren Xiaoao gazed at them and nodded silently. In front of the sofa, little Naina had already stood up, teaching Nini to sing Bursting with Courage, her method mirroring how Gu Xingyi had once taught her, imparting each line with care. "Plant a seed, da-la-di-da-la. It can fulfill small wishes with magical powers." Meanwhile, Nini clapped joyfully, swaying her head in rhythm as she accompanied little Naina. Before long, Naina and Nini were singing together, albeit with Nini stumbling over the lyrics. Yet each time, little Naina patiently waited for her, acting like a small teacher. "Xiaoao, I think we should take Nini to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. No matter the cost, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must continue treatment. Also, whenever possible, let Nini and Naina play together. Naina lacks companions, and Nini needs her." Watching the two little ones naturally bond, Gu Xingyi spoke up once more. Ren Xiaoao opened his mouth, finding it somewhat difficult to speak. The primary reason that Nainai had been undergoing conservative treatment was that the costs of such treatment had utterly exhausted him. The continued treatment entailed exorbitant expenses that were beyond the reach of an ordinary family. Xiaoao, Nainai has grown quite fond of Nainai. I have never seen her take such a liking to any child before. If possible, we would like to adopt Nainai as our goddaughter, said Xiaoao. She expressed her affection for Nainai, noting that Nainai also cherished her. Observing Rin Xiaoao's expression and the environment in which he lived, she understood his unspoken thoughts. If she and Gu Xingyi had not made such a proposal, Rin Xiaoao, with his character, would certainly have refrained from seeking assistance. Upon hearing their words, Rin Xiaoao glanced at the joyful Nainai on the couch and eventually nodded in agreement. For many years, he had been trapped in a cycle of guilt and remorse. Resenting fate for treating Nainai so harshly and despising his own inadequacy in caring for her. However, the arrival of little Nainai, along with the acquaintance of Gu Xingyi and Xiaozhou, had finally illuminated a glimmer of hope for the future. Chapter 186, A Family of Three Time flew by. And by the end of December, although the final episode of The Strongest Voice in Huoguo had concluded, netizens continued to buzz with excitement over the competition. The reason lay in the spectacular comeback of Yinhai Entertainment during the finale. Lu Gao never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plans would be effortlessly thwarted by Yinhai Entertainment. He also did not foresee that the despicable Gu Xingyi had quietly composed 2 songs for Yinhai Entertainment just before the final episode. It was these 2 songs that enabled Yinhai Entertainment to stage an impressive comeback. Lu Gao had previously lured Yinhai Entertainment's top singer, Lena, with a substantial sum to ensure she would deliberately lose the final competition. However, while Lena indeed lost, the seasoned stars of Yinhai Entertainment, along with Xingyi, performed powerfully with Gu Xingyi's songs. One was a classic love ballad titled 10 Years, and the other, a youthful and sweet number named The Smile of the Rainbow, which completely obliterated Lu Gao's plans. These songs incited a fresh wave of fervor across the internet, reinforcing the adage that talent is the ultimate truth. Lu Gao finally grasped the essence of that phrase. As winter transitioned to spring and then into summer, the seasons cycled through once more, with snowflakes drifting down from the sky once again. In the span of a year, much could change, and the entertainment industry had undergone a seismic shift. The current state of the entertainment landscape was evidently characterized by a dominant force overshadowed by numerous strong contenders. All entertainment companies had revised their remuneration and contract terms, aligning themselves with Zingo Entertainment. Meanwhile, TMEI Entertainment gradually receded from the historical stage following The Strongest Voice in Huoguo, fading into obscurity. The reason was simple. Even though Zingo Entertainment did not actively exclude it, TMEI could not withstand the prevailing trends. Moreover, those entertainment firms that TMEI had previously betrayed began to push back, with Xingyi Entertainment also taking a stand against it. This once mighty giant slowly diminished, and Lu Gao, no longer brimming with confidence, appeared as if he had aged a decade in just 6 months. Ultimately, he relocated abroad, ceasing his struggles. As he departed, he stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window in his office, gazing out towards Jiangxing for an extended period. Perhaps within him lingered a trace of unwillingness and regret, stemming from a momentary lapse that had led to his current predicament. History often favors the victors, and such was the way of the world. During this year, Zingo Entertainment flourished, with a new generation of singers emerging and consistently producing hit songs, including beloved tracks like Bubble and Red High Heels. Zingo Animation, too, after completing One Person, One World, launched an inspiring domestic animation titled That Rabbit, featuring the theme song Chasing Dreams with a Heart of Passion. Upon its release, That Rabbit moved countless viewers to tears, earning a mention in the Huoguo Daily for its exceptional performance. Furthermore, Zingo Film and Television was officially established, collaborating with Xingyi Entertainment to produce a nationwide sensation of a television drama. The partnership with Xingyi was facilitated by Tian Xingyi's remarkably humble approach. The health of the entertainment industry lies in its diverse development, and Gu Xingyi certainly would not pursue monopolistic practices. Even more heartening was that during Nainai's ongoing treatment over the year, there came a day when, contrary to expectations of her memory loss, she woke up in the morning to see Rin Xiaoao and called out to him, "Daddy." Rin Xiaoao was momentarily stunned, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He had only dreamed of such a scene, one he had long yearned for over the years, and now, miraculously, it had come to pass. Once again, it was November 28th. This day was special. Everyone was aware of it, eagerly awaiting its arrival. Early in the morning, the internet erupted with excitement. Finally, it was time for the annual celebration of the Zingo princess's birthday. Last year I missed it. This year I must be there. A whole year had passed. I have been anticipating this day every single day. The birthday of our beloved Zingo combined with a concert featuring all the singers of Zingo Entertainment. Who could possibly miss this? Damn it. My wife has locked me at home to care for the elderly while she takes the kids and runs off. Family. Can I still keep such a wife? I feel the same. I genuinely can't get away. I'm going crazy. To the folks upstairs, look where I am, live photos. There's no need to envy. I'll send you videos later. Damn. Don't crowd me. There are too many people here. I'm not showing off. It's just overwhelmingly crowded. Netizens who had already arrived at Jiangxin's largest sports arena were all smiles, unabashedly posting live photos from the venue on Weibo. Each post met with waves of ecstatic responses. Although the birthday party and concert were not set to begin until the evening, the entrance to the arena was already besieged by throngs of people early in the morning, and the surrounding streets were filled with onlookers. The venue's security had begun to implement crowd control, managing those who disobeyed traffic rules and those creating disturbances, until the situation gradually became orderly. Even more astonishing was the countless individuals still en route, despite Xingyi having capped registrations at 10,000. The number of attendees had far exceeded the expected count. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, the relevant authorities in Jiangxing had no choice but to contact Xingyi, ultimately resorting to setting up screens and sound systems near the arena to accommodate those unable to enter. The official live stream online, along with broadcasts from various partnering platforms, had already reached full capacity, with numerous television stations also covering this grand event. As time ticked by, it finally reached 8 o'clock in the evening. This extraordinary concert was about to commence. Under the eager gaze of the audience, on the stage of Jiangxing Sports Arena, Xia Zhao, clad in a sky blue gown, and Gu Xingyi, dressed in formal black attire, were the first to appear. At that moment, every camera in the venue was focused on them, and an eruption of thunderous applause resonated both inside and outside the arena. Indeed, Gu Xingyi never plays coy. He opened with a bang. The large screen behind them displayed the titles of the songs they were about to perform. This marked Gu Xingyi's second time sharing the stage with Xia Zhao and his second official appearance before the audience. Welcome everyone to this concert. And thank you for your support over the past year. We would like to dedicate this song, Under the Sea, to you all. Gu Xingyi gently lifted the microphone. His voice, though soft, echoed throughout Huiguo, and Xiao soon followed suit, beginning to sing. The scattered moonlight filtered through the clouds. The sound of music resonated, and a song titled Under the Sea filled the ears of all present. The rendition by Gu Xingyi and Xiao bore a resemblance to that of the legendary Phoenix legend from the original world. The sentiment it evoked was profound. Why would one deem others unworthy? The audience was enraptured. Since Gu Xingyi's emergence, the entertainment industry had gained widespread recognition. Even the murky waters of showbiz had found solace. What, then, could possibly remain unworthy in this world? As the final notes faded, the audience was still in a daze, while Xia Zhao and Gu Xingyi, beaming with joy, performed a deep bow. Xia Zhao then grasped the microphone and spoke. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting Zingo Entertainment, and thank you for cherishing our family. After expressing their gratitude, amidst the crowd's fervent calls of their names, the lights dimmed and the duo exited the stage. Subsequently, each member of Zingo Entertainment graced the stage one by one, including the illustrious Lu Tianwang, Lu Ruying, and Feng Yi, each presenting their most cherished song to the audience. Once all the artists had performed, Gu Xingyi and Xiao returned to the stage, this time accompanied by a little fairy with almond-shaped eyes. Upon their arrival, the audience felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, collectively chanting the name Xiao Nainai. Zingo, Zingo. Inside and outside the venue, hundreds of thousands raised their voices in unison, a phenomenon that could only be described with a single phrase, a resonance that shook the heavens. Your smile is truly enchanting, akin to the blossoms of spring, dispersing all worries and sorrows. The trio ultimately serenaded the audience with the sweet melody of Your Smile is truly enchanting. Particularly during the song's middle section, every audience member rose to their feet, beaming with maternal smiles, waving their glow sticks in accompaniment. As the song concluded, the audience remained in a blissful daze, with Gu Xingyi, Xiao, and Xiao Nainai waving at them, their faces radiant with joy. We are genuinely delighted and moved to be recognized and cherished by you all. Today marks Xiao Zingo's birthday, and I know many of you have come for this occasion. Therefore, I hereby declare, it is time for cake. Gu Xingyi announced loudly. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, reverberating throughout the venue. The glow sticks in their hands transformed into vibrant rainbows, as many audience members shouted enthusiastically. Let us make Gu Xingyi broke today. Yes, let him weep from spending so much. Soon after, countless staff members, bearing small cakes and smiles, began distributing them one by one. In that moment, Even viewers in front of their televisions and those in the live stream chat pulled out the cakes they had prepared for this occasion. Then, as if prompted by an unseen force, someone led the charge, and in the next instant, everyone joined in unison. Happy birthday, baby Zingo. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.